The young man with the scholarly face that seemed so fragile was in truth a master in hiding. For 3 straight days he had pretended to be a genuinely clueless healer. While his teammates charged forward swinging their swords wildly, he calmly turned into a walking health potion, acting so convincingly that no one suspected a thing. Whenever he saw someone's health drop, he would immediately drag himself over and heal without pause. As a result, Orion naturally became the target of the entire group's disdain. Yet there was a secret no one knew, hidden behind that unimpressive account. It secretly raised an alternate account with the Avenger class 100 times stronger than the main one. Only after his friends were completely offline did Orion log in with his flashy VIP Pro Max persona. This time he discovered a party struggling inside a high-level dungeon. Same familiar script, the whole group fought as if scratching an itch, accomplishing nothing. Someone had not even drawn his sword before being swiftly taken down, collapsing to the ground without a word. Just as the situation fell into a deadlock, Orion appeared like a male lead and delivered a decisive strike that made the boss vanish before everyone's stunned eyes. As usual, he avoided all praise and invitations, quickly collected the rewards, and prepared to slip away quietly. Unexpectedly, the system displayed a strange notification. Are you sure you want to log out? Will this decision not make you regret it? As he operated, Orion muttered, how strange. What trick is this billion-dollar server playing today? To his surprise, upon returning to reality, the moment he removed the virtual reality headset, he felt the surrounding space had completely changed. Even his body had undergone bizarre transformations. He looked no different from a robot with exposed circuits, making him break out in cold sweat. He rushed to the mirror and froze, because the face and figure reflected back were that of the Avenger in the game. Before he could steady himself, the system flashed and transported him straight to the rooftop. Orion had yet to understand what was happening when behind him appeared a red-eyed, one-eyed monster, originally the boss in the game, now following him here. Seeing it charge too fast, Orion failed to dodge in time and by inertia slipped and fell off the rooftop. Yet even after falling from the 5th floor, he was completely unharmed. Gaining his composure, he heard several passers-by whispering among themselves. Only then did Orion realize he was in the real world, not the lingering echo of a game dream. Thoughts were cut off when the one-eyed monster rushed at him again. Orion panicked and tried to warn the people around. But no matter how hoarse he shouted, no one reacted, their expressions as if they saw nothing. He suddenly understood this was reality, yet no one could see him or that monster. It was truly mind-boggling who would release something so dangerous in the middle of the street. Orion began to grow flustered. He thought this invisible battle would not affect others, yet only seconds later the monster began to rampage. It let out a roar and the pavement instantly cracked open, then collapsed into a blazing red pit of fire. A young man waiting for the bus by the roadside suddenly became the first victim. His girlfriend and the people around screamed in panic. The scene immediately plunged into chaos. Witnessing everything, Orion broke out in a cold sweat. An idea flashed through his mind that he had to lure the monster away to protect the innocent. Seeing Orion run, the monster eagerly chased after him and quickly cornered him in a dead-end alley. Just when he thought he was about to die, Orion suddenly remembered the strange transformation of his body. It seemed this world, for some reason, had become connected to the dungeons in the game. The monster was trying to expand its range, and perhaps players like him had therefore taken on the form of their grinding characters. Thinking so, Orion tried activating a skill from the game, and it truly worked. A sharp, cold smile appeared as he immediately entered combat mode. Just a few basic moves were enough to take down the one-eyed monster. It sounded long-winded, but everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Fighting monsters in real life turned out to be nothing more than child's play. Though intense and exhausting, the rewards were just like in the game, so the effort was not in vain. The next morning, news about the explosion last night flooded the internet. Orion leisurely ate breakfast while listening to the report, understanding that both the world and that virtual reality game had surely undergone some upheaval. Just then the door burst open. A familiar female voice rang out, "I am home." His sister changed her shoes and stepped inside, lifting her head to greet him. But the moment she saw the unfamiliar young man in the kitchen, she stopped short. "Hey you, who are you?" Orion calmly explained that he was her younger brother. After hearing that, his sister froze for a few seconds, then casually pulled out a stun baton from her pocket, her eyes full of vigilance. "Do not try to fool me. How could my little brother be this tall and strong? He is supposed to be skinny." Orion did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected to be so pitiful in his sister's eyes. Seeing that she was about to rush at him, he quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. "Please listen to me first. You like carrots with perilla leaves, and you grind your teeth in your sleep, right? Forced to go on blind dates you dislike. You come home drunk and lock yourself in your room for hours. I really am Orion." Hearing him recount her private secrets flawlessly, his sister turned pale, yet still suspected that this fraud had investigated too thoroughly. Only when he mentioned their parents, passing, did she truly believe believe that he was her younger brother, because that was a secret known only between the two of them. He quickly lowered the baton and stepped closer to ask worriedly. Seeing the wounds covering his body, she intended to call a car to take him to the hospital, but Orion stopped her. What doctor would believe a story about playing a game too long and turning into a character from it? Explaining in detail would only create more trouble, and teachers and classmates later would also be a difficult problem. Though clearly displeased, his sister could only nod at Orion's determination. To blend in with his new appearance, the next step was to go to school and explain to the teachers. She urged him to hurry up and get ready, but Orion thought there was no need to overdo it. He could handle it alone. "Hey Orion, are you coming with me, or do you want to taste the stun baton?" Seeing her brows tightly furrowed, Orion felt a chill down his spine and obediently followed behind. Outside, several curious people had already gathered at last night's scene to livestream. Brown-haired girl stood by the roadside, scrolling through news while considering whether to go take a look. Her name was Kim Sewell, dressed simply yet radiating a striking aura. She was also a student at the same school as Orion. The school corridor was rather empty. While the girl beside her chattered, Sewell glanced over and spotted the Lai siblings from afar. The young man before her looked like a masterpiece where every feature converged perfectly. The two female students widened their eyes in astonishment. Only Sewell felt an indescribable sense of confusion rising within her, as if she had met him somewhere before. Meanwhile, the two siblings stood before the administrative office door. Though his sister kept reassuring him, Orion still worried about what he should say once inside. Saying that he woke up and suddenly transmigrated like some isekai story. Who would believe that? What if he were treated as a research subject? Thinking that, he hesitated and made an excuse to go to the restroom to slip away. There he took out the mysterious box obtained last night, calmly activated the skill, and heard the notification sound in his ear. Bewitching eyes, the brainwashing skill activated, truly a rare treasure appearing at the perfect moment. For persuading others, it was unbelievably powerful. Just as Orion had predicted, the homeroom teacher was so stunned by his new appearance that he failed to recognize him at first and grew suspicious. Even when the nurse's older sister stepped forward to explain with great enthusiasm, he merely scratched his head in confusion, unable to grasp what was going on. With no other option, Orion used his ultimate move, not on the homeroom teacher, but on the vice principal standing nearby with a cup of coffee. Orion thought to himself that if he could successfully turn the vice principal into an ally, it would be like killing two birds with one stone. Sure enough, within moments the vice principal's eyes began to sparkle, his whole body jerking as if struck by electricity. He unconsciously stepped forward, patted the homeroom teacher on the shoulder, and began expressing everything with all his conviction. Why not try believing Orion for once? Handsome or not, he is still a student. Is appearance really that important? Is it truly that significant? The homeroom teacher, scolded and bewildered, nodded repeatedly, while everyone watched him being reprimanded as if listening to a stern lecture. Orion thought to himself that he might have gone a bit too far with the teacher. The vice principal explained that in an era where even dogs could fly to the moon, a small change in appearance meant nothing. After saying that, he forcefully dragged the group to Orion's classroom, intending to enlighten them directly so they would stop discriminating against him. Facing dozens of helpless expressions, the vice principal spoke to himself while tears streamed down his face. This left everyone stunned, no one daring to object. The method was somewhat dramatic, but the immediate issue was resolved. Orion returned to his seat out of habit. Faced with a barrage of questions, he responded only perfunctorily. Who knows, maybe it is some rare syndrome, something like that. Even so, the group remained curious and refused to let it go. Orion appeared helpless on the outside, but inwardly he cursed. He knew it. With the vice principal talking like that, who would believe it? Only when a girl nearby spoke up, saying she had also heard of such a syndrome, did Orion finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. It turned out that Kim Sewell was in the same class as Orion. Unable to bear watching him struggle, she stepped in to help. Kim Sewell was not only beautiful, but also the daughter of the director of a pharmaceutical company. She was calm as well. Every word she spoke carried weight. Orion shyly turned to thank her and even asked to borrow her hand to take back his earphones, making the pleasant feeling multiply. Things seemed unlucky enough, yet the bullies in class did not see it that way. Orion glanced at Yoon Hyun sitting nearby. That man returned the look with hidden meaning. Just when he thought he had reached a new standing, completely different from yesterday and would finally be treated normally, he encountered Yoon Hyun's group again at the end of class. Even though his body had changed, standing before the three bullies, Orion still trembled, his entire body unable to move. Seeing him like that only excited them more. Orion, did you just inject muscle boosters? Try it then. A little extra fat will not make my hands hurt any less. After saying that, he lunged forward, locking Orion's neck with a vicious hold, curses ringing in his ears as Orion gritted his teeth fiercely. Just minutes earlier, when class had ended, he had been thrilled with his new body, invited by two girls to stroll around town to relieve stress. But a message from these guys shattered everything. They had called him here solely to cause trouble. The more Orion thought about it, the angrier he became, angry at them and at himself, as if seeing his former self being stared at with hateful eyes. Was he weak because he never fought back? Now there was no reason to fear them anymore, Orion harshly blamed blamed himself. Along with that, his activated skill heated his blood. He struck the bully head-on, shocking the other two watching. Caught off guard by the resistance, Seung-hoon flew into a rage, scrambling up while hurling curses non-stop. Orion also came to his senses then, his hands and feet trembling, unable to believe he could perform such a miracle. But afraid of further trouble and unwilling to keep fighting, he instinctively turned and ran. Kim Soo-il and her close friend stood at a corner by the red light. Soo-il played with the earphones Orion had lent her, quietly lost in thought. Unexpectedly, the moment she looked up, she saw Orion sprinting desperately across the street. Orion did not look back, running into an empty alley, feeling as though a monstrous mouth loomed behind him. The bullies caught up before they could act. Orion kicked Seung-hoon straight on. He looked down at his prey from above, then lunged at Orion and forced him to the ground. Orion lay there miserably, his body enduring blow after blow, thoughts of failure and self-blame nearly drowning him. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind. The group and Orion both froze and looked in that direction. Soo-il cast them a pitying glance and stepped forward to speak. "We are short one person for a stroll. I was planning to go out with the one lying on the ground. Let him go, and it would be best not to meddle in my affairs." Orion looked at the imposing girl before him, completely convinced in his heart. The bullies stood aside, knowing she was the richest student in school and feeling a trace of fear. Only Seung-hoon remained stubborn, grinding his teeth as he cursed Kim Soo-il. Relying on his wealth, he felt no fear. "I want to be crushed like that guy Engai." Soo-il stared at him coldly. "Sorry, but could you step back 5 paces?" Before he understood anything, Soo-il added with a hint of mockery that the stench of trash from him made her uncomfortable. Without another word, the bully flew into a rage, veins bulging as he charged forward to slap her. Orion watched the scene, his inner voice urging him to do something. He was not a walking blood bag. Provoked, Orion grew furious, clenching his fist as he rushed forward and threw a heavy punch at the bully. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Seung-hoon struggled to stand, spat a mouthful of dirt, and swore he would not let Orion survive. He laughed and shrugged off his jacket. He charged repeatedly, unleashing blow after blow. Those watching from outside thought Orion was merely pretending. He swiftly activated his absorption skill. Every punch Seung-hoon threw, Orion met head-on, absorbing it and returning it with greater force. This time Seung-hoon suffered the consequences. Orion was still unsatisfied, deliberately reducing his strength to deliver more consecutive strikes. In the end, he did not forget to kick him across the face, repaying the pain from earlier. Watch the bully lying on the ground, eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Orion carried a fierce aura, intimidating him as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow. "Get up, why are you still lying there?" Those standing outside were stunned by the hatred blazing in Orion's eyes. Soo-il immediately spoke up when things escalated. "Enough, Orion, it is over, let us go." Seeing the victim gasping for breath, his anger gradually subsided. The two prepared to leave the scene. Unexpectedly, from behind, a foolish brat dragged a group of people over, issuing threats. Orion instinctively jumped in front of Soo-il to shield her, but before he could act, he saw the bully as if struck by a surge of high-voltage electricity. His whole body slammed heavily to the ground, hips flipping upward. Orion had not made a move, he simply stood still. He did not understand this. From behind, that seemingly harmless female classmate cast a glance that sent the bully exactly where he deserved. Two of them left, reaching a brighter street corner. Soo-il helped Orion bandage his wounds and even took a commemorative photo. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Orion shyly scratched his head and hands in thanks, but Soo-il coldly brushed it aside. "Consider it a thank you for lending me the earphones. It is getting late, I should head home first. Tomorrow I have something to tell you. It is a bit long, so let us have dinner together first and talk after that." Hearing that, the male lead's face flushed red like a ripe tomato. In all his years of living, this was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to invite him to eat. Saying he was not embarrassed would be difficult. Only after Soo-il's figure completely disappeared did his mind explode with countless questions. What kind of matter required just the two of them to talk in private? Or could it be that she was truly interested in his body? Perhaps it was because her family had practiced medicine for generations, so she was different. The young man daydreamed and chuckled to himself, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest when a notification screen suddenly appeared. "Subjugation mission will begin in 5 minutes. Do you accept participation?" Orion carefully read every word. Recalling the one-eyed monster from yesterday, he shuddered and decisively pressed the 0 button. He would be foolish enough to throw himself into danger again. Unexpectedly, the detestable system displayed another notice. "Your reputation points have been deducted too much, so this mission is mandatory." Orion almost cursed out loud. What was the point of giving a choice only to force him in the end? The brief touch of gratitude had already turned into a joke. Checking the history, it turned out he had been secretly deducted points since adjusting the skill on the vice principal, and when using it to deal with the thugs earlier. Orion was stunned. Everything had happened too quickly. Just as he was about to lament, he opened his eyes and found himself falling into a stream deep to mid-calf. Even teleportation should give some warning. Could it not pick a more decent spot? Thinking of the phone in his pocket and the stack of books, Orion hurriedly scrambled up. Suddenly he noticed a strange door floating in midair. What was that? Could it be that the target he had to defeat lay behind it? Orion cautiously approached to observe. the system popped up again reminding him that only 10 seconds remained before the mission started. Before he could understand what was happening, from the other side of the door emerged a gigantic distorted face, then the massive body followed, charging straight at him. According to the displayed data, this monster was named Cursed Cavalry Aben. Hearing that made Orion even more panicked. What kind of thing was this? He had never even encountered it in the game. How was he supposed to fight it now? This monster's attack speed was several times faster than yesterday's type. Orion was flustered and could only randomly cast a skill to defend. In the next few dozen seconds, his mind worked at full capacity. He did not know what species it belonged to, but it wielded a sword and had a humanoid form. He could rely on that trait to predict its next attack. Thinking that, Orion secretly rejoiced at seeing a chance of victory. He sidestepped to dodge and took the opportunity to slash repeatedly at the opponent's back. But just as he was about to unleash another move, he suddenly realized his body had gone rigid as if frozen. His limbs would not obey, he could not even lift the sword. It seemed he had been hit by a sensory paralysis effect. Orion felt a chill down his spine when he saw the monster swing its blade down. He poured all his remaining strength into blocking and escaping. Trying to adjust the skill again only made his head spin. A glaring red notification appeared, unable to use skill adjustment. The situation was completely beyond expectation. His reflexes slowed, his body felt as heavy as if weighted with stones, and his skills were locked. He was no different from fish on a chopping board. Its strength be the ability to paralyze opponents. It could not be that unlucky. Orion calmed down and think. He lowered his head and told himself, forcing himself to stay clear-minded. Although the monster was stronger than yesterday's one, it did not seem to rely too heavily on speed. If it was only this slow, there was still a chance to dodge. To finish it off, he had to coordinate his skills properly. Perhaps he could use dungeon running tactics like in the game. That method would consume stamina and prolong time, but for now preserving his life had to come first. Wait, this was not a superhero movie, where the monster would stand and wait for him to finish transforming before attacking. While Orion was still calculating, the monster lost patience and raised its blade high, bringing it down as a blinding light burst forth. By the time Orion realized it, his vision was already obscured as if temporarily blind. So it was a blinding move. Seizing the opportunity, the monster closed in and threw a punch, sending Orion flying helplessly. This was truly unfair. If only there were a healer here, it would be great. His head slammed against a rock, and in that instant Orion came up with a bold idea. He immediately called the system and demanded to open the remaining 2 mysterious boxes from yesterday's reward. Rare items were not necessary. He only hoped for something useful at this moment. But as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 boxes opened one after another. One contained a golden branch used only to summon crows or for decoration. The other was even worse, named Diamond Tears, which sounded luxurious but was essentially nothing more than a bath bomb. What was this supposed to mean? There was already a stream below. Was he supposed to soak in it and lie there waiting to be finished off? Ryan's face twisted in anger, realizing that if he did not run now, he could only wait for death. Yet the moment he turned around, he took a full slash, his entire body knocked down like ripe fruit falling. Orion struggled to his feet. At this point, he no longer had the mind to maintain a gentle appearance. Receiving useless items like this every time, even if random, it was too much. Did he truly have to lose his life here? Suddenly his mind seemed to light up. Since he had those 2 items, why not try using them together? There was nothing left to lose anyway. Thinking that, Orion called the system to borrow the golden branch to summon crows, while opening the battle preparation panel. Just as predicted, in less than 3 seconds a flock of crows filled the sky, cawing noisily like reinforcements. The cursed cavalry immediately fell into chaos, swinging its blade wildly to drive the crows away, but to no effect. Meanwhile, Orion quietly swapped the bath bomb for a numbing agent, deciding to use the same trick against it. The moment it saw Orion appear, the monster charged angrily, but when it brought its blade down, the edge halted, its body growing heavy as if bound. At that moment, Orion appeared behind it like lightning and whispered coldly, "I have accumulated enough damage, now I return it to you." Before it could react, the monster met Orion's icy gaze filled with killing intent. A barrage of sword blades descended from above like rain, piercing through it and knocking it down without a chance to resist. It was over. Orion sighed. Grinding through 10 rounds of a game would be more comfortable than this kind of real combat. He took a deep breath and called the system to claim the reward. He intended to stay away from mysterious boxes this time, but a terrifying line of bright red text appeared before his eyes. Warning, another player has illegally entered. Orion shuddered. Could it be that besides him, someone else had been dragged into this bizarre endless loop? A sense of unease descended. Orion spun around and saw a masked man wielding a scythe charging toward him. He hurriedly cast a spell to block and narrowly escaped danger, but that man was clearly still filled with killing intent. Orion drew his sword and struck back. The 2 weapons clashed violently and both were forced to retreat. Looking closely, that masked man was human. Not a monster, yet he attacked with extreme ruthlessness. If he had been a moment slower earlier, his head might no longer have remained in place. I was right, the skill he used bore the characteristics of the Avenger class. Just after finishing the analysis, Orion saw him fiercely charge again. Unable to hold back, Orion angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking me?" The response was only a freezing gaze and a voice like it came from the abyss. "I do not need a reason. Hunting in a game requires no explanation." This man was truly insane. He continued swinging the scythe, one slash grazing Orion's shoulder. He cried out in pain, but the opponent's speed was too fast. Just as he was flustered and unsure how to handle it, a barrier suddenly formed around them. Unexpectedly, the one who appeared was his classmate Kim Soo-el. Orion and even the masked man were stunned. That petite girl possessed a high-tier defensive skill belonging to the Enchantress class. Soo-el landed lightly, glanced at Orion and said calmly, "This time I am helping you not because of the earphones. Tomorrow you must treat me to lunch. Remember to choose the most delicious dish in the world, understood?" With Soo-el's assistance, the situation changed immediately. The masked man no longer had the upper hand. Although he still charged fiercely, he was restrained by Soo-el's beast trap. Standing beside her, Orion felt his head spinning. Watching Soo-el act, he could only marvel that she was truly incredible. However, everything was not over. Soo-el suddenly shouted for Orion to move aside. It turned out the masked man had broken the trap, diving down from the air at astonishing speed toward Orion while muttering, finishing skill, blacklist. This time Orion had no time to dodge, but after being hit he felt nothing unusual in his body. At that moment, Soo-el screamed in panic. "Hurry and open the system to complete the reward selection from earlier." Another player interfered, so time was frozen. That is the only way to close this round. Orion froze for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and did as told. The masked man tried to rush forward to stop him, but he did not expect that his current position was still within Kim Soo-el's control zone. Only then did he remember that from the very beginning she had cast an invisible labyrinth trap when she joined the battle. He curled his lips into a faint smirk, helplessly watching Orion confirm the choice and finish. Even though the match had been locked, his killing intent did not lessen in the slightest. His gaze turned harsh. He pulled down his mask to reveal an unfamiliar face, his voice filled with hidden meaning. "What nonsense! Next time I will clean you all up. I have already remembered every single one of you." Prolonged beeping sound rang out. Orion was teleported back to the street corner before everything had happened. His phone vibrated, seeing Kim Soo-el calling. He immediately answered, wanting to get a clear explanation. Soo-el did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point, telling him to return home immediately. He had already been targeted. The blacklist skill just now was used for tracking. Although it was not completely accurate, it was best not to wander around anymore. It was very dangerous. Orion still did not understand and asked again who they were. Soo-el gave a brief explanation. They were also players but followed the PK path, meaning they did not do missions but hunted others for rewards. Hearing that, Orion finally understood the masked man's cruel attitude earlier. Thinking about how Soo-el had also been affected while helping him, he asked about her condition. Soo-el thought he wanted to form a team, sighed, and told him to send his address. The two of them would stay together tonight as a precaution. After hearing that, Orion's face flushed red, his mind imagining all sorts of scenarios. Yet when Soo-el arrived, he just stood there blankly watching her walk in, while she acted as naturally as if she were at home. On the table was still the note his sister had left behind, saying she had to work the night shift. After reading it, he did not know what expression to show. Soo-el borrowed his sister's things and went to take a shower. When she came out, she looked like the true owner of the house. After asking and confirming that Orion's sister would not return, Soo-el stepped closer, revealing a meaningful smile. "Then that makes it convenient, let us continue." Seeing her as if she were about to press close, Orion felt goosebumps all over. But she only gently pressed a hand against his chest and called out system. It turned out to be something serious. Orion lightly slapped himself a few times, realizing he had let his thoughts run too far. The system displayed a notification. Kim Soo-el sent a team invitation to Orion. He felt relieved and was about to press accept, but Soo-el quickly stopped him, wanting to say a few things first. "Once we become teammates, I will share all my information and protect you with everything I have. What belongs to me will also belong to you, so." Her face suddenly turned serious, looking straight into Orion's eyes. "If you betray me or run away, I will deal with you without mercy." Orion broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting the cute girl to have such a frightening side. After saying that, Soo-el turned away, telling him to think carefully tonight. Before she could even take a step, she heard the notification. Orion had accepted the invitation. She turned back, intending to scold him. Orion simply said, "I have nothing left to lose. I am about to lose anyway. Teaming up with you still gives me a chance to live." Soo-el was slightly surprised but found it reasonable, so she let it go. Getting to the main matter, she opened a folder and said their next target was to participate in a major event called Horizon. Not only would they participate, they also had to seize the top position. Elsewhere in the game, Baekhyun Hyun was fiercely battling a group of monsters. As the fight was about to end, thinking of Orion eliminating his subordinates, he erupted in anger. He vented all his fury on the monsters and quickly wiped them out. Because of that, he leveled up and muttered that the loser had to crawl on the ground, right Orion. Suel explained that she wanted to join the event because the rewards were too tempting. 20 billion was not a problem for her. What was truly valuable was the accompanying reward. Winner would be granted one wish. After hearing that, Orion was doubtful. The money was still reasonable, but a wish sounded too far-fetched. Suel nodded, but looking back at what they had gone through since the game began. This world no longer seemed to follow any fixed rules. If they did not try, they would never know. Suel said she had been trapped in this loop before Orion. From the winter of 12th grade until now, she had gone through 17 monster hunts, 5 times of game over and revival. She had once sought out the game company, but they believed she was suffering from a disorder. Even her family did not notice her changes, even though her appearance had altered. Suel changed her hair color, and Orion had gained a clearly toned body. While they were talking, a loud noise sounded outside. Both of them immediately became alert. What is that? Is it a PK player? Suel was calmer, using her skill while replying that it might just be a normal sound, but they should still check. She waved her hand and created an invisible watchtower. Orion anxiously asked whether using a skill would get them detected. Suel replied that unless someone was thoroughly scanning, it would be fine. It would even help them guard better. Hearing her speak so confidently, Orion did not know how to argue back. Suel stared at him intently, then frowned and raised her voice. Orion, take off your shirt. Having never been intimate with anyone, hearing that made Orion turn pale. Suel explained it was only for treatment, nothing else. After a moment of awkward hesitation, Orion had no choice but to comply. He felt both embarrassed and tense, not daring to move yet still curious as he asked, "Hey, why did you want to form a team with me? When others are already strong and I cannot help with anything, am I just a burden?" Suel felt a little displeased after hearing that. She replied half-jokingly, "Because you are easy to control, that is why I chose you." Seeing Orion confused, she softened her tone and said that at first she only wanted to test which path he belonged to, but then she discovered something interesting. It turned out that she had once been just an ordinary mercenary. An extremely difficult event, she had once seen Orion with the identity of a high-level character. That very time left a deep impression on her, making her determined to pull him to her side. After worrying all day, when night came, Orion could not sleep peacefully. Dreamed that he was lost in an endless corridor. Ahead of him was the PK player from yesterday. When he was about to escape, he encountered the childhood bully returning with a twisted face. Orion jolted awake in panic, his heart pounding wildly. Knowing it was only a dream, he let out a breath of relief but was startled when someone beside him spoke. Seeing Suel lying next to him, he awkwardly asked why she was here. Suel yawned and said she was not used to sleeping in a stranger's bed. Orion muttered she could not sleep in the bed but could sleep next to someone else. Orion was still just a young man, standing before rolling hills stretching endlessly like that. There was no way he could stay calm. Next morning, as the sunlight had only just begun to rise, the two of them walked to class together, acting as if nothing had happened. Suel finished the last of her milk while reminding Orion of all sorts of things under the sun. He had to prepare himself mentally for a long battle, guard his progression points carefully, and especially not recklessly use skills like last time. Orion chewed his bread and nodded repeatedly, trying to cram all those unspoken rules into his head. Kim Suel's worldly air, as if she held the whole world in her grasp, always earned Orion's utmost admiration. Yet contrary to that aura, she carried herself with 3 parts seriousness and 7 parts absent-mindedness. When asked what she would do if she won a wish in the upcoming event, she immediately changed the subject. Of course she would build a paradise filled with handsome men. What else could it be? The two of them chatted and laughed along the way, completely unaware that several pairs of eyes were watching them from afar. Inside a car parked by the roadside sat another pair of players. Judging by the uniforms Orion and Kim Suel wore, they could tell at once they were just students. The man behind the wheel was about to sneer, but the white-haired woman beside him cut him off. She concluded that dealing with both of them now would bring no real benefit. Moreover, one of them possessed a class they had yet to acquire, so the most reasonable option was to recruit them. Age did not matter, as long as they had ability, they were useful. Dull day came to an end. As Orion walked home calculating his next plan, he was suddenly blocked by 2 strange men. One had his face covered in bandages and tried to look cool. The other wore a gray shirt with blonde hair and a black mask, clearly not the gentle type. Before he could say anything, the 2 closed in and dragged him straight to an abandoned warehouse. The group waiting inside was no better. The moment they saw Orion, they charged at him aggressively. The aura of a male lead, Orion should have unleashed his moves and rushed in to take them down one by one. But remembering Kim Suel's warning, he decided to fight barehanded to avoid losing points. Being unable to use skills irritated Orion, he charged forward with his anger, telling himself he would not hold back. One after another, they fell like leaves at the end of autumn. Just a twist of his wrist to warm up, Orion made each of them learn an unforgettable lesson. If there were no surprises, he could handle them all. They fought decently, but in the end they were only human. That was their limit. The man in the red shirt saw his underlings fall one after another and flushed with rage. Anyone who had ever claimed Orion man was easy to bully needed to check their eyesight. He did not look overly muscular, yet every strike he threw was viciously precise. After observing for a while, that man suddenly came up with another plan. Taking advantage while his men were still fighting in front, that man circled behind, grabbed an iron bar and swung it at Orion when he let his guard down. Unexpectedly, Orion had already noticed. With a single block he bent the iron bar like scrap metal. In the end, that man took a direct punch to the face and could only lie at Orion's feet groaning. After fighting until everyone was exhausted, Orion finally picked up his bag and left. On the way home, he happened to run into his older sister just as she stepped out of the supermarket. Seeing Orion disheveled and drenched in sweat, she hurriedly asked what had happened. Only then did Orion realize how messy he looked. Afraid she would grow suspicious, he quickly scratched his head and answered, "It was nothing, a friend just invited me to play a bit of soccer." In truth, he was not tired from those thugs. He had sprinted home because he feared running into his sister. To distract her, Orion quickly carried the groceries for her and acted excited upon hearing there would be barbecue tonight. Seeing that expression, his sister could only laugh. Even though his face had changed, his childish nature remained the same. In the end, she cheerfully concluded with one sentence, "No matter how much you grow, you are still my little brother. By the way, last night you brought a girl home, right?" Hearing that, Orion almost choked. He had not expected that even a few brown strands of Kim Soo-il's hair could not escape his sister's notice. Women were truly formidable. Knowing words were useless, Orion nodded and promised to introduce that girl soon. As for the thugs, after the clash they were sore all over, especially the man in the red shirt who ground his teeth in fury. That man immediately called his ally to complain, Yoon Hyun, the leader of the bullying group. Next day as usual, once class ended, Kim Soo-il called Orion. The girl sitting beside her saw how close they were and wanted to join them, but Soo-il tactfully declined. "We have something private to handle, we will tell you later." That vague answer left the whole class staring at one another in confusion. After all, Kim Soo-il was a goddess in many people's eyes. Now walking side by side with Orion made quite a few whisper. Rumors even spread that the two were secretly dating behind the administration's back. That very thought also crossed Soo-il's mind. She pulled Orion to a secluded spot and asked directly, "You think we should actually try dating for real?" Hearing that, Orion nearly choked. The mouthful of milk he had not swallowed sprayed out. According to Soo-il, if they wanted others to pay less attention, pretending to be a couple was the most reasonable choice. It was the first time a girl had taken the initiative like this, so Orion's heart pounded wildly. Fortunately, he retained a bit of composure and seriously replied that he needed time to think. Soo-il laughed, then when the notification bell rang, she immediately returned to her stern expression. Tonight, the system had arranged for them to participate in a duo mission. At first, Orion hesitated, but thinking this was a chance to better understand Soo-il's fighting style and that the reward was attractive, he quickly agreed. At the appointed time, the two climbed onto the rooftop of the tallest building in the area to observe the situation. Seeing Orion worried, Kim Soo-il asked and learned he was looking for something called a black gate. That was what? "You do not know, monsters all appear from there." Orion suddenly felt how little he understood about this game. Clearly, he could not afford to be careless anymore. At that moment, the screen displayed a notification that only 1 minute remained before the mission began. Orion steadied himself and turned to see Soo-il opening her equipment panel and sending items over to him. Of course, she emphasized how expensive those items were, and that tomorrow she expected repayment in bread and milk. The countdown timer let out a piercing alarm. Massive dark shadow shot over their heads like lightning. The enemy this time was a monstrous wolf notorious for its terrifying speed. It was said to be quite docile if not provoked. However, that very swiftness made this mission many times more difficult. Orion narrowed his eyes in observation and suddenly spoke, "All right, we will set a trap." Plan required one person to dig the trap, while the other acted as bait to lure the wolf in. At first, Soo-il objected, but then realized she seemed to be drawn along by Orion's initiative. He was so confident that without another word, he gripped his sword and dashed after the wolf at full speed. It must be said that although this monster was fast, its mind was simple. Overall, it was not too hard to handle. Just as Orion thought everything was going smoothly, a figure swept past from behind and changed the situation. It turned out this mission involved not only their team, but also other players. The girl who had just swept past Orion possessed astonishing speed. She clearly intended to seize the opportunity first. She rushed forward like lightning, drew her sword and struck twice in succession, leaving the monster completely stunned. Without stopping, her teammate appeared right in front, preparing to block the path, seemingly intending to end everything that night. At that moment, he refused to stand by and watch, gripping his sword and leaping into the fight. His appearance instantly reversed the situation. Before the others could react, he had already slashed at the monster's head. Unfortunately, the force was not strong enough, only leaving a shallow physical wound on its body. Players standing nearby finally snapped out of it. Even if it was a shared mission, they could not allow anyone to interfere and take advantage like that. Especially the pink-clad, thorny sister who reacted fiercely, constantly berating him without pause. He glanced at her with a mix of pity and mockery, as if to say, "It seems I really have troubled everyone. But sorry, next time I will behave with more humanity." Having said that, he did not bother to look back and shot forward. forward. The pink-clad thorny sister was so furious she nearly burst her seams, while the teammate beside her remained calmer. He is right, this was originally a competition. As long as the monster is defeated, hindering opponents is also a tactic. After saying that, he revealed a strange smile and cast a spell straight toward the other side. The young man who was airborne almost crashed into the barrier the opponent had just erected. The feeling of being played dirty was real. Everyone was fighting dirty all the same. The blade array originally only affected from the outside, but he quickly realized he could use Cocoon Break to escape. Immediately after, he caught up with the other team and noticed they were in extreme panic. Turned out the monster was not as easy to defeat as imagined. It was now equipped with teleportation, something not present in the game. First victim was the young man from the other side, each bite making him scream in agony. Pink-clad thorny sister rushed forward, but it had already vanished from sight. The tense situation exceeded his expectations. Afraid the monster would cause more havoc, he seized the moment when the pink-clad sister could no longer hold on and rushed out to intercept. The sister who had just been saved looked slightly bewildered and asked why he had stepped in. He replied, "Did I not say I would be more humane?" He exerted all his strength to temporarily push the monster back. At the same time, Kim Soo-il sent a message saying the trap had been set. Seizing this opportunity, he proposed setting conditions with the other team. "We'll hand over this potion. In exchange, you assist me," agreed. The pink-clad thorny sister gritted her teeth and objected. Is this cheap thing really worth agreeing to help? Before she could finish speaking, karma struck. The teammate on the other side began to collapse. Something is better than nothing, for now surviving was enough. According to his arrangement, the pink-clad thorny sister hid on the rooftop, preparing to feign and lure the monster. Instead of attacking relentlessly, she only sparred a few rounds, drawing it to where the remaining teammates lay in ambush. The next step was to create a cage to capture the monster. The young man who had been bitten was determined to take revenge, blocking every escape route. He seized the chance to advance bravely. Of course, the hunt was not simple, but to achieve effectiveness, he had no choice but to take the risk. The monster's weakness was its high speed, but it required recovery time. In other words, if one could endure 2 consecutive teleports, it could be easily defeated. Standing before the protagonist's halo, even a wolf was nothing more than a house dog. The first time it teleported, it did not suspect anything. The second time, after observing carefully and seeing Orion standing still, the wolf lunged forward. This time it left a few bite marks on Orion. Unfortunately for it, Orion had already prepared. He endured the pain and launched a direct attack. The monster was wounded, cried out in pain and fled. According to Orion's plan, over there was the trap set by Kim Soo-il. While the others were fighting among themselves, she had already been waiting. Now she only needed to wait for the prey. The pink-clad girl rushed after it, wanting to personally finish the monster to claim the reward. Orion realized he could not knock sense into them anymore, sighed and gathered all the resources Kim Soo-il had given before the battle. He shot forward as fast as lightning, overtaking the girl. It felt a bit unfair, but never mind, better to take the initiative than be scolded later. I may lose in love, but I will not hesitate in a race. At the end of the road, the monster had already been trapped. From above, Soo-il used her staff to create invisible chains that held it in place. That was what a teammate worthy of the cost looked like. With Kim Soo-il's assistance, he struck the vital point and the monster was officially defeated. Once everything was done, Soo-il leaped down beside Orion. He asked why he had prepared a speed-boosting item in advance, whether he had known something beforehand. Orion answered directly, "I am not that capable. I just thought if I ran into danger I would run as fast as I could toward you. That was all." Hearing that, Soo-il felt moved, so this blockhead did know how to say sweet words. To dispel the tension, she praised Orion. The system appeared thanks to their outstanding completion of the mission. Both received generous rewards. The ranking board became even more astonishing. Their team stood at the top. There were only 3 teams participating. Orion was startled. Aside from the 2 of them earlier, there was another team hiding that neither Orion nor Soo-il had noticed. From another building, 2 young men had been watching the battle from beginning to end. They were the 3rd team, recognizing Orion and Soo-il's talent, so they stayed out to observe and evaluate every move. As usual, after the mission ended, the winner chose a personal reward. Orion looked at Kim Soo-il, thinking she would choose points, but this time she wanted cash. Orion had guessed wrong. She was saving up to buy a time conversion device. This item not only reversed time, but was also useful when facing powerful opponents. That meant owning it was like having an extra life in the game. Soo-il calculated carefully. A single mistake could ruin everything, even though they were playing a game in the real world. The other team admitted defeat wholeheartedly and wanted to shake hands with Orion. Orion saw Soo-il surprised and took the chance to introduce them. They initially wanted to take advantage, but later offered some support. Hearing that, the other side wanted to respond, but the pink-clad girl quickly mocked them instead. "Oh my kid, so this is the person you wanted to protect with your life." Honestly, with friends like that, the slightest opening invites a stab. Even forming an alliance requires caution. To help the woman in pink save face, the man in black immediately stepped in, joining the conversation with confident initiative. "You are really amazing, be friends with us, all right." Hearing that, Orion hesitated slightly. He still glanced at his boss lady and only dared to agree after seeing her nod. The group on the other side also made their stance clear. To them, this was merely a simple adventure challenge, with absolutely no ill intent. Just as he opened the interface to add friends, the screen suddenly flickered and shifted to a familiar, chilling shade of red. The system reported that another player had illegally intruded. Again, in the blink of an eye, they saw a dark figure shooting toward them from afar. He wore a demon mask, his eyes fierce, weapon gripped tightly in hand, clearly a seasoned PK killer. The man in black immediately raised a protective barrier and shouted to warn Orion. "Hurry and finish choosing your personal reward, or the whole team is done for." Before he could finish speaking, a vicious strike pierced through the barrier, sending him flying as if he had been impaled. The woman in pink flared up in anger, leaping back before charging forward in a frenzied counterattack. A single glance was enough to tell that the two of them were no match for that man. Fortunately, Kim Suel's wolf trap was still in effect. He carelessly stepped on it and was pinned firmly in place. Seizing the opportunity, Orion swung his sword and slashed forward, successfully severing one of his arms. However, the trap only held him briefly. He quickly broke free and turned to flee. Seeing the players sprawled across the ground, Orion immediately instructed Kim Suel, "Stay and heal them, I will be back soon." After hearing that, Suel turned pale. She naturally objected fiercely, but Orion remained firm as always. After a brief yet heavy farewell, she reluctantly complied. Orion rode his sword at full speed, and at the crossroads, he saw the masked man already sitting there waiting as if he had anticipated it. It was clearly a trap. He had deliberately separated him to fight one-on-one. "Actually, I do not want to go too far, but with trash like you this is still too light. I will give you 10 seconds to choose. Either get lost now or stay and endure my wrath." The masked man merely curled his lips in disdain after hearing that. "You were so fierce earlier, now you are trembling already." Orion found that smile oddly familiar, and just as he expected, he pulled out an item that left him stunned, the time reversal device. Kim Suel had just been praising this item as overwhelmingly powerful. Who would have thought it would be used so soon? In a mere instant, his severed arm regrew as if it had never been cut off. So he was not a brainless, reckless fool after all. With his arm restored, he became even stronger, each strike carrying terrifying killing intent. Orion did not dare underestimate him. He focused on evading and observing every movement. His opponent was both ruthless and swift. A single mistake would bring immediate consequences. First, he struggled greatly against the relentless barrage of attacks. Not long after, he realized the situation was worsening as his defenses were continuously shattered. Only when he tasted blood in his throat did Orion understand that he was using a power-boosting item. Everything gradually slipped out of control. The masked man was clearly a master, seemingly having reached the pinnacle of dueling in the game. Trapped in a one-on-one battle, Orion had no choice but to rely on himself. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He took the initiative to close in and shorten the distance. Seeing that, he sneered, "With such garbage skills you still dare to charge in. If you want to die, then hurry up." Ignoring the provocation, Orion rushed forward like a moth to a flame, disregarding the relentless attacks. Unfortunately for him, the volley missed entirely. Orion sidestepped and made him roar in frustration. "What is wrong, kid? Cannot win, so you run. I'm tired of playing, let us end this." He poured all his power into his weapon and unleashed it, the tremendous pressure crushing the ground into a massive crater. Thinking it was over, yet when the dust settled, Orion was still standing there, his hand gripping the sword tightly. It turned out he had used the copy technique, standing still not to accept death but to absorb all the damage. The masked man was stunned, only managing to think that this time he was finished. Immediately after, Orion swung his sword in a fierce counterattack toward him. Unwilling to accept defeat, he gathered his remaining strength and lunged forward to retaliate. Both were injured, but Orion's eyes were colder than ever. 3, 2, 1, what is happening? Only then did he realize that Orion had merely been stalling, waiting for the effect of his formation to end. The decisive blow descended. He was flung backward and collapsed beneath the sweeping blade. Struck head-on like that, it was over. He lay sprawled on the ground watching Orion approach. "Why are you doing this? This is no longer a game. Are you trying to drive people into a corner? What do you gain from this, the event reward, or just the satisfaction of seeing others suffer?" The masked man let out a bitter laugh, knowing he no longer had a chance. "I have lost everything because of this game. My friends and family no longer recognize me, so I want to destroy it all." Before he could finish speaking, a cold, sharp scythe suddenly pierced through him. Orion stood frozen when he saw that weapon. From the mist behind, another figure stepped out, killing intent radiating with chilling coldness. The previous PK killer landed beside the corpse, absorbing the power as if devouring the entire source of energy. "What has happened to this world?" Orion roared. "Are you hunting people out of resentment too?" That man pulled his mask higher and replied coldly, "No, I only want victory." Before he could recover, Orion was dragged into a new battle. After only a few probing exchanges, he realized that this opponent was many times stronger than the previous one. All of his attacks were swiftly blocked and dismantled. Could it be that these people level up as easily as eating? Heaven is truly too unfair. Amid his confusion, Orion noticed that an incoming move felt somewhat unusual. Turned out that not only the Reaper was there, but additional accomplices had appeared. A girl from the Summoner class, and a young man with a murderous aura. 3 against 1, even a buffalo would fall. This was truly beyond his limits. At first the Reaper seemed displeased at having his prey taken, but somehow an agreement was reached and all 3 turned to besiege Orion. At this rate, defeat was only a matter of time. Just as Orion was flustered and unsure how to handle the situation, a new factor suddenly entered the fray. A Hello Kitty pajama set and bunny slippers stood in complete contrast to the massive blade beside him. The man who had been sitting on the rooftop watching the 2 of them hunt monsters earlier had now jumped down to join the battle. It turned out he belonged to the extremely rare dragon hunter class, with only a few people in the entire country possessing it. Even so, he was very friendly, leaving a good impression on Orion. "We can chat later, let me clean up this bunch for you first." Immediately after came the scene of the Death faction charging into a head-on clash with the dragon hunter. For the match to conclude, the most important thing was still for Orion to finish choosing his reward. Dragon hunters grew impatient after a while of fighting and urged the young man to stop watching and quickly pick his reward so it could end. Firstly, Orion hesitated, wondering whether if the battle stopped, people like Kim Suel who were badly injured would be affected. Unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, he saw the girl appear before him. It turned out that while that dragon hunter was supporting Orion, the other teammates had already rushed to Kim Suel to treat them. Group had just regrouped and merged into another formation of the Death faction when Orion completed his reward selection. Before everyone logged out of the game, Lyrian hurriedly asked who they really were and why they had helped. Dragon Hunter smiled kindly, introduced that they belonged to the GI Sun Guild, and reassured him that sooner or later the 2 sides would meet again. Next day, after gathering information, they learned that the GI Sun Guild ranked among the top 3 strongest guilds in the game with around 800 members and a long-standing reputation. Normally, this guild only participated in raids and battles within the game, but it was unclear whether the group Orion met yesterday acted the same way. Horizon incident might force them to change their methods, no longer limiting themselves to the game. When interests are threatened, people easily lose control. For everyone's safety, Kim Suel advised Orion to keep his distance and observe them from afar. At that moment, Yoon Hyun suddenly appeared with killing intent on his face and pulled Orion away. The moment she saw him, Kim Suel showed her displeasure and told him not to come bother them because after everything that happened, there was nothing left to say. Orion gently brushed aside her hand and told her to stay put. He had nothing to fear from anyone. If anything happened, he could handle it himself. There was no need to worry, he would call her after it was settled. Even though she was told not to interfere, Suel still followed quietly behind because she was uneasy. Yoon Hyun maintained a cold expression and began pressuring Orion. He said Seung Won had been seriously injured and hospitalized after taking several blows from Orion. Some bones were cracked though partially recovered, yet his family was planning to file a lawsuit. If the police stepped in and continued investigating, Orion could face trouble, even expulsion or more severe consequences. However, according to him, there was still a way to turn the situation around. Yoon Hyun offered to have his family company's lawyer intervene so Seung Won's family would withdraw the complaint, as long as everything was settled peacefully. In exchange, Orion had to immediately meet Seung Won and kneel to apologize so everything would calm down. But Orion no longer trembled as before. He had changed and had no intention of bowing his head. The version of today was stronger than yesterday. There was no reason to apologize to anyone. He bluntly said they could sue if they wanted, but he would not utter a single word of apology to Seung Won. Because that man had not only tormented him, but also laid hands on Kim Suel, the one who had helped him, that could not be overlooked. He could endure alone, but he would never forgive someone who harmed others because of him, so go ahead and sue, he would not back down. After speaking, Orion took a deep breath, slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. Yet Yoon Hyun refused to stop and brought up Orion's older sister to threaten him. He said that if the police investigated, his sister would learn that he had been bullied. Even as an orphan, his sister had always hoped her younger brother would live a proper life. A painful truth could crush anyone, especially upon learning that he had once been isolated. Orion angrily grabbed his collar and demanded to know why, knowing his family circumstances, he had ignored everything all this time. If he could have stopped others from bullying him, why had he only stood and watched? In the end, he was no different from those people, even though they had once been friends since their innocent days. That so-called friendship turned out to be just a shell. Behind it all were calculations. Yoon Hyun gave a cold laugh and said he had never considered Orion a friend. To him, someone like Orion was never worthy. He had everything, while Orion did not even have parents. They belonged to 2 different classes. It only hung around out of boredom, and implied Kim Suel was the same, since she was born in luxury. Those words were like knives stabbing into Orion's heart. The feeling of betrayal caused him unbearable pain. Orion's gaze changed. He rushed forward and threw several punches, as if ending this rotten relationship. Before leaving, he declared that from now on they would go their separate ways, and he would repay everything. One day he would stand at a higher position to look down on that man. On the way home with a troubled mind, Kim Suel suddenly jumped out and pointed pointed her hand like a gun, startling him. She asked about the relationship between him and Yoon Hyun, admitting she had followed out of concern and witnessed everything. Ryan said they had known each other since middle school and continued into high school. Back then, almost every day after class they stayed by each other's side and gradually became close friends. In high school, when Yoon Hyun befriended a well-known group, distance began to grow between them. At first he even brought him into the circle, but then everything spiraled downward. After listening, Suel could only comfort him not to overthink it. She blushed, fiddled with her hair, and invited Orion to come to her house for noodles that evening if he was free. It was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to invite him. Orion froze and stammered in disbelief. To ease the awkwardness, Suel used the excuse of discussing the lawsuit and told him to come over so they could talk. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the one who had controlled the PK character chasing Orion was meeting with his accomplices and the leader of the Chaos Guild. The moment they met before any conversation began, the Death faction drew their weapons and asked why he had summoned them. They threatened that without a satisfactory explanation, they would end the alliance and deal with him first. The leader remained calm, sipping tea and slowly speaking in circles. K's impulsive attitude made the scene resemble that of a typical villain. He bluntly brought up the dark past at Oseong High School, Class 2-3, the nickname Hung Kai-ho. He laughed loudly, saying he quite liked villains with such pasts. Having his past dragged out, Hung Ki-ho grew furious and lunged forward. But with a single move from the opponent, he collapsed to his knees, unable to move. After that, they entered negotiations, the reward being a way to open a backdoor to bypass the system, an enormous benefit. On arriving home, Leah Ryan and Kim Suel began preparing to cook noodles as promised. Ryan was curious about her background, a young lady living in such a large house yet still diving into a dangerous game. Or did she truly want to build the idle harem paradise she once mentioned? His fanciful thoughts were cut off by a steaming bowl of noodles. Suel said whenever she felt tired or stressed, eating a bowl of noodles made her feel better. That was why she treated him today. She also shared that because her parents were busy and often returned late, she usually stayed home alone at night. Even with servants, she was not the type of young lady who simply waited to be served. She lived in abundance but never relied on money to do whatever she wanted to others. Even less did she see Orion as a toy for amusement. Orion understood that Yoon Hyun's words had made her think, which was why she behaved that way. He comforted her with a few philosophical remarks and then praised her, saying she looked very pretty in an apron. Those words made her face flush red, and she immediately gave him a playful beating. On the other side, Yoon Hyun, after taking a painful beating, calmly returned home as if nothing had happened. Waiting at the door was not silence but Mr. Bo in a sharp suit, standing there to see how his son lived alone. He stepped closer and sternly reminded his son never to make him lose face or bow before anyone. As the child of a conglomerate family, he had to live up to that status. Since it was only the first semester of freshman year, if he wanted to transfer schools he only had to say so, he was ready to find a better place or send him abroad. Instead of continuing those pointless antics at that cramped public school that brought nothing but embarrassment. After being lectured for no clear reason, Baek Yoon Hyun angrily opened the game to vent his frustration. Unexpectedly, while already irritated, he grew even more furious when someone inside attempted to assassinate him. Though he knew killing another player would turn him into a PK character and bring punishment, Baek Yoon Hyun still dealt with the opponent mercilessly for daring to touch him. Thinking of Orion, he ground his teeth and muttered why these guys kept appearing again and again, truly troublesome. In his heated state, just after taking one down another rushed over, Yoon Hyun immediately aimed his arrow forward and threatened whether he wanted to follow the same fate. That man showed no fear. Instead, he seemed intrigued and sweetly invited him to cooperate at once. Feeling disgusted, Yoon Hyun shot straight away without hesitation, but the opponent instantly vanished. Thanks to a teleportation skill, he flickered in and out and even complained about being shot in the face. After a chase like cat and mouse, he finally got to the point and introduced himself as the one in charge of recruitment for a certain guild. Hearing the word guild, Yoon Hyun immediately refused bluntly because he had no interest at all. But that man did not give up. He even revealed an upcoming event with a reward of 20 billion won and the phenomenon of humans turning into their game characters in real life. Hearing that, Yoon Hyun suddenly recalled Orion's unusual power and appearance and turned pale. Before leaving, he said that if he was interested, he should go to the Primordial Island. If he cleared out the PKs there and climbed to the top of the tower, many secrets would be unveiled. At the very least, he should try putting in some effort to investigate if he wanted to know something interesting. After that conversation, Yoon Hyun's mind was filled only with images of Leo Ryung, wondering whether everything was truly real. The next morning at the school gate, a brand new sports car appeared, making everyone passing by gasp in admiration. Suel teased Orion about whether he had prepared it for himself, but with his empty wallet that was clearly impossible. Last night Orion had feared getting into legal trouble, but when Suel said he only needed to prove harassment, he finally felt relieved. Even so, thinking about being detained still made him shiver. While they were chatting lively, from inside the car a purple-haired girl and a blonde-haired young man stepped out and waved. They invited the two to skip class and go to their base, leaving them frozen for a few seconds before looking at each other and asking who they were. Once they came to their senses, they guessed these must be people from the Jai Sun Guild. Thinking Orion would refuse, unexpectedly he told Suel to get in the car with him, making her slightly anxious as she asked if it was all right. Orion reassured her that they knew his name and school, meaning if they wanted to act they would have done so earlier. The fact that they had not made a move proved they only wanted to talk. Perhaps they could even gather more information about the Horizon event. At the base, they met several members of Jai Sun, not as many as imagined despite being a large guild. The purple-haired girl explained that the guild was indeed large, but not everyone had been transformed. Called the phenomenon of game embodiment in real-life transformation and had already conducted preliminary research on it. Although they did not fully understand the mechanism, they had collected data to find the activation conditions. According to Renson, the common point was being within the top 100 players with high fame. Not all members were transformed, but those present here all belonged to that group. The purple-haired girl told them not to be surprised because Orion ranked 89, while Kim Suel ranked 47. Especially Orion, he possessed an impressive record by entering the rankings thanks to personal quests and events. He never even participated in PvP, including ranked matches. After a period of discussion, the main purpose was to invite Orion and Suel to join the guild. The guild leader offered a series of benefits such as sharing exclusive information. They would also support living expenses, recovery during missions, and protection from chaos. Chaos was both the place where PK players were exiled and the nickname of a guild specializing in hunting others. Faced with the unexpected invitation, Orion hesitated slightly because joining would make playing the game much easier. Suel directly asked about the 20 billion reward and the wish if they won, as well as the consequences of refusing. The purple-haired girl replied that the money would be divided equally, the wish would be a collective desire, and refusing would have no issue. However, if they met during the event, it would be better to stay away because they intended to win at any cost. Suel was torn because joining increased the chance of victory but meant giving up a personal wish, while going alone carried great risk. Moreover, they were members of one of the 3 strongest guilds, all seasoned experts. When life was placed on the scale, joining the guild seemed like the safer choice. Before finishing his thoughts, Orion decisively said no if the reward had to be shared. He asserted that he needed that wish and would rather form a separate team with Suel to join the event. Guild leader curiously asked what the wish was, but after hearing it, everyone burst into laughter. Orion said he wanted to build a harem empire filled with all the idols he loved. Suel exploded in anger and punched him repeatedly, scolding him for talking nonsense and asking when he would ever mature. Kang X-Do, ranked 13 in the guild, found the scene irritating and stepped forward intending to teach them a lesson. It turned out that besides recruitment, Jai Sun also hunted those who posed a potential threat and forced them to leave the game. Unlike Chaos, they only defeated opponents to the point of losing motivation rather than eliminating them. The match would be one-on-one, and the loser had to accept the penalty of taking a break from playing. If he did not accept it was fine, they had already collected enough data on his skills. In any case, the break was only psychological, no one could truly force it. Therefore, they needed to crush the opponent's will to avoid trouble later. The guild leader gave the 2 5 seconds to think before deciding. But Orion did not hesitate and immediately refused. If he lost, he would join the guild. If he won, then they had to join his party. The guild leader found the proposal interesting and agreed. Even so, she had already calculated that since they outnumbered him, they would immediately overturn it if necessary. After the match, regardless of the result, they could still make a move once Orion was exhausted. At the Jai Sun training ground, the PvP match began with no time limit, no equipment, and no leaving the ring. If any incident occurred, other members would intervene at once. They even had a high-level healer on standby, so there was nothing to worry about. The battle between level 13 Martial Soul Master Kang X-Do and level 88 Orion officially commenced. Martial Soul Master had short range but powerful combos. Orion had to press from the start to avoid being closed in. Before he could make a move, Kang X-Do had already activated the skill Ancestor's Gaze, accepting damage to narrow the distance. Orion was struck repeatedly and knocked back several meters. Even so, he had anticipated it, taking a blow to the abdomen in exchange for a chance to counterattack. Both sides were evenly matched, clashing repeatedly then separating, fighting until both began to feel fatigue. Orion retaliated against his opponent's attacks, suddenly driving his fist straight into that man's face. Unexpectedly, a skill that seemed fake became useful in real combat. It seemed he had created a new fighting style after being attacked so many times by classmates, a style meant only for head-on confrontations. A unique combination, a swordsman on one side and a brawler on the other. The opponent was forced back by the unusual move. Orion seized the advantage and continued advancing. When the opponent lost his rhythm and opening appeared, it was the moment for the decisive strike. However, at noon, Ixu used an overwhelmingly powerful skill thanks to the appearance of an ancient god, increasing damage by 600% for 5 consecutive strikes. Orion endured the blows one after another. 1, 2, then 4 strikes. Blood streamed endlessly from all over his body. Only the final decisive blow remained. It sent a chill through him. The battle would end if Orion did not find a way to break the opponent's momentum and turn the tide. On the fifth strike, Iksu charged straight at Orion, but he blocked it with his bare hands. He used the damage absorption skill with unwavering resolve to return the attack. This was the secret move Orion had prepared from the start. This was the chance for him to counterattack with his ultimate skill. Therefore, he willingly took the fourth strike as planned, allowing the opponent to throw the final punch at him. Now it was Orion's turn to return blow for blow. Iksu endured the ancient god manifestation skill and was sent flying straight into the wall. At last the battle ended. Victory fell to Orion with ease. Kim Suel beamed with joy and ran over to hug him tightly, her happiness overflowing. Thanks to the healing skill, everyone recovered their strength immediately. He realized the previous healer character was not weak. It was only because the teammates offered no support that it had failed to develop. With everything settled, it was time for the punishment. Kim Suel energetically proposed changing the punishment, renaming the guild to Kim Suel and her idiots, and everyone had to tattoo the word idiot in 72-point font. Only she could come up with such a bizarre punishment. Reassure everyone and allow open discussion, he suggested forming an alliance. Although he had previously said the loser would become the subordinate of the winner, he actually had no intention of seizing anyone's guild. He also did not plan to oppose them, so forming an alliance and supporting each other would be better. Interesting, and with nothing to lose, the guild master considered it and accepted cooperation with Orion. Afterwards, to make the alliance convenient, both sides exchanged contact methods. Kim Suel disagreed as if jealous, insisting that the contact information be exchanged with her, not with Orion. The two girls glared at each other sharply. The alliance was not yet formed, yet it already felt on the verge of collapse. Afterwards, they agreed to meet the next day to exchange information. Few days later, they met as arranged. The secret of the black door gradually came to light. The door not only allowed monsters to appear, but was also the path toward the highest level. Even unusual beings, monsters from the game with altered abilities or entirely new creatures, had begun to appear. The method to open the door was still unknown. Even the members of the Chaos Guild had little information. One member believed the key lay in personal awareness. He agreed because he had once felt something similar. Thanks to Orion, Jason believed the black door existed and that he could open it. Once again, the guild master tactfully suggested he join the guild to support each other more smoothly. That night, Orion and Kim Suel hunted monsters as usual and performed excellently. Just as they were about to leave, they received an additional notification from the system. Those who completed the mission without injury would be allowed to attempt a previous quest and receive a special reward beyond money, items, or random boxes. It was the first time seeing such a mission. Kim Suel hesitated to participate because she did not know the reward. In contrast, he advised trying the mission. Special reward might be information about the horizon or a similar game. When her teammate agreed, Kim Suel nodded in acceptance. The next day at the meeting point, the mission began quickly. It was a timed mission. Hunt 8 abandoned prince monsters of the Ascend Kingdom within 15 minutes. Despite the time limit, they still had to complete the mission. Speaking of the Ascend Kingdom, Suel remembered a story she once liked. Before she could tell it, the monster appeared and ruined the mood. Because it was timed, they hunted separately and communicated through calls. Within seconds, Orion had already cut one down, splitting it in half through the middle. Kim Suel handled 3 at once as well. Progress was rapid. In just over 12 minutes, they dealt with 7. One more would complete the mission. Since it was not an unusual creature, they only needed to carefully search the small alleys to find it. As predicted, with 5 minutes left, they found the final prince. He rushed forward and cut down the monster easily, a skill useful in straight alleys. He happily informed his teammate that the mission was complete. But the clock kept ticking. The system reported only 7 had been defeated. 1 still remained. It felt unreal. He had clearly cut it down. He looked up and was startled to see the black door. The monster looked at him and said, "At last we have arrived. Our paradise." The horizon then vanished. He realized something and immediately called Kim Suel to recount the entire story of the abandoned prince of the Ascend Kingdom. In short, the Ascend Kingdom was destroyed for committing blasphemy against the divine. Prince fled the kingdom to seek paradise. The horizon was the course of the story. He realized the mission was not random. Everything was an extension of unfinished stories within the game. As long as they found unusual creatures, they would know which type of monster could provide clues about the horizon. In the dark basement, a fierce battle continued. He continuously swung his sword at the monster before him. He told himself not to panic. Its defense was only slightly higher than that of the Razor Beast. With the damage he dealt, he could completely defeat it within the time limit. Thinking so, he slashed down at the fastest speed. He bit his lip and muttered he would deal with those 2 troublesome fists. At the same time, the monster remained standing despite being slashed. In the blink of an eye, its arm returned to normal. He widened his eyes, unable to believe this sight. He did not give up and slashed at it again. At that moment, a golden light appeared in its mouth. The light shot straight forward. An explosion rang out, and the ground was destroyed by the beam. Before him lay rubble and shattered earth. He burst from the debris and charged straight at the monster. If he could not destroy its body parts first, he would overwhelm it with with a storm of attacks, leaving it no chance to counterattack. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the attack he had prepared in advance. In just an instant, cracks spread across the monster's face as if it were about to shatter. Seeing that, Orion remained calm, softly muttering not to stop and continuing to deploy the next skill. Activated the wrath of the avenging panther spirit, countless streams of sword light slicing through the air at high speed. The cracks on the monster's face widened more and more. Orion felt secretly satisfied. The damage was still increasing. He only needed to maintain it a little longer to complete the mission. Without delay, he tightened his grip on the sword and charged straight forward. But at that very moment, the state on the monster's body suddenly changed. Orion's eyes widened in shock. This feeling could it be? Elsewhere, Suel stood waiting for Orion in a secluded corner. A red alarm sounded, signaling that time had run out. The monster no longer focused on fighting. A blue light began to envelop its body. Orion's face darkened at once. The mission had failed. What would happen next? While he was still uneasy, Suel hurried over. Orion sighed apologetically and said he almost defeated it but ran out of time. Suel shook her head and reassured him it was fine, at least he was safe. Orion frowned and asked whether there would be any punishment for failing. Suel answered seriously, "Who knew? We have never failed a mission, nor abandoned one midway, so I am not sure." Just then the system suddenly made a sound that caused Orion to flinch. The mechanical voice rang out, "What a pity Kim, Suel and Orion did not complete this mission." Suel frowned at the provocative tone. The system continued, "But fortunately, you have reached over 50% progress, so you will be granted another chance to try again." Orion glanced at Suel and muttered, "3:50 in the morning." She shook her head and corrected him. It was the afternoon, not morning. The mechanical voice sounded again, "Will you seize this opportunity?" Two fell into thoughtful silence. Orion slightly furrowed his brows, hesitation clear in his eyes. After a while he said, "Let us not accept it." Suel asked in surprise why. He slowly analyzed that until now missions always took place late at night, so civilians were rarely involved, but at 4 in the afternoon there were still many people on the streets. If it appeared on a crowded street, dozens or even hundreds of innocent people could be put in danger. He did not want to gamble other people's lives for the sake of a mission. Suel worriedly replied, "But what if we defeat the monster before things go out of control?" At that point she suddenly hesitated. Then she exhaled heavily, "No, you are right, just one person getting hurt would already cause serious consequences. Then let us abandon this mission." Even though they were curious about the reward, they could not take the risk. However, because of the failure, she still felt a little down and demanded that tomorrow Orion buy strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger as compensation. Orion nodded and said, "At least this mission helped us trace some story clues. How about reviewing the game content before a new mission appears?" Suel agreed and said she would review the details related to the missions they had completed. Next morning, after a night full of turmoil, dawn rose again. Students gradually carried their bags to school as usual. School day passed peacefully, Orion and Suel as well. Suel stepped out of the restroom. Someone called out to her. So Jung approached from afar with a smile and asked if she had any plans after school. Suel replied, "Not yet, I will just talk with Orion for a bit then go home." So Jung winked, "I have a counseling session with the homeroom teacher and am skipping cram class today, want to go shopping with me?" Suel smiled, "Sure, then we can eat something delicious too." Two girls walked and chatted lively. After a while So Jung said goodbye and told her she would text after the counseling session. Suel watched her friend's figure fade away, her heart easing slightly. She thought her friend was truly adorable and planned to let her eat her fill today so her cheeks would become plumper. After school everyone gradually left. In the classroom only Orion and Suel remained. Orion looked at his phone and said, "I read about the wolf god Waham. There is a story behind his teleportation skill. Waham, to protect the mage, acted against the group that wanted to attack her, breaking a taboo and bearing punishment, but the Lord understood and granted him the ability to meet the mage." Suel immediately guessed that ability was teleportation. Orion nodded and added that in the game Waham could not endure his longing, so he escaped from prison, and in the end the player had to defeat him. Suel commented that perhaps that story was continuing in reality, because many plotlines had linked with the real world. That meant the main storyline of the game might also be operating in the real world. Orion said in a low voice, "I once thought so, but not necessarily, because the main plot revolves around heroes and monsters granted power in the Lord's world." However, there was one detail that caught his attention while reading many stories. Every time the Lord was mentioned, referred to a black hole in the sky. Suel frowned. Was that not just a fictional element in the game? Orion replied, "I am not sure, but black holes are sometimes considered gateways to other universes, so it might be a hint." Suel sighed helplessly. "There are too many details to think about. I do not know where to start." Just then her phone vibrated. It was a message from So Jung telling her to come to the main gate. Only then did she realize it was already dark and turned to say, "I have an appointment, so I will go first. Are you going home?" Orion nodded and said, "Yes, I should head back too." The two walked out of the classroom together. Orion asked, "Are you going to tell the Doyson group about this?" Suel shook her head, "We are not certain about anything yet." She decided to keep it secret until she was sure, then use the information properly, because everyone had put put effort into this. Ryan gave a wry smile and said, "Do not be too strict with Jason, we are allies," but Suel coldly cut him off, "There are no exceptions." While they were still talking, the system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Orion to halt. A notification window appeared before his eyes. "Previous mission will activate at a location in 5 minutes. Do you accept?" Orion's face darkened. "The previous mission, did we not refuse it yesterday?" Suel was also puzzled and asked the system what is going on. The mechanical voice replied, "Another user has accepted the mission you abandoned, but since it originally belonged to you, do you want to take it back? If you agree, the mission will turn into a competitive format and you may receive rewards, but if you refuse, you will be considered as interfering with another user's mission." Orion asked who accepted that mission. "Are they in this school?" The system remained silent and did not answer immediately. After a moment it said, "I cannot disclose that information." Suel thought for a moment, then decided to accept the mission. Orion was about to stop her, but she firmly said, "Hesitation is useless. The mission has started. We must complete it as quickly as possible. Only then can we ensure that the people in the school right now are not drawn into danger." Orion frowned at her, for a moment not knowing what to say. After a brief silence to think, he slowly said, "I understand. When you find someone to take this mission, remember to inform me. That person could be a BK member, or possibly someone from Charles's faction." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed accept. The system immediately notified that the mission had been received and that he would be teleported to the corresponding location. The system's voice had barely faded when a blue light enveloped Orion and the person beside him. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the corridor. The space instantly became strangely empty. In a corner by the wall, a figure had appeared at some unknown time without anyone noticing. He wore a hoodie pulled low over his head, the corner of his lips curling into a malicious smile. At the other end of the corridor, two male students were leaving school late. The one with glasses excitedly asked if they should stop by the PC Bang before going home. The other curled his lips and replied that with such poor skills there was no point. Stung at his weak spot, the boy with glasses flared up at once. "Be quiet, at least I am better than you." Suddenly a strange sound echoed ahead, startling both of them. What was that? Is anyone there? The corridor remained empty, without a single person in sight. The boy with glasses clicked his tongue. "Forget it. Play for an hour then go home. If my mother finds out I went to the PC Bang, I am finished." Before he could finish speaking, the person beside him was struck by an invisible force. He was flung away in an instant. More horrifying was that within moments he collapsed and lay motionless. The boy with glasses witnessed the scene, his face turning pale. He screamed in panic, unaware that something had already drawn close behind him. The monster immediately lunged forward to attack. At the critical moment, Orion appeared from a distance. The blade swept across, halting the assault and splitting the monster in two. Its body gradually restored itself as if it had never been harmed. Seeing the male student lying on the ground, Orion clenched his teeth in fury. "Damn it, it has already taken their lives." He turned to the one with glasses and urgently said, "Do not stand there anymore. Run. The school is extremely dangerous right now." The student trembled and asked what exactly was happening. Orion's expression darkened. He had thought ordinary people could not see him and the monster. Now how was he supposed to evacuate everyone? While he was calculating, the alarm rang throughout the building. Right after that, Suel came running from the end of the corridor. She explained that she had activated the fire alarm to evacuate the students. "Let us go. We must find the monster immediately." Orion nodded and praised her for doing well. The two quickly dashed down the corridor. As they ran, Suel asked if they should split up. Orion shook his head. This time they had to coordinate together. To bring down the variant they had encountered before in a short time, they were forced to combine their strength. They had not run far when three monsters blocked their path. The two halted. Orion immediately shouted Kim Suel's name. Got it, Suel replied swiftly, activating the enhanced sound labyrinth skill to boost all of Orion's stats. Orion shot forward, the sword in his hand tracing sharp streaks of light. In mere moments, the three monsters were all cut down. Sheathing his sword, he looked at the corpses around him with a chill. The mission had only just begun, and already too many students had fallen victim. Before he could finish thinking, his expression changed abruptly. A level 4 had already evolved halfway. Before he could make a move, the monster before him vanished. Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed down from the upper floor. Suel exclaimed in alarm that it had gone upstairs. Orion immediately responded, "Go up now." On the staircase, several students had not yet managed to leave. Seeing the monster before her, a female student was so terrified that she froze in place and stammered what was happening. She cried out for help in utter despair. The monster had already swung its sword toward her, but before the strike could land, a blinding flash of light erupted. Orion appeared standing before the monster. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Now Kim Suel." Suel immediately cast the spike trap skill. Spikes burst up from the ground, pinning the monster in place. It was fixed between rows of sharp spikes. Seizing the opportunity, Orion turned to the female student and said, "You are safe now, run quickly." But the girl could only cry and call for her mother. Orion frowned in worry. This is bad, she is not listening. He gave a decisive flick of his hand. The monster's roar startled the girl into running away. Only then did Orion let out a breath of relief. Without wasting another moment, he turned to Suel and shouted, "Head to the main building immediately. The monsters are likely concentrated concentrated there. Yet after speaking, Suel did not respond. She stood still, making him feel uneasy. Ryan stepped closer to check and was stunned. So Young lay there amid a pool of dark red. Suel softly said that she had told her she would wait at the gate, which was why she was here. She gripped her staff so tightly that the veins on her hand stood out. Orion understood her pain and patted her shoulder to comfort her. So Young is not dead yet. If medicine or a healing skill is used in time, she can still be saved. Suel hesitated. Doing so might result in punishment or losing all the rewards they had obtained. Ryan shook his head. It does not matter. Saving her comes first. Whether it is a punishment mission or anything else, I will bear it with you. As long as she can be saved, it is enough. Suel hesitated briefly, then nodded. I understand. But only 8 minutes remained. With the school's complex structure, they could not afford to wait long. Ryan decided, I will go to the main building first. After saving So Young come there. As he turned to leave, Suel called out, wait, Orion, take this with you. Orion turned back and asked what it was. Suel said nothing. She simply threw something toward him, and Orion swiftly caught it. She explained that it was a high-grade weapon she had received before. She had planned to trade it away, but it might be useful now. So this time eliminate them all, including the variants. Ryan nodded firmly. I will return to meet you. At the school's main building at this moment, the monster was wandering around this area. Blazing red eyes continuously swept the surroundings, searching for prey. While it was distracted, Orion leapt down from above and slashed his sword straight at its head. This monster was level 7, the others were merely variants. The mission would end once he defeated it. When he found the monster, his eyes widened in horror. He recognized it as the 3-headed 6-armed monster from before. This time it had mutated even further. Orion frowned, knowing this was not the time for fear. The variant was still attacking. Suddenly, a disturbance sounded from behind. Ryan smashed the door and charged in from outside. His eyes were resolute. He only needed to focus on taking it down. He immediately activated the fury of the Panther Spirit skill. Streaks of sword energy danced through the air. The sword in Orion's hand was already shrouded in blood aura. A powerful streak of sword light shot forward at great speed. Cracks visibly spread across the variant's face. At that moment, a magic circle appeared behind it, a foot stepping out. It immediately charged toward Orion. Even though he retreated quickly, he was still struck by the kick. As he tried to brace himself, the variant kept lunging at him without pause. Not daring to be careless, Orion raised his sword to block. Only 30 seconds remained. His passive skill made him nearly invulnerable, while also increasing his damage. He used the dragon soul that Suel had given him. Only 30 seconds left. He had to finish it with the next attack. Orion lifted his sword to block the variant's attack. Immediately, he increased his damage 5-fold. 5 seconds later, his stats would be halved. If he did not finish this strike, there would be no more chances. This was the final attack. It had to be precise. Orion hesitated for a brief moment before thrusting his sword forward. A barrage of blades from the variant rushed toward him at the same time. A thunderous explosion suddenly echoed through the corridor. Debris and stones blasted in every direction, and the space trembled violently. Amid the thick smoke, Orion swung his sword and slashed fiercely at the mutated creature. The brutal strike split its body cleanly in two in an instant. Only then did he let out a faint sigh of relief, telling himself he had done it. The mission was as good as complete. Yet before the joy could last, his eyes widened in horror. A beam of light suddenly shot straight toward him. He immediately retreated sharply to dodge the attack. He muttered in shock, what is that? Why is he here? A figure gradually emerged before him. It was Yoon Hyung, who had not shown himself for a long time. That man held a compact bow in his hand, the corner of his lips curling with smugness as he looked at Orion. Winding to earlier, inside a castle riddled with cracks. Yoon Hyung lay sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted. At that moment, a deep voice sounded, congratulations, Yoon Hyun. It was the man he had met before, raising his brow as he looked at him, and said it was hard to believe he had climbed the Chaos Tower so quickly. How did it feel to become the strongest and youngest PK player? As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow was pressed close to his head. Yoon Hyung said coldly, stop the nonsense and tell me everything you are still hiding. About how he could bring characters into the real world, and about Orion's transformation. Orion, the man snorted softly, so he has already encountered someone who experienced biological conversion. Yoon Hyung frowned and asked again, what does conversion mean? The other replied calmly, it is the borrowing of biological data. A lengthy explanation would be hard for you to grasp, so I will keep it simple. Simply put, it is like dismantling and reassembling Lego blocks into a different form. Yoon Hyung frowned in confusion and asked, what do you mean by a different form? The man suddenly seemed to recall something. Alright, I need to tell you this first. This is not a virtual reality game, but a parallel universe. That world is linked to the 3D game timeline, so people in this space feel a sense of familiarity. The more Yoon Hyung listened, the more confused he became. Then he turned to check the system. The man looked at him suspiciously. Yoon Hyun, are you planning to leave without hearing me out? Yoon Hyung snorted coldly. if you have time to ramble then go to your mission. I do not have time for your nonsense. After saying that, he muttered irritably that he had wasted too much time on that man. The man showed brief surprise then smiled. It seems you do not believe me, then I will have to use another method. The moment he finished speaking, Yoon Hyung's eyes widened instantly. A hand had pierced straight through his body. The man smiled mysteriously. You must witness and experience it yourself. Yoon Hyung bit his lip and shouted angrily, you lunatic, what are you doing? The other did not reply, calmly stating your flow state has only reached 87.8%. I thought it would have hit 90% after you played so much. You might lose your life. The words left Yoon Hyung stunned. The man raised his brow and continued, even so it is not my fault. It is just that luck is not on your side. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon Hyun's body began to fade, making him cry out in panic, what is happening? The man gave a faint smile, good luck Beak Yoon Hyun. Only hoped he would survive. Then Yoon Hyung's body completely vanished into thin air. In another building, it was late at night, and only a few rooms still had lights on. Yoon Hyung had returned to the real world, but the intense pain made his body tremble uncontrollably. Unable to endure it any longer, he let out a scream. The game device in his hand also fell to the floor. Clutching his chest, he coughed violently from the pain. That moment, a figure appeared before him again. From the darkness, that man stepped out holding a game device. A deep voice sounded, how does it feel? Are you dizzy or nauseous? Yoon Hyung frowned at the other and asked hoarsely, who are you? Are you also a player? Not exactly, the man gave a faint smile. One who enjoys the game would not call himself a player. He introduced himself as one of the 5 creators of the game, the CEO of Intohal Software. Back to the present, Yoon Hyung was drawing his bow aimed straight at Orion. That man curled his lips and said, you must be very proud to have done what no one else could. But unfortunately, I have achieved it as well. He looked at Orion provocatively and said coldly, you must be frustrated after losing your only advantage over me. Orion snorted, I do not really care, and I do not even know how you obtained that power. But what he wanted to confirm was that the one who received that mission was him, was it not? Yoon Hyung stared at him for a long moment before admitting, yes, it was me. Hearing that, Orion's expression darkened instantly. He roared in fury that someone had paid with their life because of this. Innocent students who had no ability to defend themselves. All of them had died because of him. Glared and demanded, do you know that, Yoon Hyun? That man replied coldly, is that so? What a pity, but you are mistaken. I did not strike directly, so what crime have I committed? You are insane, Orion shouted in anger and tightened his grip on the sword as he charged forward. Another explosion resounded through the classroom corridor. It was the aftermath of the clash between Orion and Yoon Hyun. As he attacked, Orion shouted, how far have you fallen, Beak Yoon Hyun? The blade came down again, forcing Yoon Hyung to retreat to evade. He gritted his teeth and drew the bow, preparing to shoot. An arrow carrying tremendous force shot out. The arrow flew straight toward Orion, then streaked past. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, the tip of his sword thrusting straight into Yoon Hyung's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, the pain made him cry out. Even so, he still refused to give up, because he still had one final trump card. In the blink of an eye, a colossal giant appeared behind him, its 2 arms like enormous blades. Charged straight at Orion with savage ferocity. Not daring to be careless, Orion quickly raised his sword to defend. The overwhelming force drove its twin blades straight into the ground. Orion seized the chance and leaped high into the air. Despite the wounds still covering his body, he activated the skill blooming dotted flower to counterattack. His single slash carried terrifying power, shattering the giant into pieces. As he landed, Yoon Hyung's bow was already aimed directly at him. He clenched his lips, his eyes resolute, clearly intent on killing Orion. The arrow had barely been released when Orion cut it down. Looked at him, anger plainly written across his face. He kicked toward him. He fell hard to the ground. He said coldly, I thought you only found joy in bullying me. But today he saw his true nature, a monster. After speaking, he raised his sword, intending to cut him down. Just as the blade descended, childhood memories flooded back, when the two of them had once laughed together as children. In the end, he still did not dare to look directly. He closed his eyes and slashed straight at his shoulder. At the same time, Yoon Hyung's body was suddenly enveloped in a faint golden light. Only then did Orion dare to open his eyes. At a glance, his eyes were filled with shock. Before him stood nothing but a bare skeleton. Orion was astonished. Where had this skeleton come from? A mocking voice sounded from behind. You went a bit too far with our newcomer. Orion turned around and saw a woman appear, Yoon Hyung restrained behind by the skeleton. The woman laughed and said, we were only playing, yet you are this fierce. Necromancer, Orion cried out in shock. Do not tell me you were the one who saved Yoon Hyun. Necromancer sneered, that is right, you fool, are you upset? Necromancer was the one who had caused the earlier chaos. Do not tell me Yoon Hyung has already joined the guild. At that moment, Necromancer frowned in surprise. Sharp spikes burst from the ground. She hurriedly pulled Yoon Hyung and jumped away. He mocked, wondering where your teammate was, so the labyrinth master was hiding here. Suel appeared behind them, void order speaking, who said I was hiding. Her staff glowed as the skill labyrinth beast was activated. Necromancer's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Suel said coldly, a top player never abandons teammates, you simply have not realized it. Numerous golden rays shot from Suel's hands toward Necromancer, making her scream in pain. At that moment, Suel noticed something. An emergency system alert suddenly finally appeared. Necromancer activated the skill Hell Barrier summoning, increasing magical defense. She laughed. You nearly scared me to death. Suel gave Ada no chance to breathe and charged again. She snorted an order, do not relax, my skill is not over yet. Necromancer scoffed, I know already, idiot. Ada activated the skill Deadman Field. Instantly, numerous skeletons rose from the ground. He blocked Orion's path. He paid them no attention. He rushed forward, his sword slashing toward Necromancer without hesitation. She had no time to defend and was wounded by a slash, shocked that he had broken through. Her field of the dead and poison only made him evade. It was truly insane. How could this be possible? Ryan shouted loudly, ignore her, Kim Suel, finish it. Suel attacked toward Necromancer. She nodded, understood. Necromancer clenched her lips, who are they, how are they so strong, am I going to die here? Suel continued firing beams of light at her. The ground was shattered. Within the golden light, Necromancer used a bone fragment to defend. The system voice rang out, reward selection when time ends, transferring now. Their actions were restricted, their bodies surrounded by blue light. Necromancer rejoiced, good, perfect timing, I did not die. Orion was extremely furious. If interrupted by others, the reward would stop. He recalled what the system had said earlier. He realized this was why everyone treated it like a competition, not an interruption. Necromancer escaped danger and said smugly, stubborn brat, your name is Orion A. He warned, be careful next round, I will destroy you. Orion snorted disdainfully. From this round I can see I can easily defeat you. Necromancer raged, are you courting death? Today I did not fight well because of a newcomer, understand, that is why it was easy for you. Next time I will show you my true skills and wipe out both of you, foolish children. After speaking, the school grounds vanished. Classroom corridor was empty. A moment later, Orion and Suel were teleported here. Suel looked at Orion, are you alright? The wounds are severe. Orion replied, really, I do not feel anything. He told her to look outside the window. There were many ambulances and fire trucks, along with many people. Suel nodded, leave quietly, if they see us it will be troublesome. Orion agreed, saying nothing to them. Because of the commotion, many ambulances and fire trucks were outside the school. In another corner, Orion and Suel rested. Suel looked worriedly at Orion's wounds and said, no one can see us, I will heal you now, you should not go home looking like this. Orion gave a slight nod in confirmation. Today he could only use medicine for treatment. He could not let those chaotic people catch him while he needed time to activate his healing ability. Yes, so what should we do now? Suel found his words reasonable and did not argue further. Suddenly Orion remembered and asked about Hanso's condition. He had heard that she had been seriously injured earlier. Suel nodded lightly, I treated her and took her somewhere safe. She is probably at the hospital by now. While the two were still talking, Suel's phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered, then turned to Orion and said, I have to go first, the housekeeper just called. Orion replied softly, all right, be careful. Watching her fade into the distance, Orion felt a hint of sadness. A call from home, they must be terribly worried after seeing the news. He suddenly wondered if anyone had been looking for him. But when he took out his phone, he discovered it had been scorched pitch black. There was no way it could still be used. Strangely, it had not cracked or shattered until now. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in the middle of the city, members of the Charles Society were gathered there. The masked man showed his displeasure toward Yoon Hyung. I once placed high expectations on that rookie because I heard he was very capable. Who would have thought he would be easily defeated by a long-range Avenger? Necromancer gave a cold laugh, do not be too harsh on the rookie. Though he does not have a high rank, at least he is still more valuable than a few others. Hearing that, the masked man grew furious, you are the most useless one here. I assigned you to supervise the rookie, yet you suffered a crushing defeat and still call yourself rank 22. Necromancer gritted his teeth in response. What did you just say, you fat bastard? If you doubt my ability, then come here and settle it. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, as if it were about to explode. Just then someone stepped in from outside to stop them. Enough, fighting in here will only fill the place with dust. If you want to settle it, go somewhere remote. If no one notices, then whatever happens, no one will know. Masked man looked at the newcomer, Ryu Xian, when did you return? Are you not continuing your surveillance? Ryu Xian nodded, I am not going back there. The chairman said Horizon is about to begin. So I will stay here for a while. There are still many games I have yet to try. After hearing that, the masked man could only sigh, truly carefree. Ryu Xian did not argue, his gaze shifting to Yoon Hyung as he spoke in a low voice, but there is something else that needs to be handled first. Yoon Hyung was still lying unconscious at this time. The executioner confronted the Avenger. Despite having a rank, the system still prioritized the executioner's tier as higher. He believed the issue lay in Yoon Hyung's skills. Though lacking experience, his strength was not bad. What was worrying was that the Avenger was strong enough to disrupt the hierarchy if left unchecked. He would certainly become an obstacle to the chairman's plan. Ryu Xian hesitated. It seemed Yoon Hyung wanted to handle the Avenger personally. If they waited for him to wake up, it might take too much time. So should they strike first and eliminate him? Horizon was drawing near. If there were concerns about potential risks, acting early might not be a bad idea. Thinking that, he curled his lips into a faint smile. Dragging out the game would only make it less interesting. Back at the building where Orion lived, it was late at night, but a few rooms rooms were still lit. The stairwell, someone was waiting. Orion's older sister kept looking at her phone, as if waiting for some news. Anxiety was clearly written across her face. After a while, Orion appeared from afar. The moment he saw her, he called out loudly, "Sis." She startled and ran over. "Are you all right? Why are you only coming home at this hour?" Orion scratched his head awkwardly. "I was talking with a few friends." But she was still not at ease. "Why did you not answer your phone? Do you know how worried I was after watching the news?" Orion froze. "What news? What happened?" He quickly explained, "There were several explosions at your school. 9 people died, 12 were injured. The entire school nearly collapsed. The scene was utterly chaotic." Orion looked at the phone screen, his face turning pale. He thought it best not to mention that he had been there. She would only worry more. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Wait." He noticed a strange stain on his shirt. "What is this? It is not blood, is it? Your shirt is torn too. What exactly happened?" Orion quickly waved his hands. "It is nothing. I slipped while playing soccer at noon and got a nosebleed." She frowned. "Slipped while playing soccer, are you sure? Then why is there not a single scratch on your face?" Orion paused, only then realizing the flaw. Fumbled, not knowing how to explain. In the end he sighed, "I am sorry, I lied. I was near there when the incident happened. But I truly was not hurt. You can tell just by looking. You are a nurse after all." He sighed, "Aside from some surface scrapes, I do not see anything, but you could have internal injuries. Many people do not realize they are bleeding internally until it is too late. You cannot just look and conclude whether you are fine or not." So she insisted on taking him to the hospital immediately. Tomorrow she would ask a familiar doctor to examine him thoroughly. Orion did not want to at all, shaking his head and saying he felt completely normal, and he still had school tomorrow. He spoke sternly, "The school will be closed for a week because of the incident. And do not pretend as if nothing happened." She was truly worried, afraid that her younger brother might have been among those 9 unfortunate people. After saying that, she hugged Orion tightly, catching him off guard. She rarely showed her emotions like this. That moment brought back the familiar feeling of childhood. Not wanting to make her sadder, he nodded, "I understand. I will go for a checkup tomorrow." He reassured her not to worry too much about him. The next morning at the city hospital, Orion truly went for an examination. Although he had acted calm last night, he was still worried that the results might reveal something abnormal. If they discovered he was not an ordinary person, that would be troublesome. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the nurse call out his name. Inside the examination room, Orion knocked on the door and stepped in, politely greeting the doctor. The doctor responded with a friendly nod. He smiled and asked, "You are Ariam's younger brother, right? It seems we have met before, do you remember?" Orion frowned slightly as he looked at the man before him. He hesitated. "Have we met before?" The doctor chuckled softly. "Have you forgotten? We met last Christmas." "Last Christmas," Orion murmured as he thought. After a moment, he remembered meeting him when he went with his sister. He exclaimed, "You are Dr. Noah, the one who drove my sister and me home that day, right?" Noah nodded in confirmation. Orion said in surprise, "You have changed so much that I did not recognize you at first." He had not even finished speaking when Noah cut in, saying that at this age it was perfectly normal for the body to keep developing. Back in middle school, he had grown more than 10 centimeters as well. He suggested they should first take a look at his test results. As he said that, his expression suddenly darkened, making Orion startle and ask if something was wrong. Was there a problem with his results? Noah shook his head to reassure him. There was absolutely nothing unusual. Everything was fine, so he thought there was no need for further tests. Even so, he still felt that something was not quite right. The numbers were flawless, as if they had been arranged in advance. For example, if a level of 8 was considered normal, then Orion's result would be exactly 8, and even professional athletes would find it hard to achieve such perfectly rounded figures. After hearing that, Orion could not help but ask in doubt, "So is there something wrong?" Noah chuckled softly and replied casually, "Of course not. He simply thought he possessed an almost perfectly healthy body, perhaps because he was going through puberty." Orion nodded lightly. "So that was it. Every result was immaculate, perhaps because he was only a character in a game." Noah looked at him and asked, "Anyway, how do you feel?" Orion, who had been lost in thought, suddenly paused. How did he feel? Noah slowly said he had heard about the horrific incident at his school. Quite a few people had died and been injured. He only wanted to know at that time, when he stood outside looking at that event, what emotions had he gone through. Orion faltered slightly. His emotions at that time. The images of the students who had passed away suddenly flooded back, even those he had never known. 2 classmates like So Young were etched even more deeply in his mind. And the one who had masterminded everything, Yoon Hai, was impossible to forget. Every time he recalled it, the emotions within him surged uncontrollably. Gritted his teeth and said, "I was furious, so furious that I cannot describe how immense that anger was." If he had tried a little harder then, perhaps he could have stopped the tragedy. What angered him most was his own helplessness. Hearing that, Noah only let out a soft sigh. "It was not your fault, Orion. Everything was just an accident." He understood why he felt that way. Many people who survived major incidents often carried survivor's guilt. Questions like, "Why am I still alive?" or "If only I had saved someone," kept repeating, and they blamed themselves endlessly. If he truly thought that way, then from now on he should strive to live better. Orion paused slightly. His gaze gradually becoming steady. Noah continued he needed to learn to forgive himself, so that if something similar happened he would be strong enough to do better. Ryan frowned in thought, the feeling in his heart was strange. His body felt light as if someone were silently soothing him. Noah smiled and said that was only his personal opinion, and if the incident still haunted him, he advised him to seek a psychologist, because wounds of the mind in youth could follow a person for a very long time. Orion nodded and replied, I understand, I will go see them. After saying that, he stood up to leave when he heard Noah call out, Orion, I still want to ask you a few things. Orion halted his steps. Noah suddenly asked, do you still play games, although I am not as knowledgeable as you? That question surprised Orion quite a bit. Seeing he had not answered, Noah added, when you have time tell Arium for me. Orion simply replied softly, I will pass it on. After that, he left Noah's room. Yet there was still a lingering unease in his heart. He did not understand why he had suddenly mentioned games. Could it be that he had really told someone about it? Or were they so close that she shared everything? But he immediately denied it. Impossible. She was not even dating anyone. However, remembering the scene of them drinking together on Christmas night, he felt their relationship was somewhat complicated. Just then his phone rang. Ryan took it out to check. The caller was Suel. On Orion's school campus. He'd run straight here from the hospital. Because Suel had asked to meet, he asked the one who was waiting, what happened that you called me so urgently? Hearing his voice, Suel turned around. After a moment she spoke softly, Ryzen wants to meet us tonight. Orion nodded and said, I know, but why meet here? Why not go straight to the base? Suel replied in a low voice, perhaps we should, but then she suddenly stopped. She took off her hat, glanced at Orion, and told him to turn away for a moment. Though confused, Orion still did as she said. Immediately after, she suddenly hugged him from behind, her voice trembling. I keep thinking about what happened to So Young. The image of her almost losing her life to the monster keeps lingering in my mind. When I saw that scene, I hesitated, thinking only of myself in a selfish way. I once thought I was different from my parents, but it turns out I am just as cowardly and selfish as they are. That thought keeps tormenting me. Hearing that, Orion did not know what to say because he had blamed himself like that as well. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Suel, you hesitated because of me. Because if you had healed her, both of you would have been punished. Was that not the reason you were torn? That moment, Suel had to think of herself, of Orion and of So Young, but in the end, she still managed to save So Young. Though she was not selfish as she accused herself of being. Ryan turned and hugged her, gently stroking her head to comfort her. Stop blaming yourself. Suel buried her face in his chest. After a while, she softly said, thank you, Orion. Then she suddenly blushed and snapped, who allowed you to turn around and hug me like that? Orion startled and let go, awkwardly replying, I thought it would be better that way. So before they could stay moved for long, the two had already shifted into bickering. Suel snorted and pouted, saying, anyway, you have to buy me 5 large boxes of strawberry milk every day. Orion sighed, thinking that hugging without permission was truly troublesome with this girl. Seeing him silent, she glared and asked, do you have any objections? He quickly shook his head, no, my lady. Suel let out a soft snort and asked, so is that settled? Orion did not comment on that and instead asked why Dyson wanted to meet them. Was something the matter? Suel shook her head, saying, I am not sure either. They only said they wanted to meet. Perhaps it was about information or some kind of item exchange. After that, they went to the Jason Hall building. Seung-ha looked at the two and smiled, announcing, tonight we are going to hunt the chaotic ones. During that, Orion and Suel's expressions immediately darkened. Seeing their reaction, Seung-ha let out a light laugh. She asked calmly, do you want to deal with those who destroyed your school and hurt your friends? You want to wipe them out completely? Orion raised his brows. What does that mean? Seung-ha looked at them for a moment and said, of course, I am not forcing you to do that. I only ask so you will not regret it if we do not report this opportunity. She asked whether the two of them wanted to join the raid on their base tonight. Orion fell silent, his face briefly turning serious. In the end, he answered firmly, I will join. He said he knew a few people in the Wind Guild. He used to be close to that man but had already cut off all ties. Therefore, he did not want anyone else to deal with that man and wanted to settle everything himself. Hearing that, Seung-ha could not hide her astonishment. However, she quickly smiled, fine, I will leave that man to you, but first tell us about his situation before we break in. She glanced at Suel. What are you planning to do? Are you attending the party tonight? Suel paused slightly, flustered and unsure how to answer. Orion gently reassured her, you do not need to force yourself. This is between me and Yoon Hyan. Suel suddenly raised her voice. It is not because of that. She hesitated and said she had a mission she had to report for, and it would take place tonight. She knew they were prepared, but this mission was a penalty, so it could not be refused. After hearing that, Orion could only stand there with an awkward expression. He gritted his teeth and said it was a penalty mission. They needed to accumulate enough negative points to quickly use the healing skill on hand So Young. If they only used the recovery skill, the penalty might not be too severe. With the money they currently had, they might even avoid it. Suel thought for a moment and admitted she had used the healing skill on several ordinary people. Perhaps that was why the penalty points had risen so high. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Kim Suel and Orion had negative 1200 points for using skills on ordinary people 8 times and using items 4 times. Suel frowned. With their current funds, they were still short 500 points. To cancel the mission, they would have to use up all their points and items. They could exchange reward money into real cash but not the other way around, so that money was useless. I am sorry for causing this. Orion was briefly stunned, his brows tightly furrowed. He quickly turned to Suel. Do not apologize, you did nothing wrong. This is the game mechanism. It punishes you for healing those who were implicated, so there is no need to blame yourself. Suel sighed, I understand. Seung-ha stood beside them, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while she spoke, if needed I can lend you 500 million to cover the penalty points. But as she said that, she hesitated. After a moment of silence, she advised the two of them to accept the penalty mission tonight and begin stepping into battle. She said they were thinking in the wrong direction. Even though they had names on the ranking board, they were still young. She did not want them dragged into retaliation. They should continue taking missions, honing their skills, gathering information instead of throwing themselves into battles like this. Leave those dirty tasks to us. Ryan was quite surprised when he heard that. Seung-ha shook her head. Consider this discussion over. You two go back. We still need to prepare for the match. As for the 500 penalty points, do not worry too much. If you are capable, it will not be difficult to earn them back. Conversation ended there. Orion and Suel left. Suel glanced at Orion and said the guild leader was indeed more capable than she had thought. She once believed that woman would do everything to push them into war. Orion pondered and thought perhaps she saw them as suitable for the guild war, or perhaps it was a way to push them out. Suel nodded, perhaps it was a calculated move. Orion did not discuss it further and turned to ask Suel if she had checked her inventory after the mission. Suel asked blankly if something was wrong. Orion explained that when he checked this morning he saw rewards from previous missions. Suel said she had not looked yet and would check. Two of them immediately opened their item inventories. After a while Suel spoke up. She had discovered a new item she had never seen before. It was an item with the general name August Disciple. She asked Orion if he had received something similar. Orion shook his head. I received something else. What you have is the key to open the afternoon room. Suel widened her eyes. She had never seen these items in the game and did not know if they had any special effects. Orion thought for a moment and said if they did not use it they would not know. The description was unclear anyway. Suel suggested trying the key first since her item could only be used twice. Orion agreed. He took the key out of his inventory, then inserted it into the magic circle in front of him. Immediately a blue light flashed twice. Ground trembled slightly afterward. They came to their senses. They were standing in a completely unfamiliar room. Mechanical voice sounded, welcome to the private space, the afternoon room. This place allows you to rest, train, and use it as an item storage. You can also share this space with teammates or grant access to outsiders if you wish. Orion was astonished. So this is the private room function in the game. Suel exclaimed excitedly, unbelievable, we can even eat and drink freely here. Orion shrugged, what are you thinking? But next time before taking a mission, we should meet here to prepare more carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Suel touching a nearby pillar. He curiously asked what she was doing. Orion continued, is there something strange? Suel shyly said she was just wondering where this place came from. Everything felt too real and outside was not the alley from before. That proved they had been teleported here, but where exactly was this place? Words made Orion freeze. After thinking for a moment, he joked whether this was the world after death. Suel immediately grew irritated and told him not to talk nonsense. Orion laughed and told her not to think too much. With their current knowledge, they could not find the answer anyway. Suel nodded in agreement, then said they should try to see what her item could do. She called the system to ask about the August Disciple item and requested an explanation. The system replied that when using this item, the user could consult the knowledge of CJ Argus. You may ask questions related to missions such as the weakest monster. If there is no answer, you will receive a blessing skill. Orion suggested they consider carefully because the blessing skill might be exchanged with another item. Suel pondered. After a while, she nodded in agreement. She decided to activate Argus item. Orion hurriedly stopped her and asked if she was sure. Since only 2 uses remained, she needed to think carefully. Suel shook her head. It is fine. She already knew what she wanted to ask. Orion looked at her suspiciously. What are we going to ask? As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light spread throughout the room. In the blink of an eye, a girl holding a staff appeared. She slowly opened her eyes and said she had come to pass on the knowledge of the 3rd disciple of the great sage to those who had not yet awakened. Orion and Suel looked at each other and then at the girl, confused about how they should react. After a while, Orion suddenly exclaimed that she was truly adorable. During that, Suel cast him a meaningful glance. Her voice carried a slight sharpness yet rang out clearly. For the first question, tell me about Orion's secret relationships. Girl reluctantly replied, sorry, I cannot answer that. Suel immediately turned cold. You are cute but useless. Orion grew more irritated. What are you doing? You have already wasted a question. However, Suel did not seem to care. She smiled, fine, this is the real question. She wanted to know everything about the Horizon event. Girl thought for a moment, then answered, I am not entirely certain, but I have heard my master's prophecy, so I will share it with you. When the 6 pillars collapse, thunder will roar, the taboo gate will open, and a night of stitched moons will fall. Those who have not awakened will fall from the holy temple into hell. The survivors will be harmed by wild beasts. Therefore, keep fighting without rest. That is the only way to fulfill the wishes of those in the Holy Land. It is also the only way to end this party. In another high-rise building within the city, inside a pitch-dark room, a man was sitting in a gaming chair. He felt bored, yawning. Nothing was happening. It was far too dull. But at that moment, he seemed to notice something. He frowned slightly and muttered in suspicion, "It feels like I just saw something. I am not mistaken." He sighed indifferently, unaware that someone was secretly approaching. By the time he realized it, the back of his neck was struck. With a dull thud, his body crashed heavily into the water. One who came was from the Doi Din Guild. He quickly reported through the communicator, "The route is clear. Should I open the gate?" Seung-ha replied swiftly from the other end, "Open it. I am on my way." He used the assassin skill. A secret passage opened into a path. In the blink of an eye, Seung-ha appeared inside the building. She opened her eyes and observed the scene before her. She pressed her lips together. "I thought you had cleared everything. Why are there still rebels here?" The other person quickly answered, "Sorry, I will deal with them immediately." Seung-ha shook her head. "It is fine. I should clean up this trash since I saw them first. It would not be right otherwise." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword appeared in her hand. A golden light enveloped the sword. The queen's path skill was activated. Flash, the sword slashed down. The people in front were sent flying. Immediately afterward, her eyes flared with light. She glanced at the person beside her. "I think someone real is here. Let us go." The two of them ran further inside. As soon as they opened the door, they were startled. A man was already waiting inside. He smiled at them. "Oh, I prepared many cups of tea. I expected more guests, but there are only two." Seung-ha narrowed her eyes coldly. "Two are more than enough. It is already too late for tea." As she finished speaking, her sword gleamed again. She declared that it was time to work rather than drink tea. Such a party was not suitable for a late night like this. That man did not seem to care. Chuckled softly, "Guild Master Jason, Jo Seung-ha, I wanted to meet you because you are the closest to victory." Seung-ha replied, "I also wanted to meet you because the one I wish to kill is a chaotic piece like you." One she wished to kill, he snorted and curled his lips. "What is your reason, revenge?" Seung-ha smiled frankly, "I want to avenge my guild and remove a threat to victory." Hearing that, he asked in a cold tone, "Then what about this?" At that moment, he offered her a bounty, along with 22 billion world coin as compensation. In that case, she would leave quietly and abandon the event. Seung-ha narrowed her eyes and did not answer immediately. After a while, she smiled, "Not quite. Why would I do that when I am so close to victory?" She aimed for the event reward for many reasons. More importantly, she was just an ordinary gamer. Only ordinary gamers find it fitting to strive for victory by their own strength. In the end, everyone plays games to win and for enjoyment. His words made him ponder for a long time. He nodded. "I understand you. Playing games to win and for enjoyment, I admit I was wrong." If so, he would face her as she wished. After speaking, he raised his hand. Immediately, a group of people appeared before him. The two of them were startled. After a brief thought, Seung-ha glanced at the person beside her. "I will handle this alone." While she stayed here, he would open the gate and bring people over. Knowing it was not a trap, they would advance straight ahead. Seok coughed slightly in hesitation, "But it takes 45 seconds to open the gate. Can you hold out that long?" 45 seconds is enough, Seung-ha said confidently. "I have held out longer in battles against other guilds." If luck was on her side, she might even kill one of those two elites. Seeing her determination, he had no other choice but to agree. "All right, do not push yourself too far." Seung-ha nodded. "Do not worry. 45 seconds is too short for me to go overboard." As soon as she finished speaking, the golden light around her sword appeared once more. She charged into the crowd, her sword swinging continuously, muttering, "This only makes me a little more excited." He quickly used the Queen Guardian shield skill. A floral shield formed, preventing the people ahead from advancing. The scar-faced man watched the scene and could not hold back any longer, letting out a sound. Outside, the deputy director frowned. "HMPH, it seems we have lost the upper hand." After saying that, Seung-ha rushed alone into the encirclement, slashing fiercely. At that moment, a necromancer rushed in from afar, intending to attack her. Numerous sinister mists appeared in her hands. Seeing this, Seung-ha was slightly surprised, but she reacted quickly, activating her acceleration skill, her sword darting through the air. Instantly, the group was cut down by her blade. Screams echoed. After eliminating the group, Seung-ha saw someone approaching. Yu Xian appeared, his sharp sword slashing towards Seung-ha. He laughed as he spoke. "It has been a long time, Jo Seung-ha. I believe we fought in a game before, you remember." Hearing that, Seung-ha snorted coldly. "I wonder, sorry, but I do not remember. I tend to forget everyone I have met before." As soon as she finished speaking, her blade shot straight toward him. However, Ryu Xian managed to block the strike in time, and in the next instant, a surge of purple light flared up in his hand. Seung-ha was suddenly trapped inside a massive box. The object sealed all her movements and skills for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man swung his axe and charged straight at her. Even though she saw the axe descending, she was completely unable to resist. At that critical moment, Iksu appeared in time and blocked the attack from that man. Witnessing the scene, the boss immediately revealed his fury. Seung-ha looked at him and softly asked if he was hurt anywhere. She gently shook her head, saying she was fine and in her best condition, then asked about their situation instead. Iksu calmly replied that before coming here he had checked carefully and everyone was safe. Not only him, the members of the Jason Guild had also arrived. Seeing everyone, Seung-ha smiled faintly and said there was no need for further requests. They should should act as usual. They had clashed with these people before, a decisive strike would be enough. Yu Xian asked the director uneasily how they should handle this, whether they should continue with the original plan. He shook his head and said there was no need. He would simply observe since this was his first time seeing the Jason Guild in person. He chose to step back and watch, leaving them to manage on their own, and Ryu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Even so, he was not truly at ease, as the strength of both sides was nearly equal. Only when one side fell would the balance be broken. Therefore, the outcome at this moment was almost impossible to predict. Meanwhile, on the grounds of a school, it was already late at night, so the schoolyard was almost completely deserted. But Orion and Suel were teleported there as an exception. Suel let out a breath and said this was College A, fortunately not the middle of the road. Orion suspected that at this hour there should be no one left in the school. Suel explained that there were rumors that graduates still lingered because they could not return home. During that, Orion was startled and said they had to be more careful, then mentioned what he had heard from August's disciple that had kept him thinking. He raised the possibility that the Horizon event might not depend on time, but on activation conditions. Suel frowned and asked if it was like a final boss needing sufficient requirements to break a seal, but whether the prophecy had mentioned that. Orion shook his head and said the prophecy only spoke of the 6 ancient trees collapsing. He wondered if that was the activation condition, and once players achieved it, the event would open. Suel thought for a moment and asked whether after the 6 pillars they had to destroy the columns of the buildings. That moment, the system voice announced there was 1 minute remaining before the mission began. Orion asked what the mission this time was, whether it was the usual conquest type mentioned earlier. The system confirmed it was a normal conquest mission, but there would be other players participating. Unlike competitive missions, this time anyone who completed it would be counted equally, so cooperation was possible. Suel asked if that meant if others completed it, she would still receive rewards even if she did nothing. She looked at Orion teasingly and suggested going into a tea room to sleep. Orion admitted he was a bit sleepy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Orion quickly objected, saying they had to complete the mission quickly to avoid causing harm. Suel laughed and said she was only joking and reminded him to prepare for battle. Two immediately opened their equipment storage to check their items. Suel examined her gear while wondering what type the other players were, hoping they were not chaotic elements. Orion shook his head and said they were probably busy fighting the Jason Guild. He hoped to meet good teammates like last time. Suel asked if he meant the Wind Knight and the Wall Builder. Orion nodded and praised their coordination and skills, saying with people like that the burden would be lighter. At that moment, the system abruptly announced that the preparation time had ended. The mission was officially activated. Immediately afterward, the system sound vanished completely. Orion and Suel instantly heightened their vigilance and observed their surroundings. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Suel whispered that the atmosphere was too quiet. Orion nodded and said there should have been some sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from behind just as he had mentioned. Suel turned to look behind the building. Orion suggested they check it out as it might be a monster. Suel pondered for a brief moment. A magic staff appeared in her hand. She calmly said there was probably no need to move forward, because that thing was coming toward them on its own. During that, Orion flinched slightly. The two stared ahead intently with guarded expressions. A figure in the distance was slowly running toward them. They quickly tightened their grip on their weapons. The one rushing toward them was a human. Moreover, he was running while crying for help in panic. Orion and Suel looked at the scene without knowing what to say. The young man approached with a face pale from fear. When he got close, he also noticed their presence. He cried out in joy that there were people there and he had found them. He urgently begged the two for help. Orion and Suel exchanged glances and remained silent. However, both of them simultaneously pointed their weapons at him. The man widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe what was happening. He asked why they were treating him like that when he was not even holding a weapon. Orion replied coldly that the mission had begun and he was empty-handed, so he was suspicious. He could be a PK player pretending to be harmless to launch a sneak attack. Suel also demanded that he take out his weapon for them to see. Only after confirming his class would they continue talking. The man hurriedly nodded in agreement and prepared to draw his weapon. Immediately after, a sword appeared in his hand. He explained that it was Kyria Guiding Sword, belonging to the Adventurer class. Suel asked suspiciously why a merchant player would participate in ranked matches. Orion also asked about his level. He said in surprise that he had no rank at all, he only played for fun. Orion asked doubtfully whether he was not a ranked player. Suel emphasized that the Doisen Guild had no ranked participants, so there might be other conditions. While they were talking, the man reminded them that a monster was approaching, so this was not the time to argue. Orion hesitated for a brief moment, then his gaze turned resolute. He said, "Fine, let us move out." Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and charged straight ahead. The blade swept fiercely, striking the monster squarely at the waist. In an instant, a dark red fluid gushed from the wound. The giant monster staggered before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Orion let out a startled cry. It turned out he had guessed correctly. The waist was indeed its fatal point. Suel remained silent. Now it was her turn to act. Thinking so, she immediately activated the magical beast shard trap guarding the the treasure. In the blink of an eye, a massive wall appeared, tightly enclosing the monster. Its agonized roar echoed through the air. Suel felt a trace of doubt. Was it already dead? Everything seemed simpler than she had imagined. Orion was also surprised by how easy it was. Did that mean the mission was complete? Just then, the young man behind them suddenly spoke up. It is not over yet. There is still another monster. According to him, this could be one of the two gatekeepers of the northern castle. They usually guarded in pairs, so there must still be a second one. Orion frowned at him and asked suspiciously, "How do you know this? I have never encountered that type of monster in the game before." He slowly explained that they had never officially appeared, but if one gave a special item to an NPC, one could hear the story about the sealed castle in the north. The story said that a count had personally locked the castle gates when his heart was shattered by the rebellion of his grandsons, and only by finding the key to the northern castle could one hear the full legend. It mentioned the loyal gatekeepers who, though wounded in the battle against the count's grandsons, still chose to remain and protect the castle with him. Suel asked doubtfully, "But how do you know the one just now belonged to that story? You have clearly never seen them in the game." The young man continued, "In the northern black stone dungeon there are paintings depicting the appearance of the monsters and the count, from which clues can be traced." Suel sighed in amazement. "I did not even know this game had such a story." Orion raised his brows and asked, "Do you really understand that much about this online world?" He shook his head and replied, "I do not grasp everything, but counting what I have just said, I understand about 98%. Orion and Suel exchanged astonished glances. He actually knew that much. Continued, Egosphere Online is an action RPG, so many people overlook other elements, but if one digs deeper, there are countless hidden details. Small stories surrounding items or passing NPCs, when pieced together, create the feeling of living in an entirely different world." Orion listened to his endless chatter and almost wanted to cut him off. "That is enough talking." Suel impatiently interrupted, "If you love the game so much, why did you run when you saw the monster? Even if the adventurer class is weak, you can still fight." Scratched his head awkwardly. "It is because I am afraid." He admitted that he could hardly defeat anything. Every battle felt like staking his life. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Therefore he refused every mission and only hoped to live each day in peace. At that point he suddenly hesitated, making Orion and Suel wait in curiosity. His next words left them speechless. "I accidentally used the discount skill when buying used items online, so I was penalized," he said resentfully. "Since then I have not dared to do it again. So can you protect me this time? I have watched you play and I know you are very skilled." Suel looked at him as if he were a fool, then leaned close to Orion and whispered, "He does not seem like a BK player. Should we help him?" Orion fell into deep thought for quite a while. In the end he nodded, "All right, we will help you survive this mission. In return, you must tell us about the Horizon event." At the mention of the Horizon event, the young man frowned thoughtfully before asking, "Do you mean the sacred place and the rituals of those sects?" Hearing that, Orion and Suel were once again taken aback. He spoke slowly, "I am willing to tell you. Some details are my personal speculation, but I will share everything I know." The two of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Orion extended his hand and said, "Very well, then let us have a pleasant cooperation." At the same time, he required him to give his full support. He nodded firmly, "I will do my best to help you." Immediately afterward, within the school grounds, three-person alliance was officially formed. A while later, Suel looked at Orion and said, "Since we have finished discussing, let us go accept the mission. We have wasted too much time." The other man cautiously spoke, "I will try to use my skill. It is very useful for adventuring." That skill was called Guiding Light. It could point out the location of mission targets, monsters, or valuable items. Immediately, a beam of light radiated from his sword. Orion observed the direction of the light and murmured, "It is pointing behind the building." Suel immediately said, "Let us go. There might be monsters there." Before long, they arrived behind the structure. The three followed the trail of light and advanced toward that location. The sight before them left Orion and Suel astonished, because in front of them were not one but two monsters. Suel glanced back, making the young man panic and apologize. "The story did not clearly state the number of monsters, so I did not know there were two. What should we do now? One was already hard to deal with, let alone two." He suggested that they split up and handle them one at a time. Orion immediately shook his head. "There is no need. Now that we know their weakness, we do not have to separate." The young man stared at him blankly, not understanding his intention. Orion did not explain further, turning to Suel and saying, "I will hold both of them off alone. You stand behind and support." Suel nodded. "All right, I will find a suitable position to cast my spell." Hearing that, the young man cried out in alarm, "You plan to fight both of them alone?" Orion calmly replied, "At first I wasted time because I was not familiar with their fighting style, but now I have adapted. Two are not a big problem. Compared to the Buddha-shaped monster, they are nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight into battle. Sword swung repeatedly through the air, even though it was only worth 500 points. The young man behind watched his every movement. His eyes widened in astonishment. He did not expect him to dare face two monsters alone and adapt so quickly. He had met many people, but someone with skills as outstanding as his was rare. That alone was impressive enough. Meanwhile, Orion continuously clashed with the two monsters. Each slash struck precisely at their weak points, causing them to howl in in pain. Another monster suddenly lunged from behind in a sneak attack, leaped high into the air to evade the strike. At the same time, Suel behind began chanting. She activated the Swamp Labyrinth trap skill. In an instant, one monster sank into the mire. It hurriedly sprang up in an attempt to escape, but he was already waiting. The moment it leaped up, he struck its back. After that, he activated the twice blooming flower skill. Golden radiance once again flashed across the air. The final monster collapsed beneath his blade. Just as he had finished off one, the remaining monster was already preparing to charge. Ryan quickly sensed a surge of killing intent rushing toward him. Yet he remained standing still, because in the next instant the monster was struck by a blast of energy. Collapsed on the spot, unable to resist. Outside, Suel witnessed the scene and blurted out, "It fell for such an obvious trap again." The young man standing beside her also sighed inwardly. Their coordination is flawless. This team could completely ruin that plan. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. "I have something I want to ask." He wondered why the two of them dared to risk their lives for this. Did they have no other goal in life? Suel glanced at him for a few seconds before speaking. She calmly replied that there were still people injured. If the monsters were allowed to roam freely, humans would continue to suffer. So those with abilities like them had to stand up and hunt them. During that, the young man's face flushed slightly in embarrassment. After a while, he smiled and said, "I understand now. You two are more admirable than I thought." Suel narrowed her eyes, thinking perhaps she should not mention the reward. That moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. "You have completed the mission by eliminating all gatekeepers of the northern castle. Please select your reward." Suel nodded lightly and muttered, "We are fine, but you can deduct it from the collection as punishment if you want. Just choose something at random and send us home." The system immediately responded, "Understood. The two of you will be teleported in 60 seconds." Suel paid no more attention. She turned and reminded the young man that we protected you as promised, so now you must tell us about the Horizon event. Of course, he nodded honestly and replied, "I will compile it into a section and send it to you." Ryan suddenly interrupted, "Can you tell us directly?" He wanted to ask the questions that arose while hearing the story, so speaking directly would be more convenient. After speaking, Orion looked at him with a resolute gaze. The young man was slightly stunned, surprise flickering in his eyes. Those eyes were truly captivating. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Yes, I can speak now. Anyway, I am unemployed, so I have plenty of time." Orion nodded in satisfaction. "Then can we meet tomorrow?" Suel asked curiously, "What was your name again?" "I think it was Xian." He answered cheerfully, "My name is Baju Xian." He even introduced himself as 25 years old and the developer of this ambitious game, leaving Orion and Suel exchanging glances since they had not asked. After that, the three of them said goodbye and agreed to meet the next day. Sometime later, in a quiet residential area, a room still lit in the middle of the night. Xian had teleported from the college campus back home. He thought of Orion and Suel, murmuring that they were certainly skilled, but he did not know whether it was wise to ask for their help. His time was truly running out. He looked at the wall in front of him where a photograph hung, one corner burned. The clearest face in the photo was a smiling woman. On side, "If I do not make a decision, everything will end." He had to hand over this sealed code key to someone. Elsewhere, the building where the two guilds clashed had been reduced to a battlefield. The fight had not stopped. Both sides continued to charge at each other fiercely. Jae-yoon activated the skill Mad Great Deluge, expanding the attack area. Instantly, a surge of blue energy erupted violently, left the masked man stiff and unable to move. But right behind Jae-yoon, someone rushed in. She unleashed the skill Wind Wolf formation straight at Jae-yoon. In a blink, the phantom Wind Wolf howled through the air. 3 consecutive waves of attacks forced Jae-yoon to retreat. Just as she thought she had won, she suddenly saw someone charging in. Iksu rushed forward and threw a powerful punch at her. The blow sent her flying backward. Yet before Iksu could catch his breath, a skull appeared behind him. He was startled and spun around. He saw that the skull had already been struck by something. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The one supporting him was Raimi. She kept her gun raised and continued aiming forward. At that moment, a fire phoenix she summoned charged straight toward Charles Guild's group. An explosion resounded, shaking the entire area. Wu Yang ran over and asked Jae-yoon if she was all right. She nodded lightly and said she had only been pushed back by that skill. But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt her strength gradually returning. Unsung had used his skill to heal her. Reassured her, "Do not worry, I will treat everyone." Jae-yoon said gratefully, "Thank you." At this moment, Seung-ha also withdrew from the clash. He said in a low voice, "Perhaps they are about to run out of potions, so let us finish this." Jun-sung hesitated and asked, "What do you plan to do, or should we support each person on the front line?" Seung-ha shook her head. "Handling them one by one is difficult since they are clustered in a narrow space. It wastes time and drains energy pointlessly." She shifted her gaze to the man standing on the other side and said coldly, "Aim at him." One who had been observing all this time. He was the one orchestrating this chaos. Jun-sung said gravely, "Apple is a rare rank. Could he be the leader of Charles Guild?" Seung-ha replied, "Not sure, but very likely. I tried to approach but was blocked each time. To break the stalemate, we must target the king. Once the king falls, their formation will fall into chaos, and they will only be able to defend." Jun-sung worried that they might be surrounded. Seung-ha smiled faintly and said, "It is fine. We have a healer while they do not." After speaking, she rushed forward, dazzling golden light bursting from her sword. She shouted, "Do not cling to me like that." This time, the director still stood deep in the corner without moving, but unease was clearly revealed in his eyes. Yu Xian hurried over and called the director. He nodded slightly and said, "It seems they have realized I am the leader." Ryu Xian sternly suggested using the teleportation box to retreat because he could not stop them if they all rushed in. No need, he shook his head and firmly refused. He had already foreseen this outcome. That was why he had raised a hunting hound in advance, waiting for the right moment to release it. Xian frowned slightly. A hunting hound. He gave a slight nod. That prey would tear apart the enemy's defensive line in his place. Ryu Xian asked in doubt, who could possibly reverse such a disadvantageous situation in the blink of an eye. While the two were still talking, a figure quietly approached Jun Sung from behind. It was Hong Kiho, the one nicknamed the Reaper. Jun Sung was completely caught off guard by that sudden appearance, and he was struck directly from behind. Seeing this, Guild Master Jason's expression darkened instantly. Seung-ha cried out in alarm, her voice trembling. After being hit, Jun Sung's clothes were torn apart and his skill was interrupted midway. Fortunately, he managed to summon the doll Marion to heal himself. However, it only restored about 15% of his original state. Seeing that, Kiho sneered and mocked Marion as utterly useless. Then he activated a skill and unleashed a barrage of rapid slashes. At the critical moment, Jun Sung activated the Blessed Constellation skill, increasing both physical and magical resistance. He gritted his teeth and endured, determined to hold on longer because if a healer like him fell, the whole team would lose its advantage. Even if he had to pay a price, he had to buy time. On the other side, Seung-ha anxiously looked toward Ikzu and Vanny. She immediately ordered them not to stand still, hurry and support Jun Sung, leave the offense to the others. Ikzu replied understood, but Raimi hesitated, worried that with fewer people they would be easily surrounded. Seung-ha shook her head to reassure them she would find a way to make up for the shortage. After speaking, she immediately launched an attack at the enemy in front of her. The director watched and laughed softly, inwardly praising the girl for being tougher and braver than he had expected. Turned to Ryu Xian and reminded him that they had now split into two groups. Surely Xian knew what to do next. Ryu Xian responded at once, "Leave it to me." He rushed toward his teammates and shouted to focus on taking down Seung-ha first. As long as they eliminated the leader, the rest would fall apart, charge and deal with her. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu Yang charged forward and shouted, "What did you just say?" A massive blade came crashing down, forcing Ryu Xian to retreat to dodge. Wu Yang growled, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ryu Xian narrowed his eyes at him, realizing inwardly that this was a rare high-level player, and clicked his tongue in annoyance. The director, standing aside, laughed coldly, thinking those youngsters were not easy to defeat even with an incomplete lineup. Then why not try taking action himself? Thinking that, he raised his hand, his palm glowing with a faint golden light. In an instant, the entire Seung-ha team was forced to their knees, without understanding why. Seung-ha was horrified to realize she could not control her body. What kind of skill was this? Seok suspected it might be a type of weakening skill. Wu Yang clenched his teeth in frustration at that bizarre technique. He collapsed to his knees, completely locked in place. Seizing the opportunity, Xian immediately rushed in to attack. He laughed arrogantly and hurled a taunt. Then he turned and shouted to his teammates that it was time to go all out and eliminate Seung-ha. Charles Guild immediately concentrated all their attacks on her. An explosion rang out and shockwaves of energy spread outward. Jayun called out Seung-ha's name in panic. Within the surging energy, the faces of the Charles Guild gradually changed. Shock was written clearly across their faces, because Seung-ha was still standing firm after the assault. He glanced at Jun Sung kneeling beside her and said he had arrived just in time. Jun Sung calmly replied that he only hoped his efforts were not in vain. Seung-ha nodded firmly. She sprang to her feet, a powerful aura erupting around her. It was the Queen's divine salvation skill, reducing damage while increasing speed and attack power. She said coldly they should have finished her earlier. Now the game was over. Countless streaks of sword light flashed densely through the air. Charles Guild was forced back, unable to defend in time as cries rang out one after another. Seung-ha no longer needed to fight one-on-one. She only had to take down the target before the effect ended. That target was the one behind all the chaos. But on her way forward, Ryu Xian blocked her path. He sneered and said he knew her intention and would not let her succeed. He immediately erected a defensive mirror wall. Seung-ha frowned and raised her sword, preparing to shatter it. The barrier could not hold for long. She quickly regained the initiative. She broke through the mirror wall and swung her sword in a contemptuous counterattack. Ryu Xian could not react in time and was struck painfully. Without stopping, Seung-ha charged straight at the director. She coldly declared it ends here. The director trembled in panic, attempted to activate a counter skill, but before he could do anything, he was taken down by her. Seok cheered in delight at her success. Xian now sat amid the ruins. He ground his teeth in fury. Seung-ha suddenly froze when she looked more closely. What had been defeated was only a puppet, not the real person. It was a substitute puppet skill. At that same moment, on the rooftop of a nearby building, the night a woman's voice rang out. She exclaimed in shock, "Oh no, it is broken." Wooden puppet in her hand snapped in two. She turned and said, "Director, the 13th puppet has been destroyed. With only 40% of power infused, it was indeed hard to withstand." It turned out those two were the creators of that puppet. The director appeared unconcerned. He replied replied indifferently that he already knew because his senses were linked to that puppet. He used his unique ability to manipulate that puppet from afar. The woman asked suspiciously, "So what do you intend to do now? Our situation is rather unfavorable." He answered calmly, "Tell them to withdraw. The original purpose was only to collect data. Today was merely a probing move, just to lure the others into revealing their reactions. Even losing a few subordinates was worth it since he had observed the full strength of Jason's group. Next time he would personally act and peel away their layers one by one." The next morning at the apartment complex in the city, morning sunlight had already slipped into every unit. He was busy preparing lunch. Miriam stepped out of her room and asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Have you already finished cooking? I told you there was no need to rush today since I am not going to work." He looked at her and said slowly, "Today I have plans with friends, so I am making dinner as well." Miriam paused slightly and said, "In that case, I can cook for myself." He smiled lightly and replied, "It is my turn today, so I will handle it." Miriam looked at him and did not know what to say, only speaking after a moment. She asked if she could help with anything. He thought for a bit and asked her to buy some salt because they had run out. So Miriam went downstairs to buy more supplies. There was still a trace of worry in her heart. Children Orion's age would usually neglect housework to chase after friends. She felt both proud and faintly sad. She felt he was trying to appear mature, as if wanting to prove he was old enough to take care of everything himself. With mixed emotions, she returned with a bag of groceries in hand, but in front of the door stood an unfamiliar girl. She asked who she was looking for. Suel was checking her phone when she was startled by the question. She replied, "I came to visit a friend. Is it not allowed to stand here?" Miriam shook her head and said, "That is not it. It is just that you are standing right in front of my door." Hearing that, Suel froze. He murmured, "Could you be Orion's older sister?" Miriam did not answer, only looked at the girl before her. Thinking carefully, the brown hair matched what she had asked Orion about a few days ago. At that time, he had looked visibly flustered. Thinking that, she smiled and introduced herself as Orion's sister. Then she opened the door and invited her inside. Hearing the noise, he turned around and asked if she was back and had bought the salt. The moment he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. Miriam walked in arm with Suel, cheerfully saying she had bought the salt and conveniently brought his friend along. He asked if the brown-haired girl who had come by when she was not home was this one. She even curled her lips and said, "Now explain clearly what happened that night." So the three of them sat down and recounted the events of that evening in detail. After listening, Miriam asked if Suel had stayed over because she had argued with her family and run away with nowhere else to go. Suel nodded and said, "At that time Orion kindly let me stay and said there was no one at home that night." He quickly protested that he never said that. Suel's warning glance made him fall silent. He trembled as he recalled it. It seemed he had indeed let it slip. Miriam looked at the two and said, "In any case, it is not appropriate for a young girl to stay overnight when no adults are home. At the very least, you should ask for permission first." Suel obediently apologized and promised not to repeat it. After that, Miriam lightly tapped his forehead, reminding him not to hide such matters from her again. He said she would respect their privacy and would not ask further about that night. What concerned her was Suel entering the house without her knowledge. Therefore, she hoped the two of them would also respect her space. Both of them apologized in unison. Satisfied, Miriam turned to Suel and instructed that if something similar happened, she should contact her before seeking Orion. She promised not to interfere in her family matters, but she could offer her a temporary place to stay. So if needed, feel free to come here and chat like today. The three of them continued chatting lively inside the house. After a while, he and Suel finally left. On the way, Suel commented that his sister was both kind and beautiful. She said now she understood why he was afraid of his sister. Hearing that, he frowned in annoyance and asked, "What did you say?" Suel laughed and said she was just joking. "Actually, I am envious that you have such a wonderful sister." He pouted and asked, "Really?" Suel did not answer but changed the subject, saying, "Yesterday I tried looking up information about Xian." He asked the blonde guy from yesterday. She nodded and said, "I thought I would find some social media account, but there was absolutely nothing." Thought that was normal because he himself had accounts he never used. Suel admitted she had thought so at first, but she found it strange that someone with such intense emotions was almost invisible online. Therefore, she suspected he might be hiding his true self behind a facade. Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. Guessed Xian might simply be a reserved person. Suel added that he could also be shy or more mature. The two of them walked while exchanging thoughts, till they stopped in front of the cafe near the school. The moment he saw them, Xian spoke at length that if they entered the Crimson Stream prison, they would find traces of the cult and bring them to the Holy Knights to track down their hideout. By doing so, they would gradually understand the Horizon event. After saying that, he even laughed loudly and asked, "Does it not sound exciting?" He and Suel could only look at each other wearily, because perhaps he was not hiding anything at all. Setting that aside, he asked specifically what Horizon was. He knew it was related to the cult but was not clear. Before he could finish speaking, Xian cut him off, saying to understand it one must grasp the universe within Ergosphere Online. Took out an image and explained that in the game there existed 3 worlds. The world where players lived was the middle layer called Ergosphere. The world connecting Ergosphere with Xian was the Sacred Realm, revered by NPCs as the embodiment of the gods. He observed and said the black black hole worshipped by the cult must be the gateway to the third world. Xian nodded and explained they believed Ergosphere was about to perish because of the god in Zion, so they wanted to open the black hole to reach another world hoping for a new god. Then asked what about the world beneath Ergosphere? Could the question mark in the image be our world? Xian hesitated and said he thought so. At first he assumed it was merely a hint for an update, but based on the current developments he drew that conclusion. Suel said in that case, Horizon could be the appearance of a gateway linking reality with Ergosphere. He murmured the two words gateway. After a while he asked whether monsters from Ergosphere would flood over here through it. Xian replied if Horizon implied an irreversible change, then that possibility could happen. Suel looked at him worriedly. It sounded as if the whole world would fall into danger. He said in a low voice it was all merely speculation based on the storyline. It might not become reality. If the world were truly overturned, then the purpose of the event would be different. He guessed it was only a major event within the plotline. Hearing that, Suel let out a soft sigh and asked if he truly believed so. Ryan glanced at Yu Gion and asked, do you know anything about the 6 pillars in the prophecy? I have a feeling they are the key to opening the gate to the horizon. Ah, that matter? Du Xian frowned and hesitated. At the moment I have not found much information. But he guessed it was related to the ceiling pillars. The entrance to the endless ancient prison has those pillars to prevent prisoners from escaping. Ryan fell into thought after hearing that, ceiling pillars. The 6 pillars are connected to the 5th guardian he once defeated. Combining these 2 points, the number of pillars preventing Horizon from appearing and each pillar having a guardian, that is how he understands it. Thinking of this, he murmured, there is only one guardian left. Suel looked at him suspiciously. What? He shook his head. Nothing. I am just organizing my thoughts. He thanked Xian for helping so much today. Xian waved his hand with a smile. It is nothing. This is what I can do because you saved me. Just tell me when you need help. Right after that, the 3 of them headed back. Before leaving, Orion suddenly said, Suel, I am going to the restroom for a bit. Wait for me outside. Suel nodded. I will stand in front of the station. Orion walked into the restroom deep in thought. He stood before the sink, washing his hands while pondering. Now he somewhat understood the horizon, but not the event. He thought only when it happens will they know. At that moment a voice sounded behind him. Do you not find this event dangerous? One who spoke was Xian. Came to stand beside him and seriously spoke about the horizon event. Many people could die like at your school. Do you not think it would be better to be warned in advance? Orion replied frankly, we do not yet know what the event is or how to stop it. We are merely innocent players passing through a game. Xian seemed hesitant upon hearing that. After a moment he spoke, there is a way. He knew how to do it, but it was not something a player like him could accomplish. Only high-level players are strong enough. He is searching for such people. He had seen a bit of Orion's ability yesterday. Based on that, he is exactly the person he is looking for. After saying that, he reminded Orion, let me know if you are interested. I will wait for your reply. Orion watched his departing figure, feeling slightly confused. He returned home with a troubled heart. His expression looked somewhat unpleasant at this moment. What was that just now? He seemed like a completely different person. Could it be he is hiding his true personality as Suel said, or does he have other intentions? Suel was on the phone, I understand. I have also discovered a few things. I will message you later. After hanging up, Orion asked who called. Was it someone from Vessen? Suel nodded. It was the guild leader. He broke through the gate of the Charles organization's stronghold last night and dealt with several of them. Orion was astonished. Really? What about the leader? Suel recounted they thought they had captured him, but it was a clone. It was not detected by passive skills. They only defeated him thanks to an ultimate skill, but that was a puppet skill, using only 40% of his true power. Even so, they discovered the leader's skill. He belongs to the Emperor class, rare, capable of both dealing damage and providing support. Orion's expression darkened. Suel said, we do not know if we will have to face him. It is best to be prepared. He is very proficient. Orion nodded. Right, this is not common. The station was sparsely populated at this time, a few people passing by. The two walked into the station while talking. Orion asked, did they mention whether Baekhyun Hyun was at the battle yesterday? Suel shook her head. I do not know the details. I heard the battle was intense. No one from the combat class was seen. It was a surprise attack. Perhaps Yoon Hee-ung was elsewhere. Suel suddenly remembered and added, we must be careful of the Grim Reaper. He used to play solo PK. Now he may have joined the Charles Guild. Orion asked, did they talk about the Grim Reaper we met at the river last time? Will we run into him again? They are focusing on group missions. He mainly goes solo. At that moment, Orion suddenly looked shocked. Seeing his reaction, Suel asked in confusion, what is wrong? She teased, did you spot some hot girl? He followed his gaze. Her expression instantly turned grim. Because among the crowd, they saw a familiar figure. It was that Hong Kong Grim Reaper. He cast a glance toward them. Orion stepped back in horror. The two sides fell silent, as if waiting. Orion whispered, did he recognize us? Suel shook her head. I do not know. Even if he did, it would be hard to start a fight in such a crowded place. With people all around, they thought he would not make a move. But at that moment, his eyes lit up. Immediately after, his hand glowed as he used the skill light snare bone mist. Blink of an eye, the station was engulfed in thick bone mist. The civilians panicked, thinking a fire had broken out. Orion and Suel became alert. Suel suspected he had just thrown a bomb. Orion found it hard to believe. leave. He did not expect him to use it here. Does he intend to fight us? While they were speaking, Kiho rushed forward. An explosion rang out, causing the crowd to scream in terror. Ryan managed to block Kiho with his sword. He did not dare to be careless, activating Spirit Guardian and counterattack. Sword danced through the air. Startling Kiho, he hurriedly retreated. A large crater appeared where he had been standing. Ryan looked carefully. His figure had vanished. He frowned, suspecting invisibility. Suel suggested they must run immediately. He looked at her in surprise. She explained, if we escape, ordinary people will not be implicated, so they should run to somewhere deserted. Only then did he realize. Before they could run, Kiho's cold voice rang out behind them. Where do you think you are running? Ryan was startled and quickly dodged aside. Kiho asked with disdain, how long do you plan to run, coward? We should settle it here until one of us dies. Do you not think so? Ryan looked at him. He was insane. He gritted his teeth. I agree. But this is not a suitable place. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out. Earth and stones flew everywhere, startling Kiho. He had just used a ground-shattering skill. He could not afford to drag out the fight. Seizing the moment when his vision was obscured by dust and debris, Orion immediately whispered, go now, hurry. The two did not hesitate and swiftly turned to retreat. Seeing them escape, Kiho ground his teeth in fury. A few minutes later, the scene shifted to an abandoned factory. The surroundings were desolate, not a single person in sight. Orion and Suel only stopped running when they reached it, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Suel glanced at Orion and suggested hiding in a crowded place, thinking the Reaper would not dare appear there. Orion shook his head in refusal, saying that if that man dared to use skills in a crowded area, it meant he did not care about the circumstances at all. He would act regardless of everything. He believed they should lure him to a deserted place to settle this. Suel asked in surprise. Orion firmly said they did not need to risk it if the situation went out of control. He reminded her to prepare the item he had given earlier. Suel softly replied that she understood. Just then a faint noise echoed in the distance, putting Orion on guard. Immediately after, Kiho stepped out from the shadows. He swept his gaze around, searching for the two of them. Orion narrowed his eyes, realizing he was using a tracking skill. Suel anxiously asked whether they should activate the item at once. Orion shook his head, telling her to wait for the right moment. Now he wanted to try confronting him directly. Suel was startled and reminded him that earlier he had said they should not take risks. Orion calmly explained that it would only be dangerous if he brought Charles' faction with him. Being outnumbered would be a disadvantage. Now he was alone. It was a one-on-one situation, so they could test their strength. After saying that, Orion stepped out from hiding, causing Kiho to pause slightly. This time he appeared alone. Kiho sneered and asked how long they planned to run. He did not expect them to reveal themselves so soon, had they run out of escape routes. Orion replied indifferently that there was no reason to keep running. Kiho smiled coldly, saying that suited him just fine. Declared he would end everything right here. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his scythe and charged forward. Orion immediately raised his sword to block, not daring to be careless. Kiho activated the Reaper Scythe skill. Orion simultaneously unleashed his own power. In an instant, two powerful beams of light clashed violently. Kiho was struck several times by Orion's sword light. Orion himself was also hit, a deep gash tearing across his right shoulder. He did not give his opponent time to recover and immediately launched another move. Sword carried a chilling aura as it surged forward once more. Kiho retreated to dodge but was still grazed across the face. He bit his lip in fury and rushed forward again. He activated the Winter Hunt skill, reducing the opponent's speed by 30% and increasing ice damage with each strike. At once, waves of icy energy surged toward Orion. Orion narrowed his eyes, staring straight at the man closing in. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze burned crimson. Dark sword light flared once more as he activated his skill. Their attack speeds became so fast that colliding energies continuously burst outward. Fortunately, Suel managed to erect a protective barrier and was not swept into it. Kiho gradually fell into a disadvantage, making him even more enraged. He roared in fury. The staff in his hand began to emit streaks of white light. It was the ultimate move, Reaper Shadow, accumulating inflicted damage, draining 44% of the opponent vitality, throwing the target into chaos while consuming the user health over time. Ryan immediately grew wary of that move. Suel anxiously reminded him that the accumulated effect was already high and extremely dangerous. First, the damage was not great, but it would gradually increase. Once reaching the threshold, it would trigger a critical strike causing instant harm. Moreover, it would plunge the target into chaos, preventing the use of skills or items, even passive effects. Kiho sneered and asked whether Orion was still daydreaming at a time like this. Was he waiting for someone to come save him? Orion disdainfully replied that he needed no one help. He could handle it himself. He only needed a little more time to calculate. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Kiho snorted coldly, thinking those words were ridiculous. While he spoke, Orion shifted aside to evade the strike. His gaze was resolute, every step carefully calculated. His agile body allowed him to avoid the waves of attacks. Kiho grew furious seeing Orion constantly silently weaving around the pillars to evade. He guessed that Orion was using the complex structure of the factory to neutralize the ultimate move. Thinking so, he became even more irritated, believing that was all Orion had calculated. He immediately accelerated to block Orion's retreat path. Yet Orion did not panic at all, for he had been waiting for this very moment. He activated the Inferno skill, quadrupling his attack power. Kiho was startled, thinking Orion would continue dodging instead of confronting him head-on. But he quickly realized the intent related to the skill and the terrain here. Orion had lured him into this position to unleash a decisive fire strike. Kiho cursed angrily. He swung his staff hard into Orion's shoulder. But Orion kept his determined gaze and did not retreat. Immediately after, he charged forward with all his strength. A loud explosion resounded through the dark factory. Violent shock forced Suel to step back several paces. He called out Orion's name in panic. When she saw clearly, her eyes widened in shock. Orion had already dashed past Kiho, causing him to spit blood because Orion had precisely timed the activation of his passive skill just before the accumulated effect detonated. Orion coldly said that no matter how strong his character class was, it was meaningless, because he was merely someone who treated taking lives as a pastime. Kiho was slammed to the ground by Orion. Only then did Orion dare to let out a heavy breath. He nearly lost his life. If that stacking damage effect had activated one more time, he would not have survived. He had to recover before the immortality state ended. While he was still calculating, Kiho had already struggled back to his feet. His eyes were filled with killing intent, locking onto Orion. The next moment he sprang up and charged like a wild beast. Sensing the danger rushing toward him, Orion turned pale in fright. In Kiho's hand was a poisoned dagger. But before the blade could touch Orion, his body was tightly bound by chains. The dagger tip was only a few millimeters from Orion, almost brushing his skin. A sound rang out. Kiho fell face down onto the floor again. Suel slowly stepped forward to face him. It was she who had created the chain that bound him. He said coldly, "Stop, you have already lost. Your weapon has been destroyed. For a time you cannot continue fighting." If he kept trying to risk his life with his body alone, he could truly die. Did he intend to throw his life away like that? Kiho gritted his teeth and replied, "If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. If you believe you have one, then prove it." Hearing that, Suel's expression darkened visibly. The staff in her hand began to glow. She said in an icy voice, "If that is what you wish." Before she could finish, Orion hurriedly spoke up, "Wait, Zivian. Before doing that, we should ask about the Charles Guild. As the guild leader once said, if they belong to that guild, we might learn useful information." Suel thought for a moment and replied, "That is true, but do you think he will obediently confess this man is a true thug?" Suddenly Kiho burst into laughter. "If you want to ask, then I can answer." Curled his lips in contempt, "But the only thing I will say is go to hell, you trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade again. Fortunately, Orion managed to dodge in time. Orion gritted his teeth and warned, "If you dare insult Suel again, I will make you pay dearly." Kiho only glanced at him without replying. Orion pointed his sword at him, his voice cold. "State your goal and that of the Charles Guild. What exactly do you want? Why attack others?" Kiho snorted, "How many times have you asked? Of course it is to win this game." Then he changed his tone, "But that guild leader seems to have another purpose." Orion frowned. "In what way?" Kiho said slowly, "He is so wealthy that money means nothing. Why would he do this for only 20 billion? If not for money or pleasure, he must be aiming for something greater." Suel pondered and said, "Perhaps he wants the wish granted to the Horizon winner. Maybe things money cannot buy, such as immortality or eternal youth. Or to see his deceased wife again." Hearing that, Orion could only sigh helplessly. Whatever the motive, the Charles Guild belongs to the side that wants Horizon to take place. Meanwhile, someone like Ju Xian hopes it will never happen. Clearly, this game is not a simple competition. It is a confrontation between those as powerful as mythic classes. While he was deep in thought, Kiho suddenly launched another attack. Orion was startled and dodged, but his speed was too fast. At that velocity, he resembled a high-level monster, even surpassing one. The scythe in Kiho's hand was wrapped in surging mana. Orion was astonished he can still use it, truly a formidable opponent. Glanced at Suel. She was rummaging through her inventory for something. In the blink of an eye, a key appeared in her hand. It was exactly what Orion had told her to prepare. Without hesitation, she used it to open the afternoon room door. Orion was still straining to withstand the attacks. Then in an instant, he was teleported into the afternoon room. He stared around in shock, not understanding what had happened. Suel let out a relieved breath. "It seems we can still coordinate even while you are in the middle of battle." I was about to retreat as well. Orion shook his head and said, "You did not interrupt." We kept fighting, the structure would collapse and draw attention everywhere. Suel asked, "Was that strange form earlier the Mythic Reaper class?" Orion nodded. "That is right, it is a class we have never seen. But it is hard to believe that Reaper could open the 100 measure." Suel sighed, "Let us stay here for a while. After some time he will leave." Orion was still uneasy. What if he does something while in that state? Suel replied calmly, "No one can enter here without a key or being a teammate, so do not worry." After saying that, she sat down on the bed and casually told him to rest for a bit. The two of them lay down to temporarily recover their strength. Suddenly Si Wihan spoke up, "Hey Orion, what are you thinking about?" about? Orion did not open his eyes, only gave a vague response. After a while he joked, I am thinking this bed is so soft, if we took it home we would sleep well. Suel snorted softly when she heard that. Are you planning to steal it? Orion smiled. Actually, I was thinking about the 100 measure and the mythic class earlier. Before opening the 100 measure, that Reaper attacked himself before changing classes. So I guess taking your own life might be the key to reaching a mythic class. Suel frowned. Do not tell me you are planning to try that. Orion quickly shook his head. No way, I do not have the courage. She snorted lightly. You had better not think about such madness. Orion continued. Each class has its own story, so the way to reach a mythic class must be different. For the Reaper, the story revolves around a scythe harvesting lives, so the power may be tied to sacrifice. Suel nodded, so that is why he ended his own life. Instead of sacrificing others, he chose to sacrifice himself. Then what about the Labyrinth Master? The story ends when the mage, fearing a future that would destroy the world, sealed himself inside the labyrinth so no one could rescue him. No matter how I think about it, I cannot see what comes next. Could it be that class has no mythic form? Orion pondered and said, it is fine. Even without a mythic class, we can still find a way to deal with it. Suel was slightly surprised to hear that. After a moment she asked, but why did you react like that earlier? After hearing the Reaper speak, what were you thinking? I want to know. Did not develop feelings for him, did you? Orion immediately shook his head. No matter his past, right now he is someone who kills others. I feel no pity. I was only surprised to learn he had once been an orphan, because I also lost my parents at a young age. Perhaps deep down, he once thought he would eventually fall into a similar ending. That one day he would pour all his resentment onto those who had bullied him and turn into a monster that only hated the world. Suel looked at her for a moment, not knowing how to respond. After saying that, Orion let out a soft sigh and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes. That was why my hand paused for a moment, nothing serious. Suel narrowed her eyes at him and said gently, so that is how it is, you are overthinking it. Her words made Orion slightly stunned. Not stopping there, she suddenly wrapped her arms around him and whispered softly, you did not walk toward the ending of a god of death. You are a good person, only about 15% worse than me. That action made Orion blush. He stammered and asked what kind of strange comparison that was. But she did not reply. He suddenly said sincerely, I am truly glad I met you, Jiuyan. Without her, perhaps he would not have changed. He might even have done something foolish just to take revenge. Even though she did not press further, he felt deeply grateful in his heart. Suel stood behind him and silently looked at his back. After a while she asked, are you only going to say thank you? Orion smiled lightly. Do you want me to buy you more strawberry milk? No. Suel immediately shook her head. He sat up straight and said softly, you do not need to say anything. What I want is to see your actions. Orion looked at her blankly. What kind of actions? She turned around, moved close to him and frowned. Do not make me explain every little thing. Right now we only have one thing to do. Orion gazed intently at the girl in front of him. Her face at this moment was far softer and gentler than usual. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, you have to let me take first place in this event, understand? After hearing that, Orion widened his eyes and looked at her. She only smiled faintly and moved away from him. He smiled and said, if you agree, I will reward you properly. And if not, I will still win at the horizon on my own. That would still be good for me. Orion frowned for a moment, not knowing how to react. He changed the subject, thinking it over carefully. I have a suggestion. Suel raised her brow and asked what suggestion. Orion said calmly, actually something similar has happened before. Next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. At the cafe where the three of them had met before. Gathered there again after hearing Orion's proposal, Xian cried out in shock, you want me to join your team? In contrast, Orion and Suel remained calm. Orion asked indifferently, is it that surprising? Xian nodded, of course, a poor and cowardly gamer like me joining an expert team. Suel pursed her lips and said, it is true you are timid and your stats are not high, but the swordsman class provides great support in completing missions when in a team. Moreover, if we form a team of 3, we can take 3-person missions, so why not join as support? Xian scratched his head awkwardly. I never thought about that. He looked at Orion and asked, did I not make it clear to you before? Why are you still making this decision? Suel said thoughtfully, what you mentioned before was about stopping the Horizon event, right? If it is about that, then I have heard Orion talk about it. That is still not convincing enough. She does not yet know what the Horizon truly is and cannot give up the chance to win without a clear reason. Moreover, they do not completely trust you either. If you want them to stop the Horizon with you, you must fight alongside them and place your trust in them first. Xian thought for a moment and said, it sounds contradictory yet strangely reasonable. However, can you really decide so easily? I have not even clearly said who I am. Orion replied calmly, we are not planning to rush into thinking that far ahead. For now, your class and stats do not pose a danger. Moreover, you are not a BK player or a member of the Charles Guild. Consider this not a perfect alliance, but a test to understand each other's abilities and tendencies. When you truly trust us, you can tell us who you are. Duzion frowned in thought and said, "You mean you want to build trust through actions rather than words? Understand, it seems I have no other choice. I will cooperate with you two, then let us form a team." But he waved his hand and added, "I cannot help much because my gaming skills are poor." Orion replied, "It is fine, you just need to make up the numbers in the team." Orion looked at Suel and asked, "What do you think?" She snorted lightly. "I think this is a good way to improve quickly through three-person mission rewards." Orion nodded and said to Xion, "When there is a new mission we will contact you." Xion replied without hesitation, "All right, I will be ready." Orion narrowed his eyes at him, secretly calculating, Xion has a vague identity and surely hides many things, but for now keeping him might be the best choice. At this point it seemed he already held quite a few secrets surrounding that game. In another part of the city, the scene shifted to the inside of a hospital. After a tense shift, Ariam leaned back in her chair to rest. She had thought she might not endure today. The Monday shift was truly no different from hell. Just then, a deep voice asked whether she planned to go home after her shift. It was Ariam. She looked up at the person who had appeared. It was Dr. Noah. Ariam smiled and replied that she was on the morning shift and would head home right after finishing. She did not forget to thank him for spending time with Orion earlier. Noah laughed comfortably and said that if she wanted to return the favor, they could have a meal together sometime. He would treat. Ariam asked in surprise that she should be the one treating, but Noah shook his head and said there was a place he truly wanted to visit and needed her to come along. So he hoped she could arrange some time. She could even bring Orion if she liked. Ariam paused for a moment, slightly flustered before nodding in agreement. Noah cheerfully told her to inform him when she was free so he could arrange it. Ariam frankly replied that she would let him know soon. After saying that, she left, walking while thinking that Noah was truly intelligent, kind, and quite subtle. He had even cleverly calculated how to win over her family instead of focusing only on her. Thinking that, she chuckled softly. In her eyes he was both adorable and somewhat naive. Just then someone approached her and spoke an apology. The man asked hesitantly where the imaging room was located. Ariam was slightly startled, then smiled and said she was heading there as well and could lead him. He told him to follow behind, the way was not far. When she was not paying attention, the man curled his lips coldly and thanked her nurse. That man was Ryu Xian. Clearly his appearance was not without reason. Night fell over a deserted park. A gigantic ferocious monster lunged at a human. Xian held a sword in his hand, but was completely powerless to resist. He had no choice but to turn and flee in despair as it chased him. From afar, Suel waved and shouted for him to run toward her. Just as Xian reached her, she immediately activated the swamp maze skill. In the blink of an eye, the giant monster was trapped within thick layers of mud. Without hesitation, she shouted for Xian to act. Xian nodded, raised his sword, and loudly activated a skill capable of nullifying the monster's innate ability and throwing it into a state of confusion. When the light from the technique shone directly onto the monster, its counterattack innate ability was instantly eliminated. Xian let out a breath of relief. At last that hateful skill had been sealed. Suel narrowed her eyes and asked whether he needed to shout the skill name every time he used it. Xian scratched his head awkwardly and said doing so made it feel like he was truly fighting. Suel did not mind. She turned and called for Orion to finish it immediately. As soon as her words ended, a figure shot through the air. Looking closely, Orion descended from above with overwhelming force. That strike cleanly severed the monster horn. Suel praised him with satisfaction, while Xian added that the 1,000-year turtle horn was an extremely valuable upgrade material. The rest was merely a relentless barrage of skills to bring down this 1,000-year turtle. Orion immediately spun his sword repeatedly, creating a series of sharp sword lights. Monster agonized roars echoed through the night. After a decisive blow, Orion ended it cleanly. He looked at the monster corpse with clear satisfaction on his face. After completing the mission, the three of them found a quiet corner to check the results. Orion commented that this three-person mission was fairly light. Suel nodded and said she had chosen a level suitable for their coordination. If Xian had not stumbled midway, they might have finished without losing a single drop of blood. Xian could only apologize awkwardly. Suel did not blame him. She shifted to ask which reward they should choose: sell the turtle horn to cover costs or take stat points. Suddenly Xian raised his hand and proposed that he had another idea. He suggested the group try choosing the random box. Orion and Suel both showed brief surprise. Suel asked in a low voice whether he liked gambling. Orion sighed, because that meant placing their trust in luck after risking their lives. Xian shook his head and explained that his intention was not quite that reckless. He said there was a skill called a beautiful day that increased the chance of obtaining better items. When he used to play games, he had relied on this skill to obtain many rare pieces of equipment. As long as it was activated before opening a chest or entering a dungeon, the probability would be higher. Orion asked skeptically whether using that skill before opening a random box could yield top-tier gear. Xian smiled and nodded in affirmation. Suel maintained her stance and coldly said she did not want to gamble because it was a reward exchanged for danger. After that, she turned to ask for Orion's opinion. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try his luck with the box. Because it was a high-value box, even if it produced something strange, it was unlikely to be too bad. Moreover, Moreover, high-value items could be sold for a good price or exchanged for what he needed. Suel sighed helplessly and agreed to follow his decision, wishing him enough luck to receive a worthy item. He even teased that if he drew something useless and wanted to complain, he could call her. A while later, the scene shifted back to the apartment complex where Orion lived. After completing the mission, he teleported straight home. Thinking his sister was probably asleep, he decided to open the box first before going inside. According to plan, he took out the high-value random box to use. In his heart, he silently hoped to receive something useful. The box lid sprang open. Orion's eyes suddenly tightened. His face clearly revealed extreme astonishment, because what appeared was the unique weapon of the Avenger, the Blade of Atonement. He cried out in excitement because this was the rare item that had once forced him to give up searching. It made him almost jump up. With it in hand, he could become Orion the Avenger as he had always wished. Carrying his elated mood, he returned home with indescribable happiness. The blade in his hand was truly a gift beyond imagination. Indeed, the decision to let Xian join the team had been completely wise. Another long day came to a close. Thanks to yesterday's joy, Orion maintained a cheerful mood throughout the entire day until finishing work. Suel noticed his uneasy expression and asked, "Are you excited because you got a premium item from that random box?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, it is not normal for an exclusive weapon to appear like that." In addition, there were many valuable items to exchange, along with items that could enhance ultimate skill power, so he could say this was a successful step forward. He suggested that next time she should trust Xian's skill and choose the random box. An exclusive weapon from Master Mekong might appear. After hearing that, Suel frowned and thought for a moment, "Really? Then I will try it in the next mission." However, she quickly reacted. She tapped Orion's arm and complained irritably, "Stop luring me into that gambling game again." Orion chuckled softly and said cheerfully, "Anyway, our coordination yesterday was good and we got some decent items, so let us take on harder missions." Suel pursed her lips and replied, "No need to remind me, I will handle it myself. I also want to try the newly upgraded skills." She continued asking Orion, "Do you have any plans tonight? I will watch a movie with So Young. Do you want to join us?" He shook his head, "I do not think so. It has been a long time. Today I will go eat barbecue with my sister." Two of them quickly said goodbye and parted ways. On the way back, Orion walked while thinking. He had an item that increased skill effects. With some calculation, he could use the normal skills he rarely used. His attack stat increased from 180 to 504. He could reasonably support other skills. Should he combine all the skills he had learned so far if it worked, he thought he could succeed without using his ultimate skill. Or he would find a way to affect each illusion layer. At that moment, his stomach suddenly growled. He sighed helplessly, although hungry. After receiving a few additional dimensional layers and having eaten noodles in the afternoon, he should go home early and have dinner sooner. A while later, Orion reached the base of the apartment building. He hurried home. As soon as he opened the door, he called out happily, "Sis, I am home." However, the house was empty. No one was there. Orion felt slightly suspicious. Ariam said she would be back early. Holding his doubt, he knocked on Ariam's door. No one answered. He thought she was sleeping. As soon as he stepped into the room, his face changed instantly, because on the bed he saw a knife. Beside it was a letter and a key. The letter said that if he wanted his sister safe, he should use this key. Orion frowned. The letter was from the kidnapper. His sister's phone was also here. Moreover, the key was a game item. He sat silently and thought for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "There is only one person who would certainly do this." As he said this, his face was filled with anger. A killing aura spread around him, the damned Charles Guild. In another corner of a luxurious room. From the decor, it was clearly the place of a wealthy person. Jan sat calmly on a chair, his face full of smug satisfaction. A moment later, Orion appeared in the room. That man seemed to have guessed he would come and smiled, "So you have arrived, later than I expected, Orion." He did not waste words and went straight to the point, "Where is my sister?" That man chuckled softly and replied calmly, "Sorry, could you wait a moment, I am busy." That man said that if he completed this mission he would rank up. "You are a player, you must understand its importance." He was not as patient as that man thought. He directly kicked the phone out of his hand. The phone flew 10 meters away. He muttered, "If I have to repeat myself, I will kill you." He asked that man, "Where is my sister?" Ryuzian looked at him without showing fear. That man even looked very pleased with himself. After a moment that man chuckled, "Did I not tell you to wait a bit?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ryuzian stood up. That man walked over and picked up the fallen phone. And he threw it to Orion. "Take a look." He raised his hand to catch the phone, his expression turning serious when he saw what was inside. Ryuzian said frankly, "Your sister is in the parking garage. I left her in the car. I used an item to make her sleep. She will wake up soon." If he left the room, finding his sister would be easy. If he wanted to leave, he had to get past that man first. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you doing? Ariam is an ordinary person. She has nothing to do with this." Ryuzian chuckled softly and replied frankly, "That is why she is alive. If she were a player, she would have met her ancestors long ago." If that man had not captured his sister, he would never have come to this room. He did not answer, his voice stern as he asked, "Is Yoon Hyan the one behind all of this?" Ryu Xian wanted to say no. "Yoon Hyan is not involved, I did this myself." Of course Yoon Hyan had told him about you and your sister. He knew this, not surprised. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want from me? Why cause trouble and kidnap my sister?" Ryu Xian chuckled softly and replied frankly, "For no reason, I just want you dead." While the two were talking, another man quietly approached from behind him. He glanced sideways, then Ryu Xian spoke up, "If you let everything go smoothly, your sister will return safely. If you do not listen," that man warned, "I will send both of you away together." He looked at that man and asked flatly, "Is this something the Charles Guild has been doing from the start?" Ryu Xian replied indifferently, "It is not surprising. We are all players. This is how we eliminate opponents and raise our own ranks. That is why they want to kill you. It is not for personal gain. Do not take it to heart." Hearing that, he fell silent. After a long while he spoke, "Fine, do it your way." He would play by that man's rules and destroy Charles. He would climb to the #1 position. Ryu Xian revealed a malicious smile. Immediately after, the masked man behind revealed himself and rushed forward. "You have jumped enough." As he attacked, that man swung his blade downward, turning the ground into ruins. He was not there, he had already moved back. He quickly activated the best revenge skill while the enemy was still alive. In an instant, a blood-colored sword beam shot forward. The masked man's crude curse rang out in fury, calling the other side a dog. On this side, Orion quietly calculated the opponent was a two-man team and one of them was clearly a master. He had not yet grasped his system, but if he had to face both at once, it would truly be beyond him. He had no choice but to move flexibly, searching for a way to break their formation, absolutely refusing to be cornered. But before he could make a move, his expression turned grim in an instant. At that moment, a strange box suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Ryan's gaze darkened when he noticed someone charging straight at him. Seizing the opportunity, Xian swung his sword and attacked. Ryan raised his sword to block, clenching his lips. Was this man from the clown system, a minor branch of the attack class that relied on bizarre tricks? Right then, Xian suddenly activated his swap skill. In the blink of an eye, the one standing before him changed into the masked man. Ryan frowned slightly. He had just switched places with the executioner. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the bone-crushing skill. Immediately after, the axe blade was swung down fiercely from above. A terrifying surge of energy forced Orion to retreat, making defense extremely difficult. Even so, he did not falter and began to counterattack. His sword slashed toward the man's face, startling him. His figure suddenly blurred. Orion's pupils contracted. He had vanished. It was undoubtedly the vanish skill. Clearly, Xian had used that move to conceal his teammate. Xian glanced at the masked man and sneered, saying he had already warned him, act too aggressively and he would suffer a backlash. The masked man angrily shouted back, telling him to shut up and worry about his own skills. They were far too slow. From a distance, Orion observed the two and analyzed silently. One clown and one executioner, both attack types. But the clown possessed numerous mobility skills. Defeating both at once would truly be difficult. That left only dealing with them one by one. After a brief thought, he decided to target the masked man first. Having made his decision, Orion immediately accelerated forward. Seeing this, Xian reminded his teammate that Orion was targeting him, telling him not to be careless. The masked man irritably shouted at him to shut up. In an instant, Orion closed the distance and swung his sword before the masked man. The two immediately entered a one-on-one clash, their skills colliding continuously. However, Ryu Xian, standing aside, had no intention of remaining idle. He quickly activated the card draw skill. From above, cards rained down toward Orion. The razor-sharp edges sliced through flesh, drawing blood. Seizing the chance, the masked man rushed in close. A thunderous sound erupted, dust and debris filling the room. Within that thick cloud of dust, a foot suddenly appeared before his eyes. Orion delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's face, sending him flying backward. Following through with his spin, he shifted direction and charged straight toward Xian. Xian's eyes widened in shock, not expecting himself to be the target rather than the executioner, though the previous strike had merely been a feint to mislead him. Thinking this, Xian sneered, believing such tricks were nothing. Once again, he used the swap skill, the masked man appearing before Orion with his axe ready to strike down. At the same time, the executioner activated the ultimate skill Demon's Massacre, tripling his slashing damage with a high critical rate. Crimson Axe Blade immediately hacked down before Orion. He did not dare be careless and quickly raised his sword to block. The sound of impact exploded throughout the room. Xian laughed smugly, saying that no matter how clever he was, anyone who tried to outwit him would pay the price. Yet before he could finish speaking, his gaze froze. Within the hazy smoke, Orion still stood firm, successfully blocking the strike. Even began absorbing the damage. Orion spoke coldly, saying he had observed him from the very beginning. As he finished speaking, another blade appeared in his hand. The two were stunned, not expecting him to have another weapon hidden. Orion snorted softly and calmly activated the blood for blood skill. In the blink of an eye, a crimson-stained blade appeared. It was Demon's Massacre. He decisively thrust straight into the masked man. Caught off guard, he was struck and cried out in pain. His body was flung far away before crashing onto the floor. Orion narrowed his eyes, his face cold and devoid of emotion. The masked man was defeated just like that. He had no intention of further enhancing this weapon. He considered himself lucky enough. Glancing at Ryu Xian, Orion coldly said it was his turn now. He still had to pick up his sister, so he had no time to waste. Those words made Ryu Xian grind his teeth in fury. He roared and hurled crude curses at Orion, but Orion remained standing still, calm and utterly fearless. Xian continued grinding his teeth, saying Orion had just crossed a line he should never have touched. He said if Orion had died quietly it would have been over, but now both he and the Master Mei's team would be trampled, asking if he understood. Orion snorted lightly, replying that the one who crossed the line was him. He had even dared to touch his sister, who was not a player, and had even barged into someone else's home. If he had acted fairly, he might have let it go, but this had gone too far. In his eyes, they were no different from monsters, so he would make them all pay. With that, Orion shot forward. The shockwave of their skills spread throughout the room. Two officially clashed. Orion steadily forced Xian backward step by step. This infuriated Xian, who shouted that Orion was merely a nobody daring to act arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the wide area skill magic stage. Seeing the formation appear beneath his feet, Orion frowned. Was it a large-scale magic enhancement? Not stopping there, another item appeared in Ryu Xian's hand, the spirit tusk. He crushed it and a dazzling purple light burst forth. Orion's expression grew even heavier. The opponent was even using an item to amplify his skill effects. Gathered all his strength to the highest level, determined to end the battle with a single move. Sure enough, without another word, he immediately activated his skill, and above Orion's head 3 gigantic saw blades suddenly appeared. It was Xian's famed demonic slashing ultimate technique. In the blink of an eye, the 3 saw blades shot straight toward Orion like lightning. Not daring to be careless, he hastily accelerated to dodge. Yet they were too fast, and he could only brace himself to defend. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it. Constantly dodging these enhanced saw blades left him no chance to counterattack. It seemed the only option was to stall for time, evading until the skill's effect ended. But Ryu Xian had no intention of letting him off. As Orion kept retreating, a hand suddenly pierced through his body from behind. It opened a magic gate, teleported behind Orion, and launched a sneak attack. Not stopping there, Xian continued by activating another skill called Rose. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive blood-red rose appeared in his hand. Orion's body felt as though it was being eroded by something, the pain forcing a scream from him. Even so, he clenched his teeth, turned around, and slashed back with his sword. Unfortunately, Xian had already dodged in time. Immediately afterward, his figure flickered and vanished again. Orion frowned slightly. He had lost track of him again. In that case, he might as well seize the chance to use a recovery potion. But when he opened his equipment storage, he froze. All of his recovery potions had vanished without a trace. Before he could understand what was happening, Ryu Xian's mocking voice rang out, "Are you looking for this?" Orion turned his head and saw a potion bottle in his hand. Only then did he realize that he had used his magic hand to steal his item. Xian chuckled softly. Panacea potion has been used. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light immediately enveloped his body. Seeing that, Orion finally understood. The magic hand allowed him to loot items from an opponent's inventory, and wandering ivory increased the success rate. Xian curled his lips in ridicule. "Thanks to you, I have fully recovered my energy, though I hardly lost any since I barely took any hits." He asked, "How much strength do you have left, 50% or just 40%? It does not matter. In one more minute it will drop to 0. Orion bit his lip tightly. He was not wrong at all. In this situation, his chance of winning was almost non-existent, and his skills were being suppressed. His recovery items had been completely taken. All he had left were his attack and speed stats. Then it would have to be decided by pure skill alone. Thinking that, Orion immediately charged forward decisively. However, Xian calmly blocked the attack. Waves of skill shockwaves erupted one after another. The room began to tremble, showing signs of collapse. Even so, Xian was steadily forced back step by Orion, as he launched relentless attacks while staying wary of a counterstrike. This could not be achieved by merely playing many games. He was clearly a genius at offense. Just as he had guessed, Orion posed a great threat to his boss, so he had to eliminate him. With that thought, he activated Mirror Guard. Layers of thick ice rose up to shield him. Orion's eyes widened in shock. Xian laughed triumphantly. "Now obediently meet your end." As his words fell, his blade slashed down. Another wound immediately appeared on Orion's body. Seeing that, Xian laughed even louder in delight. "End it." But at that very moment, a streak of red sword light suddenly rushed toward him. Orion said coldly, "I will not fall so easily." Immediately after, countless phantom blades appeared behind him. Xian could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened in horror. An ultimate skill. This is bad. Like a moth to a flame, Orion charged straight at him, and a barrage of blades shot forward at extreme speed. A thunderous explosion erupted ahead. Shockwave spread throughout the space. When the smoke cleared, dense blades were embedded all around a magic box. Orion was furious. He had used teleportation again. That moment, a low voice sounded behind him. This is enough. Orion spun around in alarm and saw Xian stepping out from another box. Several cards appeared in his hand as he said coldly, "Magic tricks must be watched until the very end, otherwise you will miss the important act." As soon as he finished speaking, purple light flared up in his hand again. A rain of cards once more filled the space. Orion's expression turned grave at the sight. In the next instant, another explosion rang out in the room. Cards chased Orion like darts, yet he still managed to evade them. Ryu Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. He dodged them all without using a skill, but he still could not turn the tide. However, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Orion's ultimate technique was still in effect, and those blades had not disappeared. Xian bit his lip. That is right. It is a long-range attack that can be controlled by the sword. Moreover, he wielded dual swords, so he could completely split his focus and control them with both hands. And what remained was this final killing blow. If he did not fall to that attack, Orion would have no chance to save his sister. Therefore, he absolutely could not lose, thinking that he bit his lip in determination, no matter what he had to succeed. As soon as the thought ended, he poured all his strength into a final powerful slash towards Xian. In another place beside a claw machine, Suil was excitedly trying her luck at the claw game. Yet again and again, she failed. At that moment, So Young came over and called out, "Suil, let us go watch a movie." She could only sigh and give up. On the way, So Young asked, "Did you send that photo to Orion?" Suil nodded lightly and said softly that she had sent it, but had not received a reply. She sighed. He is probably with the person he likes right now. So Young asked in surprise if he already had a girlfriend. Suil smiled and shook her head. No, it is his sister. Orion cares deeply about her. However, she had no idea that at this very moment Orion was utterly exhausted. You delivered the finishing blow to defeat that Xian. She was not wrong. You have always devoted yourself to your sister and were willing to trade everything to save her at this moment. Of course, Suil knew nothing of it. She was still chatting and watching movies with So Young. Another turn of events, inside Xian's room, chunks of earth and shattered wall fragments rained down everywhere. Orion stood there, slowly observing his surroundings. The room was gradually collapsing. Would this space vanish once everything was completely destroyed? At that same time, Xian lay sprawled on the floor. He was furious beyond measure, bitter over losing the battle simply because of a difference in skill cooled on time. Now there was only one choice left to end everything. Thinking that, he pulled a key from his inventory. He intended to leave and lock you inside, planning to use the dimensional room key item to escape. At that very moment, a sudden flash of light burst forth. Orion's sword pierced straight through his hand. The pain struck, forcing him to let out a shrill scream. Orion stepped forward slowly, his voice icy cold. "I knew you would try to run. Without a hostage, he would never dare fight. Cowardice was in his nature." During that, Ryu Xian's expression instantly darkened. He hurriedly propped himself up and stammered, "Wait, are you planning to use that key to get out?" He did not want you to leave, because if you did, he would be trapped until someone came. So he asked in a trembling voice whether you intended to take his life. Orion did not answer. He merely aimed the tip of his sword straight at his forehead. "You said coldly, if you do not want that, hand over all your items along with mine that you just stole. Otherwise, I will destroy this key. Do not even dream of leaving this place." Ryu Xian ground his teeth, thinking it was too cruel. Yet in the end, he had no choice but to return all the items to Orion. Only then did you nod in satisfaction, keeping even the spare guest key, wondering whether he had already used up all his recovery items in the fight with Dyson. After that thought, you slowly said, "Fine, I have taken back everything." Then you activated the dimensional room key item. Before you could use it, Ryu Xian stopped you, saying, "Wait, if you use it you will escape alone. Tell me and I will do anything." Orion was completely indifferent, replying calmly, "I already told you, I will not give you a chance. Unless someone managed to snatch the key from your hand and save him. Perhaps he might get lucky. Maybe some teammate outside would be able to defeat you if they were capable enough." So you told him to patiently wait until that moment. You even mentioned the game he had just played, saying you would settle it next time you met. As soon as the words fell, your figure vanished without a trace. Seeing that, Ryu Xian clenched his teeth in fury. He continued to shout angrily, "You high school brat." Meanwhile outside, night had gradually fallen. At that moment, Ariam was on her way home. She rubbed her hands together repeatedly, shivering from the cold. Clearly summer was near, yet it had suddenly turned so chilly. When she got home, she had to bring that thick scarf to Orion. She could not let him catch a cold. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, "Sorry." Ariam startled and turned around, only to see a blazing red monster with many arms. It even opened its wide mouth to speak, asking if we could have a conversation. If not, then at least give me your phone number. Ariam was so terrified that she squeezed her eyes shut. She pulled out a stun gun. She thrust it forcefully straight into the monster's body, causing it to collapse to the ground in pain. Taking that chance, she immediately turned and ran for her life. As she ran, she wondered, a monster, has the world fallen into such chaos that they appear in the middle of the street? No matter what, it was best to run as fast as possible. If something happened to her here, who would take care of Orion? But before she could run far, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Two familiar figures appeared before her. They were the very people she had longed for all this time. How could they possibly be standing in this place? They were Ariam's deceased parents. Yet when she stepped closer, they turned their backs and walked away. Panicked, she hurriedly ran after them. Stun gun in her hand was thrown to the ground. As she ran, she cried out, "Do not go, Mom and Dad. Please do not leave me alone again. I have endured so much, it was so hard just to keep living. I have to earn money and take care of Orion. I truly do not know what to do." So she desperately begged them not to leave. But no matter how much she pleaded, the two figures gradually faded from sight. Suddenly, a childish voice called from behind Sis. It was Orion. As a child, he hesitantly asked, "Sis, what is wrong? Where are you going?" That call pulled Ariam back to reality. Memories of childhood vanished. She quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She turned back with a smile and said, "What are you doing here? I am not going anywhere." After saying that, she opened her arms to lift the little Orion. She gently whispered, "Tonight we will have grilled meat. You will sleep with the warm scarf. Let us go home. We will go home together." When she groggily woke up and realized she was lying in someone's arms, it turned out everything had just been a dream. She slowly opened her eyes to look at the person before her. It was Orion. He was the one who saved her. A flood of questions surged up. Why was Orion bleeding? Was he carrying her? Clearly, after finishing her work, she had returned home. In the end, she thought perhaps this was still just another dream. Thinking of that, she immediately closed her eyes and relaxed her mind. If that were true, she would protect Orion from that pain. In another corner of the cinema, two Suel members finally finished the movie. So Young happily praised it as exciting. Suel curled her lips and said it was a bit predictable but still worth watching. The villain's expression looked funny like an octopus. At that moment, Suel's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Orion. He told her to hurry into the afternoon room. He was slightly suspicious but still said to So Young, "My stomach hurts a bit. I am going to the restroom for a moment." So Young nodded lightly. "All right, I will wait for you in front," but she said she might take a while, so Young went ahead. Immediately, she ran straight toward the restroom. She quickly took out a key from the equipment storage. This was a key meant for team members. She used it to enter the afternoon room. In just a moment, her body gradually disappeared. When she appeared again, Orion was already sitting in front of her. Seeing his condition, she cried out in shock, "Oh my God, what happened? Why are you covered in blood?" Orion had not had time to answer when a scream rang out. One who appeared was Xian. He trembled in fear and said nothing. Suel sighed helplessly. "You messaged him too." She asked what had happened. "Did you run into the god of death again?" Orion did not answer immediately. He whispered, "Please heal me first. I will tell you later." Suel was slightly startled, then began treating him. After a while, she heard Orion's story and was shocked to learn he had fought two punching bags. "Why did you not tell me?" Orion shook his head. "I was not in the mood to talk." Suel sighed. "It is fine. What matters is that you and your sister are safe now." Orion took an item out from the equipment storage and hurriedly said, "By the way, I also got a few strange things from them." A box appeared in his hand. Inside was a strange mask. Suel frowned. "What is this? What does it do?" Orion shook his head. "I do not know. That man had it, but if we give it to Vessen, will they recognize it?" While the two were talking, Xian's expression seemed to calm down. After a moment, he said this might be a tool used for hacking. It allows monitoring Ergosphere online without going through WL4. He read about it on an internet forum. Orion asked suspiciously, "How did you recognize it so quickly? Have you seen it before?" Xian scratched his head and slowly explained, "I have used something similar before." When they were checking the input. During that, Suel was startled. Checking the input CBT, Orion asked, "You have used tools like this before?" Xian nodded. "Yes, this tool lets developers collect data. They observe users without needing WL4. Of course, it is far more interesting. Is that not a typical hacker hobby?" Orion looked at him for a while and said, "A closed beta tester, Xian. I knew you had been playing this game for a long time, but this long." Xian hesitated before saying, "Not just playing for a long time. Participated in the alpha test, the development stage of the game, because he was the first Ergosphere online player." As soon as those words were spoken, Orion was stunned. He observed him for a long time. Orion exclaimed in shock, "You were an alpha tester," Suel said slowly. "Was the alpha test not conducted by the developers?" Xian nodded yes, but Ergosphere Online is a bit different. Because it was developed by WL4, the testing involved many ages and genders. That time, he represented the 8 to 14 age group. He joined because he was interested in game development and the pay was high. Orion asked suspiciously, "So you understand the game's storyline deeply, do you not?" "Oh no," Xian shook his head in denial. Explained that the alpha version only displayed certain parts to avoid leaking content. Since they only tested technical elements, they did not know the whole game. In general, he understood a lot because he really liked this game. Orion scoffed. He sounded like he was lying but still thought about it. After a while, he asked, "Did you hear anything from the developers, like players turning into characters in the game?" Xian thought, "Back then I was still young. Testers had little chance to speak directly with the developers." He suddenly felt sad as he recalled it. Reminisced about a moment from his childhood. Then he shook his head. He did not remember clearly because he had been young at the time. Orion observed that his words clearly had problems, but he did not expose him. Suel asked, "By the way, why did Charles target you? Do you think they discovered Vessen's ally?" Orion nodded. "Maybe they think Baekhyun Hyan wants revenge." Suel said coldly, "Quite loyal, are they not?" Orion said indifferently, "In any case, we must be careful. Our team is George's fat prey." Xian was frightened. Jin asked, asked, "Pray, what about me?" Sewell reassured him, "Xian has not met Charles, so it is fine. They have not seen us together. The travel class is not a threat." Xian did not know whether to feel happy or sad. After the conversation, the three quickly left. Orion returned to the building. Even though it was late, a few rooms were still lit. Orion teleported to the foot of the stairs. He checked his phone and saw it was 8 o'clock. She should be waking up soon. He did not know if she was alright. He hoped the item and skill had not caused consequences. Being kidnapped might leave psychological trauma. The more he thought, the more worried he became. His hand trembled as he opened the door, praying his sister was healthy. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and called out loudly, "Sister, I am home." Hearing the sound, Ariam responded quickly, "Hey, Orion." He asked where he had gone. She had told him to come home early for dinner. She urged him to wash his hands quickly. Orion let out a light breath and hesitantly asked, "By the way, sister, were you in pain? You were sleeping deeply earlier." Ariam was startled by the question, but she quickly replied softly that she seemed tired after work. That was all she knew. It might be because of several days of hard work and she had a nightmare. He told him not to worry too much, because today she had prepared premium beef. Seeing the beef in her hand, Orion's eyes lit up. "My God, this kind is extremely expensive. How did you afford it?" Orion smiled happily. It had been a long time since she treated herself. She told him to wash his hands quickly. They would eat right away. Orion looked at his sister busy in the kitchen and sighed inwardly, "Thank God, she is still fine." In another corner of the complex, the situation was just as tense. A colossal stone giant hovered in midair, fiercely launching its assault. Its target was none other than Yoon Hyan. That moment, he raised the bow in his hand, aiming straight at the monster. The mana-infused arrow was ready to leave the string. This was his exclusive weapon, and the pentagonal arrow skill activated instantly. A barrage of arrows shot forward, embedding themselves deep into the body of the giant. Large holes quickly appeared across its rocky armor. Yet the attack did not stop there. Yoon Hyan unleashed another skill. A glowing magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the giant's feet. Blue light spread from it, enveloping its entire body. In the blink of an eye, the massive body exploded violently. Fragments scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyan remained standing at an angle, calmly gazing ahead. At the same time, on the rooftop of a nearby building, two figures had appeared at some point. One was the boss of Charles' guild, the other was the woman Heidi who accompanied him. Heidi softly remarked that the executor was indeed formidable, possessing numerous special weapons and support items she had provided. The boss nodded in agreement, saying that such strength stemmed from the young man's unwavering will and fierce competitive spirit. The new world he envisioned required people willing to fight for their ambitions, no matter the cost. The woman frowned at him and skeptically asked whether what he desired was truly a world where everyone competed fairly. He smiled and replied that it was, for the current world coddled far too many who refused to act. Believed the world had no need for those who only relied on the system. Even if labeled a villain, someone still had to stir things up. A world where everyone fought on equal footing and received rewards worthy of their skills, like in classic games, would be far more interesting than the present. Hearing that, the woman quietly furrowed her brows in thought. He continued that Ryu Xian had intended to make contact today, but there had been no news. Heidi let out a cold snort and said that bizarre clown. She had heard nothing either. Prolonged silence began to make him uneasy. As he was still contemplating, Heidi reassured him that the man was not dead since his name remained on the party list. She suddenly recalled that earlier he had mentioned going hunting alone to track down someone known as the Avenger. Hearing that, the boss startled and asked which Avenger. Heidi nodded and replied it was the one who had once appeared beside Jason for a time. It was said that he had once been an old friend of the executor. After hearing that, the boss fell silent in thought. A moment later, he ordered that all information about that person be sent to him. Heidi asked in surprise whether he was interested in this individual. He smiled and said yes. Perhaps one of their employees had made a mistake and he would handle it personally. That was how the company maintained discipline. The next morning, at a cafe in the city, Orion and Sewell were sitting there, seemingly working on assignments. After pondering for a long while, Sewell admitted that she did not know how to solve question 14. Orion moved closer to take a look and quietly suggested approaching it from a different angle. Before long, he had solved it for her, leaving her wide-eyed in surprise at how good he was at studying. She confessed that because she loved gaming, she had once found everything else dull. Orion could only sigh at her blunt honesty. Just then, Sewell's phone suddenly rang. Orion curiously asked who was calling. She softly replied that it was Seung Ha. He answered the call and greeted her. On the other end was Seung Ha, asking if they could talk for a moment. Seung Ha said she had a proposal for both of them, a rather appealing mission. Sewell immediately asked with suspicion, an appealing mission. Seung Ha explained that it was a monster extermination mission requiring a 6-person party. Any group with 6 members could participate, so Jason's 8-person team and Orion's 2-person team were both eligible. If Orion's team added one more member, they could split into 2 qualifying parties. Seung Ha asked Sewell whether she wanted to try this mission. Sewell did not answer immediately, but instead asked who the supporting member was. She did not want to recruit someone just to fill a slot. slot. Laughter echoed from the other end as Seung-ha said that once she learned the identity, Sewell would surely be surprised. The person they had invited was the Holy Knight Du Hyuk, top 1 on the Asia server. On hearing that, Orion could not help but be stunned. Sewell was equally astonished and asked if it was the top 1 Holy Knight Shinju Hyuk. Orion curiously asked who he was. Although he knew top 1 was powerful, was he truly that famous? Sewell shook her head and said she did not know the details. She only remembered having heard his name before. Though not belonging to any guild, whenever there was a major guild war he would appear to offer support and had once declared he would secure victory at any cost. Orion asked if it was Du Hyuk. She nodded in confirmation and said the Holy Knight class was very difficult to level if played solo. Seung-ha asked once more about her decision. The mission would begin next week, so they had until the weekend to consider. Sewell hesitated and asked about the reward, whether it depended on ranking like a competition. Seung-ha immediately replied no. The reward would be pooled and divided equally among all participants. Each person would receive 30 million won. The figure made Sewell cry out in astonishment. He glanced at Orion and softly asked, this was clearly a good opportunity, right? Orion raised his hand in agreement. Receiving his nod, Sewell quickly replied that they would join the 6-person mission. Seung-ha said with satisfaction that she knew they would agree and told them to choose their members and send the list. They planned to discuss it with their mentor and finalize the decision by the weekend. After ending the call, Orion and Sewell sat a while longer before leaving the cafe. On the way, Sewell asked if they could select Raisin's instructed member, since once the mission began the two teams would have to compete. Orion nodded but frowned and said that if possible, he wanted someone who worked well with Xian to join. The explorer's skills could buff the entire team, so with good coordination their strength would increase significantly. Sewell thought for a moment and said she had found someone suitable to pair with the explorer. He opened her phone to show Orion the information and asked how this combination looked. Orion glanced at it and nodded in approval. Sewell happily said she would message Raisin right away. Not long after, Sewell's phone rang again. Orion asked in surprise if it was Raisin, responding so quickly. By the way, this time what kind of monster would the 6-person party mission face? In previous 2-person missions or competitions, they usually encountered regional boss-level monsters. This time it was very likely an event-type monster, meaning those at the highest tier. Whatever type it was, he only hoped it would appear alone. If it required tactical coordination, then it would truly be troublesome. While he was still lost in thought, Sewell finished speaking, turned to look at him and asked Orion, do you have any plans for this weekend? He hesitated and scratched his head, replying that he did not know yet, probably nothing special. Hearing that, Sewell nodded slightly with a satisfied look. That is good then. He looked at him seriously and reminded him to keep Saturday evening free, because he had to go on a date with her. He froze in shock and blurted out that it was so sudden. Sewell did not explain further, and just like that the two of them decided to head home together. Saturday night arrived faster than he had expected. He stood quietly on the sidewalk waiting. He kept scrolling through his phone, his face clearly showing uncertainty. Sudden date, what exactly was this about? She had not even explained it clearly to him. They met every day, so he had assumed it was just coordination as teammates, nothing unusual. Yet when he heard the word date, his heart pounded as if he had suddenly encountered a high-level monster. Just then, someone slapped him hard on the back. Startled and turned around, hearing a female voice ask whether he had been waiting long. His eyes immediately widened in astonishment. Sewell looked completely different today, her hair neatly tied. She softened her voice and apologized for being late. He could only stare at her, unable to speak for a long moment. Annoyed, Sewell lightly hit him with her handbag and glared, asking what he was staring at and whether he wanted trouble. He flushed red in embarrassment. Today she was truly different. After regaining his composure, he scratched his head and asked where they were going. She had said there was somewhere she wanted to go. Sewell replied calmly that she would not say in advance. If he knew, then it would not be interesting. She only told him to trust her and follow. He could only nod helplessly. Yet he still muttered about wanting a hint, making Sewell irritated enough to hit him again and tell him to be quiet. The two of them headed toward the meeting place. As soon as Sewell saw the person she was looking for, she happily called out, "Sister." He was slightly startled and followed her gaze. To his surprise, standing before them were Ariam and Dr. Noah. He stepped closer and quietly asked Ariam what was going on. Ariam smiled and said she thought if she did not arrange it this way, then he would not come, so she had discussed it with Sewell beforehand. Last time Dr. Noah had taken time to care for him, so she felt having a meal together would be more appropriate. He sighed helplessly, so Sewell had tricked him into coming here. Sewell winked and smiled, saying that was right. His sister had called her for help earlier. As the daughter of a pharmaceutical company owner, she believed becoming closer to the medical field would bring many benefits. Ariam looked at the two of them and said they should go inside before losing the reserved table. Not long after, all four of them entered the restaurant. While waiting for the dishes, they began chatting lively. Ariam enthusiastically recounted an old story, saying he once cried loudly and begged her not to leave. Was that not so? He flushed red and protested that he had not done that. Noah laughed and chimed in, saying it seemed he cared about Ariam very much. Ariam shook her head and said it was long ago. Recently they had not kept in touch much. Suel sat opposite them, quietly observing as if thinking about something. After a while she asked how the two of them met. Even in the same hospital, different departments rarely cross paths. Ariam glanced at Noah with a hint of embarrassment, scratched her head, and said how did it begin at first. Noah replied slowly that he was the one who took the initiative to get acquainted first. He said that while passing through the lobby, he saw Ariam working. That time she was pushing a wheelchair for a patient. Somehow that scene made him want to step forward and talk to her. During that, he frowned slightly in suspicion. Noah smiled and said that was why he took the initiative to approach first, while Ariam only gave an awkward smile and scratched her head. A moment later, Suel continued asking how her job as a nurse was, whether it was worth pursuing. Ariam shook her head and said it depends on the person, but there was one thing she wanted to tell anyone planning to become a nurse: that if possible, run as fast as you can and choose another profession. She raised her brows and laughed loudly, leaving he and Suel unsure how to react. Then she turned serious. Of course, this job is not simple at all, especially when seeing the patients she cared for leave the hospital healthy and smiling. That feeling is wonderful and gives a lot of motivation. He looked at his sister. It was the first time he had seen her reveal this side. Ariam smiled softly and said she felt shy. She had never talked about it before. At the same time, Noah was still watching her attentively. His gaze seemed to pass through her, recalling someone else. Suel noticed that unusual look from him. Just then her phone rang. She opened it to check the newly arrived message. Looking at him, she suggested stepping outside to talk for a moment. He asked in surprise why not talk here. Suel shook her head and said no, I feel embarrassed talking here, follow me. The two of them quickly stepped outside. Suel said slowly that they were in a good mood, so let them have some private time. Besides, I cannot sit here all evening. He nodded silently, his gaze still directed toward the restaurant. He smiled unconsciously. Suel asked if he was worried about losing his sister. He quickly denied it. I am just surprised because I have never seen her at work, so I did not know she had such thoughts. Once thought he understood everything about her because they were family. Suel sighed and asked would your sister be shocked if she knew you are an Avenger. Nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, what are you trying to say? Suel said seriously, I just received news from Raimi. He asked suspiciously, has the team for joining us been finalized? Suel nodded to confirm that the lineup was as expected. A monk, a magic marksman, and a berserker. Next week they will join the three of us for a 6-person mission. So prepare carefully. He nodded seriously in response. Week later, in a deserted residential area. In the courtyard beneath a building, 3-member team, including him, was teleported to this location. He looked around and asked where are we? Suel looked at the map on her phone and replied that this is a new town on the outskirts. At this hour there should not be many people around. While the whole group was still doubtful, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Orion startled and turned around, seeing Raimi walking over with 2 people, smiling as she greeted them and said it had been a long time, asking how everyone had been lately. Politely nodded in return, greeting her, and saying he was very pleased to see her again. Raimi glanced at Xian with a probing look, asking if that was the newcomer he had just recruited. Suel quietly confirmed, saying yes, this was Xian from the adventurer class. Raimi frowned slightly upon hearing that. An adventurer, she said she also hoped to have a chance to cooperate with him. Jun Sung stepped forward and suggested that since the team did not follow the traditional tank, damage dealer, and healer model, they needed to build a more suitable strategy. Orion nodded lightly, saying he had just come up with a plan as well, and began sharing it with everyone. Plan was to take advantage of the 3 support members who could assist from afar, creating opportunities for the melee DPS to strike quickly and withdraw in sync with support skills. After hearing it, Ji worriedly asked whether this approach was too risky, since melee DPS could easily be attacked directly when the team had no one acting as a tank. Orion calmly shook his head, telling them not to worry too much. Their team had an adventurer. Thanks to the passive skill safe and happy adventure, the whole group would gain increased evasion chances, thereby minimizing the damage taken. Jae-yoon exclaimed in surprise that she had not expected the adventurer to possess such a skill, and Jun Sung asked further about the arrangement of roles in the support formation. Orion slowly proposed that since Jun Sung was a monk, he could move up to support the front line, while the adventurer stayed behind to cast overall enhancement spells for the team. Suel, in his role as a maze master, would flexibly use his skills depending on the situation. He confidently said to leave that part to him. Orion looked around and asked again. That was the plan they had proposed. Did anyone have any additional opinions? Jun Sung shook his head. Jae-yoon agreed as well. Raimi smiled, saying this was the most reasonable choice for their current lineup. Orion nodded, saying that since everyone was experienced, they should adapt flexibly once the battle began. At that moment, the system announced that the mission would begin in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Before setting off, Orion reminded them that the team had no healer, so everyone had to prepare enough recovery items. After reaching an agreement, the group could only wait for the mission to activate. Orion took the opportunity to think more deeply about the upcoming challenge. The current strategy was fine if they only faced one monster, but he still wanted to prepare another defensive option. He secretly hoped the number of monsters would not exceed 3. If there were more, it would be very difficult to adjust their formation. The system announced again that there were only 10 seconds left before the mission began. Amy quietly told Jun Sung that the revenge-driven youngster lacked coordination experience, but was very sharp in strategy. Jun Sung nodded, commenting that Orion clearly understood the game mechanics and his combat skills were admirable. He continued to accumulate experience and refine his group management abilities. He believed Orion could become an outstanding guild leader. Final preparation time finally ended. Mission was officially activated. As soon as the announcement ended, a gigantic creature appeared before their eyes. The whole group was instantly stunned. It had arrived. Suel narrowed his eyes as he observed the monster, left speechless. Orion also grew serious when he recognized its identity. It was the giant priest Nephilim. The monster suddenly lifted 1 foot high. Then it stomped down hard, causing the ground to sink into a massive crater. Xian cried out in panic, unable to believe they had to face such a colossal creature. Even Orion had not anticipated this appearance. Unsung reassured everyone that although it was unexpected, once the mission had begun they had to fight with all their strength. He immediately called out to Jai Yun, and she responded that she understood. Jai Yun charged forward, while Jun Sung behind her used a skill to illuminate the path and support her advance. Her stats increased by 22%. Waves of skill shockwaves spread out in succession. She poured all her strength into a slash toward the monster. It was almost completely unmoved. Jai Yun angrily exclaimed that she could not inflict any damage. Immediately afterward, the monster swung its arm to counterattack her. Blows sent her flying backward and crashing onto the ground. The pain forced a cry from her lips. Ryan immediately gripped his sword and rushed forward. He activated the skill Furious Shout. A dark red arc of sword light swept across the monster head. However, the result did not change. It still stood firm. Orion froze. It was completely unharmed. Could it be that this creature? While he was still thinking, the monster turned its head and stared straight at him. The bandages wrapped around its head gradually fell away, revealing a blazing red eye that made Orion startle. Not stopping there, from that eye shot out a deep crimson beam of energy. Explosion rang out, shaking the ground violently. Fortunately, before it could hit, Suel had already created a magic shield to protect Orion. Suel gritted his teeth and said they might have been too careless. If they wanted to end this, they had to find a way to bring it down with a decisive blow. Orion hesitated, saying he could not because that monster was. Xian cut him off, asserting that they could not defeat the giant in a conventional way. He explained that this was a gimmick boss, similar to having to use a special tactic like a mirror to defeat Medusa. Hearing that, Suel's expression grew even heavier. Amy also confirmed that she had encountered it in the game before. As she remembered, they had to use a quest item called Independence to be effective, since she had once taken that quest during a raid. Suel asked what they should do now when ordinary attacks were completely useless. Orion had not yet responded when a voice sounded from behind, saying there was no other way but to fight head-on. Jungha appeared, saying that unity was the optimal approach. She drew her sword confidently, saying that if they could not bring it down in 1 or 2 strikes then they would just keep attacking, asking whether Du Hyuk agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Hyuk had already dashed past Orion and charged forward. He replied that of course. A massive hammer appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung it forcefully forward. Faint golden light enveloped the monster body. In just an instant, its massive form began to stagger. Immediately collapsed, kneeling flat on the ground. Seeing that, Suel was stunned and exclaimed that he had just unleashed a powerful direct skill strike. So that was the level of the one who stood at the top of the Asian region, Du Hyuk. Seungha laughed in satisfaction. Not bad. Now it is my turn to show myself. How could I lose face in front of a support? Let me show everyone my ability. Saying that, she gripped her sword and shot forward like a moth to a flame, the blade whistling as it tore through the air. Xian froze at the sight for the first time. Damn it, could they all be high-level masters? At that moment, Jun Sung stepped forward and patted Viorium on the shoulder. He said softly, "We cannot just stand and watch like this. Show them your strength. I will do my utmost to support you." "I understand," he nodded lightly in reply. Jun Sung immediately activated the one-step enlightenment skill to reinforce him. On the other side, Seungha was still charging forward enthusiastically. He coordinated with Du Hyuk, each attacking from one side. The monster endured a barrage of slashes from the two of them. But it was almost completely unharmed and even swung its fist in retaliation. Seungha's eyes turned sharp in an instant. She leapt up to dodge the punch, then ran along that massive arm and shot upward. At the same time, Du Hyuk activated the Sacred Sand Wheel skill. Seungha immediately opened the Queen's Path skill as well. In the blink of an eye, countless shockwaves flooded the space. But the monster still stood firm without wavering. Du Hyuk frowned in irritation. They had attacked for so long yet it showed no reaction. Seungha agreed, fighting such a mindless foe was truly dull. Just then the monster began to move, its massive foot like a mountain crashing down toward them. Seungha was startled at the sight. It was too fast, she had no time to dodge. That critical moment, he appeared in time, raising his sword to block the giant foot. He activated the unyielding unyielding counter skill to absorb all the damage, and then retaliated. Immediately after, he knocked its foot away and swung his sword in counterattack. A sharp sword arc tore across the monster's abdomen, causing it to freeze for a few seconds. Hayek could not hide his admiration. Excellent, such a powerful strike. He must be enhanced by numerous support skills. He turned to Seung-ha and asked if that Avenger was the high school student she had mentioned. Seung-ha nodded lightly. Yes, his ability is truly extraordinary. He did not care what they thought and continued relentlessly attacking the monster. At the same time, 3 more IQ members appeared on Seung-ha's side. Without a word, the 3 of them charged at the giant monster together. Seung-ha looked at them and was momentarily speechless. Then Jun-sung quickly joined the fray. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I took the wrong path. I thought it was a shortcut but ended up falling behind." Seung-ha shook her head. It is fine. The real show has only just begun. A host of players poured their strength into attacking the monster ahead. Raimi fired her gun while laughing loudly. "It is so big I do not even need to aim." Saying that, she unleashed the ultimate skill Phoenix Arrow. A blazing fire phoenix shot out from the muzzle, piercing through the monster's body. At the same time, Iksu and Yuzan were not slow either. Yuzan deployed Dragon Bone Slash. Iksu summoned a relentless chain of consecutive strikes. From 2 sides, both of them slashed fiercely at the target. The monster's body continuously endured waves of impact, causing it to stagger, nearly falling. Jae-yoon cheered. "It is about to collapse." He glanced back and shouted loudly, "Support team, it is your turn." "Understood, let us begin." Suel and Jun-sung responded in unison. The next instant, shockwaves surrounded him and Jae-yoon. Stats rapidly soared. Without hesitation, they simultaneously unleashed their skills straight at the monster. Under that fierce pressure, its body was struck repeatedly. Suel below cheered, "Beautiful, that strike dealt tremendous damage." But he was not pleased at all. Suddenly, the monster spat out a blazing red sphere. Immediately, countless energy rays spread everywhere, affecting those below. Jun-sung tried to use a protection skill to shield them but still could not avoid the impact. Being the closest, he suffered the heaviest impact. He gritted his teeth. This situation is not good. If it drags on, everyone could face serious danger. How could he possibly defeat this giant in a single strike? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He turned to Xion and shouted that he must use that skill now. Xion asked in surprise, "Which skill?" "Guiding Light," he said urgently. "If independence is a quest item, then it can be found with that skill." Xion understood and nodded slightly. "All right, I will try." Saying that, he raised his sword high and activated Guiding Light. Once, a beam of light shot out from the tip of the sword. It pierced through the distant high-rise buildings. Suel exclaimed in astonishment. The light split into 2 branches, one toward the giant and the other likely was. Frowned, surprise flashing in his eyes. Xion spoke up, "I will go find it. Cannot help much here. I will follow the beam and bring the item back." He hesitated, but what if independence is not an item, but another quest monster? Jun-sung suggested, "Then I will go with him to ensure safety." Raimi also spoke, "Focusing on attack tactics will be more effective than just buffing. Besides, if we find the item, we will still need someone to use it and provide sniper support." He thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then we will coordinate with Seung-ha's group to hold the giant back." Suel did not forget to remind the other 2 to keep an eye on Xion, in case he stumbled again when something unexpected happened. Hearing that, Xion immediately pouted and retorted, "Hey, I am not as clumsy as before." On this side, Du Hyuk saw Orion's group split up and spoke. "It seems they have finished discussing their plan, so what should we do now?" Seung-ha replied calmly, "Since we have formed an alliance, fighting among ourselves is useless, but we cannot just stand by and watch them act. Perhaps they intend to unleash their strongest attack before we can react and finish off the giant first." Du Hyuk nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Do you think it is because we were once on the same team when we first entered the game that they are acting like this?" Seung-ha merely shrugged indifferently. "Who knows? Sorry, I am truly not sure." As soon as he finished speaking, another shockwave from a skill spread out. She dashed straight forward, saying as she ran that she could no longer remember the people she had met a long time ago. Du Hyuk let out a soft laugh and said casually, "How heartless, but I have always cherished that time." In another corner, the light from Xion's skill stopped at a fixed position, on the road circling the suburban town. Xion led the group charging forward. He only hoped that the thing called independence truly lay here. After everything that had happened, it was the only way for him to help everyone. Please appear. That very moment, the space ahead suddenly lit up. Raimi quickly pointed and exclaimed, "Look, there is something right in front of that bench." Xion immediately looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, he saw a statue where the light was gathering. It was a statue of a majestic hero. Xion said excitedly, "That is right. This is the statue of the one who defeated the out-of-control giant. The Independence quest weapon is sealed inside it." Jun-sung let out a sigh of relief. "So we just need to break the statue, right?" Xion nodded. "Exactly. Then the item called the hero's will shall appear. We can use it too." Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, because the system displayed a red warning. Another player was approaching their location. The 3 of them immediately became alert. Where were they? Who exactly was coming? While they were still suspicious, a figure slowly stepped out. Jun-sung turned pale. This person should not be here. The other party curled his lips into a malicious smile and raised his hand to activate the Emperor's finger skill. In an instant, all 3 were forced to kneel on the ground. Xion exclaimed in shock, "What is going on?" Zion, why do I feel like my whole body cannot move? Junsung immediately realized this is the Emperor's skill, so that means he is the true Emperor. He had guessed correctly, the one who appeared was Charles's boss. He sneered and said, I came to find the one who sought revenge. I did not expect to run into someone from Wizen. Either way, this trip was not in vain, because he had long intended to deal with them. Hearing that, Zion could not help but shudder in worry. At this moment, he raised his blade, intending to strike Junsung. Before it could fall, a magic arrow shot toward him from afar. Just as it was about to hit him, a formation appeared in front of him and blocked it. The one who attacked was none other than Raimi. He smirked, a magic archer. Raimi bit her lip and stared at him, continuing to fire at him. Yet it caused no damage, he said calmly. When facing many enemies, the best way is to take down the one attacking from afar first. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to prepare a counterattack. He activated the Royal Path skill. Raimi was immediately blasted far away. At that very moment, Junsung suddenly appeared behind him. He used a damage reduction skill, canceling its effect the moment it was activated. Regaining his freedom, he launched a powerful strike at Charles's boss. Shockwave spread out, tearing the ground into a deep trench. Seizing the chance, Junsung quickly asked, Is everyone all right? Raimi replied through clenched teeth, My back hurts, but I can endure it. He nodded and said, I will hold him off. You two go get independence. Everyone is waiting for you. Raimi asked worriedly if he could handle it alone. He answered calmly, I do not need to risk my life. The quest will end when the giant is defeated. I only need to stall for time, so do not worry, go now. Raimi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. She looked at Zion, he understood and said, That is right, I will go get independence now. Before leaving, Raimi told Junsung, We are going, be careful, see you later. As she had just turned to leave, Junsung called out, Raimi, wait a moment. Immediately after, he cast the Buddha's protection skill on her. He explained slowly, this skill increases defense and movement speed, helping you get there faster, do not delay. Raimi sighed helplessly, you truly were born to be support. Then she said, Do Zion try to keep up. I am going, Du Zion nodded, do not worry. Raimi turned and ran off but still reminded him, I am really going, remember to take your medicine. Junsung replied quickly, I know. Before long the two of them had already run far away. Junsung watched their figures and let out a heavy breath. This time Charles's boss also stood up from the rubble and asked in a low voice, Are you done talking? Junsung clenched his fists and replied, You must have waited long enough, thank you. He said disdainfully, Not at all, I only needed a little time to activate my skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic array appeared beneath his feet. It was the Emperor's domain, the Imperial territory. Within it, the Emperor gradually regenerated while enemies were slowed over time. Junsung's expression turned serious. This is a domain skill, you stalled for time just to deploy it. He had said he would stall, but just a slight mistake would be enough to make him fall. With no other choice, he had to go all out and immediately activated the monk's ultimate technique. It was his only option at this moment. Thinking that, he stepped back to gather momentum. In an instant, he charged forward at astonishing speed. He had to buy more time at all costs. Elsewhere where the battle was raging, the giant monster was still straining to withstand the relentless assault. He continued to fight persistently to bring it down. Suel did not stand still either. She immediately used a combined arrow and trap skill. Right after that, a rain of arrows poured down, pinning into the monster's body. This enraged it to the point it could not restrain itself. At the same moment, Suel drove her staff into its arm. Even so, it was still unharmed. Suel shouted irritably, Why is this giant monster not dead yet? How much health does it have left? Jai-yoon looked at him worriedly and asked whether their companions would return safely. He whispered in reply, Probably. However, it still made him uneasy, because while attacking, he received a warning that a player had intruded, which was even more frightening. He hoped that amid this chaos, no further troublesome situation would occur. At that moment, Suel cried out in terror, Something is approaching. Everyone was startled and stopped. The monster's orb appeared once again. Duuk gritted his teeth and shouted that damn thing is his ultimate skill. Yudan also cried out in fear, We are finished. This skill will destroy everything. Seung-ha urgently ordered, Everyone prepare to defend. This time we must block it properly. Suel also spoke up, Orion Jai-yoon, fall back. I will activate a defensive skill. But before he could react, a figure flashed past him. Looking closely, it turned out to be Julian. His face was drenched in sweat. Clearly he had run very fast. Without hesitation, he raised his sword high, radiating a powerful glow. At that instant, a blue light appeared to counter the fireball. The monster froze in place. The ice wound on its face had healed. He whispered the knockdown effect succeeded. Its ultimate skill has been nullified. Ji-yusian shouted loudly, Raimi now. Shout echoed throughout the building. She had moved to a rooftop cable nearby. She raised her bow along with the item she had just obtained. Magic archer skill was activated. She aimed straight at the gap in its body. Immediately, she released her grip. The arrow shot through the air, pierced straight through the monster's body. The monster was instantly in pain. Suel happily fired another shot. Jae-yoon also praised, truly good, it pierced through its body. So was everything finished now? Monster could no longer move. But Do-hyo said the mission was not over. He agreed as well and shouted, it still has a bit of health left. The blink of an eye, energy waves burst from the skill. Do-hyuk and he charged forward at the same time. This was the final opportunity. Immediately the two of them struck down hard. Giant monster howled in agony. Its roar of defiance resounded across the sky. Boss Charles heard it and snorted coldly. It seems they are about to finish. He should probably end this game as well. The horned assembly priest, Jun-sung. He was being pinned beneath that man's foot, crying out in pain. Giant monster was eroded by the skill waves. Not long after it collapsed, Suel exclaimed joyfully, great, it has fallen. The final mission was completed. He let out a sigh of relief. An arm suddenly extended in front of him. As Do-hyuk, he praised cheerfully, excellent. He nodded lightly and replied, thank you, well done. Immediately after, the two quickly high-fived. Yeon, after activating his skill, breathed heavily. Suel went over to him and praised him. Today the coordination was excellent. Thanks to you we finished faster. Zeon gritted his teeth and said, it is not a problem. He shouted to everyone, the head of the Cho's guild is here. Everyone was startled. Jae-yoon asked suspiciously, really, are you sure it is not someone else? Raimi appeared and confirmed, no mistake, worse, this time it is him in person. She informed everyone that Jun-sung was fighting and could not defeat him alone. They had to go save him. He asked Zeon worriedly, where is Jun-sung now? Zeon thought for a moment and replied, not sure of this place, try using a skill. Immediately after, he activated the group search skill. Magical light once again shot into the sky. He looked in that direction. Suel said we can reach there in less than a minute if they do not get lost. Do-hyuk had already rushed ahead. He hesitated. Suel hurriedly said, do not worry about me. Follow them. I cannot keep up with your speed. He thought for a moment then nodded, all right, I will go first. Having said that, he immediately dashed away. Deok Hoa spoke up, choose the mission reward before continuing. We may have to retreat if the situation worsens. Yuzan nodded quickly in agreement. At the same time, where Jun-sung was fighting Boss Charles. After the battle, this place had turned into ruins. Boss pressed Jun-sung down, making him grit his teeth in pain. That man snorted coldly, do not move, your health is low, do you want to die? Jun-sung narrowed his eyes, seemingly calculating something. His hand quietly lifted, preparing to activate the Buddha palm skill. But before he could finish, the boss kicked him and warned, I told you not to move. Jun-sung cried out in pain. That man continued speaking, I want to deal with you right here and end this, but if your team completes the mission and claims the reward, it will be troublesome for me. So he needed you to stay alive until your teammates arrived to rescue you. Jun-sung understood that intention, gritted his teeth and shouted, just kill me. They are not coming to save me anyway. Do not talk nonsense, that man snorted coldly. I know very well your group is not the type to calculate every possibility before acting. If your team only cared about themselves, there would not be someone like you willing to spend time saving others. He once ran a company, so he clearly understood the difference between a truly united collective and a group that only chased benefits. That is why they will eventually come back to save you. That man curled his lips and asked, am I wrong? Jun-sung took a deep breath and replied through gritted teeth, no. You may not believe it, but that is the truth. They have never liked me. While the two were still talking, Siak quietly moved behind the Charles boss. His assassin skill was immediately activated, but at the very moment the blade was about to fall, that man detected it and dodged in time. Siak was briefly shocked. His speed was too fast. There seemed to be no time to counterattack. Even so, in terms of attack speed, that man could not compare with a true assassin. Thinking that, Siak swung his dagger again. The strike was so fast it startled his opponent. The blade tip was already at that man's throat. At that moment, two magic circles suddenly appeared and blocked the path. Siak's slash was stopped as a result. Seizing the chance, that man kicked towards Siak. Force of the kick sent Siak flying. Without stopping, the boss activated the skill Palace Dungeon. Iron chains appeared in an instant and tightly bound Jun-sung. This was a skill that could lock a target below 18% health for 180 seconds. With enhancement effects added, the control duration could extend to 7 minutes. That was enough. That amount of time was sufficient for him to crush team inversion. At that moment, Do-hyuk and he appeared. The two rushed forward to attack at the same time, but that man still avoided them. Without hesitation, they continued to activate their skills. Yet the boss did not waver at all. His hand clenched into a fist like it was wrapped in steel. Energy wave from the counterstrike immediately hit he and Do-hyuk. He bit his lip. Is this a counter skill? It activates too quickly and even causes paralysis. While he was still calculating, that man rushed forward like lightning and roared, are you the Avenger? He said he had been looking for you. He was briefly stunned. What was that man planning to do? That man prepared to swing his sword. A magic bolt shot toward his face. But just like before, the attack still could not touch him. That man sharply turned his head to look behind. Seeing Raimi aiming, he snorted coldly. That girl is truly troublesome, shooting from afar. Before he finished speaking, Seung-ha and Iksu suddenly appeared in front of him. That man curled his lips and activated the skill War Art of Ants. Seung-ha was immediately knocked to the ground. She bit her lip tightly, not expecting that man to use that skill this way. The two had just fallen. Yuzan and Jae-yoon arrived in time. But before they could act, a passage covered in golden light opened. Shockwave from the skill threw them to both sides. sides. Taking advantage of that chance, that man rushed straight toward Raimi. He said disdainfully that long-range damage dealers are truly troublesome. Raimi's face immediately turned pale. At the critical moment, purple chains suddenly wrapped around that man's limbs. He was startled and turned his head back. Suel rushed over from afar, holding a staff. Being blocked again, the boss grew furious. A long-range mage is not the only one who annoys me. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately activated the skill authority of command. Suel's body froze as if encased in ice. A cold sword light swept toward her. Suel was struck and sent flying. He slowly approached, making her tremble in fear. He said coldly, "I will deal with you first." Suel gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine." An explosion rang out. Boss halted as if obstructed, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he said with displeasure, "Well done, Avenger." It turned out that at the very moment that man swung his sword, he had already rescued Suel. He narrowed his eyes at that man and said coldly, "You said I am the one you are looking for." Boss did not answer immediately, only stared intently at him. After a while, he slowly said, "That is right. You are the one I want to meet, Avenger." He asked, "What do you want from me? We have never met." That man shrugged calmly, "Nothing serious. I just want to ask a few questions before crushing all of you." He asked where the person you are currently chasing is. He snorted softly, "Why ask me? You are his opponent." That man replied, "This is only an investigation. Since encountering you, my opponent has disappeared. I've been tracking his trail since then, so do not question me back, just answer. He is not easy to deal with." He looked at that man for a moment, then curled his lips, "I do not know where he is, and that has nothing to do with me." Hearing that man's expression immediately darkened. A dense killing intent spread out. He said coldly, "My subordinate is being held in the Twilight Room." He changed expression, not expecting that man to guess correctly. That man sneered, "The Twilight Room once managed by us has been locked, so I guess someone took the key." All he needed was confirmation, and his reaction had already given him the answer. Before him stood a cunning old fox. Being grasped so early was not surprising. The boss said again, "That is good news. If he were locked somewhere else, I would have to waste effort searching. Since he holds the key to the Twilight Chamber, all that is needed is to defeat him and take it." The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished in a blink. Orion paused slightly, his gaze instantly turning vigilant. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of him. The two immediately clashed in fierce combat. Orion fell into a disadvantage, forced to defend under relentless pressure. Not daring to be careless, he activated Crimson Blood Thorns. Blood spikes instantly shot out, hurtling straight toward him. He frowned, so it was a feint. Refusing to fall for it, he simultaneously unleashed Royal Holy Sword. A slash descended, causing the ground ahead to tremble violently. He curled his lips in smug confidence, certain victory was within his grasp. But before his satisfaction could settle, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The target he struck was nothing but an illusion. Only then did he realize Suel was the true master of the labyrinth. She had been secretly supporting Orion with her skill, and Orion suddenly appeared right behind him. Dual blades in hand, he swung them fiercely at his opponent. He was slightly startled, grazed across the arm. It seemed he was more formidable than expected. Even so, his skill activation speed was still slow. With that, he threw a straight punch at Orion's face. Force sent him flying backward. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, a faint groan escaping him. That was Emperor, a skill that increased damage and attack speed by 130%. Laughed contemptuously, "You should have used a stronger move when I left an opening." At that moment, Seung-ha and Du-hyuk rushed in from afar to reinforce him. Waves of shockwaves erupted in succession. Yet the guild boss Charles remained calm, clicking his tongue in irritation at Seung-ha. Seung-ha retorted without yielding. She enjoyed driving others mad the most. As her words fell, the ground was flooded with brilliant golden light. It was the ultimate technique, Queen's Prayer. Boss Charles did not remain idle. The blade in his hand immediately swung upward. A thunderous clash rang out as the two forces collided. Two fell into an intense stalemate. He was exhilarated by the battle, but time would not wait. The palace dungeon imprisoning Jun Sung was about to expire. Once he awakened, he would end the mission by choosing the reward. There were not many options left. Today he had to finish this. Thinking that, he waved his hand and forced Seung-ha back. She stepped back 2 paces, her eyes still fixed on him. Moments later, her face turned pale. He had activated the ultimate Emperor, March of the Empire. Instantly, ranks of golden armored soldiers appeared densely. Suel panicked at the sight. Ryan also understood that army would be extremely difficult to handle. He coldly ordered them to wipe out everyone, leaving no one behind. As soon as the order was given, the golden armored soldiers surged forward. One charged fiercely toward Seung-ha. She froze for a split second, unable to react in time. Fortunately, Iksu appeared just in time to block the attack. The snail car shouted loudly, calling everyone to focus their strength to eliminate them. Boss Josh secretly marveled. This group was so experienced that they did not panic at all in the face of the sudden situation. But that was enough for him. He continued by activating Royal Path. Ryan, who was charging forward, was immediately blasted away. Before he could steady himself, his vision was completely obscured, because he had appeared right in front of him. He smiled faintly, "That much time is enough for me to have a private talk with you." Ryan sprang up, his eyes wary as he could not discern his intention. Not wanting to argue, he immediately executed his move. His figure shot straight toward his opponent, calmly blocked the strike, coldly praising him for understanding the game and possessing enough courage. "No wonder Ryu Xian lost at your hands." After saying that, he clenched his fist tightly. Without another word, he threw a punch. Speed was too fast, Orion could not dodge in time and was forced back. His body fell heavily to the ground once more. He said coldly that in the vast sea there is always a bigger fish, and there are heights you can never reach. Learn to bow your head first when you are reborn next time. Then he swung his sword down to finish it. Orion saw it and grew flustered. It unleashed the Eternal Empire sword. That very moment, Orion shouted loudly, calling Bezuzian. He was startled and turned his head. Jan appeared, removing his cloak of invisibility with a faint smile. His eyes were steadfast as he faced his opponent. In his heart, he silently prayed for Maria to grant strength, light to dispel darkness, radiance. As his words ended, the blue glowing blade slashed down, turning to the moment of preparation before the mission began. Xian looked at Orion with concern and asked what he should do. Orion thought for a moment and advised him to bring plenty of recovery items and prepare a trader's cloak for protection. Xian asked in surprise, "Trader's cloak, you mean a disguise item?" Orion nodded slightly and said they could shield him from most monsters, but if they encountered those that were too fast, the situation would become troublesome. For example, the speed-enhanced wolves or the highly mobile soul hunters. So when facing that type, he should put on the invisibility cloak and unleash weakening skills at the right moment to support the team. Even so, Xian still hesitated, admitting that he was worried he would not perform well and feared dragging the whole team down. Orion lowered his voice to reassure him, telling him not to be overly pressured since everyone here was capable of handling themselves. If anything happened, he and Suel would certainly step forward to protect him. Thanks to that, Xian had managed to safely escape from the hands of the boss of Charles until now. Seizing the opportunity, Xian immediately launched a counterattack at him. Seeing him appear, he was startled to realize that an explorer had been hiding and waiting for the right moment. Caught off guard, he was left dazed by Xian's strike. The anesthesia effect took hold at once. On this side, Orion realized the timing was right. Without hesitation, he activated the Vengeful Fury skill. From behind, he charged forward, intending to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, he appeared to be in a dazed state. Just as Orion's blade came down, an unexpected turn occurred. He snapped his eyes open and coldly said, "Did you think I was not prepared?" Orion froze in shock. The ground suddenly shone with a brilliant golden light, blasting both Orion and Xian away. Orion frowned and wondered if the stun effect had failed. But then he realized that he had used an item before the effect activated, which allowed him to neutralize it. The boss of Charles let out a cold snort and said that plan was not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast the Royal Summoning command skill. Immediately, Orion was forced to his knees on the ground. He slowly walked over, curling his lips in disdain and saying that trick was too predictable. After saying that, the tip of his blade pointed straight at Xian. Seeing this, Orion hurriedly shouted, "Do not touch him." He insisted that the one he needed was him, the one who had defeated his subordinate. Xian had nothing to do with it. But he coldly declared that he would deal with Xian according to the rules of the game and mentioned Orion's weakening skills. Orion's voice trembled as he tried to retort, but the words stuck in his throat. He frantically searched for a way to break this skill, or at least buy some time. Suel and the others were being held back by the soldiers and had no idea what was happening here. He asked himself what to do. He had to find a way out immediately. Orion bit his lip, his eyes blazing with anger. After a few heavy seconds, he shouted, "Wait." He hurriedly took the Twilight Room key from his inventory and offered it up, saying this was exactly what he wanted. Begged him not to attack Xian, leaving him staring back in shock. Boss of Charles gave a faint laugh and said that realizing it now was too late, he should have decided earlier. He said that if he had handed over the key from the beginning, those people would not have had to suffer. According to him, losers always hesitate, like those who ruin their own lives because they decide too late. Hearing that, Orion grew even more furious but remained silent. Holding the key in his hand, he smugly declared that he had obtained what he needed. After saying that, he swung his blade at Xian. He gave a cold laugh and said that from now on he would hunt more freely. Orion angrily shouted what he was doing since he had already handed over the key. He curled his lips and asked, "Did you think this was a transaction?" He said exchanges only existed between equals. This was merely imposition. As he spoke, he stepped on Xian with a contemptuous gaze, asserting that only the victor's voice had value and Orion had lost. Orion trembled with rage. Ignoring his reaction, he said that instead of demanding a deal, he should beg for his life. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to swing his blade down again. Orion urgently shouted, "Stop." Panicked and wondered which item or skill he could use to deal with this leader. Just as he desperately searched for a solution, the hacking tool he had taken from Chickmaker suddenly responded to his consciousness. Began causing glitches within the game system. Boss of Charles immediately showed a look of shock. Ryan's body was enveloped enveloped in a faint golden light. A series of warnings rang out in rapid succession. A system error illegally opened a backdoor for Orion, leaving the boss panicked as he could not understand what was happening. He could not comprehend this situation. In the past, researchers discovered that the substance Z-24 contained infinite potential, able to transform under external influence and even human thoughts and emotions. The game system and GT were merely frameworks to harness that power because human creativity was not stable enough. But what if someone broke free from the system's restraints and controlled Z-24? Researchers once considered it only an unknown variable and did not pay much attention. Back in the present, the boss of Charles asked in horror whether Orion had forced himself into a transcendent level. He realized this Avenger was more dangerous than he had imagined. He had to take Orion down immediately. With that thought, he immediately rushed forward with his blade in hand. An explosion rang out as the blade struck down. Xian shouted Orion's name in worry. Boss thought that he had gained the upper hand, but Orion managed to block the strike. He exerted force and pushed him back. He gritted his teeth and wondered if the skill had been nullified because Orion reached a transcendent level, but then realized that was not entirely the case. When he looked closely again, he saw that Jun Sung had broken free from the restraint. He was even using a support skill to boost Orion's strength. Jun Sung said coldly that he wanted to end this unreasonable PK match soon, but first he had to teach him a lesson. As soon as the words fell, Orion gripped his sword and charged forward with explosive momentum. Activated the Avenger's fury. The pain in his hand drove him to slash down without pause, forcing Charles' boss to retreat step by step. He shot him a glance, his eyes filled with determination. In contrast, that man appeared extremely smug. His lips curled up, his gaze strange. Emotion surged within him. He was truly exhilarated. Immediately after, he threw a punch toward Orion. But suddenly, a blue light enveloped both of them. He was slightly startled, already guessing the situation. Even the boss was the same. He laughed and said it seemed time was up. On the other side, Jun Sung had received the mission reward and was preparing to teleport. Unwilling though he was, the boss muttered that he had just begun. What a pity. People grow through competition. It had been a long time since he had fought while straining his mind like this. See you again in Horizons, Orion. After saying that, he vanished. He narrowed his eyes at him, a trace of anger in his gaze. A few hours later, inside the twilight chamber that was gradually collapsing, a woman suddenly appeared. She glanced around, then curled her lips with a cold snort. So you still managed to keep your human form. In the distance, Xian lay stretched out on the ground. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and sighed. Saving people now seems a little late, Jian. She responded indifferently. Do not complain. I came because of the leader order. I have no intention of saving anyone. Ryu Xian propped himself up to sit, smirking slightly. Is even a little help too difficult? Xian asked suspiciously why he was still alive when the Avenger had taken all the items. Before Ryu Xian could answer, a voice sounded from behind. I only have a recovery potion left. Xian startled and turned back, seeing that man smile coldly. So you are here too? I did not expect two fools trapped in this twilight chamber. After saying that, she stood up coldly and told them they could leave now. Go wash up. The smell here is truly unpleasant. Ryu Xian followed behind and asked suspiciously what happened to the Avenger, whether the leader had dealt with him. Those words made Jian turn her head abruptly. After a moment she spoke. I do not know. I am unclear about the details. It is no longer your concern. She told the two of them that Horizons would begin in 7 days. 7 days, Ryu Xian exclaimed in shock. Then we can try to complete the final mission. Jian nodded lightly. Yes, I have unlocked it. In 4 more days we will complete the mission and move on to Horizons. She reminded him to eat well to gain weight in time, because it would be a long-lasting feast. Next morning, a new day began after the chaos. At a cafe in the city, the three of them gathered. During the story from last night, Suel could not believe it. Wait, you gave the key to the leader. He scratched his head awkwardly. He could not think of another way. Xian spoke earnestly. I am sorry. Everything I did only made the situation worse because I am useless. Du Xian glanced at him and comforted him softly. You do not need to apologize, Du Xian. I know you are not skilled, though meant as comfort. The words were not pleasant, and Du Xian protested in dissatisfaction. Two of them did not mind. He said he had considered giving him the anti-riot room key. Suel worried that he would chase after him. He nodded. Suel sighed and shook her head. Forget it. Everything is fine. The goal is to win the event, not to fight chaos. Moreover, they were trapped in the Twilight Chamber for more than 2 weeks. By now they probably. At that point she paused, imagining the two of them dried into husks. Thinking that, she shook her head and stopped herself from continuing. Xian stood before the two of them, silent, his expression slightly displeased. At that moment Seung-ha walked in from outside, smiling. Sorry to keep you waiting. Suel asked angrily why she was late. Seung-ha apologized, saying she had spent time looking for parking. She sighed impatiently and said they should divide the mission reward since next week would be busy with exams. He laughed loudly, saying she did not expect her to study so diligently. Orion was understandable, but she had not thought she cared about academics so much. Seung-ha did not hesitate, opened the system and said let us finish this. She still had things to do tonight. Xian silently observed observed the two women exchanging items. He spoke softly, "Everyone, I have a few things to say." He stopped to listen to Du Xian. He asked cautiously, "When Horizons begins, do you think we can defeat the Emperor?" Xian's words seemed to awaken him. Junha replied bluntly that she felt slightly offended and asked what he meant. Though Xian was worried, he had fought him and surely knew that he was truly strong. Beside him, he recalled that man Madness. "When Horizons begins, do you not think he will return to the top position?" he asked doubtfully. Quickly understood Xian's meaning and asked whether fighting was useless since the result was already decided. His face tightened as he replied that he only meant things were about to become more difficult. "We do not know how dangerous it will be this time. If the Emperor goes out to eliminate other users, there will be a massacre more terrifying than imagined," Du Xian reminded them softly. He slammed the table and stood up. "Then it would be better to stop Horizons from the start." Suel tried to adjust to the sudden decision and stammered that it was. Before she could finish, Seung-ha cut in. "Wait, you are confusing me, let me clarify. Are you saying there is a way to stop Horizons?" Xian lowered his eyes and admitted that was correct. "A developer said there was a passcode to stop Horizons," he recounted seriously. Suel asked curiously what that forest passcode was. Xian explained that it was a code to disable the game operation mechanism, like a bomb. As long as the Horizons activation switch was destroyed, the event would not begin. "There's an activation switch for Horizons." Seung-ha also pondered seriously and questioned it. He suddenly said there were 6 guardians. "According to the prophecy, when the 6 pillars fall it will begin. We think the 6 pillars are the 6 guardians of the special mission," he boldly predicted. She was astonished as the not unraveled special mission. "We did it several times without understanding, so that was what triggered the event." Seung-ha turned to Xian and asked what he thought they should do. Was he suggesting they accept a special mission to find a way to protect the guard team? He also admitted under tension that if they did so, Horizon would not take place, and that event could be postponed indefinitely. Jung too closed her eyes, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered seriously, then slowly concluded that this had been his intention all along. However, she immediately objected, her firm refusal leaving Xian stunned. Seung-ha calmly analyzed that the Emperor was indeed very strong and Horizon was fraught with danger, but the reward for the victor was too great to ignore. He had fought to exhaustion and lost many comrades to earn this opportunity. As a member of the guard, she could not think only of herself. Seung-ha frankly added that they had chosen this path long ago, like racing down a highway. All they needed was to find the right exit to reach the destination. Eyes were filled with determination. Telling them to give up and turn back now would be no different from driving off a cliff. Orion could not help but feel shaken hearing those words. After exchanging points with Suel, Seung-ha stood up to leave and said she would not stop Du Xian from carrying out his plan, even if it meant the alliance would fall apart. She calmly declared that from now on each side would fight on its own, no longer hindering one another. He paused when he heard mention of their battle. Before stepping away, Seung-ha said everything was clear. She had nothing more to discuss and wished Xian luck in the midterm exam. Suel muttered irritably that it was actually the final exam. The scene shifted to after the 3 parted ways. Ryan and Suel silently walked home. On the way, she suddenly asked Orion what he thought about Xian's proposal. He hesitated before replying that Xian was not wrong, but if they gave up now, the consequences might be even worse. If the event did not take place and the game kept dragging on, the Emperor might grow furious and many innocents would suffer. So looking at the bigger picture, it might not be the optimal choice. Ryan affirmed that the best course was still to fight to the end and claim victory. Running away would solve nothing. Suel seemed satisfied with the answer that suited her, then asked if that meant the Emperor still had a chance to win. Ryan awkwardly pointed toward a newly opened karaoke bar nearby to change the subject, but she immediately scolded him for not diverting the topic. The scene shifted to a crowded residential area lined with shops. Inside a small convenience store, Orion carried a basket and wandered around selecting items. Even while shopping, he kept thinking about the events of the day and told himself that no matter what he could not give up the Horizon reward. Reward could even revive those who had fallen at school. The memory of the past chaos made Orion shudder. Holding an orange in his hand, he paled and complained that vegetables were so expensive that meat was cheaper. Orion wearily thought that with a 20 billion won reward, he and his sister could live peacefully. Suddenly, a voice almost echoed his thoughts, complaining about how expensive the vegetables were. A person added that at those prices it would be better to eat steak, the familiar figure standing not far from Orion. It was Jian. She turned and asked Orion if he agreed. Orion flinched, apologized and stammered a question to her. He stepped closer and asked if he knew her. Jian replied not exactly, because she had never sensed his scent before. He suggested going to her house to talk, and when she used magic, Jian's arm was covered in a faint red aura. Orion immediately recognized that skill and became alert. Jian revealed an unreadable smile and said she had a proposal for him. The scene shifted to an apartment complex. His private room, Xian was intently reading documents. He slightly furrowed his brow, telling himself he had to face his own battles. His thoughtful gaze seemed to question what kind of game he truly wanted to play. Calling his childhood, Xian had excitedly told the doctor that exploring everywhere must be fascinating. He had even imagined vast fields and dungeons waiting to be discovered. discover. Xian had said with hope that he wanted to find top-tier equipment to defeat monsters and save people. The doctor asked in surprise whether he wanted to save people rather than simply win. Xian shyly admitted he did not like fighting others and that helping people felt better. He imagined himself as a hero in a game and said that if he became the strongest he could protect everyone. Smiling awkwardly, Xian wished he could do the same in real life. The doctor fell silent at that thought. He slowly said that even if he chose to walk alone and his worldview changed, most people still lacked the courage to do so. He smiled gently, saying the game they were creating would softly push people like that forward, like giving them motivation. He encouraged Xian that one day he would be able to do it, making Xian look back in confusion. The doctor continued advising him to believe in himself. Back in the present, Du Xian held the game connection gate and told himself he had to take another step, clenching his fist and deciding to listen to Maria because this matter could not rely on anyone else. He resolved to do it on his own. Outside the room, the sky gradually darkened. Scene shifted back to Orion. Orion angrily demanded to know whether Jian belonged to Charles' guild that specialized in manipulating others. Jian did not panic at all. She calmly praised him for realizing it so quickly and said that saved her from giving a long explanation. Orion raised his voice and asked what she ultimately wanted when the emperor already had what she was seeking. Jian denied it had anything to do with that and said she did not care whether that eccentric man lived or died. Turning away to leave, she told Orion to quietly follow her because she had a proposal. Suddenly turning back, she added that she had some information he might be interested in. Orion still did not completely trust her in his heart. The scene shifted to night at an apartment complex. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor. Jian opened the door and said she lived alone, so Orion could relax because there was nothing attractive for a boy like him. Orion cautiously observed his surroundings, judging that there seemed to be no other Charles Guild members here. Inside the house, Jian held a milk carton and asked if he wanted some. Though it was past expiration, it was still usable and she had not poisoned it. Those words only made Orion more suspicious. Seeing his expression, Jian opened the milk and drank it herself, then said if he did not want to believe her, he did not have to. After drinking, she looked at Orion and said that even if this might be a trap, he still followed her here. She did not know whether that was bravery or recklessness. Orion frowned and replied that if she wanted to set a trap, she would not have been so careless, and Charles' guild preferred dirty tricks. Not letting her interrupt, he demanded she state her purpose directly, because if she kept dragging it out, he would treat this as a real trap. Jian sighed and said then she would get to the point. She was not the type to initiate small talk. She suddenly proposed that Orion form an alliance. Orion was stunned and asked whether she was seriously inviting him to join Charles' guild. Jian immediately denied it, saying she only temporarily cooperated with them and did not stand on their side. Sitting down on the sofa, she calmly said that one day she would stab the emperor in the back after obtaining her share. Orion asked suspiciously what the specific plan was. Jian replied coldly that she would steal the master code. Orion stared back in shock. Mistress. She answered seriously, do you know the reward for winning Horizon? 20 billion troops and one wish. Ada calmly continued, the mistress has the ability to grant a wish. It is like a universal key for the gatekeeper. Orion asked skeptically, then how do you plan to get it? Do you have a plan? Chewing gum, Jian replied coldly, I am a hacker. I have spent a long time infiltrating Ergosphere online system. Jian stepped closer to the key. She continued, I have analyzed 66% of the data but cannot obtain the most important master code. He shrugged, the master code is programmed for the one who ranks first in Horizon. Guy-Ong-ho looked straight at him, then said coldly, it is truly shameful that I have to use such a crude strategy like theft. Otter excitedly imagined stealing the fruit of someone else's effort, continuing, when someone receives the master code, I will seize the chance to snatch it. Orion asked in confusion, then what will you do with it? Sell it for a pile of money. Jian answered naturally, I will become a god or an omnipotent being. She laughed loudly, saying, with the master code everything is possible. I can fulfill your wish if I want. Ada looked at him, proposing, you are good at this game. Lead me to where the master code is and I will take it from there. Orion replied irritably, why do you not cooperate with the emperor or use your hacker skill? Jian said helplessly, the client is useless right now. It is too late to use it. She said sadly, if I accidentally ruin the data, everything will collapse like a bomb exploding. I want to avoid unnecessary danger. Ada scoffed, I cannot work with the emperor. His ideology is outdated. She exclaimed, if the emperor wins, the whole world will be his arena. Orion was confused by her words. Jian changed her sitting posture, asking, what do you think? Do you want an alliance? Your group can join if you wish. Orion refused without hesitation. No way, I gain nothing. He said warily, you are offering a strategy to seize first place. I do not know if the master code is real. Look straight ahead, saying, I only need to rank first to make my wish. There is no reason to cooperate with you. Jian remarked calmly, you are so stubborn. I thought you would be weak after being defeated by the emperor. She suddenly stood up, proposing, fine, then how about this? He smiled slyly, saying, I will take you and your group to the final X mission. Jian offered him a benefit, form a solo group and everyone can join the X mission. The reward is very special. He smiled and said, your group will surely benefit, so, is it tempting? Orion fell into thought, the final final X mission, the last guardian met was the fifth one. Imagine the guardian deity. That means the sixth guardian deity is the last one. But he still refused, forget it. Orion was resolute, not interested in the X mission reward, no reason to accept a dangerous mission. He said irritably, if you want to join the group, complete the X mission yourself and bring the reward, I will consider it. Jian burst out laughing, oh I am impressed, you are truly cold and rational. She shrugged, just as people say, it is hard to seduce someone who already belongs to another. Jian glanced at him saying, I cannot help it, this is not my style, but I have to go all the way. Jian coldly used magic. From below many humanoid figures appeared. Orion looked at the scene, thinking in fear, puppet control skill. Information appeared, puppet control skill class, summons 5 mana wooden puppets controlled for 44 seconds. Jian reassured, do not worry, I will not kill you. Her gaze turned threatening, I will crush you until you change your mind. She controlled the puppets to rush forward and attack him. 4 puppets attacked, they created a terrifying explosion. From outside, Jian house shone abnormally bright. Explosion shattered the window, glass scattering everywhere. A few puppets were slashed and lost their arms, yet they still would not spare him. He used the twin dragon skill, the sharp aura shattered the puppets. He thought, I should not continue fighting, I do not want to push anyone into danger. He leaped out of Jian house, deciding in his heart to retreat. He landed lightly, a puppet body falling from above. Puppet on the ground laughed loudly, saying, you cannot just jump out the window like that, where are your manners? He did not answer, the puppet continued, 4 days until the mission, think carefully before deciding. Orion was surprised to hear the puppet say, opportunities do not last forever, you will miss it if you go alone too late. Puppet looked at him saying, I have sent the message to your group, reply within 4 days. It laughed loudly saying, I will wait for you. The scene shifted to the training house. Seung-ha was training. Du Hyuk attacked, she dodged. Stepped back using the overwhelming judgment skill. He braced his hand and dashed forward to attack her. Du Hyuk swung his hammer powerfully, forcing her to defend with difficulty. The attack shook the training house. Seung-ha exclaimed, oh it hurts a bit, thinking to herself skill. Seung-ha used the rose thorn sword to attack him. Du Hyuk stepped back and quickly retrieved his sword. The two charged at each other, unleashing powerful blows. Du Hyuk praised, you have improved a lot. Seung-ha smiled and asked, you are not holding back, right? He sheathed his weapon and replied, no way, this is training and I have not blocked a single strike. Xian flew down saying, I will heal you both. Du Hyuk smiled, thank you. The two stood for him to treat them. Seung-ha asked, what is your next move, still staying hidden? Her eyes were sad, she said, if not then join the guild, there is still room if you want. Du Hyuk silently pondered, advantages and disadvantages. He exclaimed, that is not what I mean. Scene shifted to a bridge at night. A car sped quickly along the road. In the car were Seung-ha and Ju Hyuk. She asked, if you do not join, what will you do with Horizon? Fight alone to seize the reward. Du Hyuk smiled and replied, that is not exactly my intention. Seung-ha looked at him saying, you do not seem excited, if you are just tired, tell me your idea. He closed his eyes and replied slowly, I do not have a specific plan, enjoying playing with you, even alone is fun. He opened his eyes and looked at her, saying, if someone wants to form a group with me, I want to completely wipe my feet clean. Hearing him say that, Seung-ha gave a faint smile and replied that he meant if she wanted to speak more intimately, then she would have to become even stronger, right? He spoke coldly, you know well that I have always been arrogant. She could only sigh and said, fine, if that is what you want then today I will indulge you. Suddenly Du Hyuk shouted loudly and slammed on the brakes. By the time the two of them stepped out, the sky outside had already darkened. They immediately rushed forward along the road ahead. As they ran, Seung-ha asked what happened, did you run into someone you know or see something? Du Hyuk quickly shook his head and said it was none of that. Suddenly he shouted that he had found it. Before their eyes stood a massive pillar towering in the middle of the road. Seeing it she could only stammer, what is this pillar? UK immediately explained that it was an energy enhancement pillar in the game. Perhaps after completing the quest it disappeared due to a system error or some other reason. Seung-ha quickly raised her phone and took a picture of the energy pillar. Looking at the screen, she softly said no, this cannot be explained so simply. He held the phone out in front of everyone and said look, we can photograph it. Du Hyuk asked in surprise, so ordinary people can see it too, not just us. Seung-ha replied in a low voice, that is right, this thing has never appeared before. He looked at the pillar in front of her and softly asked what on earth is happening on this planet. Not far away was a bridge stretching across. The scene shifted to rows of towering high-rise buildings. In her home, Suil blurted out in astonishment, what, that is impossible. Orion replied wearily, I am telling the truth. The deceiver of the Charles Guild followed me and asked me to stand on her side. She exclaimed in surprise, looks like you have really caught the attention of the Charles Guild. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied maybe, but I do not want that at all. Suil pressed on, so what did you answer? You turned them down, right? She suggested wait, instead let us go to the room from this afternoon. Orion hesitated and asked now, I want to sleep. He said irritably, just 5 minutes, I will call Xian too, he answered fearfully fine. The scene shifted to another room. At this moment the three of them stood facing one another and talked. Orion said she told him that if they joined her side, they could complete the old quest. Xian asked the old quest is the barrier before the horizon, right? Lin nodded and replied, if the game plot and the prophecy sent to us are accurate then yes. Hearing that, Du Xian secretly thought the old quest might be the last chance to resist the horizon when it occurs. Orion's teammate asked what are you going to do? Will you team up with the deceiver to try to complete the old quest? Orion thought for a moment then shook his head. I do not think we need to do that. Cautiously added the rewards for the old quest are somewhat different, but none are strong enough to change the course of the game. Xian was surprised, but it is the old quest. Do you not think the reward would be special? He said regretfully maybe it is a superpower item like infinite independence or blood sword. Orion looked at him suspiciously. Do you have any supporting information, something only you know from the storyline? Xian shook his head. I only have a feeling, at least it is still a chance, I would regret missing it. Hearing Xian speak, Orion suddenly felt strange and thought that earlier he wanted to stop the horizon, so why was he now eager to throw himself into it? Will suddenly spoke up, it could be a trap. She speculated about the worst case scenario that we can only start the old quest when that place is already in chaos for an ambush. She touched the emblem at her neck and said if that happens, we will have a hard time escaping. Hearing that, Xian also fell silent in worry. He suggested maybe we go with Versen. Even if it is a trap we can still handle it. Orion nodded but still hesitated. That is a good idea, yet the deceiver may take the chance to withdraw. He added if we want to do the quest with Versen we are forced to stand on her side. But if everyone's names and Versen appear together on her faction list, she will suspect it is a trap and refuse to accept it. Orion concluded thoughtfully that means we cannot enter the old quest, and the three of them were once again at an impasse. Suel raised her hand to her chin in thought. Suddenly she raised her hand and said I just thought of a way. She continued confidently, it might be a bit risky, but I believe we can still complete the old quest. Suel's eyes shone brightly, her voice full of determination. I am not very good at scheming. My head is already overloaded from studying for exams, but this is the best plan right now. Suddenly she asked do you want to try, causing Du Xian and Orion to pause. Seeing their hesitation, she immediately said just hear me out first. The scene shifted. Outside the building rain poured down heavily. The raindrops grew denser. Then it moved to the location of the old quest. Xian used a teleportation gate to reach the old quest location. As soon as she set foot there, she observed her surroundings. She saw Orion and happily called out over here. Orion walked over with an icy expression. He approached, she mocked, I thought you would not come alone. Where are the labyrinth master and the explorer? Xian laughed teasingly, so you have joined my side, or did your girlfriend abandon you? Orion shouted angrily neither. Suddenly Siak appeared, leaving Xian unable to hide her surprise. She glanced at the list and thought anxiously there is an assassin, but I only see the name Orion. Siak silently activated the skill Chaotic Path. On the ground a square appeared behind him. The skill panel showed that the assassin class skill Chaotic Path allows the summoning of unlimited guild faction members or friends. Each use increases the cooldown by 75s and nullifies all actions on the user. Inside that glowing frame, Orion's teammates appeared one after another. Xian exclaimed, oh so it is the Doi Forest Guild. Orion said coldly, I have never trusted you, and I was never abandoned by my teammates. He said flatly, that is all I need to say. Suel spoke up irritably, you have fallen into my perfect trap. He added unhappily, mind your manners, you boyfriend-stealing thief. Hearing that, Xian only gave a faint, indifferent oh. Xian coldly swept her gaze over the entire group. She gave a faint smile and asked, so this is the plan you were talking about? He asked in confusion, how did you manage that? On the team list there is only Orion Lee. Orion opened the list and said take a closer look. She took it and looked through it again. She read aloud Labyrinth Master, Explorer, Assassin. Since when did these people become members of each other? Suel answered just before we were sent to the quest location. She said cautiously earlier we disbanded the team to mislead you. Then 2 minutes before the quest started, we formed the team again to join together. Jiyoung gave a cold laugh and said so you separated from the assassin and then summoned Jason. If you had added everyone earlier I would have noticed immediately. Quite clever. She burst into laughter, then turned to Orion and asked that if the team kept growing and I chose to run away, how would he handle it? Orion calmly replied that it had always been a gamble, a risk they had accepted from the very beginning. Hearing that, Jiyeon laughed out loud and said that just as she thought, he was indeed quite an interesting person. She suddenly froze, staring at the one gripping the sword hilt tightly in hand. Yoonha said nothing more and immediately swung her sword toward her as a warning. She spoke coldly, 5 seconds, that was all the time I would give you. Seungha's gaze became more terrifying than ever as she continued that her answer had to be more honest and satisfactory than my question. Otherwise, I would use a skill. Yeon remained indifferent and asked back if she was threatening me. Do not bother me. Seungha's face grew even colder as she asked whether she truly did not care about possibly losing her life. Yeon calmly replied, not exactly. It was just that in this game I outclass you, to put it bluntly, you are far too incompetent. Seungha's patience ran out. She immediately slashed her sword toward her. Yeon's eyes widened in shock. Seungha coldly watched her collapse to the ground. Suel cried out in panic. panic asking what she was doing, she could not attack her. Yoonha said indifferently, "Look closely, I did not finish her off." Hearing that, Suel looked over in surprise. Jiyeon was now sprawled across the ground. On the floor there was only a puppet left. The system displayed the skill information Puppet Control. Puppet Dream allowed switching places with it. It could be charged and used twice. At the same time, Guillaume appeared behind Orion and said that this was a bit excessive. "Today I truly did not want to engage in battle." Hearing the voice, Orion immediately turned around. She continued that perhaps there was no other choice. She smiled, yet her voice was icy. "I do not intend to join your party." Good luck, after saying that she left, leaving everyone staring at one another in shock. Ryan silently observed with a cold gaze. Suel hesitated and asked whether they should chase and attack. Seungha firmly replied to let her go. They had to focus on the mission. At that moment, a mission panel appeared before the entire group. Content clearly stated that Mission X was to find the soul jar. The deadline was 4:30 a.m. Orion read thoughtfully and asked that, "I have never heard of a soul jar. What kind of monster is it?" Suel sighed and explained that it was a special type, certainly not as simple as it appeared. She turned to Josian and asked whether the game's storyline had ever mentioned such a creature. Uzion was distracted and did not answer. She had to call out loudly. He startled and replied that, the soul jar. He cleared his throat and said that if I remember correctly, the soul of the jar was a slimy creature that could disguise itself as other monsters. Jan recounted a passage in Desperate Journey about how the Blue Lake Knights members were wiped out by the vessel of the 6 souls. Jaiweon spoke up that you mean it is just a high-level slime, perhaps named Fazzy. Ryan reminded them that it sounded simple, but they did not know when the Guardian would appear, so they had to be cautious. She cheerfully agreed. The scene shifted to the mission starting area. The system announced that the mission would begin in 1 minute. Members of Orion's team carefully read the mission details. Jan said he would use guiding light at the start. Orion nodded and thought it was reasonable since the building was quite confusing. When the system countdown reached 30 seconds, Orion glanced at Xian, who was distracted. Orion called out, "Do Xian." He immediately responded yes. Orion seriously said that even his passive skill provided great support to the team. Xian was surprised and replied that I am very grateful. Suddenly, the system announced that the mission had officially begun. Xian activated his skill, and many beams of light appeared. From his blade radiated streams of blue light. Orion asked in astonishment whether there was more than one monster. Suel suggested splitting up to search. Seungha reminded everyone to focus on completing the mission. The whole group responded in unison. After that, they all rushed forward in combat-ready stances. Orion shouted to maintain formation since the enemy was still unknown. His teammates agreed. Scene shifted to a vast central area. He led 2 teammates running forward. Suddenly, a scream called out to Orion. Behind them appeared a creature with a horse's body and a human face moving closer. Its entire body emitted a chilling aura. Cautiously asked whether this was the soul of the jar. Du Xian remarked that it looked like a leopard horse knight. Hearing that, he thought to himself that if it specialized in charging forward, then my best option was. Suddenly, the monster turned its head to look over. Not giving it time to react, he struck first. As he attacked, he thought that he had to take it down before it could use a skill. The monster also accelerated and charged forward. Unleashed the skill Vengeful Soul Fang to confront it. Before it could understand what was happening, it was defeated. Its body disintegrated in an instant. Suil exclaimed in shock, how could it fall after just one blow? A demigod knight could not be that weak. He wondered if something was wrong, it should have been stronger. Perhaps it was only good at imitation. He continued that they should go find the others, because this might not be the real soul jar. In his heart, he still suspected that a mission lasting until 4:30 a.m. could not possibly be this easy. Suddenly, Du Xian shouted for Orion to look behind him. Behind him, the monster was slowly regenerating its form and stood up. He spun around in shock. This time its appearance became far more terrifying. Suddenly, it transformed into a form identical to him. Suil cried out in horror that this was impossible. She looked at the 2 figures before her in confusion, unable to tell which one was the real Orion. The monster resembled him down to every detail, only its eyes radiated a ghastly aura. A flash of light suddenly flared. He launched a powerful attack toward him. Struggling to block, he realized this was not merely a simple copy. He shouted that this monster was named Raven. While the creatures disguised as humans had been defeated, he still emphasized that he was the one who had beaten it. He struggled to hold on and still had to gasp in astonishment that it truly could not be defeated. Orion frowned in irritation as he realized the opponent was far too powerful. In a certain apartment, beyond the glass window lay the thick night. Inside, the rapid sounds of battle rang out. Skills were unleashed one after another, from demon spear sword to other techniques. This monster fought and moved exactly like me, only his power stats were far lower. The 2 young men were evenly matched, both fierce and constantly provoking, loudly claiming that just a few blows would be enough to bring the other down, even when he declared himself invincible. Ryan gritted his teeth in determination, activating the skill Blade Rush Twin Dragons. But Yoon Hyun was no less formidable. He arrogantly declared that it was time to end everything. Battle grew taut as a drawn bowstring. The clash of blades echoed throughout the space. That sharp sound seemed to pierce straight into the opponent's heart. Suddenly Suel rushed forward shouting for Orion to stop. He startled and turned to see it was his close friend. His heart lightened somewhat and he became even more determined to defeat Yoon Hyun. Suel shouted loudly, activating the skill Thorn Trap with terrifying force. The strike sent him flying, causing Yoon Hyun to lose control, his body no longer obeying his will. In the blink of an eye, his body went limp and melted away like water. Suel cried out in delight that she had caught him, both thrilled and surprised that the opponent had fallen so quickly. Meanwhile, Orion was still stunned and aching slightly, unwilling to accept it as he asked why she had interfered at the last moment when he believed he could finish it himself. She looked at him seriously and replied that she only wanted to help so she would not regret it later, then softly apologized. She released her grip and sarcastically questioned the reckless excitement, when suddenly the mushy remains of Yoon Hyun began to twitch and rise again. Its shape twisted horrifically, and even more astonishingly it gradually transformed into Suel's appearance. She froze in shock and exclaimed that it had just turned into her. Orion did not panic at all and instead excitedly said it was his turn, making the girl angrily shout that it could not be him, she was the one who had to finish it. The two argued noisily, to the point that Du Xian had to rush over to stop them, reminding them this was not the time to argue. Xian pondered that if the monster kept reviving they would hardly complete the mission, so they needed another way. He weighed strategies in his mind, whether there was a limit to its resurrections, or if they had to eliminate another monster at the same time. In the end he could only sigh, thinking until sweat beaded on his skin. Du Xian loudly told the two of them that he would check another area, because perhaps the monster's true body was not here. Orion replied that the whole group should go together, teasing that Suel was useless so leaving one monster behind was enough, making her angrily retort not to call her that. Before leaving, she quickly activated the skill mouse cage trap. Yoon Hyun struggled up with a feral face like a wild beast. The girl realized the skill had taken effect and would help them buy time. Orion hurriedly urged everyone to find its true body. The building was pitch dark with countless tangled corridors. They ran at full speed searching for a way to defeat the demon, then Orion suddenly halted. He suddenly wondered if there was a reason its real body was elsewhere, whether it was tied to the storyline or some hidden strategy. Xian answered tensely that he was not sure, but it reminded him of the story about the Black Lineage Witch Society. He recounted that this society once researched dark magic in part of the tale. He tried to create an army with homemade magical weapons, and from that the black monster appeared. They even tested whether the monster's soul could separate and move elsewhere. Suel interjected that she also knew that story from the armor collection quest. The group discussed that it was also related to Lovecaster. Though the details did not completely match, it felt as if the body containing its soul was nearby. Orion worriedly whispered about that soul-bearing body. Suddenly a figure appeared ahead. They were startled and wondered if it was Seung Ha. But it was Yoon Hyun disguised as their friend, throwing the whole group into panic. No one could believe he could appear so quickly. Battle erupted again, as violently as wild beasts crashing into each other. Orion launched an attack. He unleashed Ro's Thorn Sword in a state of intense focus, even though it was merely a move copied from her. But no matter how strong a copy was, it was still a fake. Orion continued pressing the assault. Suel also rushed in to coordinate, both activating the skill compression trap. In the end, he was restrained once more. His body was flung away. Suel exclaimed in surprise that she did not expect to defeat him with such a slow move, even mocking that even Suga's copy was weak. Orion speculated that Suga's copy appearing meant she knew the location of the true body and was likely searching for it. Thanks to Queen Asgard's passive skill, he could read the opponent's stats like eyes that saw through all. He shouted for everyone to move, because Seung Ha must have thought the same as them. The whole group agreed immediately. He continued running through the dark building, determined not to miss the chance to defeat him. After going further, they met a familiar face again. Orion cautiously asked whether it was truly Seung Ha. Seung Ha turned back in surprise and asked what he meant, saying they had met his copy earlier and she looked very adorable. When asked if he believed it, the answer was only a no. Orion continued by asking whether that was the monster's true body. He calmly confirmed that they had found it. This was its true form, the vessel containing its soul. Before them was a gigantic object like an egg, surrounded by feathers. Suel stepped forward and asked why she was waiting for it to close, when the monster's stats were not superior to theirs. Seung Ha replied that although its stats were not too high and it could be defeated with a few skills, she felt something was off. Orion encouraged everyone that their time was limited, so they had to push through. Seung Ha nodded and activated Phantom Leopard Blade along the Queen's path. Orion and Seung Ha joined forces to shatter the strange object. An explosion rang out, the object split in two so quickly that everyone was stunned. Was it really that easy? Suel asked doubtfully whether it could die so simply. Orion thought that now only the Horizon Guardian remained, where everything had begun. This time there was no fixed attack pattern and they possessed many experts, so they could not let it slip away. Yet his body appeared again, though imprisoned earlier he still managed to escape. The whole group immediately stood back to back in a fighting stance, Seung Ha saying that as expected it was not easy at all. This be the true final boss. The two sides charged into chaotic combat, his savage power creating a vortex that flung everyone away. The blinding light from him left everyone nearly helpless. helpless. Then Xian was struck by the violent force. He cried out in pain and his teammates hurriedly asked if he was all right. He replied that it was fine. That answer startled me. Du Xian stepped forward, waited a moment. That thing. He stared wide-eyed, utterly confused, unable to believe what he was seeing. Was Maria? The rain of destruction kept pouring down without pause, blocking every action, not only causing pain but also draining everyone's energy. Orion could not accept this reality, stunned by such power, wondering if this was the true form of the monster. At last he broke free from the vortex, turned and asked, Seung-ha, how is the soul container now? Can it be taken out as easily as before? Seung-ha sighed helplessly. I am not sure whether you will be happy or upset to hear this. This monster has the highest stats I have ever seen, as powerful as a special creature. Just one look into his eyes was enough to make people tremble, revealing a terrifying inner strength like a tsunami sweeping everything away. The monster, Jo-Seung-ha and Lyrian stood facing each other in silence. Ryan showed clear anxiety and hurriedly said, if this monster is strong because of a special mechanism, that means we cannot defeat it with ordinary attacks. But Seung-ha did not think so. Not all of its strategies are that powerful. Its magic-based attack and defense abilities were truly frightening, but its speed and physical defense were relatively low, meaning we could overwhelm it with firepower. As soon as he finished speaking, Seung-ha dashed like lightning, attacking the monster doctor head-on. Seung-ha was confident, silently unleashing a rain of swords. Strikes were fast and continuous, repeatedly hitting the monster. However, the monster doctor was no ordinary foe, calmly watching with eyes sharp as bullets. Then he launched a counterattack with tremendous damage, sending him flying 200 meters. Seung-ha was shocked, unable to believe he was that strong. That moment, Orion made his move, wielding his twin swords with force. Confidently, the group believed that with low physical defense, they should press forward and unleash continuous attacks. Thinking so, Orion boldly launched a chain assault, his twin blades slashing as fast as lightning. The monster remained eerily calm. His expression while splitting apart looked very similar to Arium. Orion was bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. He lost focus and was knocked away by a counterattack. Fortunately, Orion landed safely but remained confused. Xiang, standing outside, reminded him and urged him on. Orion, what are you doing? Why have you stopped attacking? Orion's eyes were filled with worry as he pointed out that the monster looked like his sister. Suel was surprised. What do you mean? She carefully observed the monster. He hesitated. I feel the same. The hair and figure are slightly different but still similar. Xiang guessed that it might be Maria. He recalled that she once spoke about an encryption key. Suel reasoned, a core developer, why would she appear now as a monster? Du Xian was uncertain. I do not know either. This is truly unbelievable. Suel agreed that the monster was certainly not Maria or Orion's sister. Du Xian recounted Maria's story. Perhaps she was already dead. Suel wanted answers but had to deal with the urgent situation first. She said, all right, we will talk about that later. For now, completing the mission is what matters. She swung her staff, releasing immense power that shook the ground and stones. This was the skill Flower Grave. The monster was proficient, creating a massive shield to block the attack. Taking the opportunity, Orion unleashed another powerful twin sword strike. He continued to use Flower Grave. What distracted him was the monster's face, resembling his sister. He forced himself to stay calm. Gathering his strength, he delivered a fierce slash. Despite attacking, he could do nothing to him. Orion was struck again by a counterattack. He was furious. His technique had no effect. Suel watched from outside, wanting to shout that Orion was missing because the monster looked like his sister. Yet he fought well against the clone. What was wrong? Truly a sister complex. Xian understood the reason, but a teammate angrily shouted that no, do not try to understand. That very moment, Kang Ixu and the snail cart suddenly appeared, wielding twin swords. Zhu Ho gave orders that it was a mage-class monster, attack with chain strikes. Xin Jiayun understood and charged forward. The group surrounded the monster, forming a skilled battle formation. Orion was still bewildered, standing motionless and staring at the monster. Suel urged him, hey Orion, get a grip. Its physical defense is high, do not be distracted. Orion steadied himself, breathing heavily, I am sorry. He watched everyone fighting and thought to himself that she was right, he had to focus. They struggled in battle against the monster. Even if it looked like his sister, it was only a monster. Truly it looked so much like his sister. Suel saw Orion getting agitated and shouted at him to focus. Long H and X joined forces to unleash a chain of slashes. There was even a powerful ancestral strike. Seung-ha felt troubled, not wanting to dirty the queen's palace. Monster counterattacked, its power spreading widely. The monster's face was filled with confidence. He cast a massive formation in the sky. Numerous gigantic rocks were drawn in. Jiayun panicked. It was like a meteor, not yet causing wide area damage. Suel witnessed the monster's terrifying move and turned pale, thinking she could not evade such a powerful strike, so she used a defensive skill to protect everyone. Orion firmly told everyone, Suel now. This was the chance to deliver a finishing blow, while the monster was preparing its skill. Suel regained her confidence and said, all right, do not ruin it this time. Orion quickly rushed forward and used his skill. Voice echoed from the labyrinth. He had to keep a cool head, reminding himself that it was not just him. He poured all his strength into executing the revenge blaze fury. Orion shouted as he resolved to fight the monster to the end. Seung-ha observed carefully and realized something. She She announced that the monster had stopped its skill. This was the moment to push it back. The cooldown of its main attack is our opportunity. Take that moment to shatter it into pieces. After that, everyone follow the command and charge forward at once. The monster seemed to begin wavering, its eyes turning confused. It unleashed a dual technique, combining both sword and staff. Orion Bazuzons. Shock was clearly written across everyone's faces, because that type of weapon was meant only for adventurers or avengers. It was the ultimate technique that used light to dispel the darkness, a signature skill of the adventurer class. Orion shuddered slightly and guessed, could that monster be copying his skills? What worried him most was that his teammates had collapsed one after another. They lay scattered across the ground. Xian said in a trembling voice, "This is bad. Everyone is unconscious. Only Suel and I are left." Suel was just as stunned. Could it be that it is imitating all of our skills? If that is the case, then the next move is likely the dance of death. The two of them warily looked toward the monstrous doctor standing not far away. That terrifying source of power made Xian and Suel even more uneasy. He cried out in alarm, "Wait, that is the supreme ultimate technique of the Avenger clan." Contrast, Suel seemed even more anxious. Unable to stand by any longer, she immediately rushed forward to engage. Ignoring his call from behind telling her to stop, Suel continued forward. Once she made up her mind, she did not turn back and shouted for him to retreat quickly. Looking at the current situation, Suel told herself that with stats like this, she could hardly defeat it alone. The only option now was to stall for time, to distract it until everyone regained consciousness. She calculated carefully. Suel began swinging her spear repeatedly to attack him. However, the monstrous doctor reacted extremely fast and immediately saw through her intention. He summoned a gigantic hand to block the way, stopping Suel's strike. The monster hissed softly, "Hand of Fate." Clash of the two forces created a violent explosion. Suel standing nearby was also struck by the shockwave. From a distance, Xian thought anxiously, "This is bad. The stun effect will not last long and Suel has been hit." He could not remain still any longer. Xian's hand trembled slightly. He had to do something now. Xian squeezed his eyes shut and blamed himself. This is pathetic. Why did he hesitate like that? In that perilous moment, he remembered what Maria once said when he was young, just one small step can change the whole world, yet few dare to take it. It is the same in the game. When we do that, it means we are giving others motivation. She had smiled at the boy to encourage him. "You can do it, Xian, so you must believe in yourself." Returning to reality with renewed resolve, he wondered if just one step would be enough, yet he still faltered when he saw how small he felt in his mind. The image of Xian as a child standing there, looking at his adult self. The boy smiled with full trust, extending the sword toward the older Xian. He looked at that child for a long time, then reconsidered why among countless classes he could choose from, he had chosen the fake adventurer class. Suddenly an object shot forward, causing the monstrous doctor to widen his eyes in shock. He swung his staff and created a violent explosion. The sudden strike knocked Xian backward. He did not expect it either. Damn it, it used heart detection. It seems the betrayer cloak cannot be activated. Even so, he still managed to close in on it. Xian forced himself up and stared straight at his opponent. As he charged forward, he thought that after careful consideration, among all the player classes he could choose, the reason he chose the false adventurer was because he wanted to throw himself into adventures without fear. Xian's eyes burned with determination. Therefore, this time he absolutely could not retreat again. He immediately unleashed a light strike. Adventurer class skill created a beam of light that limited the opponent's vision for 2 to 5 seconds. The monster doctor was stunned by the sudden blow, not expecting the light to hinder his eyes. Xian cheered when he saw the effect at work. "I made him unable to see." Thanks to that, Suel had a chance to recover and continue fighting. She thanked him for the support. She summoned an item called Blizzard Liquid, which could triple attack effects, reduce magic defense by 10%, and also preserve food conveniently. Combining the Minotaur skill, Light Prison, 2 horns appeared above Suel's head as she aimed her weapon straight at the temporarily blinded doctor. The powerful strike inflicted considerable damage on him. However, his vision quickly recovered. As soon as he regained his sight, the monster doctor immediately counterattacked decisively. He roared a command. The arm before him swung its weapon towards Suel. He froze for a brief moment at the sudden attack. A loud explosion echoed right after. From afar, Xian cried out her name in panic, "Jai Wian." As the smoke gradually cleared, countless red swords could be seen embedded in the ground. Fortunately, Suel still managed to stand firm, but her strength seemed nearly depleted. At that critical moment, she felt someone standing in front of her, shielding her. Familiar and steady back pulled Suel away from the brink of death. It was Orion. She hurriedly asked, "Orion, are you all right?" Though he had only a trace of strength left, he still reassured her not to worry. He can no longer be defeated now. His eyes shone with fierce resolve. After saying that, he charged straight at the enemy again. Orion unleashed the ultimate technique, Dance of Death, to confront him. He shouted, "Juzian, support me from behind." The monster doctor was now caught caught between two sides. Xian had already calculated the strategy for this strike. He had to use the skill Blessing of Courage. He raised his sword high and activated Blessing of Courage, turning himself into the target that attracted attacks and increasing his allies' strength by 17%. In his heart, Xian only silently felt grateful and softly said, "Thank you, Maria." Thanks to the game she created, the doctor saw darkness descend and looked up. "Can also become the person I wish to be." While he was distracted, he unleashed countless swords to attack. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. As the swords plunged down, the ground trembled violently. Billowing smoke covered the battlefield after the shock. When the smoke settled, the doctor could be seen pierced through the abdomen by a sword. He let go of everything, surrendering himself to fate. The doctor gave a faint, relieved smile, then his soul slowly dissolved into the void. Ryan held the witness tightly, watching that man's body gradually merge into the air. The whole team quickly gathered. Sayako asked in confusion whether he was dead. Seungho replied that she thought so too. Otherwise, after hearing him speak, he might come back to life again. Yu leaned against his sword and let out a weary sigh, saying today's mission had truly been arduous. Vaimi forced a smile in agreement, saying she had never expected all of them to be struck down like that. Suddenly, a slender hand tapped lightly on Orion's back from behind, making him start. A gentle voice praised him for doing well. It was Suil extending her hand. Orion smiled brightly as he shook her hand, saying she had done well too. Suil turned to Xian, praising him for doing very well today. Without him, the group might not have escaped danger. Du Xian only gave an embarrassed smile, saying there was no need to mention it because he had only tried to stall for time and distract the opponent briefly. Suil affirmed that Xian's strength had undeniably supported the whole team greatly, just like at the previous banquet. Those words left Du Xian lost in thought. He looked at the sword in his hand, silently thinking it had helped him recall its own ancient story. Legend said that a girl named Kyria gave this sword to a brave explorer, the one who had once led everyone through the dark forest. Xian hesitated a little even though he knew it was only the game's storyline. Yet the vivid feeling, like a message from Maria, made him think she was encouraging him. Then he sank deep into thought. Suddenly behind Xian appeared a terrifying giant demon. The whole group panicked. Suil reacted first as she shouted Xian's name. She urged him to run quickly, while Xian stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Before he could even turn around to see clearly, Xian was ambushed. Everyone was stunned because everything happened too fast in just an instant. The monster laughed triumphantly while the group kept calling Du Xian's name, but he lay unconscious on the ground. The one who had just struck was the sixth guardian demon at the border. After the blow, it looked extremely satisfied. Xian was severely injured, coughing violently without stop. In the distance, Jun Sung's figure faintly appeared. He was both shocked and terrified by the scene before his eyes. Without hesitation, Jun Sung activated angel wings and rushed forward to counterattack. Guardian demon seemed prepared. As soon as he approached it, swung its sharp arm to retaliate. Jun Sung struggled to dodge the opponent's relentless chain of attacks. The overwhelming force of the assaults gradually drained him of strength. Suddenly, the monster unleashed a fatal strike aimed straight at him, making Jun Sung almost give up. It did not hesitate to dash in for the kill when a small shockwave suddenly rang out. Just as he thought he had lost his life, Jun Sung was saved when Yuzan rushed in time and blocked the blow with his sword. Yuzan shouted in alarm, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Suddenly, John mentioned the 90-second mark. He shouted that within 90 seconds before death they could use a resurrection skill to save Xian, so they had to reach him quickly. Amy interjected that she understood, but they could not recklessly charge in, otherwise Yuzan would also be in danger. He stammered that if they did not hurry then. Ian Seo immediately cut him off, warning them not to act thoughtlessly and dragged the whole team into danger while trying to save Xian. He advised waiting until they cleared a path before moving forward. Besides Hyeon Seung, Yuzan and Sayako were still fighting fiercely. Scene shifted as the rain continued to pour heavily. Ryan and Sigwian hurried to Xian's side. Ryan called out in panic for him to wake up, repeatedly telling Du Xian to stay conscious. But Xian did not open his eyes at all. Orion anxiously thought of finding a healing item or trying to bend time. Suddenly Xian spoke to stop him, telling him not to waste his effort. He said his health was almost completely depleted, and he had been sealed by a skill that prevented him from using items. He concluded in a low voice that they had no other choice. Xian understood that at this moment he could do nothing more. If the angel arrived in time, there might still be a chance to live. If they kept waiting and made a mistake, time would pass in vain, so he prepared himself to face the worst ending. In that situation, he thought he should entrust that to someone reliable. Xian asked Orion to do him a favor. He said the key containing the cipher was kept in his pocket, near the fallen briefcase. Orion was stunned and asked if he had kept the cipher key all this time. Xian lowered his head and apologized for not expecting his time to run out so soon. Sigwian picked up the briefcase and asked if it was the red bag. Xian confirmed it was the red crossbody bag. He told them to keep the key away from the guards. That was his earnest request. Xian spoke of the fateful rainy day when Maria gave it to him. That had been her final wish. He had wanted to use it to stop Horizon from the very beginning. At this moment, Xian placed all his trust in Orion and earnestly asked him. Suddenly, Suel shouted Orion's name. She said tensely that this was likely what they were looking for. The cipher at that time had been split into 2 pieces. Orion was speechless in shock. Xian smiled and said he would do it for him, as repayment for the kindness. Orion did not hesitate and promised he would definitely carry it out. Before his body dissolved, Xian also said there was an apartment key in his pocket. If they went there, they would see the turtle he raised. He told Orion to take care of it for him. After saying farewell, Xian gradually vanished into the air. Orion stood frozen, unable to believe the truth. Will choked up as she called Xian's name. Elsewhere, the others were still locked in fierce battle. Haiyan Seung sensed Xian's departure and angrily wondered if they had been too late. Monster continued charging forward to attack. Seizing the moment, it swung its heavy claw down, but Yuzan still blocked it with his sword. He shouted for them not to lose focus. Amy stood beside them in silence. At the same time, the whole team received a notification that a member had fallen. Returning to Orion, he still could not accept Xian's death. He could not believe everything had happened like this. Duel stepped forward urging that this place was not safe. They had to regroup quickly before facing the guards. Yet Orion gradually fell into despair, even though he had once known this day might come. Duel sat down in front of him, seriously listening to what he said. Yet he was powerless and could do nothing, truly an idiot. Orion silently blamed himself. He suddenly shouted that he should have been able to protect him. At that very moment, a spatial gate opened behind Orion's bowed back. She gasped in shock. Was that not the door? All of a sudden he slowly rose to his feet, softly saying only by becoming stronger. Orion's aura was surging when he suddenly sensed something unusual. Duel cried out in panic, Orion. The scene shifted to another dark place. Jian stood beneath the pouring rain as if waiting for something. She exclaimed in delight that it was truly incredible. She had not expected it at all. She had only intended to see what would happen when they dragged out the guards. Who would have thought she would witness with her own eyes a hero breaking through to the transcendent rank, her eyes gleaming with fascination. From afar, seeing Orion's condition, she smiled as expected. You are truly interesting, Orion. She could not hide her excitement. She truly wanted to see how he would sweep this entire world clean. Meanwhile, the players were still fighting with all their strength. They sought a way to bring down the gigantic monster before them. Jayun fought while angrily cursing that this thing was so stubborn. Was it because she was weak, or had it not used its full strength yet? Seung-ha's eyes suddenly gleamed gold as she spoke that it was not just her. She explained that its total stats were slightly lower than the soul vessel, but its physical attack power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, its combat skills were exceedingly complex. Its serpentine sword obeyed no laws of physics at all. No matter what, the one caught in the trap was not the puppet master but us. Everyone froze briefly, but immediately took defensive stances. The monster roared violently and unleashed a freezing gust that swept across. That attack inflicted heavy damage, leaving them nearly unable to stand. Seung-ha thought to herself, what should they do? Everyone had already used all their skills when facing the soul vessel. Someone suggested regrouping or retreating to recover, but another argued that if they retreated too quickly they would be detected and have difficulty escaping. Seung-ha came up with another idea. One person needed to stay behind to hold it off so the others could withdraw. At the very least they had to stall until the ultimate shift monarch blessed was activated. Immediately after, Seung-ha gave the order for everyone to retreat. She would hold it back. As soon as she finished speaking, Du shouted no, it was too dangerous. Raimi behind him agreed as well. Ignoring the shouts, Seung-ha charged forward. She focused entirely on the battle. The guard's attack range was wider than imagined, so she had to close in to stand a chance. Suddenly, Seung-ha widened her eyes in shock. At that moment, Orion intended to seize the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. His gaze was as cold as a blade. Orion swung his sword straight at the monster. The explosion obscured Seung-ha's vision. She was stunned by the scene before her. She never expected the one who appeared to be him. She cried out Orion. Beneath the heavy rain, Orion stood facing Seung-ha. He murmured in disbelief that she had only heard of the transcendent rank. He remained silent, his gaze icy. Orion glanced slightly behind. He confronted the ferocious monster head-on. It was using its regenerative ability, growing a gigantic arm to replace the lost one. Yukeho cried out in astonishment that it was regenerating that arm. Sure enough, when the new arm was complete, it immediately discarded the old one. It gripped its blade tightly and slashed straight toward Orion. Only the shadow of the enormous blade could be seen descending. Fortunately, Orion quickly dodged. His gaze grew even colder. He immediately counterattacked, slashing fiercely at the monster's body. It roared in pain and staggered. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Orion spoke to the system, display all current stats and skills for me. The system replied acknowledged, displaying now. Basic information appeared on the screen, which Orion quickly scanned. He read the class displayed there, Rebel. At that very moment, the monster that had not been fully defeated suddenly launched a surprise attack on Orion. He nimbly evaded, still thinking that he did not know how he had activated the transcendent rank, but this power would help him avenge Jujian. Orion told himself that no matter what he had to win. The battle between Orion and the monster continued fiercely, neither willing to yield. After only a short while, Orion had already gained the upper hand. Yuzan exclaimed that he was even stronger than the guard. Jai-jin was also astonished, as if he had become a different person. Haiyan Seung immediately reminded them not to just stand there watching. Were they going to stand there and watch a high school student fight alone? If they had recovered, then hurry and provide support, he shouted loudly. Not let anyone else fall, Yuzun replied yes, he understood. Raimi softly called out, Hyun Seung. Do not torment yourself and blame yourself, he could not have done more, she comforted. Hyun Seung knew that, he only wanted to escape this heavy feeling, he understood. Tried to cast aside the unpleasant emotions, and focused intently on Orion still locked in combat. Raimi thought to herself that he was still blaming himself, fool. Loud explosion resounded, as Orion continued to fight fiercely. Suel gripped her weapon tightly, observing the surroundings. He wondered what was happening, why Orion had broken through to the transcendent rank. Jian appeared behind her and explained that it was the convergence of heaven, earth, and human harmony, startling Suel. She immediately turned and pointed her staff at Jian. He pressed her for what she meant, explain it clearly to me. Jian calmly replied that to reach that realm one needed a catalyst. This was not uncommon in games. It was like having to complete quests to unlock the storyline or defeat the final boss to move to a new stage. Suel recalled Orion's expression in shock, so that meant. Jian continued that there were many factors forming rank and stats, but the key factor had already appeared, and it could be because of. Suel seemed to vaguely realize that the price to pay might be the life of a team member. Right. That is right, Jian continued. I do not remember clearly, but it seems that is the mandatory condition for a superhero to reach the transcendent rank. The words revenge carry such a meaning. A sacrifice from someone is required to activate it, she said indifferently. Suel remained silent, quietly listening without reacting. Jian suddenly spoke up, offering her advice. Do not place too much faith in the transcendent rank. Suel frowned and asked what nonsense she was talking about. Actually, when I scanned the data, I found that the transcendent rank is still incomplete. Like an unfinished project filled with useless information, I am telling the truth. If it is activated, the system will disappear for a while, and no one can predict what will happen after that. What strange variants might invade, she had witnessed with her own eyes, which was why she explained it that way. To put it simply, according to Guillaume Hone, there will be side effects like abusing medicine excessively. The body can hardly avoid the consequences. Suel anxiously asked when he would return to normal, and whether there was any solution. Jian calmly replied that information is not cheap. I cannot casually reveal it. Suel lost her patience. What do you want? I am willing to do anything to keep him safe. Jian smiled calculatingly. Really, if that is so. Send him to me for one night. I want to try a few interesting games. Suel was stunned by that suggestion and the meaningful look in her eyes. Jian reassured her not to worry. I will not harm him. I will return him intact the next morning. In exchange, I will make him more interesting than he is now. That promise only deepened the suspicion. Suel could no longer endure it and immediately activated Binding Trap. Jian dodged while laughing. What is wrong? Do you not need my help anymore? Suel firmly replied that she did not need a twisted person like her. She would find a way herself. In her anger, Suel attacked and shouted for Guillaume to get out of the way. Elsewhere, Orion was still battling that monster. He continuously swung his sword to confront it. Orion hardened his expression and unleashed the skill Great Spear Breaker. The strike proved effective and made the monster stagger. It roared in pain before that power. Orion quickly leaped back to create distance. He stared at his sword and thought that this rank was completely different from the hero rank, so it was a bit hard to control, but he was gradually getting used to it. With his current experience, it could not trouble him. What he had in mind was to finish it with the next move. The monster stood opposite him, observing every movement of Orion. Suddenly, it erupted with a strange power as everyone approached. Orion exclaimed in surprise that it was a combat skill. Jun Sung shook his head and said it was attack magic. Raimi hurriedly told everyone to get away because the shockwave would be huge. Clearly, it was preparing a wide area move. She shouted a warning before the energy burst forth. Orion was slightly startled, but still gripped his sword tightly and faced it. At that moment, Seung-ha appeared beside him and asked if he needed support. Orion happily called out the names Seung-ha and KXU. Seung-ha said that if he needed anything, he should speak up. They would not retreat. Only when it is burned to ashes will I feel satisfied. Orion had not expected them to be so ready to stand by his side. He replied, then hold it back for me. I need time to prepare a new move. Hold it back, that is too easy. She turned to ask Xdu if he was ready. He immediately answered that he was full of energy. Saying that, the two of them rushed forward at the same time. Orion also lowered his center of gravity and entered a combat stance. He silently thanked them for giving him time to gather his power. Immediately after that, Orion activated Ultimate Shift and initiated the Divine Sword. The night rain grew heavier. City Still could not fall asleep because of the clash between the two female players. Suel focused intensely as she confronted Jiang Huan. Facing her opponent's puppet control ability, she was forced to use Chain Trap. Chain instantly appeared, locking both of Jiang Hong's hands. When his movements were restricted, Suel raised her staff to counterattack. She used its special power to strike her opponent, but Jian was one step faster, transferring her soul into another puppet as a substitute. She circled behind and delivered a counter kick. The blow caused Suel to lose her balance and be thrown far away. Although her injuries were not too serious, she still had to be more cautious. Suel took a deep breath and quickly regained control of the situation. Jiang created a spatial explosion to force her back. Fortunately, Suel managed to activate Dark Protection in time to minimize the damage. This skill could also erode the enemy's defense. Jian was not careless because of that, and even mocked that a high school student like her should not overexert exert herself. Suel retorted sharply, "Stop acting superior. Who could trust a deceitful person like her?" Suddenly, a blazing red pillar of light flared up behind the building in the night. Both of them were drawn to that phenomenon. Suel asked in shock what that light was. Jian said she was not sure either, but suspected it was Orion's ultimate shift. Suel was stunned and asked if that was truly Orion. As soon as she finished speaking, she gripped her staff and rushed toward the pillar of light. Jiang Hong blocked her path, cast a spell on Suel, and said he had not forgotten what she had done. Wooden puppets appeared again to block her way. Suel did not hesitate and continued forward. This time she was completely clear-headed and countered with the skill-dazzling Abyss Bind. Thanks to that, she escaped their fierce encirclement. Before leaving, Suel warned that next time she would not show mercy. He should conserve his strength. After saying that, she hurried away, while Jian was instead captivated by that strength. She laughed with interest and muttered that it was not bad. The girl fought better than she had expected. Perhaps I can also try that Labyrinth Overlord move, Jiang Hong calculated silently. The scene shifted to the other side of the building. A group of boys were also struggling against a formidable monster. In the midst of battle, Orion activated the ultimate evolution of the rebel system. His great blade awakened the Mad God's sword skill, temporarily amplifying his attack power to 1/800% and greatly expanding the slashing range. His eyes glowed crimson with fierce determination, unable to wait for his energy to fully recover. If he struck fast enough, the destructive force could still surge by around 800%. Therefore, Orion decided to wager everything. In his current state, knocking down the Guardian was not impossible. He tightened his grip on the sword, telling himself he could definitely bring the Guardian down. Jung-ha clearly felt the violent surge of energy radiating from the great blade. He immediately warned Iksu behind her, telling him to step back. Orion condensed the Mad God's sword into the blade in an instant. Then he unleashed a slash straight ahead. The destructive power of the move seemed to tear the ground apart. Even standing far away, his teammates were still struck by the shockwave. They were blown to both sides, several injuries appearing on their bodies. Thick dust and smoke almost completely obscured their vision. After the violent tremors, Seung-ha struggled to open her eyes. As the smoke gradually cleared, the scene looked as if it had been swept by lava, the ground plowed and corroded by the Mad God's sword. Unexpectedly, the end point of the move had struck the original monster directly. It was visible that half of its body had been severed by the slash. The monster roared in agony. Then it went berserk, wildly smashing everything within reach. As for Orion, he was exhausted after the ultimate technique and quickly kept a safe distance. His teammates were astonished by that overwhelming power. Jun Sung marveled and asked whether it was a transcendental level skill for its range to be so vast. Jung-ha silently observed the devastated area as well. The system panel appeared before Orion, congratulating him for defeating all monsters and completing the mission. Yet Orion felt no joy, remembering his promise to Xian and silently apologizing for not being able to fulfill his request. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through his body. Sharp pain in his heart made Orion panic, wondering what was happening. Seung-ha immediately noticed something was wrong with him. She hurriedly called out Orion's name. He fell backwards. Suel appeared in time to catch him. She anxiously asked whether Orion was all right and about his condition. He gasped that his heart hurt. Suel placed her hand on his left chest to check his heartbeat, making him react, and she snapped that she was only trying to soothe him. Seung-ha immediately called Jun Jang over to help. However, Wen shook his head, saying Heller was useless in this case because Orion was encountering a data error. Seung-ha heard that concept for the first time and asked in confusion what a data error was. Jian explained that forcibly extracting incomplete data would cause errors, like trying to open a locked door in a game. She calmly judged that this error was not serious yet since Orion flow index was high, so he would likely pull through. But if the index was too low, he might temporarily disappear from the system, Jian reminded. Seung-ha angrily grabbed her collar. She demanded that Jian tell everything she knew. Jian curled her lips, replying that she also wanted to help but had no reason to do so. At the peak of tension, all players received an urgent notification from the system. Seung-ha glanced at it and immediately realized something was wrong, exclaiming in shock. Jian only smiled, saying everything was exactly as she had predicted. Horizon was drawing near. Jian smiled meaningfully. Suel tensely listened to that exchange. While Orion had not recovered, Hyeon Seung was the first to open and read the notification. The long letter began by greeting Ergosphere online players and asking about their situation. The system announced the most anticipated event, the official beginning of Horizon, accompanied by a mischievous winking icon. The content stated that everyone who had completed the tutorial was eligible to participate. Even Do Hyuk at home received the notification. Players were allowed to freely use all items and skills. Details about the duration and rules of Horizon would be announced on the day of the event. After that, players could decide whether to participate. Yoon Hyung listened attentively. During the waiting period, they could enter the main store to trade without restriction. The system continued reminding everyone to prepare carefully before the event, still keeping the teasing winking icon. Elsewhere, Charles' boss only laughed after hearing it. Just when it seemed to have ended, the system said there was one important point not yet mentioned. The event would officially begin in 2 days, that is July 13. Despite being affected by the error, Orion still tried to keep keep reading. Players would be briefed on the rules and have a 15-minute break before starting. At the end of the letter, the mysterious figure wished everyone to try to survive until Horizon opened and then said goodbye. Suel was shocked that Horizon would start in only 2 days. It was too rushed. Jian remained disdainful, saying now they understood why she did not need to explain. She said when Horizon began they would see for themselves how cruel this game was. Jian laughed coldly, comparing them all to puppets forced to fight. Ryan's breathing grew more rapid, partly because of his condition, partly because of what Jian had said. In another quiet residential area, Suel and Orion walked along an empty road. He pointed ahead, guessing that house was the place they were looking for. Orion, still uneasy, asked to confirm the address. Suel replied that the guild leader had confirmed it, so it should not be wrong. She wondered why Jian had so much of their personal information. Even Orion did not know and guessed it was from an illegal source. Suel cursed under her breath, saying she knew that woman was no good. They stopped in front of an old building. The two pushed the door open and stepped inside, the hinges creaking. Suel was surprised that the space was larger than she had imagined, different from the image of a small studio. Ryan noticed a table piled with books. He flipped through a few books about game design, script writing, and game catalogs, realizing Du Xian truly loved games. Suel impatiently asked where the turtle was so they could find it quickly and leave. She quickly spotted a glass tank placed on a cabinet. Turtle had withdrawn into its shell out of fear of the noise. Suel leaned closer to observe and worried whether it was still alive. Orion thought it was just sleeping and there was nothing wrong. Suel was not completely certain either, only murmuring in agreement. In the end, she decided to take the turtle home to raise in the aquarium and ask the housekeeper to take care of it. Seeing that, Orion suggested, then let me contribute a little, buy some food, pet supplies, and a few small things. Suel only sighed, did you forget who you are talking to? Just leave it to me. Instead, why do you not take the chance to rest? This is something I have to do myself. Orion could not really refuse. Oh, thank you very much. She picked up the box and walked off. The exam is in 2 days, let us go. Suddenly Orion called after her, Suel, what are you going to do now? She smiled faintly at the corner of her lips. I will take the turtle home, then stop by the cafe to study with Zhou Trong. Do you want to come along? Ryan replied a little awkwardly. No, I am fine. I should go home and review on my own. Suel only responded with a brief glance. You have to do really well on this exam. After all, we have already come this far. Hearing her words made sense, Orion nodded, yes, we really have come a long way. At that moment, the turtle slowly poked its head out of its shell. As if she had expected it, Suel said, let us go. We are done here. What if some thieves sneak in? Orion turned pale. We cannot let that happen. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something. On the table lay a book about turtles, with a turtle printed on the cover. Perhaps it was the diary of Hada the turtle recording its illness or things it could not eat. Orion curiously opened it. The detail inside took him by surprise. It was a research journal related to the Interhold software. The scene shifted to the apartment complex. Few units were still lit up in the middle of the night. Among them were Du Hyuk and Seung Ha. Du Hyuk's face was grave, so it really happened. I did not expect the explorer to die. The other two in the guild must be in shock, he asked. Seung Ha took a sip of water and replied, Suel rarely shows emotion, so I am not sure, but Orion must have been deeply affected mentally. For a high school student to face something like this, being shaken is understandable. Someone experienced like Du Hyuk, it might be easier, yet even an adult would find it hard to remain calm. What about the transcendent rank? You saw the stats clearly, did you not? He asked curiously. Seung Ha shook her head and sighed, it was beyond my imagination. When he broke through, his stats soared 20 levels at once. In a one-on-one battle, few could defeat him, she said bluntly. Du Hyuk's expression changed, that is dangerous. Charles or their king could also reach the transcendent rank. Seung Ha looked slightly troubled, that possibility is very high. Du Hyuk understood the situation well, it is already troublesome with the chaos causing unrest. Adding the transcendent rank makes it even more intense. That is why during the event, Seung Ha suddenly called him, Du Hyuk. He remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Seung Ha admitted helplessly, we no longer have time for wishful thinking. I need you, Du Hyuk, come to me. Du Hyuk was slightly surprised, you plan to lead the event. She nodded, only then can I protect the guild members. Du Hyuk looked at her thoughtfully. It seems everything is weighing on you. I have never seen you this vulnerable. You always focused only on your goal. Seung Ha said softly, you are the only one who sees me behave like a child. When the leader wavers, everyone grows anxious. So no matter what anyone says, I still have to move forward, she shared with emotion. Whether right or wrong, the commander must make everyone believe the path they walk is justified. So if you see me as weak, it means I truly need your help. This was a side of her Du Hyuk had never seen before. Seung Ha was completely different today. Do not look so reluctant, I have my pride too. At that point, Du Hyuk could only remain silent. Do you think I am reluctant? Do not be like that. Actually, I have always given in to you. I will help you until the event ends, so you can take first place and protect everyone. Seung Ha seemed more at ease. Thank you, it is always like this. You truly are the best supporter. Scene shifted once more. Where Orion was. He lay on the bed reading intently. Content mentioned Dr. Maria, the game developer, who suffered from a terminal illness and conducted soul transplantation experiments. There were parts he did not fully understand, but he guessed Zhu Xian was researching the interhold software of the company that created Ergosphere Online. Perhaps that was why he seemed very suspicious when they first met. It turned out that was only caution while he conducted his research. Orion's phone suddenly vibrated continuously. Who is messaging at this hour? It was none other than Suel. Are you asleep yet? Orion smiled. Suel, she must still be awake. Why is she not sleeping at this hour? Suel replied that she was reviewing fan cam. Orion thought the exam is so close, yet she is still that calm. He casually explained that she could not sleep. Orion laughed and texted back, do not tell me you are too worried. Suel sent a few short words, come on, I am just a little scared. Orion was surprised. Because of the event, I thought you did not know what fear was. Suel replied in confusion, what are you talking about? I am afraid something will happen to you, and I am also afraid of leaving meaninglessly. He said those words so naturally. It made Orion thoughtful, do not worry, I will protect you with everything I can. He suddenly felt that sentence was too much, so he quickly deleted it. Suel texted again, I am planning to sleep in the room this afternoon. That way the chaos will not find me. After the exam, I am even planning to secretly drink a little alcohol. Orion burst out laughing, drinking at school is a bit reckless. Suel continued, do you want to come, Orion? With you there it would be much more fun. I also have something I want to tell you. What do you think? It has been a while since the last time we spent the night together. Fire in the hearth still burned brightly, warming the entire room. Suel sat curled up on the chair, her fingers idly scrolling through her phone. In the quiet room, she suddenly realized someone had just walked in. Seeing Orionko, she exclaimed in surprise, oh, you are here already. I thought your sister was home so you would not come. Orion maintained a serious expression and replied that you said it was important so I made time to come. Suel gave an awkward smile and admitted she only wanted someone to talk to out of boredom, leaving Orion stunned. She also curiously asked what was in the bag he was holding. Orion glanced down at the bag and answered that it was hot chocolate. Since you said you could not sleep, I stopped by the convenience store to buy it. Suel widened her eyes thinking it was alcohol. Orion immediately reminded her that he had told her not to drink anymore. Suel jokingly asked if he planned to stay the night. Orion laughed and told her not to dream because he only stopped by briefly since he had to wake early for the night shift. He said he still had to leave before his sister returned home, imagining her panicking and calling to look for him. Suel did not insist further, saying that after finishing the drink he could go wherever he liked. Orion softly replied yes. Silence gradually enveloped the small room. After a while, Suel took the initiative to ask if he won 200 million won, what would Orion do? He immediately answered that he would buy a new phone first. After that, he would buy a house with his own room and save the rest. Hearing that, Suel teased that he was as gentle as a Buddha, he had to be more ambitious. She even joked about throwing a lavish party, but Orion bluntly shook his head. He slowly said that if he had money, he only hoped his sister would no longer have to pinch every penny. Suel continued to ask what about his wish if he won first place. Orion scratched his head and said he had thought about it but still did not know what to wish for. Suel suggested choosing something realistic and within reach. He hesitated for quite a long time before softly saying if possible then. Images of his parents from the past suddenly flooded his mind. Along with the moment, he stood watching everything collapse in helplessness. Seeing his loved ones lying there in pain made his heart tight. Jiuxianbi's meaningful gaze directed toward him. Orion raised two fingers and said he would wish for two more things. Suel immediately criticized him for being too greedy. He asked in return what she would do with the prize money if it were her. Suel thought seriously and hummed softly. She said she would buy an apartment building, keep the top floor as a penthouse for herself, and rent out the rest. Then invest in stocks as well, making Orion marvel at how practical she was. Suel said that if you had money and did not invest it would run out sooner or later. Orion laughed because it sounded like fathers lecturing their children. She told him to get lost, and Orion explained that since she mentioned ambition he thought she would spend money on parties. Suel closed her eyes and said that was only secondary, not the main goal. Iguian sat beside them quietly sipping his cup of hot chocolate. After a while Suel asked if he was not curious about her wish. Orion softly replied yes. Atmosphere grew heavy. Suel curled up and reminded him that he had once asked about it before. Orion stared intently at the bottle of milk as if weighing something. And he said he could guess part of it. He would use the wish for her parents, right? Suel asked in surprise how he knew. She had not let anything slip. Orion said it was because she always avoided talking about the wish and about her parents. He shared that he had also lost his parents in an accident, so he understood that feeling. Suel was stunned by the revelation. She admitted that Orion was very perceptive. Orion smiled and said not to worry. He did not pity her at all. He still wanted to know exactly what her wish was. Suel took a deep breath and decided to tell him since there was no need to hide it anymore. She said this matter was not really important to others. In her eyes flickered a sorrow hard to conceal. Back in middle school, she once caught her father having an affair. She thought she was mistaken, so she secretly observed, but the person embracing her father was not her mother, leaving her frozen. She did not know whether to tell her mother or remain silent. In the end, she still told her because she could not pretend she had seen nothing. Her mother calmly said she already knew and even admitted she had someone else too. That marriage was merely mutual support. Things outside of that did not need attention, like a partnership. As long as they they did not break the agreement, everything else was insignificant. Her mother said that when she grew up, she would understand that love or friendship was only that. They were just a shell to deceive the world. After finishing, Suel lowered her head onto her knees, sinking into a hollow emptiness. She choked as she asked why she even existed. She felt like an object, born from their cold exchange. He thought to himself that that was how it was. No wonder she often said that if she disappeared, no one would care. Suel clenched her fist and said she wanted to erase those memories. She no longer believed in any kind of emotion. He sat silently, listening to everything. Suel gave a bitter smile and asked if he thought she was foolish. He joked lightly to dispel the heavy atmosphere. He said she was as stubborn as the idol she liked. Even so, she still persevered in fighting through an unsteady life, so he hoped her wish would come true. He said he would help. Suel asked in surprise why. Orion answered because it was a promise. He turned to look at her with a gentle gaze, then awkwardly looked away. In the end, he confessed the secret he had kept, that he liked her. She had saved him countless times. Therefore, he wanted to help her achieve her wish, even though she had not completely trusted him yet. Hearing those words, Suel lowered her head to hide the surge of emotion. After a while, she straightened up again. The flames in the room flickered, as if warming both their hearts. Their relationship seemed to have turned a new page. They shared a passionate kiss, but after a brief moment, Suel blushed and said it was not allowed yet. She whispered that today was not the right time. She covered her face and said to Orion, "Go home, I am about to sleep." Orion did not know what to do. He could only listen to Suel. Just as he was about to leave, Suel suddenly called him back. "Thank you for the hot chocolate, sleep well." After saying that, she blushed shyly. Orion still replied, "Sleep well." He immediately returned home through the teleportation gate. Suel sat alone in the spacious room. When she knew Orion had truly left, she let out a relieved sigh. She almost could not hold it in. She could not believe it. She muttered to herself in shock, "Damn it." Orion finally returned home safely. His face showed a frightening gloom. Orion clutched his head and shouted madly, "Why did I do that? Was I swept up in that atmosphere to the point of losing my mind? It came at the wrong time. How will I face Suel tomorrow?" Bustling city began a new day. Next day, at the entrance to the teacher's lounge during the examination, Orion entered the classroom with a forced smile. Suel shot him a sharp glance and greeted him as usual. Orion watched Suel's back and thought, she looks so calm. Maybe she does not care. I should not overthink it. There are many assignments this week, so I should focus on studying. Suel also seriously chanted a spell, concentrating, using mind control to memorize. At the crucial moment, teacher Jiang walked in, instructed them to put away all books, sit still, then began the listening test. He smiled slyly, reminding the students that cramming words was useless. The test reflected their learning results. Teacher Jiang saw a student looking out the window in panic. "Anzai, what are you doing? Sit down immediately." Female student pointed fearfully, "Teacher, outside." The teacher walked down to take a look. "Is there some pervert out there?" "Forget it, I will call security." But when he looked up at the sky, Teacher Jiang's face changed. He shouted loudly, "What the hell is that?" Orion and Suel immediately looked toward the window, their faces full of confusion. A strange object appeared before Orion's eyes. No, that was. A rectangular object floated in the sky. Orion guessed the system. Outside, people waiting for the bus also suddenly noticed the object above their heads. "What is that?" Everyone was startled and panicked, as if they had seen a ghost. "What is happening?" A scream rang out. Could it be Ergosphere Online? A young man laughed in delight, an advertisement so flashy. His phone received a short broadcast. Channel owner waved to his live followers, hoping everyone would continue watching. Before anyone understood, "Welcome back to the worst hour channel, the mysterious orange box. Today I woke up early right here. You must be wondering where I am. Take a close look. Who wants to know why I am here instead of somewhere strange like before? It will get crowded soon. I tried to come early." Some fierce comments appeared. He responded bluntly, "What do you guys want me to do? How would those shut-ins know? Here, look. You see anything behind me? You still do not get what I am saying. Anyway, your heads are too thick to understand." He rambled on, saying these things were signs of the apocalypse. "Go outside and see what is happening." The face of the mysterious orange box was revealed. The online community erupted. The broadcast ended after those suggestive words. In an apartment, Do Hyuk and Seung Ha walked along the corridor talking. He asked him worriedly, "That is the system regulation. What is it doing here?" Do Hyuk scrolled through information and told her, "It is exploding online. Many news outlets are reporting it. It seems ordinary people can see it too." Just a few hours later, Ergosphere Online climbed to the top of Korea's trending list. Seung Ha widened her eyes at the world's developments. He looked at the floating system and asked, "Is this Horizon?" Scene shifted to the school. Students gathered eagerly to watch. Everyone discussed excitedly about the recent phenomenon of Ergosphere Online, whether it was an advertisement or some competition. Orion and Suel remained silent as they observed the system regulation. A mysterious voice from the system rang out, "Greetings. Welcome Ergosphere Online users and non-users alike. In 15 minutes, the Horizon event will begin, lasting 70 72 hours held here. A giant gemstone appeared. The system announced an operating radius of 8 kilometers from the gem. Outsiders would be moved inside when the event began. So Jung asked teacher Jiang about the 8-kilometer range. He estimated it was about half the city. So Jung exclaimed, "Yes, that is huge. We cannot escape outside, right?" Ryan and Suel stood aside listening to the conversation between teacher Zhang and Sajun. The system regulation introduced the survival hunt event. Explained the rules: users hunt monsters. Whoever has the highest score ranks first. Hunt points are added automatically or can be used to buy items. Some locations have random quests. Completing them adds hunt points. Attacking others is penalized, called PKS. Other penalties do not apply during the event. Taking others' hunt points is impossible, even if they die in PK. However, players can exchange points with each other. The first place winner receives money and a wish. The prize is 29.9 billion won. Ordinary people can also participate. Everyone gasped in amazement at the 29.9 billion won reward. The system QT announced that players start at level 1 with no guidance. High levels apply to professional players. Users who want to participate need no conditions. Just say, "I want to join at any time." Those who do not want to play can find a path to the abyss within the game's range. Someone will take them to a safe place. Once they leave, they cannot return, so think carefully. After hearing the warning, everyone turned pale. Before the opening began, the system continued to send its usual message, wishing all players good luck. The event would start in 5 minutes. Red pillars continuously descended from the sky. The passers-by were not afraid. They even raised their phones to record the strange sight and wondered what it was. Some even thought it was part of a movie shoot. The students grew excited when they heard the reward reached 29.9 million credits, an extremely tempting number. Should they try joining? Suel crossed her arms in thought. There were 6 pillars in total. If they descended at the same time, Orion standing beside her added that Horizon would officially begin. Teacher Jiang clapped loudly and demanded silence, reminding everyone to stay seated before saying he would go outside to check the situation. "You still have exams to prepare for, have you forgot?" Orion's face was taut not because of the test, but because of the dangerous game the QT system had brought upon humanity. The atmosphere outside suddenly fell into an unnatural silence. Mr. Hong held a cigarette and stood proudly observing everything. He muttered that the data he stole was indeed accurate. This time it would be very interesting. He stared intently at the 6 pillars with excitement, waiting to see what would happen next. Who would take the lead? Suddenly, the 6 pillars emitted a tremendous rumble at the same time. In an instant, their surfaces cracked into long, winding fissures. A blinding light erupted, brighter than the sun, forcing the students to clutch their heads in fear. Suel and Orion hurriedly raised their hands to shield their eyes from the harsh glare. He tried to open his eyes slightly to observe the surroundings. The sight before him left him frozen. The sky turned a dark crimson filled with an eerie aura. Strange creatures soared everywhere. They spread their wings wide and circled above the school grounds. Students panicked, constantly shouting as they could not understand what was happening. Some trembled and asked whether those were monsters and if everything was real. A creature pressed against the window, baring its sharp fangs and sending chills through everyone. It clung tightly to the wall and let out a roar that echoed through the air. A male student was so frightened that he collapsed onto the floor. In his panic, he screamed hysterically. He immediately turned and ran outside in search of an escape. Seeing that, teacher Jiang loudly called out Xiang Haiyan's name. He ignored the teacher and continued running along the corridor, hoping to find a way out. After running a short distance, he suddenly halted. In front of him stood a sword-wielding monster, truly misfortune upon misfortune for Xiang Haiyan. It was a dark night, known for hiding and striking unexpectedly once it detected a target. The moment it noticed someone, that knight immediately raised its sword high. Xiang Haiyan shut his eyes tightly and instinctively lifted his arm to shield himself. Fortunately, he appeared in time and delivered a decisive blow to the dark knight. In a single instant, the monster was slain before teacher Jiang could arrive. Teacher stood stunned for a few seconds at the sight before calling Orion's name in shock. He turned back and asked the teacher to gather all the students and lead them to the main hall. He would stay behind to protect everyone, so that the teacher could guide them to a safe area. Teacher Jiang anxiously asked how he could possibly do that. While they were still speaking, another group of monsters appeared. They were nightmare hunters that usually moved in packs. They possessed the ability to inflict tremendous damage. Thanks to his sharp observation, he quickly noticed their presence, poured his strength into his sword and slashed down at the ground, then dashed through the nightmare hunters and cut them down one by one with decisive strikes. Suel also ran over and urged the teacher that there was no time for lengthy explanations. The longer they hesitated, the harder it would be to maintain order, so they had to act immediately. He was fighting on a battlefield the teacher had never known. Each time he faced the dangerous monsters, Orion's face became extremely tense. A sword in Orion's hand hacked down onto the monster's shoulder without hesitation. The blow sent its arm flying, torn clean from its body. No sooner had Orion taken one down than he saw another group rushing toward him. A familiar thought flashed through his mind. As long as the enemy still existed, retaliation was the only choice. A brilliant halo of light suddenly flared. Orion's next slash ripped the monster's body clean in two. The next one met the same fate. All of them were struck down by him. Gripping a weapon in each hand, Orion dashed forward at full speed, weaving through the monsters and cutting down the remaining ones along the way. He stood there, eyes slightly red, yet his heart filled with satisfaction. Excellent, this floor had been completely cleared. Orion immediately ran into the teacher's office to report. Please head down to the main hall at once. We will gather there and escort everyone to safety. The teacher spread her arms to shield the students, her gaze doubtful as she looked at him. What are you saying? What is going on? Orion replied urgently. There is no time to explain, please trust me. Other teachers and students are waiting in the hall. After a moment of hesitation, the teacher finally nodded. All right. She turned back to instruct the students carefully. Stay calm, we are leaving this place, follow me. Do not split up and leave your backpacks behind, understood. One by one, they filed out of the room. Suel ran over breathlessly to report. The upper floor is clear. Now we need to check the annex to see if anyone is still trapped. Orion nodded and assigned tasks. All right, I will head there. You stay and protect everyone in the main hall. Suel replied at once. Understood. A powerful gust of wind suddenly swept along the corridor. Orion accelerated, determined to deal with the monsters outside. As he ran, he called out to the system, display the map for me. Skimming over the map, he muttered to himself, Black Lake is quite close to here. Going out the front gate would be faster, but the monsters are too densely gathered. If we circle around to the back gate then, it could lead everyone to the safe abyss. Orion unconsciously glanced down at the schoolyard through the glass window. He was shocked to see several students running out of the school on their own. Why are they going outside? Orion clenched his teeth. This is bad, the outside is full of monsters lying in wait. In the yard, 3 students sprinted ahead blindly. A girl asked anxiously, is this really all right? Would it not be better to wait for the police? The boy in front snapped, do not rely on them, shut up and follow me to the bus stop. The moment he finished speaking, a monster plunged down from above and landed in front of them. Its roar froze the boy in place, his limbs stiff with terror. All 3 could only scream in panic and struggle in desperation. That very moment, a blinding beam of light erupted along with crackling flashes of lightning. Orion appeared just in time, rescuing the group of students. This time he chose to use the life arc item, guiding rope. He hurled the rope straight toward the monster. It only had time to open its mouth and howl in agony. With a single clean strike, Orion brought it down. Looking at the rope in his hand, he recalled the reward from the previous quest. Good thing he kept it, durable and long, perfect for swift movement. Before he could catch his breath, another swarm of monsters advanced. Orion looked up at them and said to the 3 students, head back to the main hall, I will draw them away. Though trembling, the boy still protested, why should we go back? I do not want to die there. Unable to hold back, Orion shouted, shut up and turn around. Unless you do not want to survive. Hearing that, the 3 hurried back into the school. Left alone, Orion calculated his strategy. There are 5 large monsters on the sports field. He could not deal with them one by one. He swung the rope toward them. The rope shot out so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow. At the same time, Orion coordinated his movements and attacks flawlessly, determined to wipe them all out in a single sweep. At first, they charged straight at him in a frenzy. Waiting for the perfect moment, Orion activated the skill wrath of the leopard spirit. He dashed past each one, whipping the rope and electrocuting them, leaving their bodies numb and frozen in place. The monsters howled in unison in pain. Thunderous explosion echoed, sweeping the entire pack away. After clearing the Georgia outside the yard, Orion continued his plan. All right, to the annex. Thick smoke and dust blanketed everything. The school was shrouded in a grim and dreadful atmosphere. The students inside the school witnessed the entire battle. Is that Orion? Who is he? He looks so cool. Is he a superhero? Someone recognized him. I know now, he really is a hero. Another student asked in confusion. A hero from Egoja Online? You mean a character from the game? Mr. Jiang stood frozen, his face filled with worry. Suel suddenly ran over and called out loudly, startling him. Sir. Regaining his composure, he asked, what is it, Suel? She spoke seriously. You should check the attendance immediately. We cannot leave anyone behind. He was surprised. Leave? Where do you plan to take everyone? Would it not be safer to wait for the police here? Suel explained quickly. There is an abyss nearby. Once there, everyone will be transported somewhere safer. Orion and I will lead the way. Mr. Jiang was still worried. It is full of monsters outside. How can you 2 protect so many people? Suel suddenly spoke firmly, sir. She lowered her voice and recounted the time Orion appeared and transformed. Hard as it is to believe, no matter what, Orion is still Orion. So please believe in that seemingly impossible truth. He is your student. Faced with such sincerity, Mr. Jiang finally agreed. All right. Immediately afterward, he raised his voice to announce. Everyone listen, I will check the attendance, make sure your friends are beside you, and then we will leave together. Suel stood quietly in the corner, calculating. This way will help gather everyone. I can also use the research item to assist. She lifted her head, her eyes blazing with determination. Now only the final step remains. The sky above was still dyed a terrifying crimson red. In the corridor, Orion continued fighting without pause. Now he alone bore the entire burden. The sword in his hand rose and fell. He slew the monster and managed to save a female student in time. Girl shrank back in fear as the monster's head dropped right in front of her. Orion asked gently, "Are you all right? Can you walk?" She replied, trembling, "I am fine, thank you." After reassuring her, Orion directed her toward the exit. From the second-floor corridor, go down to the main hall. Everyone is there. The girl answered weakly, yes. Orion silently watched until she disappeared from sight. He shifted his gaze and calculated. The annex has been handled. Now he had to move everyone out of the main hall. If he cleared the path to the back gate, they would escape safely. Orion bent down to observe the situation in the yard. Suddenly, a monster was approaching. It was that one. Was it not the ash-handed hawk at the witch cemetery? Orion cursed under his breath. Why is it blocking the gate? I have nearly exhausted all my close combat skills. Dealing with it will be extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Suel excelled in crowd control skills and long-range attacks. He told himself he could handle it, but should he ask for help? After a moment of consideration, Orion made his own decision. No, there was no time. The golem suddenly sensed a threat approaching. And it was Orion. He gripped his sword tightly and charged toward the monster. Even so, he still feared that the curse might cause trouble. I have to avoid their skills. Orion gritted his teeth in determination. This time no one will lose their life. He immediately used the skill Phantom Vengeance Blades, dual swords, determined to protect them at any cost. A surge of electricity burst from the blade, blending with Orion blazing momentum. Scene shift, two young men studied together. One sighed and clicked his tongue. Why is this on the test too? Does the professor think I only study one subject? Suddenly he looked at his friend. Hey, what are you looking at? He replied at once, look at this, leaving his friend stunned. Huh. The reporter announced, if you are watching, please stay calm and continue following the broadcast. This footage is from the city a few minutes ago. As you can see, it vanished into a black sphere. Firefighters and police were dispatched but have not been able to approach. Authorities convened the National Security Council, issued an emergency evacuation order. Experts at home and abroad are investigating. The information is shocking. Scene shifts to the school. Is this real? Suel hurriedly reported, I finished checking attendance. Teacher Jiang nodded. Good. He asked Suel, everyone has gathered. What now? She replied, wait a moment. Suel grew anxious. Orion has not returned. Could the monster have taken him down? Orion appeared suddenly. He landed safely. Turning to Suel, sorry I am late. The monster used a curse, so it took some time. Suel let out a breath. If you were 10 seconds later then. What should we do now? Everyone is waiting. Orion called Teacher Jiang over. Teacher Lian agreed, yes. Orion explained according to the map. Through this alley we will reach the sinkhole. That is where everyone will go. During the journey he guarded the front. Suel watched the rear. The teachers followed class by class so no one would be left behind. Jiang hesitated slightly after hearing this. He thought of the image of little Orion. There was no other way. He agreed, understood, you can do it. His eyes flashed with determination. Yes, please trust me. Time passed. The monsters drew closer. While they searched for prey, Orion launched a sudden attack, catching the monsters off guard. They reacted to Orion's strike. But it was too late. After eliminating them, Orion told Teacher Jiang, it should be safe now. Lead everyone through the alley. He replied, okay. They quickly moved everyone to a safe place. Orion asked Suel, how is it down there? Are there monsters? He replied that she used the observation tower skill but saw no monsters nearby, only a few farther away. Orion thought this survival hunt should have many monsters, or perhaps the event has only just begun. While thinking, Suel asked, do you think this event simulates an ecosystem in a game? Orion was surprised. An ecosystem. Suel said monsters in games have their own ecosystems. For example, dark monsters are active at night, weaker monsters move in packs. Remember, these monsters are distributed like that. Inside the school they are all nightmare beasts. Orion hurriedly interrupted, wait, if that is the case then the reason there are not many monsters on the way is. Before he could finish, the giant monster attacked. Orion realized that in an ecosystem, lesser monsters do not stay near the boss. The situation was critical. Orion told Suel to let him handle it. She should protect everyone. She agreed, okay. Orion and the monster faced each other in tension. He observed and discovered it was a mutated meadow pterygon, similar to a normal pterygon but with a glowing effect. The most suitable choice was, the monster gathered energy. It unleashed an attack, aimed straight at Orion. He escaped the danger, thanks to a glowing cloak item, which neutralized electricity and light attacks, along with an anti-electric helmet, giving Orion the advantage to attack the monster. He used the skill Petal of Final Resentment, dealing tremendous damage to the monster, causing it great pain. Everything exploded. Orion landed lightly. He was astonished. The mutated pterygon was fairly easy to defeat. The system notified that Orion gained 230 points, rank 5. Scene shifts to the shelter. Everyone gathered together but remained confused. Teacher Jiang asked Suel, is this the wormhole? She replied, yes, this is the wormhole zone. Entering it will lead to a safe place. Teacher Jiang felt reassured. He would go in first to check if it was safe. After speaking, he stepped forward. The system issued an alert. It displayed, "Do you want to move to a safe place? Leaving means you cannot return." Teacher Jiang hesitated, then pressed the button. A second later, he pressed it. He was transported immediately. Everyone panicked. Suel shouted, "Do not be afraid. Orion and I have done this many times. It is safe. Wait for your turn to leave." So Jung spoke up, "Wait, see we on, what is it?" So Jung said breathlessly, "I called my mother, but she did not answer. Can you go home with me? Just 1 minute." Another student added, "I cannot reach my younger brother or my father either." Everything became chaotic. Suel shouted, "Stop. If we help everyone, we will not be able to leave." So she wondered what to do. If everyone searched for their families, we would not be able to protect them. Fortunately, Orion appeared and shouted, "Do not worry about your families anymore. I will ensure the residents leave safely. You will see them again once you reach the safe place. The longer you stay, the more dangerous it becomes. There will be casualties, so do not worry. Go through the wormhole." Suel gently reassured her, "Do not be too nervous, So Jung. The networks are probably overloaded with too many calls at once." Hearing that, she thought for a moment and nodded. "Maybe you are right. By the way, when did you get special powers? You look just like Sailor Moon." Suel blushed and replied, "Superpowers? Actually, I got them thanks to a game called Ergosphere Online." So Jung asked curiously, "Are there superheroes in that game too?" Making Suel answer awkwardly, "Not exactly, but if you want to call it that, it would not be wrong." By this time, all the students had been evacuated. Ryan spoke up, "All right, now it is the teacher's turn." He stepped forward to thank them and reminded them to stay safe. When everyone had been moved to a safe place, Orion let out a quiet sigh of relief. That should be everyone, right? Suel immediately suggested, "Then let us start hunting." He suddenly asked, "Do you know where your parents are right now?" Suel answered firmly, "Today they are launching a new medicine, so they should be at the Sarin Hotel." Orion was surprised. That is quite far, and it is in the opposite direction from Sister Ariam's hospital. Putting that aside for now, Orion proposed saving the people in this area first and then heading to the Shurai Hotel later. Suel nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. She suddenly remembered Ammon just found something that might help. Orion asked curiously, "What is it?" When he saw it, he could not help but be surprised. It was a motorcycle. Suel said with a grin, "The key is near the fire. The owner probably fell into the deep pit, so we can borrow it for now, then return it with a full tank and it will be fine. Drive, I will sit behind and support you." Orion grimaced and replied, "But I do not know how to ride a motorcycle." Suel burst out laughing. "It is just like a normal vehicle. You will know once you try." Orion replied eagerly, "What is there to be afraid of? No matter how hard it is, it will not make me back down." Suel exclaimed, "That is truly impressive." She even excitedly told Orion to go at full speed, making him a little worried. "I am not sure I can do that." Scene shifted to another location. A police officer was trying his best to evacuate the civilians from the dangerous area. He shouted to reassure them, "It is very dangerous outside. Everyone hurry inside the building. We are the police and we are here to protect you." Suddenly, a subordinate reported, "Sir, the radios and phones have lost signal. What should we do now?" The police officer immediately ordered them to prioritize protecting civilians. "I will try to contact reinforcements as soon as possible." The subordinate responded, "Yes, sir." Just then, a monster appeared and blocked the road. It revealed a chilling smile. It was a dark butcher monster. It used poison in both its normal attacks and skills, and magic and ranged attacks were less effective against it. The atmosphere became as tense as a drawn bowstring. The police officer quickly drew his gun and fired repeatedly, trying to take it down. A large amount of ammunition was consumed. But he was horrified. Why is it still not falling? The subordinate trembled and shouted, "Could it be a zombie?" Seizing the opportunity, the monster immediately counterattacked. Two officers could not react in time. They panicked while desperately trying to fight back. Suddenly, the police officer noticed something strange. Something unusual had appeared in the sky. Right after that, Orion suddenly rushed in to attack the monster. He swung his sword powerfully and slashed straight at it. The blow made it stagger before collapsing. Orion landed neatly. He turned to Suel and said, "Thanks for the support." She smiled and replied, "That is why I am here." The police officer spoke up, "Who are you two?" Pointed his gun at Orion. It was clear he was very frightened. "Are you two monsters as well? Is that why you can use such strange powers?" Suel stepped forward and said, "Look at our uniforms. Anyone can see we are just ordinary high school students." Even after the explanation, he remained suspicious. What if monsters disguised themselves as students? Suel replied angrily, "What monsters?" Fortunately, his superior stopped him. "Calm down and lower your gun. What are you planning to do to these children?" He froze, "Sir." After that, the police officer asked Orion, "You two are players of Egosphere Online, right?" He nodded, "Yes. Do you know that game too?" The officer replied, "I only know a little. It is quite famous, especially the voice in the sky and a few related matters." He asked further, "Do you have any way to end the game? I heard it lasts 72 hours, but we cannot wait that long." Suel answered, "We do not know either. We were dragged into this game as well." Pondered, "Then what should we do now? Should we call for more reinforcements?" He quickly said, "I have a way to help everyone stay safe. There's a deep pit nearby. If we go there, you can lead everyone out of this area. We'll stand guard and protect you while you guide them." The subordinate spoke anxiously. "Sir, would it not be better to stay and wait for reinforcements? Going outside is too dangerous." The police officer hesitated and considered. And he asked, "Are you too good at this game? Can we place our trust in you?" Suil replied, "We do not know how to make you believe us, but one thing is certain. Just the two of us evacuated all the students and ensured their safety." She even talked about Orion defeating a top-ranked player, making him embarrassed. Is that really worth mentioning? After thinking for a moment, the police officer nodded. "All right, we will follow the plan. I will trust you too. Lead everyone to the deep pit. You can protect them, right?" He replied happily, "Yes, you can trust us." But the subordinate was still worried. "Sir, are you really sure? Why trust these two kids?" The police officer explained, "With the equipment we currently have, we cannot protect everyone, so we must send as many people away as possible." Suddenly Suil spoke up, "I also have a question." The police officer was surprised. "What is it?" Another corner of the city. The monsters were whispering among themselves. They searched everywhere. Suddenly Orion rushed out and attacked, catching them off guard. One of them suddenly leapt up to ambush him, but Orion noticed in time, struck it, leaving it stunned. Suil also circled behind and launched a surprise attack. He aimed precisely and took it down instantly. Finally, that area had been cleared. He asked, "Is this place secure now?" Suil nodded, "Yes, it is all taken care of." She suddenly shouted loudly, "It is your turn now. Use the item I gave you." The police officer immediately jumped to his feet. He used the dragon horn item, amplifying the sound of his shout and creating an effect that frightened low-level monsters into fleeing for a short time. He shouted loudly, announcing to anyone hiding in their homes to come outside immediately. "We are the police and responsible for protecting you. We will take everyone to a safer place. Please come with us. Staying by our side will be much safer than barricading yourselves inside the house. I will say this once more, we are the police and it is our duty to protect you, so please cooperate and follow us." That moment, Orion secretly admired the move of letting the police speak. It was truly a clever tactic. Hearing that, Suil curled her lips in confidence, of course, who would dare not listen to them. Just then, a notification popped up on the system, causing Orion to pause. Saren, the Dark Starlight Knight, along with Unka, the Incarnation of Wind, reward 20 hunting points. Do you accept? Orion wondered whether this was the important mission that had just been activated, when suddenly a violent surge of energy descended. Both Orion and Suil reacted instantly on instinct. The moment he saw the monsters, he froze in shock. Before them stood Saren, the Dark Starlight Knight, and Unka, the Incarnation of Wind. Suil turned pale. Saren and Unka, were they not the two dungeon bosses? Orion immediately said, "Suil, I will hold them back. You take everyone to the wormhole and keep them safe." She was still full of worry. "Are you planning to stop those two by yourself? Normally it takes at least 4 people to handle them." Orion shook his head. "I have no other choice. If they remain here, we will not be able to save everyone. No matter what, I have to defeat them." "All right, remember to strip the mats before leaving." Orion's words startled Suil. What did you say?" Right after that, the battle officially erupted. Orion resolved to go all out. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight at them. Suil watched with both admiration and annoyance. What a reckless fool. Did he think he was alone in this? Before leaving, she turned back and shouted loudly, "Do not collapse. Once I get everyone out, I will come back immediately." Meanwhile, Orion struggled to hold Saren in place. He continuously unleashed a relentless barrage of skill. Suddenly, Unka lunged in to counterattack, cut into the middle of Orion's chain of attacks. Orion thought to himself, "That was close. If I had not blocked in time, I would have taken another hit. Fighting 2 bosses at once is truly harder than imagined. But I have defeated both of them in the game before. They are not in their special state yet, so I still know how to bring them down. I just need a little more time." On the other side, Unka raised its sword high and activated Saren's ultimate skill, Falling Corrupt Star. This ultimate move released a blaze that exceeded the attack stat in a fixed direction, its after effect lasting about 15 seconds and continuing to deal damage. Unka immediately dashed straight toward Orion. Speed was unbelievably fast. Orion adjusted the angle of his strike with extreme precision. He spun around and countered at an equal speed. At that very moment, a shadow wolf appeared from above. And Sun noticed it and instantly unleashed a reversal skill in response, causing the shadow wolf to retreat in pain. Orion calculated silently, Unka is not too frightening, but its paralysis skill and multi-directional attacks are truly troublesome. As for Saren, he is weak in close combat but has a wide attack range. To defeat both of them, there is only one way. Unka launched another strike. This time, the damage forced Orion to struggle to withstand it. He activated the skill Overcome Adversity, accepting the blow to maintain his stance. Then he continued with the move Repay Kindness, with vengeance to counterattack. All the damage was directed straight at the Shadow Wolf. As soon as it was hit, it howled in agony. Orion realized that if he made use of Saren's attack, he could eliminate Unka first. Thinking that, he immediately deployed Blazing Wrathful Retribution. A crimson beam of light shot straight toward the Shadow Wolf, causing it to gradually weaken and collapse. However, the greater danger still remained. Unka had closed in on Orion when he let his guard down. But now they could no longer coordinate, he could completely deal with them one by one. Therefore he continued using blazing, wrathful retribution, this time with an adjustment. The infernal flame was concentrated by Orion onto his target. After slashing Unka once, he followed with a critical strike that pierced through its body. Orion watched Unka gradually fall, thinking that if it were as fast as Waham the situation would have been different. That meant the mission was complete. The system updated his achievement and awarded 20 points, raising his total to 2680 and placing him temporarily at the top of the rankings. Orion immediately left the battlefield. He had no idea that behind him, a recording device was monitoring everything. One controlling it was a pink-haired girl wearing glasses. She highly appreciated Orion's performance just now. Therefore, she continuously searched for information about this player, ranked first, called a hero, yet his level seemed rather low. Perhaps I should observe more or directly remind them to be cautious. Judging by the outfit, he looks like a high school student, but age does not decide everything. Better to keep watching before placing expectations. In another part of the city, police force was urgently evacuating civilians from the dangerous area. Everyone keep order, do not push, we still have time. Suel approached a police officer. Sir, how much longer until everyone is gathered? About 15 minutes more. There are still people inside the building, so we have to wait. Suel could not help worrying about Orion since he had not returned yet. I wonder if Orion is alright, I hope he appears soon. She continued to ask the officer whether Shured Hotel was far from here. Sierra Sound Hotel, it is not far, about 5 minutes by car. Only 5 minutes by car, that is a relief. Afar, Suel heard the sound of a motorcycle drawing closer. It turned out Orion had returned after the battle. Sorry for being late, I had to go get the motorcycle. Suel was astonished to learn that he had handled both Unka and Saren on his own. Orion said to the police officers, you two should enter the wormhole as well, we will take care of the rest. They also wanted to leave, but many people had not yet been evacuated. The officer decided to stay behind to ensure no one was left inside the building. After that, he told his colleague to withdraw first to protect the civilians in the wormhole. Yes, sir. Suel asked softly, are you planning to go alone? The weary officer replied, if there is no reinforcements, then so be it. Regulations require patrols in pairs, but there is no other choice now. He interrupted, I am not talking about regulations. Orion opened the system inventory and took out a cloak, handing it to the police officer. Please take this and use it for now. This is a cloak that keeps Nguyen Trang from attracting the monsters. If you wear it, you will be able to avoid them more easily and move more safely. I also brought a medical kit for the police officer. You can use it to treat wounds in case they attack you. Thank you, but do you not need these things yourselves? Is it really all right to give them all to me? Orion reassured the worried police officer. It is fine, just try to save as many people as possible. Police officer understood at once and nodded. All right, you two should go quickly. Go find your family first. Ah, I almost forgot. Orion also reminded him to watch out for the monster's tracking ability. Perhaps because he was too tense, the police officer tried to guess what that meant and then cheerfully recounted. When I was young, I loved games too. At school, my friends even gave me the nickname Storm Controller. Suel and Orion only smiled politely, clearly not very interested in that side story. Then we entrust everything to you. Remember to stay safe. After saying that, the police officer immediately returned to his duty. As for Orion Group, they got on the motorcycle and sped toward another location. On the way, Suel told Orion to drop her off near the city hall so she could continue on her own, which puzzled him since she was supposed to go to the Sierra Hotel. Turned out Suel knew Orion intended to rescue Sister Arium, so she suggested they split up to save their families and meet again later. Orion immediately agreed, fine, wherever we split up is where we will reunite. At the hospital, Arium was still diligently completing her duties as a nurse. After finishing everything, she left the room and complained that Monday mornings were truly exhausting to the point of collapse. Suddenly Arium saw someone rushing past and curiously followed. She asked Jisoo, what is happening that everyone is in such a panic? Jisoo replied, did you not hear the strange voice in the sky? The whole hospital is in chaos because of it. Even the sky looks unusual. Arium froze. She had indeed heard a strange sound but thought it was an advertisement and ignored it. Suddenly a loud explosion echoed from afar, making her jump. That sound must have come from the first floor entrance. I will go down to check. Wait here, Jisoo. She hurried toward the source of the noise. Several curious people had also gathered by the railing. Then she went pale when she saw below a monster, a real monster. Looked like a twisted creation, stepping out of some insane workshop. Just like doll number 3 in that game. Arium trembled and stepped back, unable to believe this was real and not some film scene. While she was panicking, the monster had silently appeared right behind her. By the time she realized, its sharp iron nose was already aimed straight at her. Fortunately, someone pulled her away from danger in time. It was Dr. Noah. He took the blow for her and was injured in the back. Situation worsened as danger kept surging in waves. Arium quickly supported Noah. Are you all right? He replied that he could still endure. But the threat did not stop. The monster continued to swing its sharp nose at them. This time they managed to dodge, but if it continued, they would not be able to hold on. Noah suggested running out through Lobby E, since the main entrance was surely blocked. Arium worried about the patients, saying they could not abandon them. While Noah was still hesitating, another monster appeared. Now they had no time left to think about anyone else. What are we going to do, Ariam? Noah grabbed her hand and said, follow me. I have a way. She asked what way. He said they would hide in the inspection room. If they tried to help patients who could barely move, the whole group would be in danger. It was better to barricade themselves and wait for rescue. What could she possibly do at this moment? Ariam answered firmly, we cannot abandon the patients just to save ourselves. Harsh reality struck when the entrance to the inspection room was also blocked by monsters. She noticed there were still people in the next room and quickly told Noah. Two of them rushed inside to take temporary shelter. Inside the room, Ariam found Jisoo flustered. She asked her to gather the patients in the hallway and bring them in. Jisoo nodded in agreement. The hospital now was nothing less than a place filled with peril. Monsters were scouring everywhere in search of living creatures. Fortunately, they passed over the room where everyone was hiding. Noah let out a sigh of relief when he no longer heard any sounds outside the door. He said tiredly that he had sealed the door with everything he could find in case they were discovered. Then he asked Ariam whether she could contact the police or the fire department. She shook her head. All signals were gone. Even the Wi-Fi was down. Noah looked out the window and saw that the outside was just as chaotic. Ariam was stunned. What on earth is happening? How can monsters from movies appear here? Noah corrected her. This is not a movie but a video game. He was shocked. A video game. They belong to the famous game Ergosphere Online. I used to play it, so I recognized them immediately. Ariam suddenly remembered something and turned pale. It was the very game she had saved money to buy for Orion as a birthday gift. If the outside is this chaotic, could it be that Orion has? She began to breathe rapidly, her face filled with worry. Noah gently reassured her, do not panic too much, Ariam. At this hour he is probably still with his teacher. A clever child like that should be safe. Her mood eased slightly, but she still could not understand why monsters from a game had stepped into reality. Noah said sadly that he also did not know the reason. Suddenly a patient cried out upon seeing a helicopter flying past, asking if it was the rescue team. Everyone thought they were finally going to be saved. Noah shook his head, saying it was only a helicopter evacuating officials first. The helicopter gradually flew away from the hospital. The hope that had just sparked vanished. The patients angrily and despairingly asked why they were left behind. Right after that, the helicopter suddenly burst into flames. It was attacked by a monster midair, throwing everyone into panic. Could it be that none of us will escape? I do not want to die. I truly do not want to die. Fear spread rapidly, plunging the room into chaos. Noah quickly stepped forward to reassure everyone, telling them to stay calm. The rescue team would arrive soon. They only needed to hold on. Ariam's expression kept changing. It was utter chaos. The patients were in extreme panic. The weaker ones were more likely to mentally collapse than usual. The door shook violently. It seemed the monster had noticed living beings inside the room because of the earlier commotion. Noah grabbed an iron bar as a weapon, then ordered everyone to fall back. Another tremor echoed once more. This time the monster's claws pierced straight through the wall. It dragged its massive body into the room. Noah stood there watching without the slightest fear. He said he would distract the monster so Ariam could find a chance to escape, leaving her stunned for a few seconds. Without time to think, Noah rushed forward to attack the monster. He was no match for it. With just one blow, he was struck down. When Noah regained consciousness, the monster was already right beside him. However, Ariam had not fled according to his plan. He shouted, Ariam, what are you doing? I told you to run. Ariam's gaze was resolute. Stop talking nonsense. I already told you. She tightened her grip on the wooden stick. I will not leave anyone behind. Then she gathered all her courage and charged straight at the monster. Ariam landed a hit, causing it considerable pain. The wooden stick snapped in two, but the monster's thick hide was completely unharmed. Instead, Ariam became its target. The monster looked at her with a strange smile. Noah anxiously called out her name. He reached out toward Ariam but was too late. Just as the spear was raised high, numerous small cuts appeared across the monster's body. It exploded into pieces right in front of Ariam. Noah had not yet understood what had happened. Through the smoke, Orion's voice rang out. You okay? You are not hurt, right? Memories of Ariam's younger brother flooded her mind. She called out Orion's name in confusion. As the smoke cleared, he appeared like a savior. I came to save you, Ariam. The scene shifted. Ariam's astonishment was evident. Ariam, how did you do that? Now was not the time to chat, he said. Sorry, Ariam, I will explain later. This is the patient room. Orion asked Noah, were you attacked by a monster? Use this, an intermediate recovery item. Recognizing the medicine, Noah adjusted his glasses. It is indeed an intermediate recovery item. Orion's voice was firm. Yes, drink it like in a game. If the wound was caused by a monster, the item will heal it. Noah hesitated briefly as he looked at the bottle. Orion asked Ariam, are these all the remaining patients? Ariam hesitated slightly. I am not sure. We have been trapped in the room this whole time. Seeing that, Orion quickly went to check. I have eliminated all the monsters around here. Do not worry. After that, Orion left his sister behind and ran off to observe the surroundings. Ariam watched his back, her heart filled with worry. She turned to Noah. I do not understand what is happening anymore. Noah replied, I do not know either. Keep an eye on Orion and see what he is doing out there. The only way to survive was to place their trust in Orion, the only one strong enough to fight the monsters. The hospital corridor, Orion encountered a monster. He had prepared his weapon beforehand. The monster was surprised but had no time to react. Orion gave it no chance, stabbing straight into its chest. He unleashed a finishing blow. Dual direct strike, the monster exploded in an instant. He moved on to check the corners of the hospital. "Excuse me, is anyone here? I am here to save you." Only an eerie silence remained. "How strange, there is no one. Did they escape? Most of them are patients, so that is unlikely. I should keep searching." Something ahead made Orion stop in his tracks. He exclaimed, "Oh no, someone has fought a monster here. They resisted, there is no way they survived. That means there is another player here. Who could it be?" Orion followed the traces on the floor. His eyes widened. A girl holding a weapon suddenly appeared. She immediately used her weapon to attack. She realized Orion was human. Gyuji stopped. Orion did not know who she was. He stared at her. Then Gyuji spoke to Orion as if they were acquainted. "Hey, you are the player I met in the competitive mission, right? I only saw the tip of your sword, so I thought you were a monster." Unsung rushed over, saw them. "Who is it?" He exclaimed in surprise. "It really is you. This must be fate. I am very glad to see you again. Do you still remember us? The blonde woman is Gyuji, Wind Knight, hunt points 50, rank 43. The tall man is Ajin Sung, Wall Builder, hunt points 85-40, rank 55. Ryan was almost stunned from start to finish. He scratched his head. They immediately asked, "Do you not remember us?" Orion forced a smile. "No, I remember, just a little." Unsung frowned. "Damn it, are you always like this? Where is the girl in your team?" Ryan replied, "She has something to do. We will regroup later. Have you two defeated all the monsters in the hospital?" Gyuji pointed at her sword. "Yes, I have a skill that detects places with many monsters. It led us to the hospital, so we decided to hunt a bit." Orion asked curiously, "What about the patients and the others?" Junsung thumped his chest. "Oh, we helped them escape. We set up barricades in the corridor, creating a separate path for everyone, leading them to safety." Orion praised, "Good idea, truly a wall builder." Junsung looked somewhat pleased. Gyuji spoke of her achievement. "I led everyone to a safe area. The road was long, but I am fast. I found an escape route for all of them." Orion's mood eased somewhat. He gave a gentle smile and said he had known from the start that the two of them were good people. Junsung glanced at Gyuji with lingering doubt, asking if that was really true, while she smiled smugly and took the chance to remark that she knew she was kind, though Junsung might not be, and he did not bother arguing. Orion returned to discussing the next plan, saying that those people had already escaped, and if they cleared out the monsters around here, advancing to the Jun hole would not be too difficult. However, we still need to prepare an additional backup plan. Would you two consider making a deal with me? Proposal made them both pause. Junsung frowned and asked again, "A deal?" The scene shifted to another corridor in the building. After finishing the bandaging, Ariam softly asked if she felt better, and the woman nodded lightly in response. Behind came Orion's voice calling out, "Ariam, the others in the hospital have already left. Now only you and those here need to withdraw from this place." Feeling puzzled, Ariam quickly asked if he wanted them to leave, but the rescue team had not arrived yet. Where could they go now? Hearing that, Noah cut in. "You intend to take us to the run hole area, right?" Ariam looked confused. "What is that?" Noah explained that the voice in the sky had once mentioned that anyone who did not wish to participate could exit through the run hole. Orion reassured her that the nearest run hole was not too far. He would lead the way, so everyone just needed to follow. Ariam still hesitated, unable to decide immediately. She clenched her hands, trembling as she said no. Some patients could barely move and outside was full of monsters. It was too dangerous. Orion understood clearly but still tried to reassure her. He would fight and protect everyone. She should not worry. Suddenly Ariam lost her composure, raising her voice out of anxiety. "It is you, Orion. I do not even know what abilities you have or how you face those monsters. I am just afraid you will get hurt. Why not stay here and wait for the rescue team? Please do not risk going out to fight them anymore, all right." Orion had never seen his sister so panicked before. Ariam. He understood that at this moment he had to help her calm down, but when he said that she had been fighting every day as well, Ariam stared in shock and asked what. Orion's gaze dimmed, trying to act as if it were nothing serious. "You have always pretended to be fine, even though you were exhausted to the point of collapse." Now he was simply doing the same, fighting the way she had every single day. "There are sides of me you have never seen. I am afraid of getting hurt too, and leaving will certainly be difficult. But when I return home, I will act as if nothing significant happened, just like you always do." Ariam felt an indescribable turmoil rising within her. In her mind, Orion was still the little boy from years ago. "Fine, if we go, we stay together until we are safe, understood?" Orion smiled and replied he promised. The answer put Ariam more at ease. She nodded and decided to leave. Orion opened the device and checked the position on the map. "Noah, please check the exit route." Noah nodded in agreement. Orion said he had already cleared the monsters along the path, so they needed to take the chance to leave as soon as possible. From here to the run hole was about a 10-minute walk, so they had to hurry. Noah pondered and said 10 minutes. The patients might need to rest midway. Orion replied that he had already considered that. Suddenly, the device emitted a warning signal. Orion widened his eyes and stared at the screen. A line of text clearly displayed that monsters would respawn after 10 minutes and stronger ones would appear. The information repeated before Orion's eyes: defeated monsters would recover, meaning they would return. 3 of them stared at the screen. Orion blurted out that they were about to respawn. The air grew still as everyone fixed their gaze on the device. Orion Orion grew anxious. Only 10 minutes remained and he could not get the patients to the run hole in time. Arium asked in confusion what respawn meant. Noah explained that the monsters just defeated would reappear. In other words, the path to the deep hole would be blocked. The news only made Arium more uneasy. Orion's plan seemed to collapse. He thought in confusion whether he could use the traitor's cloak for the patients. If detected by tracking skills, it would be disastrous, and eliminating them all before leaving would take time. Even in the game, there had never been a situation like this. Noah placed a hand on Orion's shoulder in encouragement. There are 7 patients, 4 cannot walk on their own, 3 medical staff including me. There are still enough wheelchairs, so I will prepare them. Stay calm and think there must still be a way. Orion nodded in understanding. All right, let me think again. Perhaps there is some useful item I have not used. After all, I have only been used to playing solo mode until now. Orion called everyone over, asking them to help with something. Noah asked what it was. Orion said he wanted everyone to join this game. Everyone was surprised, only Noah was not too shocked. Outside the hospital, a gloomy atmosphere hung everywhere. Jiuji and Jun-sung stood waiting outside. Jiuji complained impatiently that they had agreed to meet at the midpoint, yet Orion still had not arrived. Could it be that he broke the deal? Jun-sung looked at his watch. There was only 1 minute left before the monsters respawned. He believed that even if they left now, it would be hard to reach the deep hole in time. Jiuji grew more irritated and asked what on earth he was doing. Suddenly, something in the distance made Jiuji stop short. He stammered and asked what that was. Jun-sung said in shock it was impossible. Could it be that the Avenger used a speed buff on everyone and brought them here? Orion raised the item Red Leader's Forge, which could equalize the movement speed of nearby players for 25 seconds and be used twice in succession. Jiuji was astonished. How could a speed buff apply to ordinary people? Jun-sung guessed that perhaps they had now become players as well. Even at level 1, using Ridge Leader's Forge could allow them to run as fast as the Avenger. Perhaps they chose the merchant class since the first quest only required moving around. Jiuji chuckled. The scene reminded her of the match with Waham. Jun-sung also admitted that Orion was indeed very clever. After that, Orion called Yuzi Windrader. He handed over the item and told her to run straight to the deep hole area. Jiuji was excited as if receiving a relay baton, saying she just needed to run at full speed. Orion dropped the forge and confirmed that was right. Jiuji immediately took the lead, reminding everyone to follow closely and not lose focus. She realized she was much faster than before and activated the skill Swift Wind Stride. Jisoo squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Oh my god, everything is happening so fast, Arium." Arium hurried to calm her down. Stay calm, Jisoo. Jun-sung did not know what to do with that girl either. Jiuji had gotten overly excited again. Whenever there was a chance to show off her skills, she immediately got fired up. It seemed 10 minutes had already passed. Suddenly, something shot up behind Jun-sung's back. A monster known as the Swamp Master moved forward, dragging trails of sticky mud wherever it went. According to the original plan, I was supposed to block it from behind. Jun-sung smiled resolutely, activating the unbeatable seed item, which could double the duration of the next skill. Come at me, I will not let you take another step. On Jiuji's side, everything was still full of momentum. She had led the group quite a distance already. We are almost there, do not lose heart. Orion widened his eyes and stared straight ahead. Windrider, there is a monster up ahead. Jiuji spun around and asked what. How unlucky it was not here earlier. In front of them stood a monster that looked exactly like a white bear from the icy plains. Azure Crystal Monster. To defeat it requires exactly 36 hits regardless of how powerful the critical strikes are. Jiuji looked extremely confident. Just the two of us should be more than enough to handle it. Orion nodded. That is right, it will be done in less than 10 seconds. Arium, stay with everyone for a bit. Arium was slightly surprised, then nodded. All right. Orion was the first to act. He unleashed the skill Resentful Harmony. Technique manifested as interwoven streaks of light crossing back and forth. Arium simply stood there quietly, watching everything unfold. Her dark eyes widened as she witnessed them fighting. Jiuji and Orion poured all their focus into the battle. Especially Orion, he did not let his guard down even for a single moment. Arium recalled the time he rushed out to save her with a face utterly free of fear. It was always the image she saw in her younger brother. Right after that, Jiuji unleashed the skill Gale Throwing Blades. The monster's painful roar echoed throughout the space. Jiuji laughed in satisfaction. This time I will finish it. Orion refused to lose. I landed more hits, but fine, I will let you have it. Jiuji pouted. You were counting too? Only Orion's laughter remained. He turned to inform the rest of the group. It is fine now. It is safe. Let us keep moving. This park belongs to the wormhole zone. Noah had been observing the whole time and could not hide his admiration. I am very glad to watch you fight today, Orion. You are truly different. Orion blushed and smiled awkwardly. It is nothing. He looked at Arium. Let us go, sister. It is time to take everyone to safety. Arium smiled. Yes, you are right. Although it was unclear what Arium was thinking, she seemed burdened with many thoughts, but Orion did not find it appropriate to ask further. The sky remained shrouded in gloom. In the middle of the small lake in the park, a pathway suddenly appeared. appeared. Orion said, "All right, everyone can teleport here. Just touch it and you can go together with the wheelchair, so do not worry." Turn to Arium, "You go first, I will be back soon." Arium remembered the promise from earlier. "Wait, you said we would go together. What are you planning to do?" Orion gently shook his head in refusal. "I am sorry. Actually, I still have something to take care of." Arium froze. "Do not tell me it is related to Sewell." Orion nodded lightly. "Yes, I have to meet her and a few other matters. When I come back, I will explain everything to you." Even though her heart was full of worry, Arium could not stop him. "You are always stubborn at the strangest times, like when I told you to take the bedroom and you refused. And then what? I know I cannot keep you here. But as punishment for lying to me, you have to wash the dishes for a whole month, understood?" As long as Arium could feel at ease, Orion was willing to accept anything. "All right, I will take care of the cleaning too. Dr. Noah, please make sure everyone gets across safely." Noah replied, "Do not worry, I understand." After saying that, Orion and Yuji immediately left. Arium watched their figures fade away, her heart heavy. Perhaps I was wrong. In truth, when Orion said he had to leave, there was a faint, indescribable joy within me. He always behaved like an adult, no matter how difficult things were. He never once complained. Arium recalled the times Orion said, "Today it is my turn to cook dinner. I want to prepare something for you." She had heard those words countless times from her younger brother. He was always that devoted. Children his age would have long forgotten about cooking and run off to play with friends. She was proud of Orion's maturity, yet at the same time she felt a pang of guilt. She once worried she could not fulfill her role as an older sister. Arium felt he was forcing himself to appear composed, as if Orion wanted to say he was fine and she did not need to worry anymore. She had always been concerned, but earlier he had frankly said he had a reason to leave. Arium suddenly felt relieved. At a moment when she did not even know whether Orion might face danger in battle, she instead felt proud that he had grown up. She wondered if something was truly wrong with her. Noah looked at Arium as if about to speak. "Of course not, Arium. You are both a sister and a nurse. That is why you feel this way." After losing their parents, Orion was once very fragile. But he overcame that painful past and now finally, he is strong enough to walk his own path. That does not make you a bad person, Arium. You have done everything you could. Now all that remains is to hope his future will be happy. Elsewhere, a fierce battle raged on, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Monster swung its arm to grab Jun Sung, but he swiftly dodged. Its cheeks puffed up, seemingly preparing to cast magic. A stream of poisonous gas burst from its mouth and shot straight toward Jun Sung. He softly chanted, activating the skill's sturdy rampart. Golden Wall instantly rose up and absorbed the full force of the attack. Jun Sung looked at it with icy eyes. It is time to use the chained skill combo. He continuously unleashed firepower at it. The skill's sturdy fortress combined with sturdy rampart blocked ranged attacks and reflected them with 120% damage. The monster seemed powerless against Jun Sung's relentless assault. Seeing that, he seized the opportunity and rushed forward. "Good, let us end this here." Suddenly, Jun Sung paused for a brief moment. He focused his gaze on the weapon floating in the air. From somewhere, Orion flew in, appearing right behind the monster. Weapon in his hand radiated surging magical power. Orion decisively swung his sword straight at its neck, activating the skill Phantom Predator. Struck by a critical hit, red streaks sprayed from its neck. Yuji looked displeased. "Hey, I was the one who wanted to land the final blow. So annoying." She widened her eyes in disbelief and turned to Orion. "Hey, Dagger Kid, how did you move faster than me? I clearly set off first." He handed the item he was holding to Gyuji and said, "Yes, I used that item." Gyuji looked displeased. "What, you used an item? Is that not cheating?" Jun Sung immediately cut in. "Calm down, using items is allowed. This is not a competition." He turned to ask Orion, "Anyway, you managed to bring everyone to the safe wormhole zone, right?" He answered promptly, "Thanks to that, everyone got out unharmed." He smiled in relief. "Hearing that, I am reassured." Activated magic, the system panel appeared before his eyes. "All right, let us settle according to the agreement." The system immediately transferred 5,000 points to each person and responded, "Completed." Right after that, a new mail notification appeared in both of their systems. Gyuji read excitedly, "It is here, my rank has increased too." Unsung was full of gratitude. "Thanks for the hunting points, that settles the retreat." The ranking board appeared. 14,500 points, rank 38, 19,800 points, rank 22. He took the chance to say, "By the way, let us add each other as friends." Orion nodded. "I think that makes sense." Unsung added, "Also take this." As soon as he finished speaking, Orion mailbox notified that he had received a gift item. In his system panel appeared the icon of a pair of gloves. The moment he touched it, it auto-equipped. Magma gloves reduces magic damage. Normal attacks have a 45% chance to trigger a fire effect, exclusive to long sword and dual sword classes. Yuji showed open jealousy. "That item is expensive, why give it away?" Jun Sung replied, "We cannot use it, besides we want to thank him for protecting us last time. Even if it is competition, it is more fun with rewards, right? You think so too?" Hearing that, Orion did not refuse. "Yes, of course, thank you again." After finishing, he left. "See you later, your girlfriend must be waiting." Orion was startled. "What girlfriend? We are not dating." Gyuji immediately teased. Not yet, but already like this. There must be something between you two. Orion blushed. There is nothing at all. He awkwardly recalled what happened that day. Actually, it is not entirely nothing, but Unsung reminded him. You probably know already, but be careful of the chaos. They seem to ignore monsters and target players. Hearing that, Orion's expression changed. If so, their goal is likely to take down the top ranks to seize the leaderboard. The sky burned red as if set ablaze. Black smoke billowed endlessly. Suel hurried forward. At last she saw the place she was looking for. There it is, Saren Hotel. She thought to herself, I hope I am not too late. Suddenly a dragon swooped across above her head. It was the ancient monster wisdom dragon Kai Cat. Suel froze at the sudden appearance. She remembered that this species only existed in the wisdom dragon sanctuary, which meant this area had turned into a high-level dragon hunting ground. A loud explosion echoed from afar. Suel gritted her teeth. I have to move quickly before this place collapses. The wind suddenly rose violently. Gusts grew stronger, as if signaling something rushing toward her. She halted, unsure how to handle it for a moment. Suel widened her eyes, worry clearly visible. Dinosaur-like monster flew in and blocked her path. Its eyes shone brightly. Stone dragon Valaka, resistant to magic damage, only appears in the wisdom dragon sanctuary, highly tolerant to cold and immune to stun. Suel fumed. Why is this magic-resistant monster blocking my way? She muttered, skill abyss trap, arrow trap, spike trap, flame trap. Magic instantly surged toward Valaka. Before it could react, she had already prepared to unleash the next strike. Her gaze turned cold. I will keep casting until something works, take this. She continued chanting, skill kite trap. Willpower left the opponent almost no chance to respond. She poured her strength into slamming Valaka down to the ground. Suel told herself, as long as I attack enough it will fall. The system panel appeared. See Weon Kim 20,020 points, rank 14. Despite the fierce battle, the high-rise building had not yet been affected. She continued running through the city. Suel wondered, why did everyone leave the hotel? I thought they would hide. Suddenly a voice called out, Miss Suel. She turned around, the driver. The driver ran over and asked, what are you doing here? Suel asked back, I came by motorcycle, what about my parents? He replied, I'm not sure, I was only waiting nearby. I saw many people running out of the hotel, but I have not seen your parents, so I am calling them. After hearing that, she said, I will go in to find them. You hurry to the green wormhole with everyone. The driver tried to stop her, but she did not halt. Suel stepped into the hotel. In front of her was the reception desk. Everything around had been thrown into chaos. She thought silently, was this place attacked by monsters too? Tension was clearly visible on her face. Suddenly, a monster radiating strong magical power appeared behind her. It formed an energy sphere, myriad wisdom dragon, and fired straight at Suel. She immediately raised a shield to defend. Her expression grew even heavier. In that instant, she recalled the past and wondered why she was still trying to save them. The people who once hurt her. Was it only because they were family? She shook her head. I do not know anymore, but Suel's eyes brightened. Now is not the time to hesitate. She rushed forward using magic to counterattack. I will think about that after I save them. Lightning flashed around her body. Even though she had been angry, she still did not want them to lose their lives. Suel dashed toward the room ahead. The nameplate read meeting room. Perhaps this was where she was looking. She kicked the door open and rushed inside. But inside was empty. They are not here, then where are they? Suddenly a scream rang out and caught her attention. Suel immediately ran toward it. Are they over there? White smoke began to spread throughout the corridor. Perhaps that surge of killing intent was emitted by the dragon apostle. It shot up into the air under the stunned gazes of everyone. Every face turned pale at the terrifying sight. Suel's father shouted loudly, everyone step back, it is very dangerous. Move away quickly, I will lure it somewhere else. The moment he finished speaking, the dragon apostle swung the sharp appendages behind its back to attack the crowd. Panic screams immediately erupted everywhere. The couple were knocked away and fell hard onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon apostle prepared to deliver a finishing blow. At the very moment when it seemed he would lose his life, a magic shield suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking its strike. That shield was controlled remotely by Suel. She softly chanted, devil snare trap. Instantly, a massive clamp covered in sharp spikes materialized. Clamp tightened around the dragon apostle's body, causing it intense pain. The monster immediately collapsed after the critical hit. Suel's father stood stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Suel's figure gradually became clear before his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, Suel, why are you here? In contrast to his confusion, she replied coldly, there is no time to explain, follow me, I will take everyone to safety. Suel silently chanted, activating a Siana thread, a superior labyrinth skill capable of indicating paths within a dungeon or a way out. Those who followed the marked route would gain an additional 12% speed. She instructed everyone just follow the trail of light on the ground, that is the only path leading outside. Mom and Dad, get up quickly, we cannot encounter any more monsters. Suel's father quickly complied, all right. Her mother asked anxiously, are you hurt? Seeing the two show concern for each other only made Suel more irritated. How troublesome. She frowned in displeasure. Why are they hugging like that? Normally they would not even spare each other a glance. Suel's expression darkened. What exactly is wrong with them? Suddenly the door in front of her exploded. Another dragon apostle stepped out from inside. It swept its gaze over everyone with icy eyes. Suel gritted her teeth. This is your final moment. He shouted everyone Everyone step back, this place is dangerous. The monsters behind it formed magic spheres, whirled annihilation flame, a skill that dealt piercing and fire damage even if blocked. They simultaneously launched their magic towards Suel. He immediately raised magic to defend. Suel hissed through clenched teeth, "You are not even a boss, get out of my way." Labyrinth collapse magic circle appeared beneath it, slowing the target and increasing all physical and magical damage by 20%. The dragon apostle quickly sensed something was wrong. But it was too late, the monsters behind it were struck by relentless bolts of lightning. Perhaps because of that, it grew even more ferocious. It opened its mouth and unleashed a violent surge of magic. Deflected, the attack caused bricks from the ceiling to fall. Suel's father glanced upward, a sense of danger washing over him. Without a word, he pushed his wife aside. Himself failed to dodge the falling debris. Her mother turned deathly pale, "My love." Outwardly, Suel appeared indifferent to her family. But when she saw her father in danger, she flared with anger, "You filthy insect." The monster was driven into a corner by her assault, unable to retaliate. Suel's mother trembled as she called out, "Can you hear me?" Yet she still had not realized the severity of it. "What do you mean?" Suel's heart was in turmoil. Why are they acting like this? They are not the parents she once knew. She stepped forward and said, "Move aside." The woman stared blankly. "What are you saying?" Without hesitation, Suel activated the item time distortion generator. The magic sent the falling bricks flying back up to the ceiling. A trace of sorrow crossed her face. If only she could turn back time and pretend nothing had ever happened. Fortunately, after everything reversed, her father remained safe. Her mother screamed, "My love." He endured the pain and asked what just happened. Suel stepped closer and asked, "Can you still walk?" But he looked at her with complicated eyes. "Suel, did you save me?" The question only made her more uncomfortable. "Can you not tell?" He breathed heavily. "Thank you, no matter what happens. Family is still the most important right now." She snapped, "I asked if you can still walk." Sudden shout startled both of them. She poured out her feelings. "Stop pretending nothing ever happened and acting like model parents. All you have ever done is follow your own will. Never cared where I was or whether I ate properly. I do not even understand why I am reacting like this. But when danger comes, you play the role of a happy family. Do you think it is that simple? Few fleeting actions cannot change their true nature." Suel lowered her head. "I do not even feel relieved that you are still alive. It only makes me hurt more. I'm upset because I had no other choice but to save you." She continued, "Mother, you are the same. You only show affection when it benefits you." Struck at their core, the two could only remain silent. After venting everything, Suel gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes. Memories of the past surged back. She no longer knew what to wish for. There was once a time she thought she could live peacefully in this false family if she forgot all the pain, but that was merely a childish illusion. Suel understood that even if she forgot, those people would remain the same. She would still be trapped in this distorted family. And even if she escaped in the future, she would still be left alone. In the end, she could no longer hold back her tears. Suel suddenly cast magic, shattering the window beside her. Shards of glass scattered everywhere, as if this were what she had been waiting for all along. She turned and said, "You two must stay close to each other." Her mother stood stunned, unable to understand what her daughter was thinking. What is this? Suel thought to herself that only by becoming important enough would she make them regret and feel remorse. Then she said decisively, "Let us leave this place." The system displayed a notification. The skill maze combined with Icarus wings I increases hang time when falling or jumping. Her heart was in turmoil, as if she were deliberately touching their emotional wounds. Suel frowned and said, "I do not have time to explain everything to you two." Magic power surged violently around her, so hold on tight. The scene shifted to a high-rise building. Suel activated her skill to take her parents down from the hotel from above. As they descended, her mother let out a frightened cry. After hovering in midair for a while, the three of them finally touched the ground safely. Suel opened the information panel and said, "We are out of the hotel now. We need to find the nearest abyss." Looking at the map, she let out a sigh of relief. Good, it is right nearby. She turned and asked her parents if they were ready. Her mother was still trembling but replied, "Yes, let me catch my breath. I thought my heart was about to stop." Suel stepped forward and asked her father if he was all right. His shoulder seemed injured. He wiped his sweat and replied, "It is not serious. I probably cannot run, but walking is still fine." Hearing that, she placed her hands on her hips and said, "All right, let us go." She immediately activated the skill maze vigil. Elsewhere, a beam of light shone down from above. When the light faded, a monster appeared. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Suel looked at the screen and saw countless dots signaling monsters. She exclaimed in shock, "Why are there so many monsters gathered around the abyss?" One was circling in the sky. If they discovered her, then she would no longer be able to use the traitor cloak. She pondered what to do should she switch to another abyss, but there was no guarantee that somewhere else would be safer. Suel forced herself to think carefully, then an idea struck her. "Ah, I see, it is simple." She turned back and said, "Listen to me. I have a way to keep you safe. This is the plan." Mother asked in surprise, "What plan?" The scene shifted to a building beneath a blood-red sky. Above, countless monsters filled the sky. One suddenly stopped to observe. He noticed something, its eyes lighting up. Below, Suel was riding a bicycle and constantly ringing the bell to draw attention. She sped up with all her strength, thinking she had already lured one. But that was still not enough. When the monster approached, she immediately summoned her spear. She unleashed the skill arrow trap. Countless arrows shot out to block their path. Her eyes were filled with determination. weapon. In her hand was a skill mimic stone that allowed her to use a skill from another class once at 60% effectiveness. Suel thought to herself that she would borrow one of Xian's skills. After calculating, she activated the adventurer class skill called Blessing of Courage. The light it emitted drew the monsters toward her in curiosity. Seeing that, she rejoiced inwardly. It worked. She had drawn them away from the abyss. When they focused on her, she shouted, "Mom and Dad, run." She continued to call out, "Leave this place now." Hearing their daughter, her parents immediately ran. They recalled a few minutes earlier when Suel had explained the plan. She explained that she would lure them away from the abyss so the two of them could escape. Her mother worriedly said, "It is too dangerous. If you defeat them first and then leave together, would that not be better?" Suel replied firmly, "No. Other monsters might appear during the fight. This way is safer." Her father cautiously asked, "After it is over you will come, right?" She shook her head, "At least not now." Suel cut him off and told them once they reached the abyss they must teleport immediately and not wait for her. Seeing their worry, she reassured them that she still had a promise to fulfill, so she could not leave yet. She turned her back and walked away coldly, saying that was all she wanted to say. Her father called out to Suel with a trembling voice. He choked and said, "I do not know what to say, but you promised to return safely, so we have a chance to apologize to you." Suel remained silent for a long time upon hearing that. He replied, "I do not like making empty promises, but I will say this regardless." Her eyes stinging, she turned back and said, "I will survive, and when I return you two must sit at the same table to eat like before." Back to the present, Suel activated the skill Maze Beast. He swung her spear, creating bolts of lightning that struck the monsters. The electric current from the spear severely injured them. Howls rang out in chaos. She told herself she had to finish quickly so they would not have time to observe their surroundings. Having decided, she unleashed the move Infernal Thunderstorm, thunder and lightning crashing down from the sky. Suel clenched her teeth in worry, not knowing whether her parents had reached the abyss safely yet. She opened the map to check. Monster also glared as it observed. She saw the two dots representing her parents gradually disappear from the map. Suel let out a breath of relief. They had teleported. Good. Knowing they were safe, she turned back to focus on the fight. She had done what needed to be done. With nothing holding her back, her gaze turned icy as she looked at the monsters. Explosion resounded. Suel immediately spun and swung her spear in counterattack. She realized she had once feared being abandoned, which was why she had hesitated. As she fought, she thought she had feared things getting worse, but now she understood. Her eyes were filled with resolve. She would not let anyone be abandoned again. She had strength. She leapt to dodge an attack and launched a counterstrike. Suel told herself she had to move forward. She shouted and charged in, only one left. Suel poured all her strength into a fierce thrust, making the monster roar before collapsing. She landed lightly on the ground. Right behind her came the heavy crash of the monster collapsing. Suel turned around to look and let out a soft sigh, muttering that for someone in a support role to solo like this was truly not easy. The system immediately displayed a notification that Kim Suel had reached 39,900 points, temporarily ranked 6. She scratched her head and told herself she should head to the meeting point with Orion. After taking a few steps, Suel spotted a convenience store that was still lit. She hesitated for a moment but first, and quickly walked inside, where food was displayed everywhere. Suel grabbed a sausage and ate it immediately. As she ate, she thought about how she had not had time for breakfast that morning and was starving. Even if she could survive on recovery items, the feeling of hunger did not disappear. In another place, the sound of intense combat rang out. He swung his sword repeatedly, overwhelming the monsters in front of him. Two of them howled at the same time after being struck. After clearing quite a few, he walked coldly through the space still filled with smoke and dust. He opened the map to check and realized the number of monsters was increasing after respawning, telling himself he had to hurry to meet Suel. He asked the system for the current time and was told it was 1:19 in the afternoon. Hearing that, he was startled, not expecting it to be so late already. He immediately reminded himself to speed up. Long after, he sped swiftly along the road. While driving, he decided to ignore the monsters by the roadside because the appointment was more important. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Looking into the rearview mirror, he saw a streak of light closing in. He said in a low voice that someone was tailing him. Looking more closely, he recognized a young man named T-Hun chasing behind. That man shouted loudly asking what rank he was, telling him to speak quickly so he could decide whether to spare him. Faced with those arrogant words, he remained silent. He ignored it and continued to accelerate forward. Receiving no reply made T-Hun furious. That man cursed after being ignored. That man sped up to chase closely and declared he would give him no other choice. He did not look back, only focused on getting away from him. Suddenly, he clearly sensed danger closing in. He turned to look behind. T-Hun was swinging his sword to attack. That man arrogantly said he had been assigned to punish him. He drew his sword to counterattack, wondering if that man belonged to some organization. Smoke and loud crashes echoed between the tall buildings. Blonde activated the skill Fated Destruction. A magical spear appeared, relentlessly pursuing the target for 3 seconds. That man controlled his vehicle while using magic to attack. He glanced back, frowning slightly as he was being pressed. He steered the vehicle while trying to block the attacks. He suddenly realized that the skill and weapon belonged to the Spellblade class, a type that combined magic and swordsmanship. Calculated that fighting while driving would be very disadvantageous, especially when the opponent had many ranged skills. Ti-hun mocked him, asking how long he planned to run. Not giving him a moment to rest, that man continued using magic with the skill earth-devouring beast. Twisted the throttle to evade the incoming attack. His hand tightened around the handlebar. When Ti-hun closed in, he also prepared to counterattack. Ti-hun was surprised to see him suddenly brake instead of fleeing. Frowned and asked who said he was running away. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful strike. The blonde sneered, thinking the attack had not even touched him. Then that man suddenly widened his eyes. In front of him was a large truck blocking the way. Ti-hun quickly swerved aside and cursed under his breath. That man gritted his teeth, admitting he had taken advantage of the terrain too quickly. Though he had created some distance, he was still calculating how to knock him off the vehicle, knowing he needed to combine driving skills with combat experience. Suddenly a dragon soared high above his head. He recognized it as the dragon of Grand Kaikat and guessed this place was its territory. His face darkened as he came up with a new plan. Taking advantage of his distraction, Ti-hun shortened the distance to attack. That man launched consecutive strikes, and he blocked them without falling behind. Ti-hun laughed mockingly, saying that for someone so ordinary this was not bad. That man used the skill Abyssal Sword, the blade emitting a chilling aura. A black magical vortex formed as that man spun his sword, its power catching him off guard. The system explained that this was a ranged skill that could counter and distort space to push back the opponent. The ground cracked as he struggled to withstand it. Seeing his tense expression, Ti-hun continued to mock that being good at games could not save his life if he did not know how to drive. That man gathered his mana and unleashed Destruction Blade. Ti-hun shouted loudly, ordering the finishing blow. Just as the attack appeared, the road in front of him split apart. He glanced back, his eyes filled with vigilance. Explosion erupted at the spot he had just passed, shaking the entire area. Ti-hun laughed triumphantly, thinking everything was over. But he suddenly surged forward, leaving that man stunned. He activated the skill Adversity Avenger, absorbing damage and increasing his attack power. He taunted, asking if that man thought taking down an Avenger was that easy. He continued by casting the spell Flame of Resentment. A brilliant pink sword arc shot straight toward the opponent. Ti-hun angrily declared the move useless, but he had already slashed across that man's body. That man had no time to defend, only able to widen his eyes in shock. Dagger shot forward, and that man realized he had used the flames to conceal that throw. The blade grazed him, causing Ti-hun to lose balance and fall off the vehicle. He was sent rolling far away. His vehicle was also flung high into the air. Lying on the ground, he shouted unwillingly, "Bastard." Before he could finish cursing, he widened his eyes in shock. When he looked up, Orion was already standing in front of him. Ti-hun struggled to his feet, drawing another sword as he mocked, "I thought you ran away. Who knew you were braver than I expected?" Hearing him, Orion showed no expression and replied coldly, "Run away. I planned to take you down the moment I saw you." His firm words enraged him. He retorted, "What a ridiculous joke." Wielding two swords, he charged forward and loudly challenged, "Let me see what you have, brat." Two collided, their moves exploding in fierce sparks. Ti-hun struck straight at Orion's face, but he dodged swiftly. He gripped his sword tightly, staring at him with icy eyes. He leapt high into the air, building momentum for a devastating strike. A cold iron slash swept across Ti-hun's body. He was startled, thinking, was that fire damage? Catching sight of his red gloves, he guessed they were magma gauntlets. While dodging Orion's attack, he calculated his retreat. If the battle dragged on, it would be disadvantageous. His eyes flared with sparks as he resolved to finish Orion quickly. Ti-hun unleashed his ultimate move, Demonic Realm Sword. A demon appeared behind his back. The system announced, Ultimate Skill Demon Summon. Attack increased by 250% and speed by 40%. Magic defense reduced for 66 seconds. He stepped back in shock. Ti-hun roared viciously, "I will crush you." He and the demon unleashed powerful moves, relentlessly attacking Orion. He struggled to defend, silently assessing that a magic swordsman built a powerful player. The ultimate move was extremely formidable. His eyes turned cold as he targeted a weakness to counterattack. In the sky, the ancient dragon Kaikat soared. Seeing it, he smiled faintly, inwardly remarking that it did not matter. His gaze sharpened with satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Suddenly, the wind rose. Wind swept through the building, one side cracked. John took down a chained beast and sat down to catch his breath. He exclaimed that chained beast was cursed. The system displayed information: John Lim, Hunter, 2820 points, rank 14, member of Orion's strongest group. Giant climbed down from the beast and said coldly, "Wait, where am I? I do not know the way. The map is useless." In his confusion, he saw something. Seeing clearly that it was a person, John waved and called out, "Oh, someone over there, may I ask for directions? I want to get to the city hall." His teammate Mihian replied, "Ah, so you are lost, I will lead the way." John was delighted and said, "You are really kind." Before he could celebrate, a hand pierced through his abdomen. Teammate Mihian appeared from a mysterious box and attacked from behind. Low voice whispered by his ear, "Let me show you the fastest way to exit this event." After the shock, he staggered back in fury. "So you are the detestable evil faction." He laughed and corrected, "No, you are wrong. The evil faction is not just one person." Mihian appeared from above as soon as he finished speaking. He said, "We are the bastards." Giant turned around in confusion to look behind him. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, shaking the area. Streets were densely covered covered with watermarks. Ti-hun recklessly charged at Orion, defended with difficulty and fatigue. Seeing his movements slow, he mocked, "You were arrogant earlier, is this your best?" Ti-hun rushed forward to attack, provoking, "Just give up, trash." He did not respond, his eyes gleamed as he found a weakness. He used the dual slash skill, launching a surprise attack that threw him into confusion. Ti-hun was surprised, evaluating inwardly, "You were baiting me, not bad." He swung his sword to counterattack Orion, too fast for him to react. His expression was terrifying as he said, "I still have my other hand." He was startled and stepped back to defend, worried, wondering what was that. Did he just use a skill or an exclusive item? Damn it, unclear. "You running away now." Sensing danger, he turned and ran. Ti-hun burst into laughter and mocked, "Are you running too late?" He used the skill Fate Destruction, a red arrow shot toward Orion. He was shocked, gritted his teeth, and turned to look. He struggled to break the attack. Ti-hun moved behind him. Fortunately, he dodged. The two continued attacking relentlessly. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck. Ti-hun laughed triumphantly and said, "Die." He used his strongest move. He suddenly felt something was wrong, thinking, wait, using the final step already. The battle lasted longer than expected. He looked at Orion's wound and wondered, he is dodging to stall for time. Ti-hun ignored it, confident, "You are not skillful but sharp, yet I still have the advantage." He swung his sword fiercely, using the Abyss Blade skill. He barely managed to dodge. Counterattacked using the Furious Steel skill. The strike missed Ti-hun, he looked on suspiciously. The attack was too far, he laughed scornfully and said, "Fool, where are you aiming?" At the end, Ti-hun swung his sword again to attack. As he attacked, he said smugly, "It is over." He was about to swing his sword at Orion when he was stopped. In the sky, countless sparks appeared and attacked him. Ti-hun was injured and angrily asked, "What the hell now?" When he turned around, a dragon appeared behind him. Seeing that scene, Ti-hun's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it. This monster had never attacked on its own before. Suddenly, he recalled Orion's earlier strike. Wait, he lured the dragon here by attacking it. Only then did Orion speak, "I told you, I will not run away." Orion released a powerful aura, coldly declaring that everything had been planned to drag him down. He immediately used a skill. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely, fighting without pause. Orion quickly gained the upper hand, launching relentless attacks at his opponent. Ti-hun fell into a desperate situation as he was attacked from both sides. His body was covered in wounds. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, that dragon is attacking from behind as well." He thought to himself, this Avenger will not survive either. Suddenly, Ti-hun exclaimed in surprise, staring at the object in Orion's hand, suspiciously asking, "What is that tool?" Orion did not answer. He calmly fired a powerful stream of energy forward. He ignored Ti-hun closing in, coldly reminding him, "Come forward and give it your all." Orion smiled faintly. "If you think you can defeat a monster that took an 8-member team to kill without using your final move, then go ahead." Orion swiftly teleported to another position. Ti-hun glared around but could not see him, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "Trash, do you think I will let you escape so easily?" Before he could finish cursing, chains bound him tightly. Ti-hun was stunned, wondering, what is this? Is this not the labyrinth controller's skill? The dragon behind him prepared its attack. Ti-hun angrily turned to look. He felt despair as the dragon launched its move. Dragon coldly spewed fire breath at him. At the same time, in another building, Ti-hun stood on the rooftop, coldly providing support. Orion teleported to her side. "Thank you for the support," Suel replied calmly, "It is nothing." After that, Orion stood beside her. Suel asked in surprise, "Did you design that trap because you knew I was here?" Orion smiled and replied, "No, I only thought you were nearby. I realized it after what happened earlier." He clasped his hands and continued, "I prayed that God would help you like that." Suel asked skeptically, "Are you assuming you are devout? What if I ruined the plan and escaped with my parents?" Orion replied calmly, "I am not worried about that. Suel would never abandon me." His answer made Suel embarrassed. She turned away and said, "Whatever, idiot." He suddenly remembered and turned back to ask, "Oh, did you teleport Arium to safety?" Arium nodded. "Yes, I did. What about you? Did you help your parents escape?" Suel answered confidently, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Orion forced a smile. "You really are cunning." She suggested, "Let us work together to defeat this thing." Orion agreed, "Yes, most players have already left the play zone." Orion read the mission information in surprise. The system announced a monster suppression mission. 80 minutes, monsters will appear at the marked map location. If 45 monsters are killed within 1 hour, hunt points will be doubled. After reading it, Suel became serious. The location on the map is the shopping district not far from here. Orion remained silent. Seeing no response from Orion, she suggested, "I will go down and try. What do you think?" Orion smiled. This is a chance to gain a few more final hunt points. He frowned and continued, "There is only one thing that worries me." He said with concern, "We are not the only ones thinking this way." Suel was also worried and asked, "You mean the Charles Guild, they will come too?" Orion shrugged, "That is right. The mission rules will create fierce competition." He continued, "To eliminate 45 monsters within 1 hour, some players will do anything to hinder their opponents." Orion was concerned, someone will take advantage of this chance to do evil. evil, he added, "This is the perfect opportunity for misconduct, at least in this mission." Suel was not overly worried and asked, "So what should we do? Abandon the mission and hunt other monsters instead?" Hearing the question, he calculated silently and replied, "No, we cannot miss this opportunity. This time we must not give up." Orion said loudly, "You will be the key player, C1. That is how we win." He heard his words with suspicion and stared at him. After a long moment, she understood and asked, "You want me to be the key player, even though I am the main damage dealer?" At the same time, at an abandoned construction site, Iho coldly dealt with a player. Yok cried and said, "You do not have to do this. I will give you all my hunt points." Before he could finish speaking, he vanished. Iho calmly stood watching the scene. Suddenly, he recalled a horrifying image. Let out a faint breath, watching him disappear completely. After confirming the man had vanished, he turned to leave and muttered, "What a fool, the weak are destined to die. If I did not kill him, someone else would." The system mission panel appeared. Iho read it and was surprised. Monster suppression mission. His eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "I guess those fools will rush over." Iho eagerly dashed off, determined to kill them all. The entire city was dark and gray. Suel changed into more comfortable clothes. The dress was inconvenient for movement. Not only her, Orion did the same, but his expression was uneasy. Is this really fine? The two of them wearing matching outfits draws attention. 259,000 per set, around 200 sets. Suel reassured Orion confidently, "It is fine, as long as we wash them and return them it is legal." Orion was stunned by her reasoning. "This is completely against the rules." Suel added, "We can use a credit card." Orion felt relieved, right? "We cannot keep fighting in uniforms forever." The two were talking, there was noise outside. Several others had also received the mission. He and Suel pressed against the wall and observed. Suel warned, "They are other players here to do the mission. I do not like chaos." Orion spoke from experience. "It is best not to be careless. Even ordinary players can ruin the plan." The system panel displayed a notice. The mission will begin in 5 minutes. Before the battle, Suel asked, "Earlier you said I am the key player. Does that mean I will eliminate all the monsters about that?" Orion explained. Suel hesitated. She rarely used that skill, so she was unsure of its effectiveness. Even labyrinth masters seldom used it. Orion reassured her, "If monsters appear within the confined area, the corridors in the shopping center are narrow, the monsters will be forced together." Seeing Orion's experience, Suel felt reassured and agreed, "Fine, I trust you. We will split up once the hunt begins." Orion replied, "Staying together may lead to overlapping targets. If anything happens, use the item to call me. I will find you." After settling everything, the system announced, "The mission will begin in 5 seconds." The system announced, "The mission has begun." Immediately after the announcement, monsters gathered densely like an army, yet their appearance was very familiar. At a single glance, Orion recognized that these creatures had appeared in the Infernal Gate event. They were the infamous Hell Beasts. This species possessed extremely high physical defense, and when gathered in packs, they could activate a state that increased their attack power by up to 180%. One of them detected his position. It widened its blazing red eye and fired out dangerous beams of light. Those beams quickly formed a tightening encirclement around Orion. Thunderous explosion erupted, but Orion had already leapt up in time and remained completely unharmed. He immediately unleashed a critical strike in response. Orion activated the Master Labyrinth skill, Labyrinth Depth. This skill increased magic power by 50% of his attack stat for 15 seconds. Taking advantage of that brief window, Orion continuously cut down monsters. His speed left them no time to react. In the blink of an eye, one was split in two without a chance to defend itself. Suel stood outside observing and realized that magic was particularly effective against these creatures. She suggested using single-use items to hunt them. Orion listened and nodded in agreement. No sooner had one fallen than the entire pack surged in. Suel split off to another area and left this ground to Orion. The two agreed to meet later and wished each other a smooth hunt. Orion stared intently at the monsters, raising his vigilance because he clearly remembered the layout of this shopping mall. He moved like lightning, slashing repeatedly and bringing each one down. Some were cleaved cleanly in a single decisive stroke. After dealing with several more, Orion began calculating his strategy. If he takes the shortest route, he can gather all the monsters in this area toward himself. In another corner of the shopping mall, Suel was also fighting with all her strength. That makes 12 not bad for now. He placed a star-shaped formation in front of her. It was the skill Ant Shift Trap. The Labyrinth Mater skill allowed monsters within the trap's range to be teleported to the user's location. It could be activated after placement, and up to 7 traps could be set at once. Suel remained cautious. "I set the trap as Orion instructed, but I am not sure if it will really work." She recalled the last time she accidentally pulled in a whole group of monsters. The thought embarrassed her. She once believed this skill was useless, but since Orion trusted it, she would try once more. As she moved along the corridor, she spotted several flying monsters ahead. Perfect, a chance to take down 3 more. Suel unleashed massive axes. It was a long-range attack skill. X-Trap activated, 3 flying flying monsters were struck. The remaining creatures hesitated at the sight. Suel laughed excitedly. "What are you staring at like that?" She continued casting Blue Flame Labyrinth. Magical fire flared up and burned the targets, though its power slightly decreased at long range. Monsters were submerged in a sea of brilliant blue flames. Suel exclaimed in delight, "Great, I have taken down 15 already." She gleefully kicked at the debris and wondered if her stats had increased. It felt like playing on easy mode. At this rate, claiming first place would not be difficult. Just as she was basking in triumph, a weapon suddenly shot toward her from behind at astonishing speed. Suel could not dodge in time and was struck. Impact cracked the pillar behind her, fragments scattering everywhere. She immediately steadied herself and focused on the weapon that had just attacked. From within the mist, a figure slowly stepped forward. Suel instantly recognized Kiho. He spoke first as if greeting a familiar face. He even mocked her as a pitiful conservative. Suel pointed her weapon at him and saw Kiho's player icon clearly appear. She gritted her teeth in silent frustration, having to face this man again before completing the trap. Shopping Mall remained shrouded in dense darkness. In another area, Orion continued his steady assault and had already taken down 14. He took out Lotus Snail Essence, which turned normal attacks into magic for 30 seconds and conveniently moisturized the skin as well. Seeing the surroundings temporarily calm, Orion felt fairly optimistic. Everything was going smoothly. Monsters kept appearing. With this number, he could claim first place without much trickery. As he continued moving, he suddenly noticed several people ahead. Other players were also hunting monsters in that area. Orion hid in a corner to observe. It seemed they had already cleared this zone, while he had intended to lure monsters into that open space. Losing a prime spot, he decided to leave at once. It was not worth competing. He would find another place. Then Orion's gaze suddenly changed, shifting from calm to stunned. Above one player's head, a mysterious box appeared floating in midair. The box slowly opened, and a figure emerged from within. Another player stepped out, already holding cards in his hand. He swung his arm and threw the cards down at the crowd below. It was the skill card throw. Several people failed to dodge in time and were hit, all of them stunned and confused about what had happened. Beside him, Mihian calmly supported her teammate and said softly that this was no different from a massacre, her tone chilling to the bone. He locked onto the red-capped young man and unleashed the skill Thorn Hedge Slash. The wild cavalry skill of the spear-wielding lancer allows him to launch a spike with power equal to 60% of the user's attack. If the spike pierces the opponent, then the next strike will erupt with up to 150% damage. The aftershock from the move left the surrounding players scrambling without time to react. Seizing the moment, Mihian leapt high into the air, declaring that she would end everything right now. She roared aggressively, "Farewell, you useless trash." But things did not go as she wished. Orion had appeared at some point and raised his shield to block Mihian's attack completely. Her plan ruined, she shouted angrily, "Huh, who is this guy? He looks rather pleasing to the eye." Orion completely ignored those taunts. He focused on countering the chain of skills crashing toward him. Mihian did not expect Orion to possess such a skill set and began to lose her breath. At that moment, A's teammate stepped forward to take Mihian's place. He recognized Orion and mocked him. "I thought that guy had already taken you down. I did not expect you to still be alive, Orion." Orion curled his lips in disdain. "That sounds amusing. I could say the same to you." The moment the words ended, the two weapons collided with a shrill sound. He showed no fear and casually remarked, "Oh, lava gloves, it seems you have invested in better equipment." Observing the opponent before him, Orion calculated that if this dragged on too long, he might lose his leading position. He told himself he had to find the fastest way to crush both of them while they were focusing all their attacks on him. A loud explosion rang out in the center of the mall, dust and debris scattering everywhere. The confrontation between Orion and the two players became taut as a drawn bowstring. Mihian kept leaping like a hunting frog, unleashed a skill called Wind Baptism. A blue wolf spirit appeared, spiraling around her body like a raging cyclone. That vortex force knocked Orion backward. At that very instant, Mihian's teammate took the chance to use Magic Chain Exchange. Orion dodged and blocked the flying blades, his mind stretched tight as he faced a master trickster and a wild lancer. It was truly a terrifying duo, their coordination extremely seamless. The wild lancer handled control, blocking paths and pushing back opponents, while Chickmaker continuously launched ranged attacks and moved to disrupt before delivering lethal blows. Their damage was not overly explosive, but the way they alternated pressure was like the tiki-taka strategy in football, constantly passing the rhythm to wear down their opponent. Two men coordinated so flawlessly that Mihian's teammate laughed with delight. "What is wrong? Even with better gear, you only know how to take hits." He continued activating another move, Stage 3 Branch Magic. A barrage of attacks shot straight toward Orion. Orion carefully observed their trajectories and decided to reverse the tide. He pulled out a strip of red ribbon. In the blink of an eye, he had circled behind his opponent. The man froze in shock. "How could he appear behind me? Can an Avenger even use such a move?" Orion spoke in a low voice. "I am not merely taking hits, I have always been waiting for the right moment." Immediately, he activated Wail of Resentment, a strike that hit both of them. Ambushed at the same time, they were furious and astonished. He muttered, "Is that a piercing skill, or did he deliberately wait for us to line up?" It turned out every move had been within Orion's calculations from the start, even though they were excellent at alternating their attacks. Yet that overly scripted coordination became their weakness. Orion had silently observed their every action and now leapt upward. He charged straight at his opponent, as if he had already read that man's every step. What followed was a relentless chain of slashes. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, that man could not withstand it and cursed angrily. Once again Mihian took his place, responding with the skill violence of nature. This was the ultimate technique of the Wild Lancer, expanding attack range threefold and increasing power by 130%. However, the user had to stand still for 2.5 seconds before and after casting. After a massive explosion, she laughed in delight. "It is over, such a pity for your handsome face." But that smile quickly vanished when Mihian realized there was nothing on the ground. There was no sign of Orion. What is going on? Where did he disappear to? Truth, Orion had appeared behind the teammate at some unknown moment. He was startled, but it was already too late. He had no time to react. Orion immediately activated Mirror of Phantoms, gigantic mirrors enclosing the two of them. He rushed forward, his gaze icy cold. The time has come. Punch like a bolt of lightning struck straight into the opponent, sending him flying backward. Mihian's teammate, dazed, realized that Orion had exploited the advantage of faster hand strikes than swords in the game to break through his skill. Mihian suddenly charged from nowhere, intending to ambush Orion. This time she used the skill Predator Hunt. Her speed surged as she closed in to surround Orion. This move doubled movement and attack speed for 5 seconds when targeting a single opponent, but afterward the user would be target locked for 3 seconds. Orion clearly felt her swift as a passing wind. With that momentum, she managed to land a hit on Orion while he lost his balance. The teammate immediately threw out cards to coordinate the assault. Orion sensed the opportunity, his eyes flashing red. "Now it is my turn, they are within range." Both of them rushed in eagerly without careful calculation. Orion swung his sword, forming a violent vortex. It was the vengeance skill called Frenzied Flame Vortex. The Avenger Ultimate Riven of the Blazing Flame consumed 38% HP to create a pillar of fire based on attack stats, and after activation it required 180 seconds before it could be used again. Mihian and her teammate were blasted far away, while Orion landed steadily on the ground. His gaze lifted to the upper floors, where monsters were roaming. "Everything is taking more time than I expected. Will waiting for the chance to strike both at once reduce my efficiency? If this continues, I am afraid I cannot keep the #1 position." Then Orion spotted a way out. "Wait, is that not an ant nest trap? If I use it well, I can lure those two into the monsters." Thinking that, Orion called the system and began exchanging items according to his timing calculations. He decided to use the item Vampire Fang. This item gradually increased attack power but drained 2% HP every second until only 5% remained, then restored after 10 seconds. In another corner, the monsters still hovered on the floors of the mall. The atmosphere between Suel and Kiho also became heavy. Suel spoke, "I guess after all you're still alive. I thought you died when I heard about the Transcendent class." Kiho replied in a frigid tone, "That was your doing. I thought the two of you had already died after charging at the Emperor." Hearing that, Suel suddenly recalled. "The Emperor? Ah, the one with the strange hair. He spoke of a grand game but looked weak, no different from you." Suel took the chance to provoke Kiho, clearly striking a sensitive nerve. "Oh, coming from someone hiding behind a merchant's shadow. Once I take you down, you will not have another chance to open your mouth." The moment he finished speaking, Kiho rushed straight at Suel. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, and Suel immediately retaliated. He controlled the rocks behind her, activating the trap she had prepared in advance. A massive boulder crashed down onto where Kiho had been standing. He was forced to twist aside to dodge, his mouth still sneering. "Your skill is far too slow." Suddenly Suel turned and ran. Kiho instantly saw through her intent. "Are you trying to lure me again?" running away once more. Kiho leapt high, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, his body seeming to be shrouded by wandering specters. Suel shuddered faintly, silently cursing that frightening man. As Kiho closed in, he growled, "Where do you think you are going? Our game is not over yet." The instant he spoke, he slashed straight down at the spot where Suel had just stood. He froze in shock when he realized it was merely a trap. Only then did Suel let out a breath of relief. "Sorry, I would love to keep playing, but I still have a few things to handle." He allowed her ant nest trap to take effect. Chains from the trap tightened around Kiho's legs. Suel casually raised her middle finger in mockery. "We will continue next time, all right." Kiho flushed red with rage, able only to roar curses. Suel did not bother to pay attention to those words. She had other objectives. There was no need for direct confrontation now. What mattered was quickly setting up enough ant nest traps, because she was the key factor in this mission. Elsewhere, Orion was being relentlessly assaulted by razor-sharp cards. Thanks to his keen reflexes, he managed to hold them off for the moment. But before long, Mihian suddenly charged from behind like a bolt of lightning. She immediately unleashed her Water Pearl ultimate ultimate skill. Yet even in that dire situation, Orion remained remarkably calm. A thought flashed through his mind: I will counterattack. With a single precise slash, he blocked the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Orion delivered a kick that sent Mihian flying hundreds of meters away. Mihian could not conceal her shock at the turn of events. She blurted out in confusion, "How can you kick a girl straight in the stomach like that?" Orion was slightly surprised. "You are a girl? Your voice earlier did not make me certain. Still, I do not care about your gender. In this game, we are all just characters." Those words struck her pride, igniting Mihian's ferocity. In her fury, she charged forward madly, shouting for Orion to get lost. The clash between the two grew increasingly fierce. Orion calculated silently that he needed more time to understand their strength, but facing two opponents of equal caliber at once was truly not easy. Suil had to quickly finish setting all 7 ant nest traps. Meanwhile, Mihian kept launching lightning-fast attacks. However, her teammate seemed to sense something unusual was happening. Something was off. He was no longer charging in head-on as before. In the previous battle, he had moved everywhere and used far more effective tactics. Is it because of us that he changed his style, or is he harboring another scheme? Immediately, he ordered Mihian, "Stop attacking at once, pull back one step for a second." Mihian reacted in confusion. "What? Why retreat? We are about to take him down." He shook his head. "No, we have gone too deep. Step back and stay calm, then observe what Orion will do next." Still puzzled, Mihian reluctantly agreed. "I do not quite understand, but fine." At that very moment, she raised her weapon high and released a wave of icy mist. The mist quickly spread, causing Orion to lose sight of the two of them. "Damn it, I cannot see anything at all." At that moment, he faintly saw them retreating. That action made him suspicious. Did they realize I was leading them into a trap? That cannot be. They finally saw through my fighting style, then let them go. In any case, the mission is more important. I only need to focus on eliminating the monsters. Fragment of memory suddenly surged into Orion's mind. It made him hesitate slightly. Is that truly all right? Did I really let those two monsters escape like that? The scene gradually shifted to an apartment complex. Mihian and her teammate kept running without stopping. Ian complained, "How much longer do we have to run? At this rate, we will waste our mission time." He calculated in his mind. It seems he is no longer chasing. There should be no trick. We just need to defeat him in combat. Yet an uneasy feeling suddenly rose. Orion suddenly appeared, startling both of them. He seized the moment, swinging his demon sword as he charged straight at them. His return filled that man with excitement. "Excellent. Is this your counterattack? I knew you would not give up, Orion." Orion remained calm and cold. "If I leave you, you will hunt down the weaker ones and my plan will be ruined." He seemed to go mad, simultaneously activating his spell-ending skill. He shouted to Mihian, "I will unleash my strongest spell. You immediately deliver the finishing blow." She replied curtly, "I know, idiot." Immediately after, she executed the skill Soul Vortex. In the blink of an eye, Mihian dashed toward Orion as fast as lightning. Suddenly, a singing voice rang out, "Let us have some fun." Sound instantly weakened both of them. He ground his teeth and wondered, "What is that damned sound?" Orion secretly rejoiced. It worked. The timing was perfect. At the same time, Suil had finished her task. She successfully set 7 copper ant traps. Turning to the moment before the battle erupted, Orion had discussed the plan with Suil. "You understand my meaning, right?" But she wondered, "How will I let you know I have finished setting the traps? Our phones are still working." At that time, Orion suggested replacing the phone with a dragon horn. That way he could hear the signal from any location in the shopping mall. However, Suil was still uneasy, worried that if he used that method others might eavesdrop as well, and once they discovered our plan they would trace it back to the trap. Hearing that, Orion calculated silently. In that case they would use a private code only the two of them understood. Or you could sing a short verse. I will recognize it the moment I hear your voice. That way he will also be able to find where you are standing. Returning to reality, Orion was overjoyed when he caught Suil singing. She had completed the trap at the decisive moment. However, her voice was far from pleasant. He recognized the song, but the melody was completely off. Mihian, on the other hand, was stunned by the sound, her ears ringing from the piercing noise. "What is that thing distorting the sound? Is it your new skill?" Seizing the opportunity, Orion rushed forward to counterattack with his ominous assassin blade ultimate. In just an instant, he had severely wounded both of them. This is already your second failure. Losing to the same person twice, does that not hurt your pride? Perhaps this game was never meant for you." That scornful remark sent him into a frenzy. "You are just something insignificant, truly an annoying high school brat. We'll end you right here." Everything was indeed still within Orion's calculations. Now all he needed to do was lure him deeper into the trap. Orion repeatedly dodged the relentless pursuit. He changed tactics, ordering Mihian to chase closely from behind. When the two of them closed in, Orion immediately signaled Suil to complete the rest. "Activate the 7 ant nests at once. Suel thought to herself, both of them are chasing him, it should not matter too much. Final formation was activated, thousands of monsters appeared all at once. Only then did they realize in shock that they had fallen into a trap. Suel could not hide her joy, the anthill plan had worked. Orion resolved inwardly, it is my turn now. I will use the item I prepared beforehand. One sweep to wipe out both Charles and that horde of monsters at the same time. This will burn up all remaining stamina and activate the fear passive. I must unleash the strongest skill to finish them. He unleashed Death Dance, the tip of his sword slashing straight at the opponent. Deafening explosion rang out as if tearing space apart. The shopping mall was now in ruins. Everywhere bore the marks of Orion's attacks. Orion hurriedly asked Suel if she was all right. She immediately replied that she was fine, only that the dust made her throat a little uncomfortable. Suddenly Orion was startled when he saw Suel coughing violently. As he walked, he wondered what exactly happened to them. Had he truly defeated them with that very skill? He suddenly halted after noticing something unusual. It turned out to be a box floating in midair. Orion inwardly irritated that he had once again let the enemy escape. That moment Mihian suddenly lunged from behind, attempting a sneak attack. He screamed with killing intent, disappear. Luck was on Orion's side as he managed to block in time, and realized it was the wind baptism skill of the wolves. Even so, the pressure of that move gradually drained his stamina. Mihian pressed harder. Your cooldown is not finished yet, is it? Now you are helpless, fool. I will send you straight to hell, she screamed in a near loss of control. Suel, standing outside still, did not understand what was happening and hurriedly cried out, wait, that is. The very instant she rushed in, a trap was immediately activated. Mihian froze, unable to react in time. Then she was dragged underground right before Orion's eyes. Suel was horrified to realize that was exactly where she had set the trap to eliminate monsters. The sight caused the weapon in her hand to fall to the floor with a dry clatter. At the same time, the weapon glowed with strange rays of light. Suel panicked. Did I just accidentally kill another player? The feeling was indescribable. Seeing her so anxious, Orion gently reassured her not to blame herself. It was I who lured them here. Hearing that, Suel gradually calmed down. Suel quickly analyzed, you are right, this is not entirely my fault. In any case, how many monsters do you still have to eliminate, Orion? The sudden question made him pause briefly. After calculating, Orion replied that there was probably only one left. Suel looked at the system panel and nodded, I think so too, go find the last one. Let us finish the mission. As soon as she finished speaking, a monster appeared not far away. The monster itself was startled when it ran into them. Usually close, for the sake of the mission the two immediately competed. This was the final target. Orion dashed off like lightning, smugly saying, I will take it down first, I am faster than you. That made Suel protest in annoyance that it was unfair. Even so, she refused to yield, immediately channeling all her mana into the staff. Did you think I would just stand and watch? In the end, Suel was the one who finished it with a precise arrow trap skill. The monster did not collapse but gradually dissolved into the void. Orion turned back resentfully, you are truly mean. She laughed in satisfaction, if you care that much then try being a mage. The system announced, congratulations, player Suel has ranked first in the sweep mission with a total of 45 monsters. 24,525 hunting points have been doubled to 4,950, raising the total to 97,580 points and placing you at the top of the event. The reward made her cheer, I am first place. Orion could only sigh, so envious, I have not even made it into the top 10. Suel leaned closer and whispered, do you want me to share some points? But Orion shook his head, no need, I will claim first place myself. To thank him, Suel offered that if he needed any items just say it, I will buy them for you. Orion joked excessively, then give me 20 time bending devices and 50 elixirs. Suel frowned and said that was too much. Joy had not lasted long before another enemy appeared. Both of them immediately tensed and looked in that direction. When Kiho approached, they exclaimed in unison, the Grim Reaper. Suel suddenly remembered, I forgot about him. Orion suspiciously asked if she had encountered him before, and she admitted she had confronted him recently. Kiho spoke coldly, assassin, this is the third time we have met, or is it the fourth? I am tired of seeing your face, today it will all end. His voice made Suel uncomfortable. Seeing Orion silent, she mocked, I am tired of that cheesy line as well. Noticing he seemed distracted, Suel called out worriedly, Orion. Gradually realized that man was hunting even innocent people, which showed he was a ruthless killer. I cannot overlook this. Orion stared at Kiho and drew his weapon, ready to fight. In his mind, he began carefully weighing every possibility. It was like a reflection of the twisted emotions within me, so I must find every way to stop him from continuing to cause harm. Finally, Orion spoke loudly, demanding that the battle be stopped. Kiho let out a soft sigh and asked in confusion, what nonsense are you talking about in the end? Orion kept his calm tone as he advised him, killing other players will not bring you any benefit. There will be no hunting points, no item drops, and no titles for doing that. Even if you want to climb the ranks by defeating other players, that way is ineffective. Hunting monsters to accumulate points is far faster than chasing those at the top of the rankings. Orion tried to analyze the situation to persuade him. His face turned serious as he continued. Randomly taking people down one by one is not only inefficient but also gradually erodes your own humanity. Yet those words failed to move him. Kehoe asked blankly, "What exactly do you want me to do? Stop fighting and play happy family?" Orion answered frankly, "I only want you to fight fairly. You are completely capable of doing that." His eyes suddenly turned cold, filled with countless tangled thoughts. Even so, this time Kehoe seemed slightly shaken. He said softly, "I know you are not a coward. It is just that your perspective is different from mine." Suddenly he became frenzied, as if their clash was inevitable. Another personality within Kehoe surged forth violently. Orion immediately grew vigilant as well, his body tensing in caution. A distorted scene surfaced in Kehoe's mind. The person whose throat he was gripping kept muttering, "Just eliminate them, all of them." The eyes of the one beneath him had turned red, tears on the verge of spilling. Another thought within Kehoe gloated, "Just do that and no one will dare look down on you again." Returning to reality, despite Orion's attempts to stop him, he still struck without mercy. Orion shouted helplessly, "You are only trying to bury your own emotions." Kehoe sneered mockingly, "What you say sounds ridiculous. Are you always this nagging?" He immediately activated Path of the Departed and charged straight at Orion. It was the battlefield skill of the Reaper class called Path of the Departed. This skill increases the Reaper's attack power and movement speed by 1.5 times in the arena. The attack can pierce straight along its trajectory, allowing Kehoe to easily close in and break through Orion's defenses. After retreating to a safe distance, Kehoe suddenly stopped. Had he realized that he had just fallen into a trap? Chain trap suddenly appeared, tightly binding his legs. Kehoe roared, "Do you really think I will fall for this trick again?" His overwhelming strength allowed him to break free in an instant with Phantom Shadow's step. That speed left Orion stunned. He was too fast. It was Path of the Departed that had pushed his velocity to a terrifying level. Kehoe raised his weapon and threatened coldly, "Do not even think about interfering with how I fight. You know nothing about me, bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his scythe precisely toward Orion, forcing him to be extremely wary of its power. Suel, standing outside, also shouted a warning, "Orion, he will not listen. Now there is only one final way to make him wake up. You know what it is." He quickly clarified, "It is the most familiar and effective method." Orion was briefly startled by that suggestion, then gradually regained his composure. With determination in his eyes, he declared, "We will fight until he is willing to listen." Suel behind him raised her staff in encouragement. "That is right." Resolve in Orion's gaze grew clearer by the moment. A violent clash rang out across the battlefield. "Even if we are just orphans, that does not decide everything," Orion thought as he took the initiative to charge forward and attack. In the midst of battle, he only wanted to make him understand that he did not need to hold resentment toward anyone. Nor did he need to hide himself behind cowardly tricks. Orion began channeling magic power into his weapon. Without hesitation, he unleashed a decisive strike to prove that determination. "You must be stronger than this." Orion poured all his strength into closing the distance with Kehoe. At the same time, Yuzan swung his great blade and activated the skill Dragon Bone Slash to attack the monster. That slash not only inflicted heavy injuries, but also caused the monster to collapse in agony. Yuzan cheered for defeating the target, but the number 720 points left him speechless. "What is going on? Why only 720 points?" Hun Seung behind him said calmly without much surprise. "It looks big but is actually quite easy to take down." Those words made Yuzan even more dejected. He looked at his teammate and complained, "You are always like a monk. What do you mean by that? Forget it." The atmosphere suddenly turned tense when a loud explosion erupted nearby. What was that sound? Hun Seung suddenly remembered, right, there was a monster over there earlier. That one, did we not agree to ignore it because it was too difficult to handle? Hun Seung felt a bad premonition rising, as if something terrible had just happened. Elsewhere, Orion was confronting Kehoe head-on as he wielded his scythe. The two fought fiercely, neither giving way. The battle evenly matched. Suddenly, Kehoe unleashed the skill Winter Hunt along with Trang. A vicious slash shot straight toward Orion. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. Suel immediately retaliated with a volley of piercing arrows aimed at him. Kehoe easily twisted aside to evade and taunted, "Hey Mei's master, give up and admit defeat." Orion further strengthened himself with multiple ultimate techniques, his resolve unwavering. Kehoe realized that and continued to press with the skill Flower of Resentment. The tide had turned. The power erupting from Orion forced Kehoe backward. He had to retreat several steps to maintain distance. At that moment, a small blade suddenly appeared right before him. Kehoe exerted all his strength to avoid the vital point, but the blade still grazed his shoulder. gritted his teeth against the pain, his eyes filled with fury. The battle did not stop. The skill Maze Master compression was activated. Two enormous cubes appeared above and below his body. In an instant, the two blocks pressed tightly together, crushing everything in between. Kiho broke free in a split second, growing even more enraged bastard. This time he went all out, unleashing the ultimate skill fatality, a purple rose blooming behind his back and radiating a heavy aura that made Orion and Suel anxious. This move can erode 44% of the enemy's health through accumulated strikes, while helping him recover and reduce the duration of bleeding effects. Suel cried out in shock, "We have only just started fighting and he is already using his ultimate skill. It feels like he is gambling his life." Kiho replied coldly, "I already told you. Everything should end here, disappear." The purple rose extended sturdy tendrils that shot toward Orion and Suel. They could only rely on speed to evade, they could not confront it head-on. Suel shouted angrily, "Phantom Shadow, your ultimate skill really annoys me." She infused lightning spear into her weapon and charged straight forward. Kiho stood frozen for a few seconds as if he had not yet realized the danger, but those tendrils immediately stretched out to block Suel's attack. Suel thought in frustration, he blocked it. That attack was clearly so powerful. Immediately after, Orion seized the chance to counterattack, closing in on Kiho, and he immediately spun the tip of his sword to point straight at him. No one expected that nimble tentacle to continuously change direction and move so relentlessly. The lash struck his right side, sending a sharp pain through Orion and forcing him to stagger back several steps to keep his balance. Damn it, his skill had not recovered from the previous strike, and now he was completely helpless. If he wanted to use Destiny Sark again, he would have to wait a while longer. In the meantime, Orion signaled Suel to attack the section of the ceiling near where she was standing. Though she did not understand Orion's intention, Suel nodded and followed his lead. She chose the chap of the abyss, aimed straight upward, and briefly thought that if she poured her strength into the ceiling, she might create an opening. Sure enough, the plan worked. The ceiling could not withstand the force and cracked apart, massive chunks crashing down from above. Before long, both him and that rose were buried beneath the rubble. Suel was overjoyed, thinking they had succeeded when the collapsing ceiling buried the enemy, but Orion understood it was only a way to buy time, so he immediately told her to hold formation and prepare to continue the fight. While Orion surveyed their surroundings, Suel quietly asked whether that Grim Reaper had grown stronger, because the pressure he emitted was truly alarming. Orion shook his head in denial. In close combat, there was no noticeable difference in stats. Perhaps he was only more ruthless when using skills. Hearing that, Suel turned to look directly at Orion. Seeing that he had an unusual intention, she immediately shouted a warning, telling him not to recklessly enter the transcendent level. Looking at Orion's confused expression, she emphasized that his survival last time had only been due to a side effect, and no one knew what would happen next. So do not risk entering the transcendent level again. I do not want to experience that terrifying feeling ever again. Sensing Suel's worry, Orion softly promised that he would not touch that power without her consent. Suddenly, an explosion erupted right where they stood, coming from the pile of rubble Kiho had created earlier. The shockwave was so powerful that it flung both Orion and Suel far away. As he forced himself up to observe, Orion realized that what had just erupted was the transcendent state. Kiho stepped out from the debris with a completely different appearance, his aura far more overwhelming than before. Now he had become a transcendent, the embodiment of calamity. Suel was stunned by the sight, wondering what Kiho was planning and worrying about the price of the transcendent level. Raising his scythe high, Kiho roared that nothing was more disgraceful than being unable to kill the one before him. He swept the scythe toward Orion, creating a terrifying surge of pressure. Both of them immediately felt the crushing weight pressing down on their bodies. Suel was astonished that the one who had just been at a disadvantage could now unleash such a fearsome long-range attack. She understood that if they did not act at once, they would take the full blow, so she intended to retreat and look for a chance to ambush. But when she glanced over, she saw Orion still risking himself to close in and fight. Orion thought to himself that dodging all those attacks was nearly impossible. The battle against the strongest foe, the farther he retreated, the more he gave the opponent room to suppress him with long-range attacks. Therefore, he chose to face him head-on instead of fleeing. His goal was to close the distance and find an opening. Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost was activated, and the situation instantly balanced out. Orion even gained the upper hand, causing Kiho a brief moment of confusion. He did not understand why his opponent showed no fear at all. Kiho swung his scythe violently, sending Orion flying an immense distance. But before the finishing blow could descend, Orion's body suddenly shone brilliantly. The wave of energy spreading out made Suel stagger. Facing Orion's blazing gaze, Kiho was forced into stunned silence. "I will not yield, I will not let that tragedy repeat itself, and I will certainly not lose to you." Suppressing his fury, Orion immediately unleashed his skill. Overcome adversity followed by Ani, for Ani were activated in rapid succession. Strange sensation tightened around Kiho, leaving him almost frozen. When Orion's slash came down, all the damage immediately rebounded straight into his body. In that moment, Orion told himself that it had all stemmed from his anger. That man had shouted at him and looked down on him, so he struck, not because he truly wanted to. He had never wanted to repeat that act ever again. Yet after that incident, He was branded with a bad reputation, and people gradually distanced themselves from him. No one wanted to come near, even so he did not feel too lonely. Because since childhood he had been an orphan. He had long grown used to it, even finding that the more people feared him, the safer he felt and the more his territory expanded. Truth, everything was no different from when he was a child. Back then he had to fight for every place to sleep through the night, and from that he made a decision. He would use the fear of others and the hatred in his heart to hold his territory and protect himself, yet strangely he himself felt no fear. Returning to reality, in the battle against Kiho there were moments when Orion was overwhelmed. Even so, he kept his furious gaze fixed on him, without the slightest hesitation. Kiho unleashed a decisive blow to end everything, the power enough to hurl Orion hundreds of meters away. However, Orion still forced himself up with unwavering will, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Revenge skill reached its maximum effect while the enemy still existed. Orion told himself he could not let the distance widen, because if he retreated even a little more, Kiho would unleash consecutive long-range attacks. He could endure close combat, but those distant shockwaves were far harder to withstand. Therefore he was forced to close in, the aura around him surging sharply. Kiho constantly calculated countermeasures in his mind. Could this damn Avenger be relying entirely on passive skills to risk his life in close combat? Thinking so, he immediately activated the Demon Plague skill. A heavy surge of energy struck Orion, drawing a cry of pain from him. Right after that, Orion's eyes widened when he heard a warning sound. Cannot use skills for 45 seconds. At that moment he realized he had been hit by a ceiling-type skill. Kiho sneered, declaring that not even passive skills could save Orion, then gave the order to finish it. Activated the power of the God of Calamity. For 4 seconds he could randomly launch long-range attacks with invisible tentacles. The tentacles continuously swept across a wide area, eroding Orion bit by bit. Though he tried to maintain distance, every attempt to evade became futile. Orion's body was nearly numb, yet his only goal was still to draw close to Kiho. Before long the distance was shortened, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. This is it, the time has come. Activate the Destiny Arc Ring. Kiho froze for a few puzzling seconds. What the hell was happening? He did not realize that Orion had noticed the item's cooldown had just finished. This time you cannot escape. Orion swung his sword, leaving a long gash across Kiho's body. His weapon suddenly slipped from his grasp, leaving everyone stunned. This enraged Kiho. He shouted furiously, "You bastard." He still refused to stop and unleashed an extremely terrifying move. Orion calmly stepped back without suffering any harm. He swiftly turned around to prepare himself. Then he hurled the dagger fiercely toward them. After barely dodging the dangerous strike, he mocked with a sneer. Truly thought I would fall for the same trap a 7th time. Orion immediately shifted his approach. The two charged into a brutal clash with dreadful weapons. Orion silently resolved that he would not give him a chance. He could not let him use his skill. Only 30 seconds remained before the paralysis effect expired. He could only use Arc of Fate one more time. This might be the final opportunity. He would attack the moment Orion retreated. Just as he prepared to act, Orion reached his limit. His body went numb and his organs felt as if they had died. This gave Kiho the chance to slash at Orion's left eye. Even with his vision impaired, he continued fighting on instinct. With unwavering determination, he could not stop. He would continue crushing him. Suil arrived at the source of the tremor and witnessed how Orion fought. Suil recalled what he had said about Kiho. "I was only a little surprised. He was an orphan and I also lost my parents. I only thought I could end up on a similar path, killing all the bullies, and becoming a monster that carried nothing but hatred for the world." Suil unconsciously shouted, "Do not give up, Orion, you can do it, defeat him." Orion felt his strength return and activated the voice skill from outside the maze to respond to Kiho, forcing him to fight while secretly cursing, "You damned worms." Kiho empowered his massive scythe. This was the final move of the God of Destruction, combined with overwhelming effects such as annihilation, power enhancement, lethal poison, immobilization, and wide area attack. Kiho declared boldly, "Go to hell." Thunderous explosion rang out. Orion vanished into the mist. His weapon disappeared as well. Kiho waited patiently. His eyes were filled with shock when he witnessed Orion's return. He dashed forward like the wind with a powerful fist. There was no need for hesitation. The punch struck with absolute precision. Kiho was instantly struck by excruciating pain. As he tumbled through the air, he cursed, "Damn it, I took too much fire damage. Even a normal punch can knock me down." His heart twisted in agony, causing him to vomit in the midst of battle. Kiho wondered if this was a side effect of entering the Transcendent class. Orion approached him and calmly said, "If you had waited to use your final skill, I would not have been able to dodge. Could also have won by keeping your distance while I was under the paralysis effect. I do not have many long-range skills, so I could not counterattack. What are you trying to say? This is the result of attacking everyone without reason." Faced with Kiho's questioning, "What are you going to say?" Orion emphasized, "I also have no parents, but I did not grow up in an orphanage. We cannot say our circumstances are the same." Seeing him fall silent, he lowered his voice. "I want to say you still have another path." Kiho seemed moved and explained, "I know that, but I am already used to this. I am used to fighting like this, Reaper. What is your name?" Orion answered. Kiho sneered, "Your name is truly ridiculous. You had better take first place and prove that your way is better. I hate those who only talk and do nothing. Kiho vanished. Suel let out a breath. Too strange. I guess you never truly approached him. Orion nodded. Yes, he is strange. Just sent me his shooting range score. That is the Reaper. In the city, the boss was confronting one of the powerful monsters. He appeared relaxed, perhaps not viewing the monster as a threat. Boss unleashed the New Republic sword skill. A radiant great blade appeared and split the monster in two. Its body was severed. The boss received a system notification. He received 1250 points for eliminating the ancient tree guardian monster. Felt satisfied, thinking he was strong enough to take down a 1250 point monster. Total hunting points 11,300, rank 65. Jian appeared and said it seemed he was enjoying this, sir. The boss replied, it has been a long time since I hunted monsters. It feels great to act as a normal user, even after so long. Jian asked when the boss would join the war. I do not know who is in charge. We have already lost 2 people. He brushed it off, not caring who had died, admitting he only wanted Jian and Ryu Xian to create the world he dreamed of. Hone smiled. It sounded interesting. She felt restless. He suddenly fell silent. Opening the rankings, the top player had more than 100 points. Watching them gain points so quickly, she guessed they were talented, perhaps someone from the top 3 guilds like Versen, or a hidden expert like Orion. The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became, wanting to hack the ranking data, but she paused. If she attempted to hack and encountered an error, she might miss the final opportunity. I must witness this. I need to see who will win amid the chaos. The scene shifted. The chaos in Seung-ha had not yet ended. After eliminating the swarm of flies around him, Seung-ha inadvertently became the target of another monster. Fortunately, Du Hyuk noticed, charged in like a god with the Holy Shock skill. The final monster fell, meaning both of them gained additional bonus points. In less than a second, the system sent a congratulatory notice. Seung-ha and Du Hyuk had completed the regional battle and received a reward of 8,450 points. Even so, Hugh was still not satisfied, wiping his sweat as he complained, we only ranked 11 and 9, there must be many other experts participating. At least our team still has a decent ranking. There were 140 people at the start, and now only 92 remain. Seung-ha let out a sigh. The number has dropped sharply. Perhaps many gave up halfway or were taken down by monsters. Some may have fled through wormholes or been swept away by the chaos. Du Hyuk suggested returning to the meeting point since the mission was finished. Besides, it was almost 11 o'clock. Seung-ha looked back at the ruins after the battle and suddenly thought, the chaos today is quieter than I expected. She had thought the Emperor would seize the opportunity to cause more trouble. Or perhaps this is only the calm before the storm of the great battle to come. Seeing Seung-ha fall silent, Du Hyuk asked softly, what are you thinking about? She replied that she was just feeling a little negative because it was late, but she was still fine. Though a little embarrassed, Hiyu still comforted her, do not worry too much. No matter what happens, I and the other members will protect you. During that, Seung-ha mood eased. She gave a faint smile. All right. I feel lucky to have a brave man by my side. Are you happy to have spent the night with me? What did you just say? Nothing at all. The scene shifts to Suel. He was chasing a flying monster across the rooftops. Suel pointed the tip of her spear straight at the target. He activated the skill Labyrinth of Despair, creating a long barrier trail. Before the monster could escape, it was blocked. Ryan, now is your turn. Finish it. Ryan appeared behind it with his familiar sword. With a spinning strike combined with a finishing blow, the monster vanished. Orion left the rooftop and landed safely on the ground. After finishing, he exhaled, so tiring. Orion hunting points increased to 128,400, currently ranked 2. Suel walked over and said, this mission took time but gave barely any points. Her points rose to 132,40, holding first place. We need to choose the next mission carefully since time is limited. Suel realized it was already midnight. Orion was surprised because the sky had not changed color, so he had not noticed the time. Are you not tired, Suel? I am not tired, but we should go wash up. We are too dirty. Orion thought the same, but as he was about to leave, Suel received a new notification. It was a notice about rest time and a reminder for players to pay attention. This notice was sent to all participants in the event. Everyone would have 7 hours of rest from midnight to 7 in the morning. They could still hunt, but monsters would not respawn and no new missions would appear. Each area had its own NPC. The random NPC Jeff Fetty allowed participation in a mini-game to receive reward boxes. In addition, a lucky zone was opened where monsters could not invade so players could rest safely. Ryan wondered whether it would prevent players from attacking each other. The system said it depended on the players themselves. Suel concluded, so it is not safe from other players. Lucky zone still sounds potentially dangerous, so what do we do next? Orion thought for a moment then replied, we should rest during this time. At the same time, redistribute points, buy items and check our stats, and conveniently find a place to clean up. So you want to rest? That sounds relieving. Ryan asked if she wanted to find a place to rest and wash up. But the city was now in ruins. It was hard to know where would be suitable. While passing by, Suel spotted an inn and called out to Orion. Vague thought flashed through her mind, making him blush. Ryan awkwardly said they were still young, but Suel replied calmly, no one will notice, as long as we clean up it will be fine. Ryan was stunned. Suel irritably grabbed his hand, come on. on, we will just rest a bit then leave. Orion still hesitated. Suel replied, we have already seen each other anyway. Orion retorted. Right then a flying device appeared in the sky. Is that a control device? It fell down, making the two of them even more curious. Stranger appeared, muttering that this place had no signal. Being approached suddenly, both of them immediately became alert. The person calmly said, relax, I did not come to fight. I am a blacksmith not good at combat, why not listen to me? Suel was suspicious. How did you survive this long? He suggested finding a safer place to talk instead of standing in the street. Orion carefully observed the blacksmith while she continued speaking. In exchange for listening, I will give you this meteorite fragment. I can open up to 4 weapon slots to embed stones and runes. This fragment can be used temporarily until the event ends if I have not died. Orion warily asked, why help us, what do you want? She answered simply, I just want you to listen to me. Basically participate in the mission and receive the reward first. Suel whispered, it could be a trap. Orion requested to choose the place to talk. She agreed immediately. Suel looked at Orion asking for his opinion. Orion took out the private room key and said to use this. He said they would check the safety first. After that they would let her in. The item was activated. The system reported error 65929. Orion was not allowed access. He was surprised. The blacksmith asked, is that the testing area? I thought it was locked. Orion was stunned by her knowledge. She knew about this area. She removed her helmet and said she would introduce herself clearly. I am Jae-yoon Ma, one of the developers responsible for equipment design. The two of them stared at her in astonishment. She further explained that her appearance might make it hard for them to believe. Suel was still suspicious and asked if she knew Maria. Jae-yoon replied confidently, Maria is our project manager, a true genius. If it were not for that incident, she might have already gathered a string of awards for herself. The thought filled her with regret. By now, Suel seemed to have begun believing the confession Jae-yoon had just made. After that, she took the initiative to ask Orion how he would feel if he listened to everything she was about to say. He should make his choice soon. The break was about to end, sooner than he thought. In the end, Orion agreed to follow that gene engineer's proposal. They quietly followed Jae-yoon to a nearby building. After unlocking the apartment door, Jae-yoon told them to come in and rest for a while. This was not her home, but it was safe for now. I have installed a few security devices, enough to avoid being tracked by anyone. Suel asked skeptically if she was truly a developer. She looked far too young. Jae-yoon calmly revealed that her original character was actually a 43-year-old man. That information left both of them stunned for a moment. She shocked them even more by saying she had once struggled to adapt to her new body. I used to be taller and had a bit of a belly. Suel asked in disbelief, how was that possible? And even if it was, why did you choose a pink-haired girl? Do you have a problem? Jae-yoon hurried to explain, not at all. I was forced to use this appearance and had no other choice. I could not let anyone recognize me, so I had to choose a completely different form. Do you know how hard it is to live in someone else's body? Nothing hurts more than when the mind and body are out of sync. Suel did not argue further and concluded that they had heard the explanation. So what was the verdict? Orion also muttered that it was truly bizarre. Jae-yoon angrily shouted that they were too annoying. She did not want to drag this out anymore, so she had spoken plainly and told them to leave. In their minds, both Si-won and Orion thought that a 43-year-old man was throwing a tantrum. Turning to the main point, Orion seriously asked what she wanted their help with. If it was beyond them, they might have to refuse because they were already entangled in other matters. Jae-yoon answered briefly that she only needed him to stop the leader of Charles' faction. The leader Charles, you mean the Emperor? Since you already know him, then I will not waste time explaining. Orion continued, but why do you want us to stop him? We know he is not good, but this is still a huge matter. Jae-hyun explained that he wanted to turn the entire world into a game like Horizon. He planned to use the wish of the top-ranked player to transform this planet into Ergashow Online. Seeing Orion and Suel stand frozen in shock, Jae-yoon continued to clarify. He had caused trouble since his days as a developer, always dreaming of a world without discrimination where everyone was absolutely equal. Meaning everyone would start over from level 1. The game would level everything according to the way he envisioned. Orion suddenly halted. Wait a moment, he was once a developer as well. Jae-won asked doubtfully if a programmer truly harbored such a dream. How childish. Jae-yoon nodded and said yes, the kind of delusion held by game-obsessed teenagers. But a naive dream in the hands of someone powerful and ambitious could still become a catastrophe. Like a child jealous of someone else's toy and trying to seize it. The two fell silent before that stream of information. Then Orion voiced a suspicion. The real power lies with you developers, so does that not mean you and Maria are involved as well? Jae-yoon smiled and admitted it quite frankly. You are perceptive, you could attack me without needing to justify it. You are right, we are no different from accomplices. We should never have created this technology. But believe me on one thing, say whatever you want about me, but Maria is a good person. She was the one who helped create Ergashow Online. At the same time, she was also the first to want to stop it. Suel cut in asking what she meant. Did that mean Maria was the first to quit? quit, Jae-yoon patiently continued explaining. Dr. Maria once warned us about Z26, the dangerous substance that formed the game. It could materialize anything from curing terminal illnesses to eliminating injustice, but it also carried the risk of destroying everything. After that, the team split into two factions. One wanted to continue while the other wanted to stop. In the end, the development team fell apart right before completing the project. Orion repeatedly asked Jae-yoon which side she ultimately stood on. She answered frankly that she once did not want to stop. She was too attached to the project and believed it would succeed and bring wealth. Then they began forcing anyone who wanted to withdraw to leave. Only then did I realize Maria's worries were justified. Even technology that began with good intentions could be abused once it fell into the hands of the powerful. Seeing the two listening intently, Jae-yoon continued somewhat awkwardly. That is why I asked you to do everything possible to stop him. Jae-won bluntly asked if she did not think that was too irresponsible. We are just high school students obsessed with games. Jae-hyun believed it was a desperate plea for help from him. If he wins, the world as we know it will collapse and descend into chaos. Monsters will appear everywhere, humans will be consumed by hunting and competition. It will be no different from hell. Their exchange ended quickly. Suil stepped out of the bathroom looking excited. I am clean and comfortable now. Orion, you should go wash too. He replied calmly that he would shower later. Suil then asked whether they would help that man. Orion hesitated, saying he was still thinking. Suil worried that if they took first place his wish would not come true. Was that not enough? That way we would not need to defeat any more players. Suddenly Jae-yoon shouted. I found it. Luckily there was still a backup. I thought it was all lost, but it remained on the spare drive. Look, these are the photos you wanted. Suil curiously moved closer. Orion awkwardly said he could not believe her, so he had asked to see the photos. After observing carefully, Suil quickly noticed something. Wait a moment, it looks like a selfie. Is that the bearded old man? Jae-yoon proudly replied that was right, that was her. Si-jeon felt goosebumps. Did she really want a photo of an old man standing 5 meters behind him at the station? Jae-yoon retorted that if even 5 meters bothered him, then he could just leave. Suil eased the atmosphere by saying that if she could change her appearance, she should choose a male idol image instead. Jae-yoon frowned, asking if his main character was male as well. Suil cried out helplessly that it was not. Ryan still stared intently at the photo that included Dr. Maria. He had seen her before when confronting the soul container, but she looked very similar to Ariam. Wait, was that him? He looked very different from before. He suddenly stopped when he noticed an unusual detail. He exclaimed in shock, what was he doing? Who was that man? Jae-yoon snatched the photo and explained that he was an external consultant. The project involved some human testing, so they needed a medical expert. Ryan grew even more curious and asked what his name was. Jae-hyun answered somewhat uncertainly that she had only met him a few times, so she did not remember clearly. It seemed to be Noah. Perhaps Dr. Noah. At the same time in the laboratory, Maria took the opportunity to step outside for some fresh air. Suddenly she heard someone call her name. Noah approached and spoke. Heard you intend to cancel the entire project. Is that true? Maria admitted frankly. That is right, the rumor spread quickly, yet I was still surprised that you had already learned about it. Truly apologize, you even abandoned your training program to join, and now there is no evidence left to prove it. But now you can fully become the decent and friendly doctor you always wished to be. That suits you far better. Hearing this, Noah froze in shock and blurted out, why, if you have completed the research, then you should be able to cure every incurable disease. She let out a soft sigh and admitted, I cannot continue those risky studies under these circumstances, and they also involve ethical issues. Though he did not want to pressure her, Noah still tried to ask, then what about your illness? It is still lingering, but sooner or later it will take my life swiftly. Are you not afraid of death, doctor? Maria's expression changed slightly. Of course I am afraid. Many nights I ask myself what I did to deserve this. Why am I so unlucky? Why has everything around me become meaningless? I only wish my life had a miracle, just like in the game we are developing. Noah could not endure it any longer and interrupted. That is precisely why if we continue the research. Yet Maria still looked exhausted. I still do not want to continue. What I created could be abused as a tool to harm others. I seek perfection, not a flawed product. Noah said frankly, even a book can be misused. The creator is not always at fault. Maria nodded softly in agreement. That is also true. Your words are truly sweet. I feel relieved now. You will become a wonderful doctor, Noah. I wish you good luck. After saying that, she walked past him, causing Noah to startle and call out, Dr. Maria. She remained resolute. I am sorry. I will not change my decision. Noah could only stand there and watch her leave in helplessness. Turning to the present, Suil snatched the photo and urgently asked, Dr. Noah, what is he doing there? Jae-yoon asked curiously while chewing, do you know him? Si-won replied excitedly, yes, he works at the same hospital as Orion's older sister. Jae-yoon widened her eyes in surprise. Really? What a small world. Orion immediately asked Jae-yoon, what kind of person is Dr. Noah? He recalled their meeting and replied, I am not very sure. He only appeared in the laboratory when needed. He was quite close to Dr. Maria but did not have much influence on the research. Hearing that, Orion grew solemn as he remembered the question Noah once asked him. Have you been playing games recently, Orion? He continued, he once said the game project had been cancelled, so why is it still released and maintained? He explained in detail, the commercial release and distribution of Wish is handled by Intohorn Software, which belongs to a large corporation. And the reason the game can operate is thanks to the QT system. Suil asked in astonishment, who is that system in the game? Is it the QT system? What exactly is it? Jian quickly explained, it is a high-capacity quantum AI capable of deep self-learning. Once activated, it updates the storyline and mechanics based on preset rules. Orion understood somewhat but still asked, that means someone deliberately turned it on. Haiyan confirmed, yes, someone opened Pandora's box. Since the project was suspended, the system could not activate on its own. Suil posed another question, so we cannot shut down the QT system. If that happens, ergo so online will end. Jai-Yun answered awkwardly, this is a bit difficult to explain. Understand clearly, you must study both cosmic simulation and Z26 matter. At present, the system and server have shifted into another form of existence like in-game items. Only administrators can access them. Ryan and Suil fell silent because they could not comprehend it. Jai-Hyan almost snapped, just eliminate the boss and it will be over. He must be the administrator who activated the system. Ryan pondered, but is he not just a player like us? If he were an administrator, there would be no need to join the event. There's also no reason to attack other players, and Dr. Noah knows all of this. Then why is he pretending to know nothing? What exactly is happening? His thoughts were interrupted by Suil calling out. She slapped his cheek firmly as a reminder, do not overthink it. I can guess what you are thinking, but ask Dr. Noah later. For now, focus on the event. We can give him a warning and tie him up, all right. Ryan nodded in agreement, all right, I understand. After calming down, Jai-Hyan asked, I have said everything, will you help? This is the mission to stop the boss, Orion confirmed. The boss truly is the administrator. Will defeating him cause the game to end? Jian shook her head. Losing administrative privileges does not mean the game ends, but it will prevent the system from continuing updates. And there will be no more events like Horizon. I and the other developers will find a way to completely stop the game. Your task is simply to ruin the boss's grand plan. It sounds simple. Ryan looked at Usyang. She nodded in agreement. Jian continued, that is your mission. Ryan emphasized, we will stop the boss's plan. The answer satisfied Jian. Excellent, I knew you would agree. I trust you both. Somewhere else. Clown cheerfully said, the next question in the Golem ambush mission. The quest-giving NPC is named Net, true or false? Gu Yang thought nervously, then answered loudly with confidence. I wager everything that the answer is false. But the clown laughed and replied, wrong, the correct answer is true. We'll take the 200 hunting points you just wagered. Haiyan Seung reminded him, stop, you have already lost more than 2,000 points, but Gu Yang remained stubborn, no, one more round and I will win. Haiyan Seung calmly analyzed, even if you win you only get a random box, there is no guarantee it contains anything valuable. Gu Yang still insisted, but what if there is a wonderful item inside? Without waiting for Jai-Yun to react, he shouted, this is an adventure, even if the chance is small I still want to try. That is the dream of someone who never gives up. Jai-Yun shook her head, fine. Raimi also said that is a common trait of gambling addicts. You're going to sleep, you two keep playing. Gu Yang hurriedly called out, wait, just a little more. Haiyan Seung grew impatient, let us go. Seung Ha told us to return at 2 o'clock. Gu Yang asked in panic, what about Siak? He was with us as well. Haiyan Seung replied, Siak is securing the resort and searching for Charles's whereabouts. On Siak's side, he activated Night Wind Assassin, increasing speed by 50%, reducing attack by 30% and granting stealth to avoid detection by monsters. After that, he realized the area was empty. Perhaps he needed to go farther. Thinking so, he dashed swiftly across the rooftops. Suddenly, he halted because of an uneasy premonition. Keeping his balance on the roof, he activated Assassin skill. Twilight Assassin allowed slow and discreet movement, avoiding detection although its activation time was slightly slow. Next to that, he quickly noticed two people talking below. They were the one who had possessed Charles and the leader of the Mayor Guild. Slanted-eyed young man was Sun O, the leader of Mayor, one of the top figures of the warrior class currently ranked 4th. Siak suddenly felt uneasy. What are those two doing together? Did they know each other from before? Standing here, he could not hear what they were saying, nor could he contact Mayor. Are they planning to cooperate? That very moment, a notification appeared at the worst possible time, startling Siak, his gaze turning wary. That scared me to death. Why does the mission notification have to appear right now? This is a 3-tier mission. The 3-tier event will begin in 10 hours. 3 different missions are randomly assigned to 3 areas and start simultaneously. Players may only proceed to the next tier after completing the first mission they selected. After reading it, he immediately understood this was tomorrow's major event. The rewards were so enticing that there would surely be many participants. Those two guilds join forces. The battlefield will likely become even more chaotic. Thinking of his teammates, Siak could not help feeling heavy-hearted. He had a sense that we would eventually be drawn into a confrontation with Charles and his faction. It was now 6:30 in the morning. Orion received a new sword from his friend. Ayun said he had upgraded all of Orion's weapons as promised. Seeing Orion satisfied with the new equipment, he smiled and said that he must feel much stronger now. Jian appeared looking sleepy, saying I only feel drowsy. The female doctor panicked and scolded him for waking up up late when he had complained about sleeping uncomfortably before. Orion interrupted, asking Jian what he planned to do next. If he did not join the game, their group could take him to the Abyss region. Jae-yoon awkwardly replied that he wanted to as well, but thinking about letting a high school student shoulder too much responsibility made him feel guilty. So he decided to stay here, telling Orion's group they could return anytime if they needed support. At least this place could still serve as a safe shelter. Finding it reasonable, Orion agreed and promised to return. Before parting, Jae-yoon gave them his clothes to change into. Orion asked if he knew someone named Ju Xian, because that person said he had participated in the game's alpha test. Jae-yoon thought for a moment, then shook his head. I have never met the testers, why do you ask? Orion recounted that Ju Xian possessed an encrypted key given by Maria. Hearing that, Jae-yoon was astonished. That encryption key is real, how did he end up here? Orion reconfirmed the information with Jae-yoon. At the same time, he retold what had happened a few days earlier. After listening, Jae-yoon showed sympathy. He knew Ju Xian had tried to stop the event from the very beginning. But thinking it through, he found it even more unreasonable. In his heart, he blamed himself. Maria had never given up, while he had only known how to hide in fear. Finally, Jae-yoon lowered his head and apologized to Orion's group. We made a mistake and let the players bear the consequences. Suel immediately cut in. If you are truly sorry, then give me a little more food. I am still hungry. Jae-yoon grew annoyed, but instead of arguing, he handed over the rest and scolded her affectionately for being a greedy little pig. When it was time to say goodbye, Orion and Suel left Jian's place and stepped onto the street, ruins still scattered everywhere. Orion brought up the friend they had just met. Jae-yoon really is a special kind of person. Suel replied that he is just a bookworm. But what is the next plan, Orion? Are you going to follow his suggestion and look for the boss? Orion said it was unnecessary. Your task is only to maintain your ranking and protect yourself when needed. As long as you stay at the top, the boss will come to you. Suel was surprised but found it reasonable. So that means we can focus on the 3-tier mission this morning. Orion nodded in agreement. Open the system panel to view the next mission. Time it is the 3-tier mission starting in 10 hours. 3 missions are randomly assigned and begin at the same time. Only after completing the chosen mission can you continue. First is a giant monster raid with a reward of 80 hunting points. Failure within 2 hours forfeits the reward. Second is capture the flag. 4 flags guarded by monsters must be seized. The other is a hunt within a designated area. Opening random chests grants 50 points, time limited. After reviewing the 3 types, Suel said, I am not sure about the treasure mission, but the other 2 are fine. What do you think? After a moment of thought, Orion replied that if they could choose, the capture the flag mission suited both of them best. He analyzed that the giant monster raid was more suitable for a large team like Ryzen. Suel nodded but worried. The problem is we do not know which mission appears in which area. That is indeed a difficult problem. However, Orion seemed to have a solution. He reminded Suel to use the secret weapon, Argus's disciple summoning bell. Suel immediately understood. Right, we still have one unused question about the game. We can ask for a hint about the mission. Let's try, that is a good idea. The two began to carry out the plan. Suel opened her bag and took out the summoning bell. She activated its special ability, causing a portal to open. The goddess appeared, saying, I have come to impart the knowledge of Argus's 3rd disciple to the unenlightened. Orion could not help being captivated by the goddess's beauty. He almost blurted something out, but was stopped by Suel's sharp glare. No, I mean this item is really cool. Suel ignored that, rang the bell, and said, we want to know which area the 3-tier missions will appear in. Goddess replied, fate toys with you. I see you do not wish to be swept along by the harsh current, unenlightened one. She raised her magic staff high. Chemical energy spread. Light flared as if revealing everything. I will guide you. When the 3rd eye opened, a tree of light appeared beside Suel. Orion recognized it as the ancient tree of knowledge. Suel's system also rebooted, allowing them to see the locations of the missions. The giant monster raid is at the stadium. Capture the flag is at Jaesang Metro Station, and the remaining mission is at the art museum. The two cheered in delight. Before leaving, the goddess said, I have answered the summons. May your journey be safe. After that, the bell vanished as its power was exhausted. Suel said regretfully, we probably will not see her again. Goodbye. Orion stood stunned and said, do not speak as if the goddess has disappeared forever. She quickly regained her spirit. Now that we know the destination, let us head to Jaesang Station for the capture of the flag mission. Just as they were about to leave, a tremor from behind made them freeze. 2 mammons appeared, 6 realm creatures capable of paralyzing and burning when they attack. Suel sighed, so we are still trapped in this survival game. We cannot recklessly run around even if we know the route. These monsters are truly troublesome. Orion, on the contrary, saw it as a chance to test himself. He said, let us see how strong the new weapon is. He charged at the monsters, testing his strikes on them and checking his new power. Suel understood, drew her staff, and replied, I expected as much. Do you really like this game? Even so, I also want to see what has changed. In another corner of the city, Jian was using puppet manipulation to search for something. After a while, Ada detected something unusual. Thanks to the scout-type puppet control skill, this skill allows the collected data to be sent to distant teammates and displays the locations of players, monsters, and items on the map. Just then, the boss appeared and asked Ada whether he had been monitoring the players' situation. situation. Yes, sir, I have observed all user activity over the past 2 hours. Good, report everything to me, except for those showing random and untraceable movements. According to my summary, there are currently 35 people in Area 1. Around 18 people are gathered in Area 2, and 15 people are in Area 3. Considerable number cannot be located yet, perhaps because the mission has not officially been activated. Boss noticed that everyone seemed to be converging toward a particular area. It seems to be a favorable location regardless of the mission, so which direction do you intend to choose? He replied that he was a businessman. Even if he liked taking risks, he would not foolishly bring a refrigerator to Antarctica to sell. We will follow the data and choose the most crowded place, head to Area 1. Jian immediately asked whether going there was meant to provoke conflict. Unfortunately, his objective was not that simple. His current plan was to create a purge steeped in darkness. Meanwhile, in the Alliance's area, checked the system panel and learned that the area structure had recovered. Health and negative status effects were gradually being restored as well. We are only about 100 meters away from the mission point. During that, Suel suggested finding something to eat while waiting. She even excitedly mentioned a nearby convenience store and joked about raiding it, making him shake his head and tease that he did not expect her to be a juvenile delinquent. Even so, he did not object, and in the past they had always paid properly before eating. Before stepping into the store, he received a notification from the system. It stated that a party member would teleport to your location in 15 seconds. You may press to transfer immediately. He was briefly surprised. Could it be that the puppeteer had left the team? Suel told him to just confirm, because if it was a party member then it must be someone familiar. Following her advice, he immediately selected confirm. Just 1 second later, the other person appeared right behind him. Thanks to the assassin skill Vanishing Phantom, the user can teleport to a teammate's location, but other teleportation skills are restricted for 2 minutes. He even cheerfully greeted them good morning. You two look fine. The remark made him freeze, because it was someone from Jason's guild. However, he could not quite remember. Wait, what was your name again? He answered loudly, Siak. I am an assassin. You should remember me by now. Suel asked suspiciously how Siak Ho could use a teleportation skill when she thought it only worked between party members. He admitted that was correct. I tried every way to find you too. Then I remembered we had formed a party in the previous mission, so I could use that skill. Suel was surprised and thought he had disbanded the party. He explained that he had only removed the puppet while the name Xian was still kept. Siak skipped the greetings and asked directly, you two are also doing the level 3 mission right, planning to go all in on this area. He replied confidently that they had used an item to determine the mission location, so they came here to join the mission they wanted most. Siak was astonished. Really? I did not know that was possible. Then where are the other missions? While he excitedly pressed for answers, Suel immediately refused. Sorry, but information cannot be given for free. If you want to know, then you must exchange something equivalent. Siak laughed it off. So strict. We are allies and you still cannot tell me. Ziyuan reminded him that this was still a competition. If they revealed everything, they would lose their advantage. Siak nodded. I give up. You do not look like high school students at all. Fine then, I propose a deal. He asked whether he wanted to cooperate and form a group for this mission. He looked hesitant. Why would you suggest that? Siak said seriously that Mayor and Charles guilds had contacted each other last night. It seemed they were forming an alliance. Mayor may be a small guild, but it is aggressive and often involved in conflicts. If they join forces, it will be very dangerous. Understood, so you want to form an alliance to increase numbers, right? Siak added that this was also a chance to complete the level 3 mission. Splitting into 2 groups to handle 2 missions would be more beneficial. He was still thinking carefully before making a decision. Suel suddenly asked about the reward. If we complete both the giant monster mission and capture the flag, we will get 150,000 points. How do we split it? Siak answered immediately, split it 50-50. Regardless of items or total points, it will be divided equally. If we split by number of members, then you two would be at a disadvantage. So this option is not bad, right? Suel said their side would lose nothing, but for Jason's guild, it might not necessarily be worth it. He explained that their goal was not only to accumulate monster hunting points. He wanted to secure the full reward to prevent other teams from closing the gap. Hearing that, Suel understood, so they wanted to claim the entire rank reward. Siak silently observed him without taking his eyes off. He thought to himself that this kid was truly smart. He did not expect him to see through the plan so quickly. After careful consideration, Suel felt the conditions were reasonable. He suggested that they also gather information about Mayor's guild while they were at it. Let us get started. Suel smiled in agreement. Then it is a partnership. Team Suel, Orion, and Resin. Siak happily agreed. Good. From now on we are one team. Elsewhere, a young man rushed forward shouting for them to take this. He charged into battle with the monster. He even shouted at the archer behind him for failing to hold the monster back, causing the whole group to be pushed back. The other angrily retorted not to shift the blame. The front line collapsed because those ahead could not hold. After saying that, he focused on counterattacking. Suddenly, he realized a monster was about to ambush from behind. At that moment, a stranger appeared and killed the monster with a decisive of strike, let out a painful roar before collapsing. The young man who escaped hurriedly thanked him for the rescue, but the other only stared at him. Then he revealed a cold and unreadable smile. No need to thank me. Then he unleashed a sweeping move that wiped out the remaining monsters. Not only the monsters, but the two young men were also cut down by him without mercy. The scene was truly horrifying. Softly said he had changed his monster hunting strategy. Moreover, the level 3 mission would begin in 10 minutes. Returning to his place at the subway station, he stood in front of the door with a worried expression. Yoonha saw that and asked why he looked so tense. Are you worried or thinking about Suel since the two of you are temporarily separated? Hearing that, Orion laughed and replied, no, I am just observing the surrounding terrain. Leo Ryung and Kim CY joined hands with the Vessen Guild. This alliance decided to split their forces to handle two different missions. They arranged for members with high damage output to raid the giant monster in order to complete it as quickly as possible. As for the flag snatching mission, it required direct confrontation and flexibility. They chose strong close combat fighters with good evasion to apply a tactic of splitting the formation before attacking. The plan was proposed by Orion. Afterward, the Jason Guild refined their lineup based on it. At that moment, Seung-ha teased with a smile. How about you stay with Suel? You must be worried after being separated, right? Orion only smiled and replied, I am not worried. She is stronger and ranked higher than me. Perhaps she is the one who should worry about me. Seung-ha laughed, is that so? I thought the two of you would blame me for dividing the team like this. In truth, Suel secretly felt annoyed. That hateful girl dared to split us apart. At that moment, the system announced that the mission would begin in 2 minutes. At the same time, the system said it would quickly explain the rules before starting. The objective was to collect flags. Each person had to bring 4 to one of the gathering points to complete the task. There were 6 flag locations on the battlefield. If one was taken, it would not reappear at the same place. Instead, it would appear at another position to always ensure 6 flags existed until the end. Players had to pick up the flag. This item was called Wish-Granting Egg. The item could only be held in hand. If attacked by players or monsters, it would shatter and could not be submitted. Then it would respawn at its original location. After hearing the rules, Seung-ha wondered, so we not only collect but also have to protect the flags? Orion nodded. There will surely be people ambushing at the gathering points to steal them back. The system began the countdown and officially declared the mission started. Orion immediately activated the guiding light skill. Beam of light shot straight into the sky. Seung-ha asked in surprise, did you use a locating skill for the flags? Orion confirmed, yes, but it is only borrowed, so it is not very precise. I can only sense the general direction. Then Seung-ha loudly ordered everyone understood. Zu head toward 9 o'clock, Ziak-ho head toward 11 o'clock. The two immediately moved like the wind. As for me and Orion, we will go the opposite direction. He quickly followed the order. Suddenly Jihoon appeared, causing Seung-ha to freeze. He immediately launched an attack straight at her. Seung-ha quickly calculated his motive. She sneered, I did not expect to meet someone of your caliber so soon. That was Jihoon-ha, Red Team Captain of the Mayor Guild, Weapon Master Class, currently ranked 14. Jihoon showed surprise, you know me, what an honor. Seung-ha from the Vessen Guild, and who is that over there? The atmosphere between both sides instantly became tense. Seung-ha mocked, judging by the way you ambushed us, it is obvious enough. Ziak-ho was right, Mayor has allied with that group. Jihoon seemed slightly surprised, it looks like there is no need to hide it now. That is right, we were promised generous compensation. Seung-ha sneered, how disgraceful, one of the top 3 guilds resorting to this. Jihoon hesitated before saying, so what? I set aside my pride when I cooperated with Charles. That does not matter now, because I want to fight you. For a long time, and notably he possessed Weapon Master Skill number 3, turning his right hand into a machine gun firing continuously for 8 seconds. He immediately unleashed a terrifying barrage. Ryan leapt aside to dodge the bullets. Seung-ha also swiftly deflected the bullets in another direction. Seizing the chance, Seung-ha activated the Queen Path skill. She rushed straight at Jihoon, but unexpectedly. Activated Weapon Master Hidden Blade, turning his left hand into a sword, allowing defense and counterattack for 15 seconds. Suddenly, Jihoon delivered a powerful kick to Seung-ha. He mocked, is that all? I was warned about you, so I expected more. Is that the reputation of a top guild? All exaggerated praise, Jihoon became even more aggressive. Seung-ha fell into a difficult position. That moment, Orion closed in from behind. He unleashed the double slash skill. Jihoon was startled, is he a swordsman or an avenger? I did not expect a pillar of Jason to be an avenger. Orion did not hesitate and continued pressing forward. Jihoon thought to himself, who is he, using only normal attacks yet so precise. Orion felt his body grow lighter, this is good. He thought that thanks to the Fali Hyun stones attached to his weapon, his stats had greatly increased, both speed and attack improved, this way he could surpass him. Every aspect, Orion struck decisively, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Jihoon muttered, he is truly strong, I cannot hold back anymore. I must go all out. He activated Confrontation Weapon number 4, a flamethrower firing long-range fire magic attacks. Orion clearly sensed the danger from that weapon. Jihoon laughed, consider this my respect for you, do not be upset, Avenger. Weapon Master Skill number 9, Magic Bullet. He continuously fired streams of bullets, smoke and flames engulfed the field with rapid explosions. explosions, heat spread across the battlefield. Ji-hoon thought that attack should at least cause some damage. Suddenly Seung-ha counterattacked. She deployed the Queen Garden Domain, relentlessly closing in and pressing Ji-hoon. He was flustered. Now I have to deal with her too. Constantly switching targets is troublesome. It is best to locate where the Avenger is, or I might be ambushed. Seeing him distracted, Seung-ha shouted, "Where are you looking? Do not be careless. Focus on me, then you can tell what is real." After speaking, she activated the Queen Lullaby skill. That was the Queen Lullaby, enhancing normal attacks to 120% magic power and piercing 40% of the opponent defense. Ji-hoon suddenly cried out in pain. Meanwhile, Orion was shielded by Seung-ha with a layer of magic barrier. She said, "I will handle him. Orion, you go take the flag." Orion was still worried. "What about you? I fear he might overpower you. Perhaps we should go together." But Seung-ha firmly refused. "It may sound childish, but he angered me and even insulted our guild. I must stay and teach him a lesson and let him know who I am and what kind of guild Jason is." After saying that, Seung-ha immediately unleashed sharp and precise attack, leaving almost no openings. Ji-hoon thought to himself that she was truly formidable, completely different from before. Perhaps this was her real playstyle. She did not try to take down her opponent in a single strike but layered her skills step by step, forcing them to gradually collapse. Perhaps I was wrong to underestimate her just because of that opening skill earlier. At last Ji-hoon spoke up to acknowledge Seung-ha. "I must admit you are very formidable." Then he activated the Master Weapon skill number 13 Chainsaw, allowing dual-wield attacks, increasing damage by 188% and speed by 40%. This time Ji-hoon focused all his assault towards Seung-ha. He did her utmost to block that devastating force. Then she immediately counterattacked. Seung-ha calmly said, "I knew you would do that whether you said it or not." Ji-hoon was stunned, unable to believe she could block the chainsaw with a series of normal strikes. How was that possible? And Seung-ha continued to deploy another skill. The skill Steel Hand Queen Guard increased attack by about 150% and defense by 200%, but reduced movement and attack speed by 60%. Before finishing, Seung-ha coldly said, "In truth, there are no 3 top guilds, there is only Ryzen." As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered the decisive blow with a single clean slash. His body went numb, causing him to scream in pain. And he collapsed to the ground. Seung-ha even mocked, "I like your attitude of self-awareness. Prove it first, then I will believe." Elsewhere at the shopping mall, Iksu Arena, a member of the Dual Guild mayor named Gyeom-zeuk, a rank 15 tank fighter, stepped forward and asked, "Are you Iksu, the counterattack captain of Versen?" Iksu did not answer immediately. Gyeom-zeuk continued, "I have wanted to fight you for a long time. Versen rarely clashes with major guilds. He even say Jason does not deserve the top 3 and is just a bunch of cowards." Even so, Iksu remained silent, making Gyeom-zeuk awkward. "If you have nothing to say, then forget it. I do not need to hear your excuses. Let us fight and we will know the true strength. Do not think so as well." Iksu understood that at this moment there was no other choice other than to respond and defeat them one by one. Only then did Iksu speak, "There is only one reason we do not like guild wars. Because we always win. Every opponent is the same, so it only wastes time." That was Kang Iksu of the Jason Guild, currently ranked 3. At the same time, Orion was searching for something. He thought Charles and Mayer had formed an alliance but did not expect them to target Rayson so quickly. He wondered if his teammates were alright. Suddenly a loud noise resounded from the sky. Orion looked up and saw a gigantic creature diving down. Was that not the Sky Serpent? Could it be the mission boss monster? Though its strength was not overwhelmingly superior, its circling attack pattern made it hard for a melee fighter like him to approach. The monster kept diving in rapid attacks. Thanks to his high-speed, Orion still managed to dodge in time. He told himself that did not mean he could not defeat it. Seizing the right moment, Orion accelerated and shot up toward its head. He discovered the fatal weakness of the Sky Serpent. As long as the red crystals on its back were shattered, it would become stunned. Taking advantage of the moment it lost sight, he rushed in and unleashed the skill Fury Flame. That was how he dragged it down from the sky. The serpent was quickly struck down to the ground, but it still writhed fiercely. At this point, the battle had completely tilted in Orion's favor. Only needed to unleash a powerful combo before it regained consciousness. Orion charged in and slashed continuously without pause. Finally, he unleashed the ultimate twin dragon and finished it. Orion shouted, "I have won." He was astonished by the power of the upgraded weapon. Normally, the Sky Serpent had so much health that he had to use that move several times. With this weapon, he was confident enough to face the boss. After going a little further, Orion discovered the wish-proof fruit. He immediately picked it up in excitement. "I have found it." Only needed to bring it to the assembly point and hand it to the designated person. Then he could complete the mission. The others were probably moving as well. This speed he would finish early, so he would use the assassin teleport skill to support Suel. Guessed they could not finish so quickly, Orion brushed past a stranger. Strangely, that person did not try to stop him. Switching to the station, Seok seemed to encounter an enemy. Aseong sneered, "Hey old man, you belong to the Jason Guild, right? I have heard about you. My brother said there is someone quite old looking on the Versen side." Zyuk calmly replied, "Yes, that is me," then asked back, "Who are you?" He was surprised. "Do you not recognize me? I am the leader of Mayor Younger team. I thought I was quite famous." Zyuk recalled, "Ah, I have heard Mayor has an assassin assassin accompanying them. Usyang grinned, see you know me, we are top 3 everyone knows. Seok replied, I just did not expect that assassin to be just a kid. Angered, Usyang snapped, I am not a child, I am in my 2nd year of middle school. No matter how he explained, Zeuk remained indifferent. In my eyes you are still just a child. Usyang frowned, maybe because you are older anyone younger becomes a kid to you. Being over 30 you should be more mature. Hearing that, Zeuk immediately retorted, watch your words, brat, I am only 32 years old and still in my prime. Usyang remained stubborn, 30 or 40 to me is still old, and that does not matter if you fall. After saying that, he dashed forward like an arrow. That speed made Zeuk struggle to defend. He could not hide his surprise, he thought it only used a few petty tricks, who would have thought it handled a dagger quite well. Its accuracy was high and its evasion flexible. In a brief moment he was careless. Usyang seized the opportunity and hurled a poison dart towards Zeuk. Not stopping there, he continued to press forward, forcing him into a difficult position. The prolonged clash gradually made Seok feel uneasy. He hurled poison-coated darts to obscure the vision, buying time while waiting for another skill to activate. Tactic was not particularly remarkable, but his ability to seize the right moment was formidable. Seeing him stand still, Usyang immediately urged him on. What are you doing? Can you not even move now? I bet age has finally caught up with you. Usyang unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving Seok no chance to counter. Even so, Seok could not be underestimated. Most of his opponent's moves were cleanly dodged. That left Usyang briefly stunned. How could he avoid them like that? That speed was explained by Seok's shadow assassin skill. Even taunted, do you think I cannot keep up? Have you never heard this? Teenagers are full of ambition and prone to mistakes. Those in their 20s lack experience and often stumble. Only at 30 can one reach the peak. Those words confused Usyang. Impossible, my brother has never said that. You're trying to trick me, are you not? Seok laughed and exposed him. Did you really believe that? Momentum gradually tilted entirely in Seok's favor. Feeling insulted, Usyang grew furious. He charged forward with relentless attacks. How dare you look down on me? He roared in anger, but Seok remained calm. Though talented, he was still too young in the end. Seok did not expect that a few taunts would make his opponent lose composure, and he decided to become more serious. Alright, let us begin. He seized the opportunity and delivered a kick that left his opponent stunned. Sudden speed made Usyang start to worry. What just happened? That was not a skill or any technique. Seok gave a faint smile. Sorry, I was only joking. The gap in our levels is too great. Cannot be serious with you. Next time bring your brother along, guild leader. Then I will properly face you. Being looked down on, Usyang flushed red with anger. I will make you pay. But Seok had already swiftly retreated, which only made Usyang more enraged. He even threatened to tell his brother to retaliate. Seok hid in a corner, his heart still unsettled. He knew he could not go all out against him. They were not on the same level. More importantly, Usyang reminded him of his younger sibling at home. Just as expected, another group also found the wish egg. Hurry, the gathering point is not far. Suddenly Iksu descended from above, startling both of them. He said softly, perhaps I am late. His appearance made them turn pale. It is over. That was Kang Iksu of the Jason Guild, renowned for conquering the most difficult dungeons alone. Iksu coldly asked, are you planning to take that egg away? You can see, I have already set my sights on it. The pressure in his voice filled them with fear. Keep their lives. They had no choice but to hand the egg over to him, then hurriedly left farewell. The scene shifted elsewhere. There Seung-ha was confronting the serpent in midair, but that creature was not strong enough to trouble her. With a single move, she cleanly defeated it. Thanks to that, Seung-ha found where the wish egg was kept. This is the objective we must secure. The mission is not too complicated. The only trouble is facing other players. At that moment, a voice rang out. One who appeared was Orion. Seeing that she was still safe, he let out a sigh of relief. Seung-ha smiled. Do you think I would lose so easily? Orion hurriedly explained that he only felt guilty for leaving her alone. She advised him not to worry too much or someone might get jealous. In any case, let us finish the mission first. We still have to support Siguo and the others. He nodded, then let us move quickly. Suddenly he sensed someone approaching. Before them stood an unfamiliar player. Lifted a massive boulder, then hurled it straight at the two of them. Fortunately, they managed to dodge in time. He guessed it was a warrior class skill. It was the mayor guild leader, CNO. Seung-ha did not seem very surprised. Clearly, this opponent far surpassed the previous ones. Arrogantly said, there is no need for introductions. We already know each other. At that very moment, he handed the egg to Seung-ha, then immediately rushed forward to meet his attack. The opponent's strength was completely overwhelming. He was knocked flying far away. Even so, he had not fallen yet. If he took a warrior skill head-on, he would be sent flying. An avenger usually blocks then counters. This is dangerous. Without a moment to rest, he continued attacking, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait. This avenger does not counterattack, but only dodges and tries to close in. He sneered, you adjusted your movement because of my knockback effect, did you not? And the situation balanced again. Even so, he still appeared relaxed. A long-range strike at close distance, truly strange. Called out, Seung-ha, take the egg to the gathering point. If it breaks, we must start over. Let me hold him off. No other choice, Seung-ha had to comply. But remember to be careful, he is also an expert. He replied confidently, I will hold him until the mission is complete. Seeing Seung-ha leave, he mocked, "Leaving so soon, we have only just begun." After saying that, he immediately swung his arm and launched another attack. Pillar shot straight toward her. Orion immediately stepped in just in time, shielding her. Seeing that, he could not hide his astonishment. The boy had actually altered its trajectory. Within seconds, Orion rushed forward to counterattack at whirlwind speed. He not only showed no fear but even seemed excited, so you can still hold on. Clash between the two grew increasingly intense. Clearly, Orion's efforts were beginning to take effect. After a series of exchanges, he finally managed to wound him. That sudden turn of events immediately threw him into confusion. Had he been secretly waiting for the right moment to draw his weapon and unleash the decisive strike? Impressive, but I am not inferior. He immediately activated the whirlwind skill to push Orion back. As a result, he could no longer get any closer. Just how many weapons was he still hiding? Even so, he did not retreat and continued to press forward. This time he unleashed an attack imbued with the fire attribute. He was briefly surprised, the fire technique of Avenger. "Do you think you still have the strength to deliver a fatal blow while your vitality is draining?" Orion calculated silently. "If he takes a direct hit, he will be knocked back and lose the chance to counterattack. It is best to dodge and look for an opening to deliver a lethal strike." Gradually began to underestimate him, thinking those attacks were too weak. But if he does not go all out, he will suffer an unexpected counterstrike. Orion told himself to strike with absolute precision. At the decisive moment, Orion chose to confront him head-on, yet he still managed to defend with the roar skill. That left he unable to hide his frustration. He had been just a step away from dealing significant damage. But he had already steeled himself for this situation. His character class possessed outstanding attack and defense stats, and he knew how to calculate the use of skills and weapons with precision. A tanker with such a sharp mind was truly the nemesis of an Avenger. It was strange to think that I felt excited facing a player like him. Suddenly he spoke up and asked, "Is it fun to play? I mean Ergosphere Online. This is the best game ever made. You think so too?" Ryan seemed to agree as well. "I think so too." Competing against him was truly exhilarating. So much that he forgot this was a life and death battle. The battlefield at this moment was almost completely overturned. Ryan continuously endured a barrage of attacks from the guild leader. Immediately after, the two charged at each other again without hesitation. Guild leader changed his fighting style, switching to skills of the Phantom race. This skill reduced defense by up to 70% but increased speed and damage by 135%. Strengthened like that, guild leader Mayer launched an extremely fierce counterattack. Orion could only dodge to preserve his life. After creating a safe distance, he countered with the dagger in his hand. Orion hurled the blade straight at the guild leader. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Even so, he quickly conjured a small axe and knocked Orion's dagger away. Right after that, he replicated the same move on Orion with precision. Though it did not hit a vital point, it still injured his arm. The moment he landed, the guild leader mocked him. "You threw the dagger to blind me and planned to strike my blind spot from behind, right?" Orion was stunned that he had seen through his intention so quickly. It turned out the guild leader had already thought of this tactic. He even said he had taught his younger brother tricks like that. From surprise to delight, Orion curved his lips into a half smile, and the battle ignited once more. The two continued to charge at each other like beasts fighting over prey. Guild leader spun the pillar in his hand to press Orion back. Orion quickly noticed the opening after each of his opponent's attacks. Seizing the moment, Orion activated a skill. Swirling flames erupted violently. A blazing pillar of fire engulfed the battlefield and forced guild leader Mayer to endure the scorching pain. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Orion rushed forward with his phantom blade and delivered a decisive slash. By the time the guild leader opened his eyes, his skill had already ended. But the opponent was far from simple. His body suddenly shone with a strange aura. The guild leader's presence almost vanished from perception, making Orion wonder whether he had used an evasion skill. He had not expected him to still have a hidden move. In truth, the guild leader had used another phantom skill to leap into the air, allowing an unusually high jump but causing slight dizziness while suspended. At that height, he could finally breathe easier because he knew if Orion unleashed 2 more consecutive strikes, his life would be in danger. It only made him feel that facing Orion was incredibly thrilling. He landed back on the ground with practiced ease. Then he stood waiting for Orion's next move. On Orion's side, he also calculated how his opponent would attack. Orion wondered whether he should widen the distance, but then realized it did not matter because fighting him was truly enjoyable. Orion once again charged straight at the guild leader. However, at the very moment the two were about to clash, the system suddenly appeared. It announced that the mission had been completed because another team had captured all 4 flags. After that, the system reminded them that anyone holding at least 1 flag would receive corresponding hunting points, and it expressed thanks to all players. Orion was delighted to learn that Seung-ha had achieved an impressive accomplishment. The Jia Sun Guild was the first to collect the flags. Guild leader Mayer stopped fighting with Orion, walked closer, and complained that he had been so absorbed in battle that he forgot the mission. Whenever he got excited, he was always like that. Orion asked whether he wanted to continue deciding the winner. The guild leader shook his head, saying that although he really wanted to, he had to stop because he only promised to cooperate with with Charles until the mission ended. He added that he still had to look after the other guild members. Most of them had been defeated except his younger brother, and reminded Orion that his target was not him. It would be better for each of them to pursue their own goal. Orion felt those words made sense, yet he could not help feeling regret. So he hoped they would have a chance to face each other again at another major event. The guild leader happily agreed. The two said goodbye. Before leaving, he teased that it was under the condition that Orion was still alive. Orion simply smiled in response. The scene shifted. Orion quickly regrouped with Seung-ha in a nearby alley. As soon as she saw him, Seung-ha immediately asked whether he had finished dealing with guild leader Mayor. Orion replied not yet. They were still fighting when the mission ended, and admitted that his opponent was very strong. Seung-ha merely smirked and said that man had always been among the top experts, then reminded him that they were waiting for Seo-ho to teleport over. Seung-ha continued. Seo-ho had completed the mission to eliminate the giant monster and would arrive soon. In that case, let us teleport to support the others. Orion guessed the situation seemed favorable. Earlier, he had been worried when he heard that Charles had joined hands with Mayor. Seung-ha reassured him that their alliance was the strongest, then curiously asked where Orion had been last night, whether he had gone with Sewell. Last night, well. Orion paused to think, recalling being with Jae-yoon, unsure whether to tell her since thanks to the Jia Sun Guild the mission would be completed faster, but she was hiding so it was best to keep it secret. Seeing Orion hesitate, Seung-ha realized she had gone too far. She apologized and joked that youngsters like them were really passionate. That moment Iksu cut in, scolding Orion not to do that. This was not an appropriate time. Realizing everyone had misunderstood, Orion blushed and hurriedly explained it was not what they thought. He truly did nothing at all. If there was anything, it had not crossed any boundaries. Seung-ha laughed teasingly and asked what that statement meant. Before Orion could clarify, the system sent a notification to Seung-ha. She opened it and saw a member had sent a teleport request. She was surprised he had arrived faster than expected. In this situation, Seo-ho decided to set Orion matter aside for the time being. She said they would talk after finishing the mission. Orion agreed since it was not urgent. Seung-ha immediately pressed the accept button. The entire group was instantly transported to another location. As soon as he landed, Orion was stunned by the chaotic scene. What on earth is happening? Seung-ha quickly asked Seo-ho what had happened here. He replied apologetically that he still did not fully grasp the situation. They said they had split up to deal with the Emperor. Orion began to worry, his eyes constantly searching for Sewell's silhouette. Meanwhile, the boss was gaining the upper hand against Do-hyuk. He spoke in a cold voice tinged with cruelty. Your last strike was rather cute. When Do-hyuk still thought he was offering genuine praise, he continued, you only needed a bit more force to bring me down, but the fun ends here. Do-hyuk, time is up. About 20 minutes earlier, the group of players had been working together to eliminate the monster named Igor. Do-hyu and Song-sao charged to the front, unleashing the diviner skill with violent shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, he had sliced away nearly half of Igor's head. Right after that, Do-hyuk told Sewell to activate her enhancement skill so the whole team could gain the advantage. I understand, I will use voice from beyond the labyrinth. The other guy, seeing that, wanted a buff as well and hopped around shouting, use the power boosting skill on me too. I will support you once, so focus on fighting, she replied with a pout, saying he only wanted to test himself alongside the new member. Amy observed the situation and commented, things are going better than I expected. The monster is not too difficult and we do not have to worry about encountering others. The mission might be finished soon. Sewell agreed, yet everything was going too smoothly, and she felt a fleeting sense of unease. She could not see any other players, not even Charles. Could it be that they were all occupied with other tasks? At that moment, the monster suddenly launched an attack towards Sewell. Oh no, it is targeting her. Suzan immediately told everyone to fall back behind him. It was time to defend. Suddenly, Do-hyuk sensed that something was off. Quickly told Sewell and Jun-sung to coordinate an assault on Igor. He guessed it was about to unleash a skill, and this was the chance to finish it. Jun-sung and Sewell agreed at once, yet Sewell glimpsed Orion's shadow in Do-hyuk, both of them daring to risk everything when an opportunity to win appeared. Do-hyuk opened with the ultimate technique Paladin Wing Kai. This skill allowed the player to fly for 8 seconds and unleash 2 magic strikes with 300% power. Did it, Do-hyu closed in on Igor as it was gathering energy to counterattack. At the exact instant, it released a destructive beam of light. Do-hyuk was already prepared. The wings enabled him to evade every single blow. He dived down and stabbed straight into the monster, making it howl in agony. Yuzong could not hide his excitement. It is down. Just as Do-hyuk was about to celebrate the victory, he suddenly spotted the boss standing not far away. He held a weapon firmly in his hand. Sinister smile curved on his lips. He activated Overlost Power, sending Do-hyuk straight into a violent explosion. This was a long-range attack aimed in a designated direction that increased both destructive force and magic damage. Sewell and the others were shaken by the impact, and their formation was thrown into disarray. Is that the Emperor long-range skill? Has that perverted man truly appeared? Fortunately, Do-hyuk remained standing. The boss slowly approached and muttered that he had finally found the Jason Guild. I thought I would not meet you before the event ended. He glanced around as if searching for someone and asked, I do not see Seung-ha here. here? Has she already died? Du Hyuk did not answer because he had left that guild long ago. Even so, he mocked that perhaps she was right behind them waiting for a chance to counterattack. Dunsung immediately unleashed Tathagata Palm, circling behind to finish the boss. The strike landed, causing him to stagger and fall forward. That instant, the other players attacked together, forming a pincer. The skill Dragon Steel Violent Collision was activated and struck him. Even after being hit, the boss calmly sneered, "They are using control skills to force my movement, trying to push me out of the battlefield." He had correctly guessed Suel group intention. Amy would use her final move by firing smoke bombs to buy time for the team to retreat. Their objective was to quickly regroup with other teams after completing the mission. Suel thought this was the safest option. There was no need to exhaust themselves confronting this madman head-on if they could leave him behind. But Du Hyuk refused. He wanted to deal with the boss immediately because if left free, he could return to sabotage other missions. He resolved to hold the boss in place until reinforcements arrived. Suel could only sigh as she had already expected he would say that. Jae-yoon frowned and asked Du Hyuk, "If we do not have a clear plan, how can we fight him? He will overwhelm us like last time." At that moment, Du Hyuk had already come up with a rather bold idea. The boss circled around several times but saw no sign of Suel group, wondered whether they were preparing an ambush or had already fled. Suddenly, Du Hyuk's voice rang out, "I am here. What are you looking for? Did you think we ran away? Running is an option, but I do not underestimate you." Hyuk swung his sledgehammer and taunted, "You are too gentle. You should be provoking me instead. You are the villain after all. If I were a villain, I would have provoked you. Unfortunately, I am merely a humble merchant." As soon as he finished speaking, the boss immediately rushed at Du Hyuk. The two clashed fiercely like beasts fighting over territory. Du Hyuk confidently activated Golden Hammer. A single swing could knock the opponent away and even pierce through their defense. The boss was no less formidable. After regaining his footing, he countered with Emperor Audience. He and his weapons swiftly closed in on Du Hyuk. Facing that situation, he used Strike of Fate to create a cross that blocked the attack. Pace was so fast that the boss was taken aback. He could not understand how Du Hyuk was still moving despite being hit by Emperor Audience. Impossible, he must have prepared a weakening skill to neutralize my move. He has been calculating since after the previous battle. Boss revealed a sinister smile. "Very good, now it is truly interesting. This is a real contest." He charged forward using Machiavellianism along with Power of Iron, unleashing a barrage of punches at Du Hyuk. Overwhelmed continuously, he could only raise his arms to guard, making the boss even more frenzied as he stared at his prey with manic eyes. "What is wrong? Did you not have a plan to defeat me? Or did you think sealing my skills would be enough? Do you truly believe you can win?" Ending with a powerful blow, the boss sent Du Hyuk flying. Familiar sledgehammer slipped from his grasp, but the boss had no intention of stopping. He rushed forward, grabbed Du Hyuk by the throat and sneered, "Your attack was truly cute. You almost managed to defeat me. Everything ends here, Du Hyuk. Time is up." He tightened his weapon, intending to finish him. Yet in the very next instant, boss was suddenly restrained by another strike. He slowly turned his gaze toward the source of the attack. Then he released Du Hyuk as his strength faltered. Du Hyuk breathed heavily and said, "This is the true ending. My mission was to force you to exhaust your skills in this duel. Do not tell me you thought defeating me alone would be enough to crush the Jia Sun Guild." The boss vaguely sensed a strange presence that had just appeared around him. But when he glanced back over his shoulder, Orion and Junsung had already unleashed their strongest ultimate techniques directly onto his body. At some point, Orion and Iksu had closed in right behind the boss. By the time he realized it, his eyes were already filled with shock. Orion had only one thought: to take him down as quickly as possible. The two of them immediately rushed in to overwhelm the boss, yet he glided lightly as if floating. Orion and Iksu did not hesitate and continued their relentless assault. Orion activated Phantom Vengeance Blade. Su Arm simultaneously deployed Mega Hook. Two techniques synchronized perfectly, forming a seamless combination attack. However, the boss was extremely agile and evaded with ease. He swung his hand and unleashed the skill Royal Road. The ground trembled with a deep rumble like awakened fury. Orion remained calm, observing every movement around him. He leapt from one rocky outcrop to another, then accelerated straight forward. The sound of two weapons colliding echoed throughout the space. The swamp created by the boss beneath him helped absorb the impact after the clash with Orion. Before he could catch a break, another figure appeared behind the boss, intent on bringing him down. Only then did he understand that it was their plan. They wanted to join forces and surround him. Earlier, Du Hyuk had calculated that there was no need to charge in all at once. The Emperor possessed countless long-range skills with troublesome effects. We should take turns attacking to force him to use up those annoying techniques one by one. Suel seemed to have fully grasped the strategy as they continued fighting that way. In the end, we can strip the weapon from that pervert hand. Yuzan swung his greatsword, pointing it straight at the boss. He activated the skill Breaking the Dragon Sword. This Dragon Slayer technique increased attack power by 130% at a single point, but slightly reduced the speed of execution. Suel exclaimed in excitement, "This feels incredible." In contrast, Du Hyuk remained uneasy, wondering whether their plan would truly be effective. This was the moment Yuzan began to encounter difficulties. Wait, that was a teleportation box. His blade struck that metal box. It was a maker skill. Yuzan's voice suddenly rang out, asking if everything was still fine. By reflex, Orion turned his head. He had not anticipated this turn of events. The boss smiled confidently. "Yes, I am fine, thank you, Xian." Xian continued, asking if he needed anything else. Seeing the boss' obvious confidence, he replied that nothing else was needed, just keep playing to your strengths and stir everything up. Not only Xian, but the entire boss faction had fully assembled. Orion gritted his teeth and shouted Charles. A new idea flashed through the boss' mind. If they lacked numbers, then he would supplement them. He unleashed the ultimate skill, the Arrivan of the Imperial Army. The ground shook as statues rose one after another. Yuzan cried out in alarm that it was over. He had used his ultimate, and his army was surging forward. Su remained calmer than anyone, saying there was nothing to fear. He had long known this day would come. They only needed to overcome it and defeat him once and for all. The ultimate skill, the supreme Mahapari Nirvana, left Yuzan looking displeased. He complained that he had already said not to speak like a monk anymore. On this side, Orion kept watching his friend. Suel, he asked if she was all right and whether she was injured. Though she was a girl, Suel was incredibly brave. She declared she was completely fine and even at her peak condition. They had to quickly defeat him to complete Jai Yun mission. Missing this chance would make it hard to encounter him again. Seeing her determination, Orion felt more confident as well. He agreed that he thought so too. Seung-ha spoke anxiously, telling them to stay close and attack to avoid the Emperor's skills. If anyone retreated, he would target that person. He would provide support from behind so they should not worry about formation and attack together. They had to win this battle no matter the cost. The boss continued controlling the things he had created. However, his faction was encountering a few minor issues. XDU lunged forward like a predator and unleashed Oxerkick. The masked man failed to defend in time and cursed bitterly. Du Hyuk and Seung-ha charged in with seamless coordination. The two simultaneously used the saber of Zalstone's sacred strike. Suel also had to face her own challenge. The necromancer descended from above and attacked her. She sneered and said it had been a long time. She looked like she had gained weight. Without her, things must have been leisurely while hunting. Suel immediately retorted, telling her not to pretend familiarity. She would never consider someone as vile as that woman a friend. Mentioning weight was taboo for Suel. She said she had already lost 2 kilograms, all thanks to them. The necromancer felt a flicker of unease, wondering why she was so strong as her magic was shattered. Could it be that she had obtained a new weapon since their last clash? It seemed impossible and terribly unfair. Boss gradually fell into a disadvantage, his control beginning to falter. They were forcing them back. The other side had more people, and all of them were experts. Especially Avenger, he was far more terrifying than before. At this rate, he would soon break through the defensive line. A beam of light like a cannon shot straight toward the boss face. There was also that long-range sniper. There was no place left to hide. He was completely exposed before the sniper shots and could lose his life at any moment. Defeat was drawing near. He needed to change tactics immediately. Jai Yun was also holding back another opponent on this side. Ryu Xian was forced to step in to support the boss as he grew exhausted. He cursed that they were so tenacious. They had a supporter and a healer, so his attacks were almost useless. The boss called Ryu Xian. Upon hearing his name, he turned back and nodded, addressing him respectfully. Boss realized he had greatly underestimated his opponents. The situation was not favorable, asking if everything was still under control. Ryu Xian hesitated and replied that they were slightly pushed back due to being outnumbered, but there was no need to worry. Once he recovered, he would turn the tide. The boss nodded and said he understood. He said Ryu Xian was the only one he truly trusted. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss suddenly swung his sword and slashed at Xian. He could not believe he had fallen into such an ironic situation. Ryan and XZU also froze at that sight. Ryu Xian staggered and collapsed, his eyes slowly turning toward the boss as he asked why. Boss revealed a sinister smile, thanking him for his loyalty and assistance, saying he would handle the rest himself. Behind the boss, a small door suddenly appeared, gradually opening. Ryu Xian's eyes widened, as if a cold wind had just brushed past his back. Wait, so the condition for the Emperor to ascend to the Transcendent class is the death of the one with the highest stat in his group. Xian burst into laughter as if he had foreseen this ending. It seemed everything had been within his calculations. Keeping the most loyal one as a sacrifice must have been prepared from the very beginning. You were truly naive to place blind trust in him. How foolish. No matter what, we are about to witness the clash between the Transcendent class and the Jason Guild. I wonder which side will claim victory. So what are you going to do now, Jason Guild? Orion, if you fail in this battle, then the world is as good as finished. I am eager to see how you perform. The former boss's life had forged the man he is now. He was not always as obsessed with games as he is today. First, they only assigned him the role of assistant in Professor Maria's new spatial simulation project. But the deeper he delved into the research, the more captivated he became by those games, to the point he could no longer pull himself away. To him, they were like a true utopia. There were no class divisions there, everyone had equal opportunity, a rare ideal and fair world. To build such a society, to surpass the mundane limits of reality, he was willing to trade everything. To turn his back on colleagues, carry out dark ambitions and stain his hands, as long as a new world would be born in return. Returning to reality, the boss coldly said he had always been prepared to bear every risk. He activated the skill called "This is War." That power blasted So Young away like a raging storm. What is this? Seung-ha recognized that surge of power. It was the Emperor's ability. Ryan could not believe the horrifying scene unfolding right before his eyes. That was the Transcendent rank. Transcendent level, more specifically the Transcendent of the War God. In the boss's hand was a spear brimming with overwhelming might. The skill War Vein Heartbreaker was activated. And that spearhead shot straight toward Jun Sung. What should we do? Yuzan trembled as he anxiously called out Jun Sung's name. Seung-ha gritted his teeth. They had advanced too quickly and the rear had been left exposed. The support team was almost completely unprotected. Now only one person could turn back to defend them. Raimi tightened her grip on the gun and rushed forward. This had to be handled by a ranged damage dealer. The merchandise channel was activated. Delete number 9. Raimi's shot closed in right before the boss's face. Yet a single swing from him swept everything away. After that, he immediately locked onto a new target. At this moment, the boss had already closed in on Raimi. He had no time left to block. He was too fast to react to. The spot where Raimi stood erupted in a violent explosion. Hyeon Seung halted abruptly mid-stride. He roared her name, Raimi. Boss's teammates seized the chance to rush in and support him. How pitiful, that was the skill Mother Nature's fury. Golem Caster's skill added a chain of area damage and unleashed shockwaves to pin enemies in place. Hyeon Seung was pushed back by the shock force. He glared furiously, "Shut up and get out of my way." The skill Thousand Hand Guanyin Bodhisattva monk rank was activated. Skill allowed the player to unleash up to 1,000 strikes. Each strike consumed 5% of total damage stats and created a knockback effect that pinned the opponent to the ground. He must have known the consequences of provoking Hyeon Seung. The area that had just exploded suddenly fell into a dreadful silence. The boss had just finished channeling his immense magical power. Raimi faced someone far stronger than her. His weapon had pierced through and pinned her in place. The boss sneered, "Trying to resist me with that. A marksman enduring magical damage is quite something." Raimi's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets at him. But none of it made him waver. To him, those attacks were nothing more than a tickle. One arrow after another stabbed into Raimi's body. The boss forced them in deeper. At such close range, she was completely countered. The corner of Raimi's lips curled faintly. "I know, idiot, I am also a top-ranked player. How could I not account for that? Every action of mine has its purpose." Blazing wrath of hatred, hellfire erupted. Orion suddenly appeared behind him. "I do not know how far he has reached in transcendence, so I must take him down in a single blow. I will pour all my strength into this strike." Orion's sword was stopped by the boss within his palm. A hero may excel at counterattacks, but that style does not suit you. This game has always been fair. Skill Wrath of the God was activated to counter. Orion was forced into a passive position. He struck too quickly for him to evade. The boss instantly closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Orion. Orion was completely at a loss, not knowing how to avoid them. Suddenly, Ikzu threw a punch with all his might straight at the boss's face. Bolts of lightning flashed around his arm. Ultimate technique, Decline of the Old God. The boss still laughed, a spirit fighter. Taking him down is even easier than those heroes. No matter how powerful Ikzu's punch was, the boss's strength far surpassed it. Ikzu cried out in pain. Jun Sung still felt soreness in his side. It seemed Ikzu had taken the full force of that counterattack. Seung-ha shouted in panic, "Ikzu." Orion felt the entire group was like tiny ants before him. He was truly too powerful. He did not resemble someone who had just broken through from death rank to transcendent. This emperor understood that power too well and was completely in harmony with it. What should I do? Should I fall back and coordinate with everyone? No, that would endanger the support team. I have to stop him. How, when the boss had already retrieved his weapon? He turned to Orion and asked, "Where is the explorer who accompanied you last time?" Smirked, "I suppose he has been erased. The weak meat that fate sooner or later. This game has always been fair." And now it was Zer letter 1D1C Hoa's turn to charge forward and attack the boss. Skill Silent Departure was activated. Of course, the boss realized it after only a few brief seconds. Hyok's fate was no different from Idu's before him. Damn it, could it be that he has seen through my attack? Ryan, retreat quickly. Do not stand there like that. The boss calmly unleashed a skill called Atheism. Ryan had witnessed his comrades fall into danger so many times, yet he still stood motionless like this. No, now there is only one path left for me. That is the only way to turn the tide against the Emperor. Suel turned her head to look at Orion. Behind the boss, a gate identical to the previous one appeared again. Oh, planning to open an escape route, finally willing to fight seriously now. This time, Orion poured his entire focus into the the battle. No, I will definitely defeat you. Now is the time for this debt to be repaid. Orion swung his sword and unleashed a strike filled with immense weight and terrifying pressure. Yet the boss below merely raised one hand and blocked it effortlessly. He curled his lips in disdain and asked, "Revenge? For whom? Do not tell me it is for the players I once defeated." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his hand and sent Orion flying backward. Fury surged within the boss as he roared at Orion, "If you cannot endure it, there is only one ending." He continued activating the Death Axe blade skill, delivering a razor-sharp slash, but Orion was not inferior in the slightest. Orion raised his sword to block and shouted back, "They are still human beings of flesh and blood." After speaking, he counterattacked with a dangerous sword arc that forced the boss to struggle to defend. After landing safely, he replied coldly, "Do not use emotions to shake me. Even now you still see this game as entertainment. How hypocritical. I hate most those who pretend to be noble while hiding ambition within." The two clashed again in a suffocating battle. The boss continuously said that once you join the game you must follow its rules. You are also a player, and you chose to enter this competition yourself. A barrage of relentless attacks erupted. The aftershocks of their clash made the surrounding space tremble as if a massive explosion had just occurred. Overwhelming pressure forced Orion to slide a long distance across the ground. He glared at the boss and replied, "You are not wrong. I once enjoyed it, but my enjoyment was not what you think. It came from entirely different reasons. Because of that, I am truly enraged." Unable to endure any longer, Orion activated the skill Shatter into 100 images. The blade in his hand instantly transformed into a strange shape. Thousands of slashes rained down, forcing the boss to hastily evade. The skill Rebel shattered into 100 fragments dealt damage when attack reached 120%, slightly knocking back the opponent with each hit. The boss stood within the storm of blades and struggled to withstand it. Thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately adjusted his skill and shot toward Orion like a sudden ambush. The counterattack created a dazzling beam of light that crashed down onto the ground. Orion had no time to react and was blasted far away. Whenever Orion was at a disadvantage, the boss mocked him, "Do you enjoy this duel? We can keep playing forever." Orion looked at him with extreme fury in his eyes. He shouted in rejection of that proposal. Players in the game never truly disappear. There is always another chance. That is what makes it interesting. How can a publisher not even understand such a basic thing? Orion continued using the skill Reverse the Tide. A whirlwind coiled around his sword. He slashed repeatedly, but the boss still twisted aside and dodged everything. He even sneered, "Your attacks are too slow." Just as the mockery ended, the situation shifted instantly. Orion suddenly struck the boss's forearm, leaving him stunned. "What is happening? It be that I am the slow one. Can that sword slow time within its damage area?" Without stopping, Orion continued to swing his sword straight at the man's face. Even so, the boss showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he grew more excited after discovering a way to counter it. He activated a skill and swiftly slid behind Orion. Orion spun around and glared at him angrily. The boss continued laughing in delight, as if toying with his prey. Suddenly, he appeared right above Suel's head. His target had shifted to the girl. When Suel was exposed, he delivered a cunning downward slash. Weaker Suel could only raise her sword to block in time. The boss laughed meaningfully. A hero's weakness is always his pitiful friends. Orion clearly understood that despicable intention and ground his teeth in curses. Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure appeared from nowhere. He raised his axe high in a fierce threat, "Prepare to accept your ending." The axe slowly pressed closer to where Orion stood. To deal with the stranger, Orion adjusted the skill Vow of Hatred to counter him. He swung his sword with great force, knocking the opponent's axe into the air. The man had to brace himself against the overwhelming strength from Orion. Orion glared in warning, "Do not interfere in this, step back." After speaking, he continued with the skill New Tide. The blade generated surging waves that pushed the masked stranger far away. The skill Rebel New Tide at 80% true damage inflicted additional magic damage and knocked back enemies around the user. After dealing with him, Orion held his sword and slowly advanced toward the boss. At the same time, the boss sensed an opportunity and activated God's Wrath. Sudden counterattack struck and hurled Orion backward. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as the wound spread across his body. The boss sneered, "Relying on teammates is truly a mistake. If you had not rushed out to save them, you could have ambushed me. Relying on others is useless." Still brimming with strength, the boss unleashed the ultimate technique of the war god Rudra, summoning 4 swords each carrying 220% attack power, increasing control and pressing Orion so hard that he could only use his sword to defend. In that passive state, Orion burned with anger as his defenses were shattered again and again. In that split second of mortal danger, Duhayuk suddenly charged forward, raising his massive hammer high in his hand. He laughed with confidence and shouted back at the boss, telling him to stop bragging. In a game that values teamwork like this, nothing is wiser than fighting side by side with allies. Duhayuk rushed in alone, blocking every blade the boss conjured. Seungha tightened her grip on her sword and suddenly struck from the right. The boss was forced to brace himself against attacks coming from both sides at once. Even so, he did not waver, instead raising his voice in challenge, telling them to prove it if they could. "Then show me your true strength. I heard any team supported by Duhayuk always ranks first. What is the secret?" As he spoke, he controlled the spinning blades around him, causing Seung-ha to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Du Hyuk fared no better. He was kicked straight in the face by the boss in blatant provocation. He continued mocking Du Hyuk, saying he had no special skills, yet his fame spread so far. They say any team supported by Shinju Hyuk always wins, so where exactly does the secret lie? Du Hyuk calmly replied, I can tell you. It is simply luck smiling on us, or perhaps I am good at distracting my opponents. The moment the boss let his guard slip at those words, Orion behind him was already prepared to strike. Hearing the hidden meaning in Du Hyuk's words, he abruptly turned around. What is this? Could that be the transcendent ultimate shift? Orion strode forward boldly, activating the ultimate shift of the rebel faction. The Godslayer sword increased attack power by 1,800% during its duration and greatly expanded its range. Yet Orion still felt uneasy inside. His current stats were not enough. With this much, defeating him in a single blow would be difficult, but if he hesitated, his teammates would be in danger. The instant he saw Orion, he lunged like a predator scenting its prey. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared, making him halt in astonishment. Orion sensed something very unusual. Wait, this skill. Suil had arrived at the perfect moment and unleashed her move directly at the boss. The ultimate shift of the master of the labyrinth, Hell Labyrinth. This skill increased both attack and defense for allies within range by nearly 222%, dealt 20% continuous damage to the enemy defensive line and monsters, and sealed other skills for 50 seconds. Suil clenched her teeth, calculating the worst-case scenario. If I use this, I will not be able to set more traps. She shouted to Orion, you must finish him now. The moment her words ended, Orion had already teleported directly in front of the boss. Looked at him with eyes blazing in fury. Orion suddenly thrust the hand wrapped in rope forward. He skillfully controlled the rope as it shot forward to attack. The boss immediately leapt back to evade. Frowned and turned back. What is this? Instant teleportation. Orion gripped his sword tightly and charged, replying firmly, I have that. Xiang gave it to me. If I do not use it, how can I repay this debt? Orion roared to raise his morale, unleashing a dazzling chain of sword techniques with the Godslayer sword skill. Inside in the real world, silence fell completely. Just seconds later, a violent explosion erupted from the ground, sweeping everything away. After the fierce clash, the scene turned desolate. A long scar marked the earth as if something had been dragged across it. Orion stood still amid the thick smoke. His eyes were wide with shock. Sudden heart attack struck, numbing Orion's entire body. He clutched his chest and collapsed, his heart acting up again like before. Suddenly, he realized a figure stood before him. Boss had not fallen. He faintly emerged through the dense smoke. He smirked in delight. Just in case, I prepared a special gift. It was the earring of salvation, allowing its user to become invincible when health dropped to 5%. Orion was furious to the point of speechlessness, yet he slowly raised his sword. Before he could act, he was kicked straight in the stomach by the boss. A sudden blow sent Orion flying backward. Pressing his advantage, he reactivated the Eternal Empire sword skill and charged forward. The sword slashed down fiercely. Fortunately, Orion managed to raise his blade to block. He relentlessly pressed on with a barrage of strikes, forcing Orion to dodge continuously. Seeing Orion struggle to withstand the assault, he laughed loudly in delight. This is truly entertaining. Struggle all you want, let us see how long you can endure. But in the end, the victor will still be me. Killing intent surged within him as he drew his blade back to gather force. He brought it down decisively toward Orion. After the strike, he stood there laughing arrogantly. Thinking Orion had fallen beneath his blade, he was startled when Orion's voice rang out. No, you are wrong. Orion appeared right beneath the path of his blade. Calmly declared, this time the winner is me. I am the one who is invincible. Before he could understand what happened, Orion threw a steel-like punch straight into his face. The punch struck like thunder, sending the boss flying backward. He tasted the pain and humiliation of having the tide turned. Invincible, that was the passive skill of the hero class. Because few players chose the hero mode, hardly anyone knew about this skill. He had not expected to lose to that single effect. Suddenly, a blade from behind pierced through the boss's chest. By the time he realized Seung-ha had struck from behind, it was already too late. She leaned close to his ear and whispered mockingly, thank you. Thank you for living long enough for me to personally finish you. Otherwise, how could I explain it to my teammates? He roared in fury, Seung-ha. She decisively twisted the sword in her hand. After that blow, he gradually weakened and collapsed forward in agony. He gritted his teeth, trembling. His eyes were filled with panic. Watching his body slowly fade away, he muttered, impossible. I lost, I tried so hard. Turn my dream into reality, yet now you say. Does everything end here? Orion spoke in council, accept it. This is the ending of the world you longed for, and also the result of this battle. He seemed unable to believe that harsh truth. Orion added, I truly love Ergosphere Online. You created an outstanding game. But what I love is not the fighting or competition. I love it because every choice carries its own meaning. I can completely write my own adventure journey. To me, Ergosphere Online opens up an entirely different horizon, not a place to chase or take down other players. Orion's words seemed to awaken the boss. A new horizon that was right, he had remembered it. There was once a time when I longed to build a world more beautiful than this reality. Curse at his own delusion. Why had he fallen into such things? That emotional moment, Seung-ha coldly pointed her sword at him and cut in enough, no more words. No one wants to hear your excuses. you must pay for what you have done. Not let everything be buried in more resentment and regret. The boss raised his head and looked straight at Seung-ha, let out a proud laugh and accepted his fate. Fine, perhaps this is the ending meant for me. Those were his final words before his body gradually dissolved into the void. Despite her harsh words, a trace of sadness flickered in Seung-ha's eyes as she witnessed it. She suddenly asked Han and Yuzan about everyone's situation. He quickly replied that Du Hyuk was leading them away from the ruins while the others were tending to Jun Sung. But as for the snail cart, I am afraid it was already too late. Seung-ha put on her coat and softly replied, I understand. Elsewhere, Orion was still holding the vial of liquid in his hand. Suddenly, a fierce pain swept through his entire body. Orion collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest as he wondered what was happening. Was his heart condition acting up again? Was this the consequence of ascending to the transcendent level? Was he about to lose his hold? Seeing that, Suel rushed over in panic. Orion, what is wrong? Is it your heart again? Orion tried to reassure her. I am fine, just handle it like last time and it will be okay. But the situation did not improve. The pain grew more severe. The point that Orion had to scream, his face pale without a trace of blood. Suel cried out in fear, someone help. If he was not treated in time, Orion could lose his life. Yuzan was stunned upon hearing it, but what can we do? Should we try using a recovery item? Seung-ha immediately told him to find Jun Sung, perhaps he could help. Yuzan ran off at once. Jian appeared with a mocking smile, do not waste your effort. I told you, this error cannot be fixed. Seung-ha drew her sword and pressed it close to Jian's throat in threat. So you know something, help Orion now. Jian calmly replied that she might know a little but could not intervene. Breaking the system and fixing an error were two different matters. It was hopeless, no one could save him, and Suel continued shaking Orion in panic. Orion, do not leave me. You cannot depart meaninglessly like this. Please do not leave me alone. The event is not over yet. Suel recalled their happy days together. You will not abandon me, will you? Orion, hold on a little longer, please. She choked as she collapsed in anguish. Orion's body gradually faded just like the boss before him. Tears streamed down Suel's face. She could only scream in despair. Seung-ha and Guillaume stood frozen as they watched Orion vanish before their eyes. Seung-ha could not believe what had just happened. In contrast, Jian laughed with delight as if celebrating a harvest, asking whether the event reward was anything attractive. Yuzan stammered in confusion, wait, what happened, Orion? He just shrank. Suel shook her head, no, he did not shrink. This is Orion's true form. He has returned to his original body, she said as she gently stroked his head with affection. Scene shifted to another building. Inside that central area, everything was shrouded in darkness. Suel anxiously reached out to touch Orion's forehead. Seeing him lying there breathing with difficulty at her feet, she told herself that the fever had subsided and his breathing was more stable. After making sure Orion was temporarily stable, Suel quietly stepped outside. Seung-ha asked with concern, are you sure you can stay here? I can take you to a safe base. Suel replied calmly that she was fine. There were still a few intact buildings around, so there should not be many monsters. During that, Seung-ha was still uneasy and suggested leaving a few people behind in case Charles's guild attacked. Suel softly thanked her but refused because neither she nor Orion wanted that. She seriously believed everyone needed to keep competing so first place would not fall into someone else's hands. Yuzan asked in surprise, so does that mean you are withdrawing from the competition? Suel coldly replied that she would wait for Orion to wake up before deciding, but they would likely not continue. Raimi cried out in shock, you two are so strong and have put in so much effort. Hyuk also spoke up, you are doing this because you are worried about Orion, right? Suel nodded, if I do not stop, he will keep fighting with his true body. Everyone was stunned by that answer. Seeing that she could not be persuaded, Seung-ha said that in that case they had to strive even harder to claim first place. Suel widened her eyes, you really intend to take that risk, are you joking? Seung-ha shook her head, I want to thank you. Winning is how we repay you. Thinking of her teammates and their efforts, she knew she had to fight to the end. She remembered the image of the snail cart smiling to reassure them despite being injured. Suel thought for a moment then said, fine, then you must win. Before she could grieve for long, she joked that if they won, Seung-ha had to buy her ice cream. After all, she was rich. Seung-ha burst into laughter, I promise to treat you to the best ice cream. The scene shifted outside the building again. Seung-ha and her teammates left the place. On the way, she said they had to clear the monsters in this area first. Yuzan nodded in agreement. Suddenly Guillaume appeared and mocked, why not bring Orion and his friend along? Seung-ha looked at her coldly, I run into you wherever I go. Guillaume sneered, I mean nothing by it. If I killed Orion, I would probably be first place. Seung-ha stepped forward in warning, if you have no good intentions, stay away from my friend. Jian shrugged and said she was just curious about Orion's condition because she liked collecting data here. The woman narrowed her eyes in consideration. If things go smoothly, perhaps Orion will become an avenger. Seung-ha merely looked at her in silence without replying. Her gaze suddenly turned hollow, her icy voice rang out like a warning, if you dare touch a single hair on their heads, I will make you disappear instantly, remember that. Having said what needed to be said, she turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Jian showed no fear, even deliberately mocked, oh how scary, I am getting goosebumps from fright. After everyone had left, only she remained standing there with a smile hovering on her lips. Suspicion arose in her mind, if Orion had truly returned to to his original body, then this game must have a flaw despite its seemingly perfect exterior. Jiyeon silently calculated for her own benefit. If she could find that anomaly, she could quietly adjust the outcome when the first prize was announced. As she opened the system panel, she smiled schemingly. She only needed to skim through the data briefly to avoid being detected by the system. Thinking of her plan, her smile grew even more bizarre. That way, no matter who ranked first, the final reward would still fall into her hands. Looking up at the sky ahead, Jiyeon blurted out excitedly, "Let us see." At the same time, at a coffee shop, Ji-Hyeon sat quietly in a corner, glanced at the clock and thought to herself, it is already 10 p.m., quite a while has passed. Checking the system, she muttered, "The current ranking is 11 stars, it dropped so quickly." Seeing the score plummet without stopping, Suel pondered and guessed the leading team had probably reached 222,000 points. If their members combined their totals, it would be even higher. At this rate, it would be hard to catch up. Suddenly, she patted herself to stay alert. "I cannot lose heart. I already decided to stay by Orion's side and take care of him." After reassuring herself, Suel turned to look at Orion lying beside her. Watching him for a while, she softly remarked that he looked thinner than she had imagined. She had never paid attention before, so she did not realize. She quietly sat beside him to keep him company, a sense of sorrow rising in her heart. With such a small frame yet having to endure so much, it must have been terribly difficult. Thinking of his circumstances, she felt even more compassion. With no one by his side to help him, he must have been so lonely. Suel's eyes suddenly stung with tears out of pity for Orion. Immersed in gloomy thoughts, she suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right. Ayun Ma," the name flashed through her mind, someone who could help him. As if she had found a way out, Suel sprang to her feet, recalling that he was also inside a substitute character's body. Perhaps he knew how to handle this and Orion's return as an avenger. Suel paced back and forth anxiously, wondering what to do. Meeting Jae-yoon was not too far, but what about leaving Orion alone, or should she wait until the next break? She rested her chin on her hand, sinking deep into thought. In the end, Suel made a decision. She could not hesitate any longer. She had to go immediately. She calculated in her mind, this place had many protective traps, so she would use a teleportation item to leave. Suel wrote a short note and placed it on him, telling herself she would return soon. "Please wait for me. I will definitely find a way to save you." After thinking that, she immediately left. Orion still lay motionless, showing no reaction. He was trapped in a dream, softly whispering, "I hate winter." In his memory, little Orion stood alone in the white snow. He disliked that biting cold. Whenever dusk fell, the other children went home while he could only silently watch them leave. When it was his turn to go back, Orion trembled as he opened the door, thinking to himself, "I hate this place." He remembered how his aunt and uncle always said they would take care of the children. They always appeared warm. But that warmth did not seem meant for me. It was the warmth of another family. Orion only stood watching and hated that atmosphere. Alone in the house, the emptiness left by his parents was unbearable. The image of young Orion then was filled with loneliness. Orion continued, "So I rarely went home unless my sister called or came to pick me up after school. Even when darkness covered everything and his fingers were numb from the cold, with no one around. I still did not want to step into the house. I only waited to hear my sister's voice." Suddenly a voice called out from behind Neorium. Orion jolted awake from the dream. He sat up abruptly, his head spinning, clutching his throbbing forehead and blurting out what just happened. While rubbing his head, Orion saw the note Suel had left and let out a soft gasp of surprise. Picking up the note, he read that Suel had gone to meet Jae-hyun and would return soon, telling him to stay put. After reading it, he wondered in confusion why she would seek out Jae-hyun. Suddenly, Orion felt something strange about his body. His firm muscles were gone and his limbs had become shorter. Realizing something was wrong, his gaze darkened. Wait. Orion stared at his hands, thinking in confusion, could it be that he had returned to his old body? He suddenly burst into a fit of coughing. After coughing, Orion planned to find something to drink while thinking. Right now, he completely did not understand what was happening. The scene shifted to the corridor outside the shopping mall. Orion struggled forward step by heavy step. While walking, he was forced to stop. In front of him lay a series of magic circles arranged across the floor. Orion wondered if these traps had been set by Suel. Thinking of her thoughtfulness, he smiled faintly. She set them densely. If a monster stepped on them, it would be hard to escape. After moving for a while, he finally made it down to the coffee shop. Orion stood there drinking water. After finishing, he exhaled in relief. Much better now. Looking outside, he thought it was best to stay and wait for Suel since going out with this body was too dangerous. Staying here seemed safer. Suddenly, the snack counter nearby caught his eye. Orion blushed, hesitating over whether to take 1 or 2 packs of snacks. He had just reached out to grab a pack. Suddenly, a voice called out Orion from behind. Hearing it, he turned around. The person who had called raised his weapon as if preparing to attack. Orion froze in shock and exclaimed, "Yoon-hyun." That man said coldly, "It has been quite a while since the last time I saw you in this form." That man remarked that he had thought he would never see that appearance again. Orion asked in fear and surprise why you are here. Yoon-hyun softened his tone as if confiding yet still struck. "You must be exhausted having to act as a substitute character for yourself." Right, Orion? That question left him stunned. Memories flooded back. While he was playing, there was a voice calling out Orion. As a child, Yoon-hyun ran over and asked what he was doing swimming alone. Orion turned back in surprise and thought of it whenever he remembered. Another time that man brought a game console and invited him to watch if he was free, then let him try. Orion sank into recollection, not remembering when they became friends, simply because there was no reason to go home early, so they gradually grew close. He continued thinking, and that was how we naturally became friends. During that gloomy and lonely time, even without saying it, I still considered him a friend. Turning to the present, Orion found himself with an arrow pointed at him by that very friend. He asked in astonishment Yoon Hyung how you knew I was here. That man smiled and replied, a fortune teller told me. You surely know who it is. Orion repeated, a fortune teller, already guessing in his heart and silently cursing her for having followed them. Yoon Hyun said coldly enough, there is no need for Hang Xuan anymore. His eyes were icy cold as he growled, demanding that I hand over all my hunting points if I did not want trouble right now. Orion froze and staggered back, stammering that my hunting points, his mind in turmoil as he wondered what to do and suddenly realized he had grown too weak to resist. Seeing Orion hesitate, he fired a shot into the air in irritation to assert his dominance. Yoon Hyung spoke coldly, do not overthink it, moron. I have already given you the easiest choice. Orion, who had been preparing to resist, halted at his words, just do as I say like always. Hearing that, his anger surged even more, his brows tightening. Suddenly Orion replied firmly, no, I will not give you the points. His voice rose with indignation, I will not follow your orders either. I can still defeat you. Yoon Hyung let out a scornful laugh, delusions of grandeur. Without another word, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks that left Orion struggling to defend. Refusing to submit, Orion summoned his weapon. He poured his strength into a counterattack with that very weapon. The next moment, Orion went rigid. After blocking just one strike, his weapon already showed signs of damage. Orion widened his eyes. What is this? A low-tier Halo weapon. Only then did he panic as he realized that not only his body had changed, but even his rank had been affected. No other choice, he was forced to find a way to retreat. Orion exhausted what little strength he had left to fend off the incoming blows. Quickly activated the skill Light of Life. The system announced, the healer skill Light of Life deals 80% magic damage when used on enemies and heals wounds for allies or civilians. Yoon Hyung sneered, pathetically weak. He immediately unleashed the skill Pentagonal Arrow. A massive pentagon materialized and shot straight toward Orion. Orion gritted his teeth to endure it, silently hoping to survive this move while also activating the skill Breath of Mother Mary for extra safety. He shut his eyes tightly, channeling all his strength into defense. System displayed, the healer skill Breath of Mother Mary increases the chance to nullify ranged attacks by 20%. The attack was so powerful that Orion was still gravely injured. Even after defending, he felt searing pain. The gap was clearly not only in skills but also in level. Dodging while calculating, Orion realized Halo was not meant for offense. To balance the situation, he had to find another way. He evaded, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. While retreating, an arrow suddenly shot down from above. Orion's eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, he managed to dodge to the side in time. Clutching the item in his hand, Orion rejoiced inwardly. Although his rank was affected, his items remained intact. Yoon Hyung was surprised that he dodged. Could it be that he had just used teleportation? Orion did not hesitate and continued to dash forward. Chased closely behind, shouting as he ran, such a nuisance, there is a dead end ahead. Orion panicked and turned his head to look back. He coldly let out a boom. Force suddenly erupted from the ground, catching the opponent off guard. Yoon Hyung thought in pain, is this a trap set by the master of the labyrinth? Orion quickly calculated, if he could make use of the trap Suel set, he would have a chance to turn the tables. He pulled out a bomb, another idea forming in his mind. Without hesitation, Orion hurled the bomb straight at Yoon Hyung. The explosion thundered, forcing him to struggle to withstand it. The surrounding traps were triggered one after another as well. Orion calmly considered, if he coordinated his items with the trap system, the accuracy would increase significantly. Pressed relentlessly, Yoon Hyung roared in fury, you brat. His gaze turned ferocious, you think you can provoke me. He immediately raised his crossbow and attacked Orion. Orion stammered in panic, impossible. Worried, is he planning to destroy both me and the traps? Yoon Hyung coldly executed the skill Dragon Spear. The power of this move was immense. Deafening explosion erupted right after. Yoon Hyung struggled to his feet, coughing violently amid the thick smoke. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. There was only empty space before him as he called coldly, Orion, running again. The place was completely empty, no one remained. The scene shifted to a cinema. Orion had slipped inside to hide. Panted as he thought, Suel's traps have all been destroyed. I do not have the strength to take him head on. After weighing his options, Orion decided to find a chance to sneak out, but his opponent moved too quickly. Perhaps he had to use another item. Suddenly an explosion rang out, making him spin around in alarm. Yoon Hyung appeared like a hunter pursuing his prey. He said coldly, I know you are hiding here, come out. Orion anxiously glanced around. He thought in confusion, if his cooldown ends, he will destroy this place. Worried about Suel, when will she return? If she were here, she would surely come up with a way. Feeling utterly helpless, Orion tapped his own head, think Diorium, you cannot always rely on others. His eyes grew resolute. He had to make use of every item available and defeat him himself. Despite his determination, determination, Orion still did not know where to begin. He wondered whether attacking from a distance was feasible. He would immediately counter with a ranged move, so what should he do? Suddenly, another version of Orion appeared and reminded him, those who hold a crossbow in the right hand often expose a weakness on the left. The voice continued analyzing, their reflexes are slower because the shoulder range is limited. Make use of Yoon Hyung's sharp reflexes to lure him. Orion encouraged himself, he still had many things to use, even without strong skills before he had still achieved victory. That voice continued to echo, remember. Remember how he fought throughout the past. There is always a hidden solution somewhere. Orion smiled with confidence. At that moment, Yoon Hyung held a crossbow in his hand, silently moving forward to search for him. Suddenly, a bomb dropped from above. Angrily fired straight at it, causing the bomb to explode midair. Thick smoke spread out, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Could it be a smoke bomb? Struggling to observe his surroundings, he thought to himself, is that idiot trying to use this to escape? A familiar item of Orion flashed once more. The moment Yoon Hyung saw it, he eagerly recognized it as a teleportation item. That boy was planning to circle behind him. He curled his lips confidently. Idiot, do you think I cannot see that? Truly the perfect prey. Just as he was still reveling in triumph, Orion appeared right at his blind spot. Only when Orion had closed in very near did he widen his eyes in realization. He shouted loudly, your target is here, Yoon Hyun. Orion's hand stopped right in front of him. At the same time, he cut off his train of thought, while that voice continued to echo, remember this. Orion sternly encouraged himself, the other side of him was always standing by his side. Orion threw a powerful punch at him. Yoon Hyun was struck and tumbled backward. Though dizzy, he still had enough strength to counterattack. Orion calculated that even if he could not use the Avenger-grade glaive skill, he could still wield it as a normal weapon. He immediately swung the glaive in his hand. At the same time, the crossbow slipped from his hand. Yoon Hyung clutched his aching arm and cried out. His eyes turned cold and filled with hatred. Before he could react, he received another punch from Orion. Orion thought to himself that as a heller he could not let him widen the distance, he had to keep closing in. Furious, he roared, you dare. Suddenly he unleashed the skill Iron Guillotine. Thought flashed through Yoon Hyung's mind, so what if I have no weapon, I still have defensive skills. But immediately after that, he widened his eyes in shock. Orion still stood firm after the blow. Yoon Hyun was stunned and wondered how a heller possessed so many attack moves. How does he not retreat? Orion's eyes burned with fury as he threw another punch. He pressed forward relentlessly, making him dizzy. Yoon Hyung wondered in confusion whether he had predicted his defensive moves and had been continuously self-healing all along. Before he could regain his senses, Orion delivered several more strikes. After the barrage, Orion told himself that self-healing was only effective to a limited extent. If he used a powerful move like before, he might not endure it. He resolved not to give him any chance to counterattack. Orion repeatedly hammered punches into his face, reminding himself to seize the initiative. His punches rained down without pause. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Yoon Hyung grabbed Orion by the collar, shoved him aside, and turned to flee. He rushed toward the crossbow lying on the ground. Only one more step and he would have reached it. But Orion did not let that happen. He rushed forward and kicked him hard in the stomach. Yoon Hyun clutched his stomach in pain and rolled aside. At that moment, Orion drew his dagger. He decisively stabbed downward, leaving him stunned. The blade merely grazed past without piercing his body. Even so, it was enough to make Yoon Hyung turn pale. He asked in surprise, you are not going to finish me, you were just a little short. Orion gritted his teeth and replied, when I think about how you treated me at school and what you did, I am not generous enough to forgive, but I will not strike you down because of that. Orion firmly said, from now on you no longer have the ability to harm me. Yoon Hyung asked in shock, what? Orion angrily continued, I have overcome all the wounds you caused at school. Do not expect to harass me ever again. Orion looked straight at him and said, I will not let the past make me suffer or nurture thoughts of revenge, because in my eyes you mean nothing. Those words left Yoon Hyung stunned. He suddenly recalled a childhood memory. His father covered his eyes and said, turn away, Yoon Hyung, that woman will no longer be your mother. He coldly added, she abandoned the family to pursue her passion, you should not witness this. He continued that from now on you would have a new home with a stepmother like other children. The young Yoon Hyung wanted to burst into tears but forced himself to hold back. He asked in a trembling voice why his mother left without a word, I am still her child. His father removed his glasses and calmly replied that to that woman you were no different from anyone else. His eyes were cold as he said, someone unimportant can be abandoned at any time. Back to the present, after hearing Orion say that, he shed tears and wondered if he truly was meaningless. Yoon Hyun gritted his teeth and angrily cursed, you really are a bastard, Orion. Just then Suel appeared and called out to Orion. Seeing her, Orion happily called Juyun. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyung watched the scene with irritation rising in his heart. Suddenly he shoved Orion hard, making him stagger, then ran off. Si Hyun saw that and angrily chased after him. Stop right there, Yoon Hyung. She urgently asked what happened. How did that man find his way here? She burst into tears asking if Orion was all right, whether he was hurt anywhere, and apologizing for leaving him alone. Orion hurriedly reassured her that he was fine. Suel angrily said, Yoon Hyung, if I find you again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Orion quickly stopped her. It is fine, in any case he is not that strong. Confidently asserted that he would not dare to return again. Outside, Yunhyan ran as fast as he could. His heart was filled with fury. Suddenly, he stepped into the trap Suel had set in advance. The magic from the trap blasted him down the stairs. Yunhyung's entire body slammed heavily against the ground. Lying sprawled on the floor, he muttered curses bitterly. He did not bother to get up, lying there groaning and cursing. It hurts so much, damn it. His hoarse voice rang out, the pain evident in every word. Yunhyung suddenly remembered her mother and burst into tears, calling out, "Mom." Scene shifted to a crowded downtown area. Hyun ran at full speed as fast as he could. As soon as he arrived, he anxiously asked, "Orion, are you all right?" Then froze when he heard his name being called, Jai Hyun. Widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, your body has really changed. Are you truly Orion?" Orion scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Who else would it be? I just have not been in this form for a long time." Suel looked at the two with worry mixed with slight irritation. Orion turned and asked, "What is wrong? Did something happen?" He laughed and said he looked adorable right now. Orion blinked in confusion and asked, "What?" She continued that perhaps she had changed her taste. He stammered, "What taste?" Jai Hyun turned serious again and asked, "Is there a way to switch from the original body to the substitute character?" He pondered as he walked. "What are you talking about?" He replied indifferently. "You two are playing a game, right?" Suel nodded repeatedly, "Yes, but this is a life and death game." Jai Hyun said in surprise, "Then why not log out of the original body and log in with the substitute character?" The two of them stood stunned after hearing that. Suel shouted, "Wait, is it that simple? It sounds reasonable, but..." Orion replied innocently, "Just try it, maybe it will work." He called out loudly to the system, "Log me out of the main account Heller and log me into the substitute account Avenger." The system began processing the request. Series of warnings sounded. System error 345, unable to log in as substitute CHAR. Orion pouted and complained, "We are doomed. It does not work, how depressing." Suel immediately comforted him. "I knew it could not be that simple." Jae-yoon spoke up, "Error 345, it seems your account is locked. CHR will be sealed until the error is fixed." Suel asked anxiously, "Then what should we do? Is there no other way?" He replied while chewing, "In theory we can hack the system to unlock it, but I am not a programmer so it will not be easy." Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, "Do you need my help?" One who appeared was Guillaume. All three cried out in shock at the same time. Jiyeon said she had accidentally overheard the conversation and guessed they needed a hacker. Suel clenched her teeth, wondering where that woman had come from. Jiyeon continued, "As Orion knows I am a hacker though not in that field, so do you brats want my help? Do not worry, I will not betray you." Jiyeon had finally officially revealed herself. Suel angrily shouted, "You castrated freak, what are you doing here looking for trouble?" Jiyeon smirked smugly, "I only want to help, I am very good at hacking. I can unlock Avenger for you." Orion narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why would you help us? We have nothing for you to exploit." Suel pointed straight at her. "Exactly, you must have some ulterior motive." Jiyeon remained calm. "Yes, I have my own reasons." Suel cut in, "I knew it." Jiyeon asked in return, "Does a seller need to care what a buyer uses the item for, whether they buy a hammer to hang a painting or for something else? The seller only needs the money. It is a transaction, I lend you my hacking skill, the rest is my decision." Jae-yoon realized they were at a disadvantage. Perhaps, as she said, "We have no other choice." Jiyeon added, "I do not work for free, my expertise deserves payment." Orion still asked directly, "What do you want?" Jiyeon raised both hands, 1 billion won in cash. "I will even give a 10% discount for students if needed." Suel was stunned, 1 billion won, are you joking? Where would we get that kind of money? Orion said calmly, "Actually it is not as much as we think." Suel widened her eyes, "Do you really have that much saved?" Orion shook his head, "No, but compared to the first prize money, this amount is insignificant. The winner receives 29.9 billion won, and she is asking for less than 10% of that." Suel nodded, "That makes sense. But what if we do not win?" Orion only gave a wry smile. "Then we will just call it bad luck." Jiyeon urged them, "Decide now. If there is no deal I am leaving." Suel and Orion were still hesitating. Finally Orion said, "Fine, we agree but on one condition. From now until the event ends you must join the team. Suel will be the leader and you must support us." Suel felt as if she were being used as a test subject. "Why is it like this? I do not want to be on the same team as her." Orion reassured her, "We just need to add her to the list and monitor her intentions. Besides, she can activate a passive skill that requires a voodoo doll teammate. We can share damage indirectly even when separated." After thinking it through, Suel found it reasonable. "Then that should be fine." Jiyeon shrugged, "Whatever, I am free anyway so playing with you brats sounds fun." Hyun spoke up to remind them, "It sounds fine but hacking is a dangerous transaction. It can disrupt the system. If there is a mistake it could explode and wipe out everything, understand?" Orion nodded, "I know but we cannot just sit still, we have to try to know." Suel called softly, "Orion, I want to ask you something. We're doing all this because you like me, right?" Orion's face turned red, What are you saying?" Suel hesitated, "Last time you said you liked me, so I thought that was why you were trying so hard. I was ready to give up if you had not woken up. You do not have to do this because of me." Orion let out a relieved breath and explained, "If I say it is not because of you that would not be true, but that is not the only reason. There's something I must must accomplish. I want to win first prize at any cost. Suel smiled. If that is your wish, then I will stay by your side. She turned to Jian. All right, unlock Orion's system. I will pay you 1 billion gold. Jian smirked. Sounds tempting, leave it to me. Scene shifted to a somewhat quieter city. Elsewhere, the thick fog still blanketed the area. A man sat in his office with a contemplative expression. It was Jiang, the prime minister. The assistant spoke. Sir, the research team has returned. Jiang asked, have they confirmed it for sure? The assistant looked at the report. Electronic devices cannot approach the strange object, so they have not determined what it is. After hearing that, Jiang grew even more worried. Is there any news about survivors? The assistant shook his head. There has been no report about that. Jiang could only hope for a miracle. It has been 2 days since the crisis began, so no one can survive that black sphere. No one at all. Jiang had to think for quite a while before slowly giving his answer. Fine, I will go tidy up for a moment and return. Remember to report everything to the council. The assistant bowed and replied, yes, Prime Minister. It was later noted that Mr. Su remained in the restroom for quite a long time before coming out. When he stepped outside, he could not help letting out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a woman appeared and called out to him, Prime Minister Oh, you are currently holding the authority of President and Commander-in-Chief, correct? Jiang instinctively answered that it was correct but only temporary, then asked who she was since the area was not for the press. He handed him a piece of paper and said she was not a reporter, telling him to take a look. Jiang examined it carefully. It was a business card, but nothing was written on it. Small detail on it made him freeze in astonishment. Sigmund Organization, she explained that it was probably the first time he had heard of them as the leader. Sigmund was a secret international fund specializing in handling man-made disasters, and she was a member. Jiang frowned. A secret organization. He had never heard of it and asked what they wanted with him. She calmly said they demanded nothing. The fund was carrying out information cover operations to freely access public data. However, she had to inform him that from now on their organization would take over control of the current situation. The matter was beyond his capability. It was best to let them handle it, unless he wanted his embezzlement and corruption scandals to be exposed. During that, Jiang's face turned pale. The scene returned to where Orion and the others were gathered. Mr. Hong continued operating his assigned task. Suel curiously asked whether it would take much time. Jian worked on the screen while replying that if it was fast it would take about 5 minutes, but this time it would be longer because he had to avoid system detection. It was like secretly unlocking something. Even with the correct key, one still had to be extremely careful. He was doing exactly that right now, asking if she understood. Suel nodded vaguely, saying she understood but actually still confused. Mr. Hone turned to Orion and said they were about to begin. It was best for him not to move. The Forbidden Lake intrusion item was activated. Mouth and eyes of the box opened wide. The system emitted a piercing sound as if malfunctioning. Suel cried out in alarm, asking what was happening and if there was an error. Jae-yoon remained calm and said it was fine. She had successfully infiltrated. The system had not detected anything. Jian smiled with interest because it was not merely game code. Inside it contained an entire city, people, time, and the reality they lived in. It was a renaissance hidden beneath the interdimensional evolution program called Project Zion. There were countless valuable resources here. The more obstacles there were, the more shadows to hide within. Suddenly, another hand gripped Mr. Hoi's hand tightly. She was startled by the sudden appearance. Who was it? Orion turned his head. Suel was also stunned, but did not recognize the person. Only Jae-yoon recognized and exclaimed that it was impossible. Dr. Maria, the scene shifted to the Horizon event on the third day at 9:32 in the morning, about 23 hours remaining. In front of Yuzan stood a gigantic 3-headed monster. Devastation Raptor. It launched a lightning-like attack straight toward Yuzan. He observed carefully before preparing to unleash his move. Yuzan activated the skill Wyvern Execution. Instantly, the monster was swept along by the blade without time to react. Seung and Jae-yoon simultaneously rushed forward to assist. The two coordinated and unleashed constricting and slashing strikes in succession. The monster shattered and disappeared. Yuzan cheered happily. The mission was complete. Starting the morning like this was not bad at all. Seung stepped forward and reminded him not to charge in alone like that. It was hard to support him. Jae-yoon added that he had overexerted himself yesterday and should try to coordinate more smoothly. Yuzan grumbled that he was being scolded early in the morning. Fine, he said he would slow down. It was truly troublesome. Seung sighed and said his personality was childish, but he was a good person. Jae-yoon replied that she knew he was only like that because Seok had passed away. Scene shifted to Seung-ha, Ju Hyuk, and Yoon Jong on the rooftop. Seung-ha asked Jun Sung what the current total score of the guild was. Jun Sung opened the panel to check. About 1,819,000 points. They were temporarily in first place. Seung-ha nodded in satisfaction, saying they only needed to maintain the score until the event ended. Ju Hyuk cautiously reminded them not to be complacent because the gap between second and 10th place was not large. Moreover, those outside the top 10 could join forces at the last minute. If they pooled their points, it could reverse the situation. Seung-ha agreed that although the gap was quite far, no one had left the game, so they still had to remain vigilant. Suddenly, Jun Sung shouted in astonishment. Seung-ha immediately asked what had happened. Jun Sung steadied himself and said the other players scores had not changed, meaning the lower-ranked groups had not cooperated. But one person was climbing the rankings at an astonishing speed. Byung-ha asked in disbelief if it was a low-ranked player. Who was it? The scene shifted to Suel group. Jaiweon was battling a gigantic monster. The red moss golem was normally difficult to handle, but now she was stronger than before and could crush it. Suel unleashed the skill Grand Kite Trap. However, the golem had already lunged directly above her head. Suel could not react in time. Orion immediately supported her with the skill Phantom Blade of Resentment. Golem roared after taking a critical hit from Orion. It exploded and vanished from the battlefield. Orion landed safely on the ground. He let out a relieved breath. The mission was complete. Orion Lee reached 254,500 points, ranking 12. Suel stepped forward with a smile and said he was truly sweeping through. He must have grown accustomed to the Avenger form. Orion replied cheerfully that it was true. Staying in this body for so long had made him completely adapt and even feel more comfortable. For some reason, he preferred viewing the world from this height far more. Suel pouted and teased that if she had bullied him more when they were little, Orion would be less arrogant now. Hurry and climb onto my horse. Orion was left speechless at the thought of being ridden like that. Suel seemed much more relieved. Luckily, he returned as an Avenger. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated outright. Orion also secretly felt fortunate. Yes, I think so too. Orion suddenly recalled the moment Jian was present. That time, Dr. Maria suddenly rushed outside. Jian was irritated at being interrupted, muttering that she did not know whether it was an NBC or just corrupted data. Maria calmly said that if they tried to unlock it from the outside, the system would detect it immediately. Guillaume was stunned, unable to believe her ears. What? Maria told them to let her handle it and not to touch anything. She focused intently, adjusting the strings of numbers on the screen. The system seemed to obediently follow each of Maria's commands. Jian remained in utter shock. Wait, this line of code. It was not merely unlocking it, but erasing the entire concept of that system's existence. Ayun hurried closer. Dr. Maria, you are really Dr. Maria, are you not? Maria only gave a faint smile in response, and his figure gradually merged into the system, as if dissolving. Ayun stood frozen, watching his silhouette. She had thought he had died, so why was he appearing in the game now? Could it be? Could it be that he had inserted his own consciousness into the game system? Orion and Suel kept their eyes fixed on the electronic screen. From afar came Jae-yoon's voice calling out, "Hey, wait." Jae-hyun arrived at their side, panting heavily. "I told you I cannot keep up with you, slow down a little." Jae-weon grumbled upon seeing Jae-yoon. "I told you to stay at the base because it is dangerous outside." She retorted that she had something to verify and they had to go together. Jian appeared again, reassuring them not to worry about Jae-yoon because he was always watching her from behind. Suel glared and asked what she was doing here. Earlier she said she would not follow them even after joining the group. Jian placed a hand on Jae-yoon's shoulder and said he was not following anyone. They just happened to be heading the same way. Moreover, with him along their hunt would be smoother, so do not be so displeased. Jae-weon still disliked Jian, muttering that the two of them were more troublesome than monsters. In any case, Jae-yoon could take care of herself, so it was best they kept their distance. Getting too close would only bring more danger. Jae-yoon pushed up her glasses and said not to worry. She would not be a hindrance and even hoped they would claim first place. Suel responded by raising her hand to form a heart shape. She turned to ask Orion where they would go next. If they wanted enough points, they had to hurry. Orion pointed at the map on the screen. The next location is here. The Tower of Reincarnation, where players must conquer each floor and upon completion receive hunting points 10 times their current total. Suel guessed it was a special kind of dungeon. It would likely take quite some time to climb to the top. Would that be fine? Orion estimated it might take half a day because this place was entirely different from ordinary dungeons and had its own rules. But if they cleared it, the tenfold reward was the only chance to secure the leading position. Suel widened her eyes 10 times. That sounds overwhelming. Jae-yoon worried that such a great reward would attract countless participants. The competition would certainly be fierce. Could they endure it? Suel was naturally competitive, so she grew even more eager. In that case, we must conquer it. Orion agreed because if others finished first, they would hardly be able to catch up. Jae-hyun had no choice but to accept their decision, sighing that truly none of them knew fear. Orion told Suel to listen to the explanation along the way since time was short. She nodded and quickened her pace. They headed straight toward the Tower of Reincarnation. Scene shifted to another area of the city. Zhongli puffed on a cigarette and asked if they knew that gummy candy could be made from insects. He added that if you sneeze without closing your eyes, they will pop out. Chen Asu asked in horror if that was true because it sounded disgusting. Zhongli burst out laughing and said he was just joking and told him not to overreact. Another person reminded them that it was not the time for jokes because the mission was about to begin. They decided to head to the Tower of Reincarnation. This time they had to turn the tide and stage a spectacular comeback. Ryan's guild was led by the leader Usyong. He held the role of summoner with the current ranking. Zhang Li took on the role of knight, along with Su Chan, who was also a knight. Scene changed to a large building in the middle of the city. Ryan's group hurried toward the designated location. A strange object appeared before them. Suel felt slightly disappointed. It turned out to be just a peculiar-looking door. They have mistaken the place. Orion checked the map again, scan, then confirmed it was the correct location and tried to open it. He searched for the mechanism to activate the door. The door creaked and slowly opened. Suil asked in astonishment if this was the Tower of Reincarnation. Jae-yoon explained that this was an instant dungeon, a virtual area where each floor simulated a different setting. Ryan looked around and felt the place resembled a twilight chamber. Suil agreed. Suddenly a strange creature appeared and welcomed them to the Tower of Reincarnation. It introduced itself as the guide Jiang, saying this floor was the waiting hall and began explaining the rules. Suil hugged it and cooed at how adorable it was without paying attention to the explanation. Orion also found it cute and said they should listen to the rules as they might be useful. Jiang slowly stated that this was a competitive mission. The first person to reach the top of the tower would receive all the bonus points. The tower had 18 floors, each one a random challenge, and clearing it allowed them to advance to the next. Suil pulled the creature aside and asked if it all depended on luck. Orion only gave a vague response because he was not sure. Jiang added that there were 5 types of stages including story, shop, attack, rest, and special. The story stage, players had to choose a path to continue. The shop stage allowed the purchase of one-time use items that were only effective within the tower. In the attack stage, players hunted monsters to earn gold used inside the tower. The rest stage helped restore stamina. The special floor would feature its own minigame. It emphasized that hunting points could not be used in the shop. Only gold earned from the attack stage had value. At the same time, recovery items brought from outside were also ineffective. Remember this carefully before going deeper. Suil asked worriedly that if recovery could not be used, what if they died on the very first floor? Jiang calmly reassured them that true death did not exist within the tower. If a player failed any challenge, it would be revived at the waiting hall and could try again or leave the mission. The gold earned from the attack stage would not be lost upon failure, so it could still be used to retry or exchange for hunting points. Ayun crossed his arms and remarked, so the rules here are like a roguelike. Orion heard the term for the first time and asked blankly, what is roguelike? Jae-hyun explained clearly, it is a genre inspired by the classic game Rogue. When you die you have to start over from the beginning and there are no save points. First the concept was simply that if you fell you started again, but gradually it was expanded with many complex mechanics. After hearing that, he felt his future looked rather bleak, no saving and having to climb again from the starting line. Suil immediately understood, so if we die in this tower we return to floor 1, then whether we have healing potions or not makes no difference. Jae-yoon scratched his head and admitted, it should be like that. The problem is that this type of game is never easy to clear on the first attempt. Suil widened her eyes in confusion. How can that be? Jae-yoon said calmly that is the nature of roguelite. Players must try, fail, then try again many times to complete it. It is always like that. Tower of Reincarnation has a special feature. Even if you fail you keep your gold, which means each return will be easier. At first it is very difficult because you have no gold to buy items, but the more you accumulate the smoother later runs will be. Jiyoung cut in, meaning we have to try dozens of times to hope to reach the top. Suil frowned, doing that would waste too much time. Guillaume seemed excited instead. Do not forget this is a competitive mission. If we are slow to gather gold others will reach the top before us. Suil clicked her tongue in annoyance. If we waste time and still fail to earn points, what should we do? He who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke. There is still one way to win. Just need to clear the tower on the very first attempt. Suil looked at him with deep suspicion. He just said that was extremely difficult. Jae-hyun also objected. Did you even hear my analysis? He replied calmly, if the challenge exceeds our ability then it is indeed impossible, but if we only lack healing potions we can still manage. After all our team has a support member. Suil let out a breath of relief. Right, we still have adorable Orion, Jae-yoon asked blankly. Adorable. Confidently taking the initiative, he added we also have the puppet control skill. The damage will be evenly distributed so no one will fall from a single heavy blow. Jiyeon laughed, ready to serve with all my strength. Trusted his red-haired friend, and we also have Jae-hyun who can repair broken weapons. Jae-hyun nodded awkwardly, yes, but the repair kit can only be used once so I need to buy more. He laid out the plan, the rest is to give it our all. I suppose I do not need to spell it out. Suil nodded with trust, understood. Jiang continued, it seems you are ready. Do you want to begin the journey to the highest floor? He replied eagerly, of course, send us in. Jiang smiled unpredictably, then let the challenging tower climb begin. That man cheerfully created the mission panel. A series of options appeared before their eyes. Jiang said you can choose the first stage you want. Suil looked at the screen in surprise, so we can choose. No gold, it is useless to enter the shop. Choose the story stage. Jae-hyun agreed, reasonable, we can obtain items there in that case. Before they could finish discussing, he had already made the selection himself. The entire group was instantly teleported. Jiang announced, welcome to floor 1 of the Tower of Reincarnation. You have chosen the opening raid phase. Jae-hyun almost cried as he complained, why choose raid? We should have gone with the safer story stage. Explained, I thought so too, but we need to earn gold as soon as possible. As he spoke he drew his sword. He rushed forward and slashed at the monster. Who knows how many raid waves lie ahead. Jae-yoon trembled, I understand now. He truly astonished people. He was already skilled in combat and now seemed even different. Playing roguelite for the first time yet grasping the rules and devising a bold strategy, placing faith in him was indeed wise. The battle was tilting in their favor. Suel shouted, "Do not stand still, Jian, get back here." From here the whole team officially stepped into a brutal trial. The scene shifted to another team's waiting hall. Xiang had just been sent back to the starting point. That man cursed furiously for being hit again by that strange poison. Guild leader Mayor asked, "Which floor did you reach this time?" Xiang answered bluntly, "Floor 9 with 22 gold coins. What about you?" Mayor said smugly, "I reached floor 15 and have 84 gold. This time we will definitely clear it. Wait until everyone returns to the waiting hall, then we will try again with a full lineup." Mayor Guild's team currently holds the record at floor 15 with a total of 219 gold. Scene shifted back to floor 8 of the Tower of Reincarnation in the story stage. Xiang cried out in panic. "That man was bitten by something. What kind of monster is this? I thought it was a treasure chest just now." Chen Asu was also worried. Only the leader A Zhongli remained calm. Truly foolish, treasure chests in this game are all traps. Xiang sat up abruptly. "This time I must have lost. See you at the waiting hall, everyone." Zhongli muttered, utterly hopeless. Then Chen Asu's shout rang out. Orion Guild's team has reached floor 8 with 30 gold. Horizon event still has about 14 hours before it ends. The Tower of Reincarnation entered the raid phase. He immediately charged forward to attack. He continuously unleashed powerful skills. Suel coordinated from behind with counterattacks. She activated the skill Lament of the Labyrinth. This was a skill of the Labyrinth Master rank. Lament of the Labyrinth summoned a hailstorm that inflicted a stun effect on the enemy. The sudden strike left the monster unable to defend. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward to counterattack. He used Vengeful Illusion Sword. The katana swung in a decisive slash and the monster collapsed. He landed lightly. He exhaled, "It is over." The system displayed that Orion and Suel's team reached floor 12 with 43 gold. After defeating the monster, Suel felt this run was quite smooth, and he also remarked it was much easier than the poisonous swamp on floor 4. Suddenly she turned away with jealousy. "In any case, those two are really too idle. They should at least help us." Jayun retorted angrily, "I am a blacksmith. Fighting is not my strength. I already said so." Suel shouted irritably at Jian, "Fine, but what about you? You know how to fight." She curled her lips and replied, "Of course I can assist. I just was not sure whether you two truly wanted it, so I stayed out. Now just say the word and I will act." Suel flared up, "Damn it, what an annoying perverted gamer." Orion only thought to himself that the nickname for him was getting longer and longer. That moment Jiang appeared with a notification. "Congratulations on clearing this stage. You may now choose a reward." Orion widened his eyes. "There is a reward. I thought clearing a dual stage only gave gold." Jiang continued, "After floor 10 you will have the right to choose on certain floors. I believe you will be interested in these options. Go ahead and choose." The rewards included gold, 36 coins and the ancient relic that increased attack by 20% but reduced attack speed by 20% when used. Suel realized it was an item that boosted critical damage, which was acceptable. "But perhaps we do not need it. You already have an overly powerful assistant." Therefore Orion nodded. "Yes, taking the gold seems most reasonable right now." Even so, he still wondered why the tower would offer such a strange choice. "This relic favors critical hits, but our team does not need it. Anyone would choose gold. If so, then why present that option at all?" Seeing Orion deep in thought, Jayun stepped closer and asked, "What are you thinking about? Choose quickly so we can move on." During that, Orion merely clicked his tongue softly. Suel suddenly asked, "Or do you want to try your luck with the ancient relic?" Orion hesitated. "Should I gamble? If I were the developer, I would not create such an easily predictable answer. Usually the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Perhaps choosing the seemingly wrong option will bring a good result." Suel confirmed that he meant they were trying to mislead them, and he nodded, believing that possibility was very high. He interjected that the path leading to life is narrow, and the gate is also tight. "Perhaps you are right, taking risks is sometimes the key, because no one wins a game without daring to gamble." Suel also nodded in agreement. "That is right." After careful consideration, Orion spoke, "I have decided. The reward after this stage, I choose the ancient relic." Jiang immediately responded, "Choice confirmed. Receive the item and proceed to the next floor." As soon as he finished speaking, he used spatial transfer energy. Upon arriving at the new place, Suel was astonished. "A graveyard? Is this a raid stage?" Jiang appeared and explained that this was a shop. Purchase whatever is necessary before ascending to the next floor. Orion let out a breath. "So it is a shop? I thought it was something serious." Suel grew irritated again. "If it is a shop, then why does it look so frightening? Are you trying to scare us?" Just then a stranger walked in. It was NBC, a wandering grave robber. NBC sneered, "Welcome to my humble shop. Adventurers feel free to browse. I have quite a few useful treasures. gold is all I require. But when he saw the item in Orion's hand, he was stunned. Wait, is that the ancient relic? Orion replied softly, that is right, is there a problem? Realizing the value of the item, NBC changed his attitude immediately. Forgive me for not recognizing an honored guest. I cannot treat you like an ordinary peddler. Saying that, he respectfully presented another item. Tower Heart reduces the critical rate of the player and allies by 40%. The Great Tower grows each day like a living being in a dreamlike world. At the sight of it, Suel frowned. What kind of thing is that? It looks both ominous and useless. Ayun commented that perhaps the original relic was merely bait. Orion whispered the two words Tower Heart. That moment, the system displayed a notification. Reincarnation Tower quest requires conquering all floors. Upon completion, you will receive a reward 10 times your current hunting points. After reading it, Orion fell into thought. This is a roguelike game that must be attempted repeatedly. Only certain floors allow reward selection, and this special item is directly related to the reward. Suddenly, he sensed that something was not right. Orion quickly said to Suel, I find this quest unusual, causing her to ask in confusion, what are you talking about? At this moment, Orion asserted that the Reincarnation Tower is not merely a dungeon. The entire tower is in fact a gigantic living organism. That conclusion left Suel and her stunned. Ayun spoke up, you mean we are inside the belly of a monster? Suel asked in alarm, is that true, Jiang Jiang? She stepped forward and questioned Orion, what are you basing that on? Just because of the Tower Heart. Orion replied, not only that, the Reincarnation Tower has a mechanism completely different from other events. Horizon is a survival event in a city, and in a massive dungeon like this, there is no reason to simply wander around fighting to survive. If the tower is also part of a survival game, then our objective must be to hunt it. But hunting a tower sounds absurd because it is supposed to be an inanimate object, unless it itself is a monster that can be slain. After hearing that, Suel nodded, that makes sense. However, she still hesitated, but what about the Tower Heart? Orion stated firmly, we must keep it. Even if it is dangerous, I believe it could be the key to defeating this tower. Meanwhile, deep beneath the dark basement, the heavy sound of a door opening echoed through the space. This was Reincarnation Tower floor 17. Only 12 hours remained before Horizon closed. Young-ha appeared amused. I did not expect to meet you here. Standing opposite him was the guild leader of the Mayor Guild. He curled his lips in a smile. We meet again, Seung-ha. Too bad yesterday I could not duel with you. Hearing that, Seung-ha gave a faint smile. It seems no matter what I do, I cannot escape you. Can I? What are you doing here anyway? Since you have climbed to the top of the tower, you should hurry and complete the mission. He replied calmly that there was still plenty of time before the horizon closed. If I finish too early, I will have a headache negotiating hunting points. I might as well wait for the right moment before making a move. Seung-ha laughed, that makes sense. Anyone who surpasses 1 million hunting points will inevitably be overturned by those behind joining forces. You are quite cunning too, you were almost on par with me. Guildmaster Mayor slowly added, besides, I am still waiting for someone. We did not set a specific meeting place here, but I believe they will appear sooner or later. After all, there is nowhere else to go. Hearing that, Seung-ha looked intrigued. So you plan to settle the score with that person right before the event ends. You really know how to create a climax. Unfortunately, I am not fond of such dramatic scenes, so I suppose you will not mind if I pass through here. Without further hesitation, he declared a challenge. Let us see if you can do it. The moment he finished speaking, the battle erupted at once. Two charged at each other, unleashing fierce attacks in rapid succession. Moving to the 16th floor of the Tower of Reincarnation, only 11 hours remained before the horizon closed. Orion and Suel's group was once again subjected to spatial teleportation. As they set foot on the safe point, Jiang Jiang announced, welcome to the 16th floor of the Tower of Reincarnation. This is a story zone floor. To clear this floor, you must find your way out of the maze and reach the exit. There is gold and items inside, but remember to beware of dangerous traps. Orion suddenly understood, so this time it is a maze. Suel wondered, should we try applying the left-hand rule, though it might take quite a bit of time. The left-hand rule involves keeping your left hand on the wall to trace your way, because in a typical maze the walls are connected, so sooner or later you will find the exit. However, if the structure is too complex, it may not be effective. Suel added, I have an orientation skill, but it only works if the maze has a single exit. Do you want to try it? Orion immediately nodded. Let us give it a try. There might be other clues inside. At that moment, Jian spoke up, let me handle it. Saying that, she activated her long-range spy skill. She explained, I will release my puppets into the maze to scout the path. They will draw the map, so we will not have to wander aimlessly anymore. Jai Hyan became excited upon hearing that. That is convenient, while the other person still looked somewhat hesitant. Seeing that reaction, Jian smiled smugly, no need to thank me. I just hate walking around looking for the way. Suel snorted, do not order me around. If I want to thank someone, I will decide that myself. Orion laughed, you really pay attention to strange things. After waiting for a while, she finally finished, it is done. The maze map has been completed. It seems to be only a two-dimensional maze. Luckily, if it were three-dimensional, it would probably be a mess. Carefully observing the map, she quickly pointed out, this must be the shortest path leading to the exit. Jai Yun exclaimed in admiration, impressive. Have you done this before? He laughed gleefully. Never, I am just smart. A two-dimensional maze like this is nothing, as easy as candy. Thus the group followed the route Jian had indicated, until they encountered a fork ahead. Jian spoke up, turn right at the next junction, you will see a grand hall. Suel leaned close to Orion and whispered, hey, should we trust that strange illusionist woman? What if she leads us in circles? What if it is a trap? Orion reassured him, do not worry, I have already looked over the map. She is not lying. Moreover, while we are still in the tower, she can hardly betray us. Her points are very low, even with additional rewards it would not change anything. Suel reconsidered and nodded, true, I must have been overthinking. He continued forward, following the directions. Suddenly Orion turned and asked, which way do we turn next? Looking at the map, Jian replied, just go straight from the grand hall. The exit is in the corridor on the left. There are hidden traps along the way, so be careful. That moment a voice rang out, there are others here. Several other participants gradually approached Orion's group. Asyang sneered, I thought you were in the lead. Turns out you move quite fast as well. Suel was stunned, that Scar, I have met him before. He is the leader of Orion, one of the 3 strongest guilds. It is said he is a summoning support, reckless and even more formidable than many other traders. Orion was slightly startled, one of the top 3 guilds. That means he is on par with Seung Ha. Suddenly Asyang shouted loudly, hey you people. Let me ask, in this maze should we turn left or right to reach the exit? Suel frowned, is he really that stupid? Why should we show him the way? Orion calculated silently, if we tell the truth, we will most likely have to face him on the final floor. And what if he already knows the exit? Lying might provoke him to turn back and cause trouble, but it is not about truth or lies, it is about how to handle it. We have to mislead him. Orion replied, we are not sure either, this is a maze after all. Asyang suddenly nodded, right, we are inside a maze. Sorry for asking such a foolish question. Wandering around in this maze is truly frustrating. The moment he finished speaking, Asyang suddenly lunged forward to attack. He sneered, did you think I would believe that? Such blatant lies. Hearing is sharp, I heard you say the exit is ahead. In the critical moment, Orion cursed inwardly, damn it, he was just probing us. Asyang continued pressing forward with his assault. Orion was forced to leap away to escape the dangerous encirclement. As he landed, he shouted, Suel, take Jai Yun and retreat. I and the illusionist will hold him back. But she shook her head, no, you are the one who must go. Orion was stunned, what do you mean? Suel said, seriously, you cannot die here. Remember, we do not need to defeat them, the strongest must continue forward, the others will stay behind to block the way. Jai Yun also said, I agree, you understand the roguelike mechanism well, so you must be the one to move on. Orion thought, they are right, this is not the time for despair. What matters is that at least one person survives and reaches the highest floor. Finally Orion nodded, all right, I will go ahead, see you again. Suel added, do not worry, we will catch up. Before leaving, Orion instructed illusionists support Suel in battle. Good luck. She curled her lips into a smile, relax, I am not a novice either. When my honor is challenged, I will see it through, as long as the reward is worthy. After saying that, Orion immediately left the place. However, Asyang would not let him escape so easily. Where do you think you are going? This battle is not over. He immediately activated the summoning skill Severus. But unfortunately, that strike was blocked. He fumed, those damn illusionists. He retorted provocatively, why not try competing with another summoner? No matter the battle, I will drag it into balance. What do you think? Meanwhile, Suel was facing the remaining 2 enemies. Najong spoke up, how can a support defeat 2 frontline fighters? Don Asu chimed in loudly, exactly, that is common sense. Only our leader can do it, or a true legend. He ignored all the jeers around him. Suel focused all her attention on unleashing the Minotaur, the labyrinth beast, charging straight at the 2 of them and making them scream in pain. Refusing to stop, Suel continued her counterattack, a legend that sounds truly cheesy. The title of Labyrinth Master is the absolute pinnacle. I'm not the kind of knight who knows only a single trick, listen carefully. In another place, before a gate shrouded in mystery, Jiang teleported Orion at the perfect moment. Welcome to floor 17 of the Tower of Reincarnation. This is a special floor. Once you reach the final area, you will advance to the next floor. Hearing that, he was briefly puzzled. A special floor, he thought he had never encountered this kind before. After that, he stepped forward and pushed the gate open. Immediately, he was stunned to realize. Before him was a fierce battle. Seeing him appear, Seung Ha could not hide his surprise. Orion, what exactly happened to you? Meanwhile, the guild leader of the Mayor Guild looked excited, so he finally chose to reveal himself. Looking at the scene, he thought to himself, wait a moment. Seung Ha and the Mayor Guild are confronting each other. Are they competing for the spot to reach the final floor? Realizing the situation was far from good, he quickly spoke up, stop. The 3 of us can absolutely advance to floor 18 together. But the guild leader of the Mayor Guild coldly rejected it. That would not be interesting at all. Even Seung Ha shook her head, I am glad to see you again, but I refuse. Teammates are teammates, enemies are still enemies. Unable to stop them, he continued, very well, if that is what you both desire. Then I will join in and see who will win this mission. With about 11 hours left before Horizon closed, the battle on floor 16 remained suffocatingly tense. In the critical moment, John Asu shouted to remind Na Zhang to watch out for traps. Once caught, she would be forced into a passive position. She merely pouted and replied that I know, idiot. Right after that, John Asu rushed forward and unleashed the Meteor Sword skill. This is the skill of the Meteor Sword Knight, capable of penetrating and reducing 20% of the opponent magic defense and increasing the chance of landing a critical strike. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and slashed straight toward Suel. But unexpectedly, a card appeared before his eyes. It turned out Suel had been faster. She circled behind and prepared to launch a surprise attack on both of them. Suel smiled wickedly. Can you still call that a trap if you have already seen it in advance? As soon as she finished speaking, magic erupted at once. The blink of an eye, it surrounded both of them, leaving John Asu and Zhang Li stunned. Suel said gleefully, I have a gift for you, an entire collection of interesting traps. Try to avoid them if you can. Saying that, she pulled the massive mysterious box sharply toward herself and activated it, pushing the battle to its climax. In another corner, the puppet master was still focusing her mind on her own battle. She controlled the puppets to continue charging forward against the ferocious monsters. As the situation grew more intense, Usyong laughed. Not bad, you are capable of making me wary. Kind of tension like before eating a bowl of spicy noodles. Suddenly, Usyong swiftly retreated backward. Only then did Jian notice the sign of teleportation. Wait, did he just use a self-summoning skill? Before she could react, Usyong delivered an extremely powerful kick. Fake head was knocked flying from the body. Usyong realized it was only a puppet. I suppose she is so frightened that she does not dare to face me herself. Right after that, he froze in shock. Puppet arms suddenly tightened around Usyong's leg, and standing in front of him was the puppet master. Without the slightest fear, Usyong sneered, I did not think you were only waiting for a chance to set a trap. Perhaps I should apologize, I underestimated you. Jian replied coldly, no need to apologize, just disappear. As soon as she finished speaking, she activated the puppet song skill. This is the ultimate skill of the puppet master class. Puppet song summons countless puppets to focus all their power on attacking a single target. Faced with such a perilous situation, Usyong still smiled confidently. He unleashed the ultimate technique, Black Script Summon, causing Guillaume Hone to be unable to hide his astonishment. She was shocked and wondered what is happening. I cannot see anything anymore. Even Suel fell into a similar predicament. Therefore, she immediately activated the torch skill. But it was useless. Suel muttered that the light was no better. This is not ordinary darkness. He must be using a light absorption skill. And suddenly she was ambushed while her vision was completely obscured. Suel thought to herself that she had to keep moving constantly, using more traps to restrain them until that skill lost its effect. Elsewhere, Guillaume Hone was still dizzy, but he was also intrigued. This darkness devours the light. Perhaps my eyes cannot adapt at all. Immediately afterward, she deployed the Terracotta Army skill. This is the master-level skill of the Puppet Master. It summons a terracotta army that stands still for 20 seconds. Each one can withstand damage equal to 30% of the user's total health. Jian thought to herself that if she could not rely on sight, she would use touch to counter him. Go ahead and attack me the very moment you touch my puppets. That is when you fall into the trap. I will devour you. Behind her, Usyong laughed mockingly. He thought to himself, it is indeed a clever trick. I cannot approach the puppet shield protecting her even in the darkness, but the problem is I do not like half-hearted battles. Came here to exchange real blows. The final move of the summoner calls forth a hollow, twisted beast, capable of completely breaking the opponent's defense and dealing damage up to 240% of normal attack power. Usyong decided to charge forward. Do not be too sad about your defeat. You should be proud for making me break a sweat. Saying that, Usyong went berserk and swept away all the puppets blocking his path. That terrifying destructive force left the puppet master stunned. Without hesitation, Usyong continued to close in and aimed straight at her. He even praised her, quite impressive, not bad for your finishing move. Jian smiled slyly in response, who said that was my final move. We have not even finished the first round. And then the clash erupted fiercely once again. Another development at floor 17 of the Tower of Rebirth. Confrontation among the three of them still showed no sign of cooling down. Guildmaster Mayor once again unleashed his familiar ultimate move, activating a combined skill within the same space. He immediately closed in on Orion and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Orion instantly sensed the surge of killing intent rushing toward him. He immediately teleported, seizing the moment to escape the danger. However, Guildmaster Mayor suddenly halted in surprise. Orion had slipped behind him and suddenly countered with a predator skill, guiding flame forming a tightening ring of fire. Yet in that precious instant, Seungha activated the skill queen's path. Royal authority descended. Orion was struck and cried out in pain, inwardly thinking that the two truly were masters, as expected of members from one of the top 3 guilds, far from ordinary. If I focus all my strength on taking one down, the other will seize the chance to counterattack. I must not let my guard down. down. While fighting Risen and Mayer, Orion had hoped they would wear each other down so he could benefit, but that only made them wary and temporarily set him aside. Even so, the situation had not completely turned against him. Immediately after, Orion unleashed Flower of Resentment, Predator's Fangs, a razor-sharp counterattack skill. Strike left Guild Master Mayer stunned, forcing him to unleash another double counter to respond. Seung-ha watched with interest, taking advantage of the moment when both attacked to counter them simultaneously, a classic Predator technique executed with perfect timing. I knew it even when pressured by two opponents, he would not fall so easily. Air of battle grew increasingly suffocating, astonishing even Orion. A magic stone suddenly appeared. That moment, Useong's voice rang out, "Do not keep all the fun to yourself like that." His appearance left everyone stunned. Useong laughed and said, "Let me join in, I have just finished warming up." Seeing him, Orion could not help but feel suspicious. "What are you doing here?" Useong feigned innocence. "Are you asking about your friends, wondering what happened to them? I sent them back to the lobby, they are probably waiting for you now." Hearing that, Orion clenched his teeth in anger. Useong replied calmly, "Do not be so angry. They touched my people first, so I merely returned the favor. Besides, in this tower you do not truly lose your life, there is nothing to be upset about. It is just that I am a bit annoyed that you all dared to go ahead without inviting me. I do not care much about the details of the game, I only hate the feeling of losing, whether it is myself or my guild that fails. So I will send all of you back to the first floor, especially you, consider it retaliation." That declaration made Orion's determination blaze fiercely. Useong coldly cast the summoning skill Vantabak. In an instant, dense darkness covered the entire space. Orion was inwardly shaken. "I cannot see anything at all." Seung-ha worried that he intended to exploit the blind spot for a sneak attack. Even if she memorized the map, she could still lose her sense of direction if ambushed. She had to be extremely careful. She weighed her options in her mind. There was no other choice. Though she had never tried it, she would have to take the risk. After a brief hesitation, she tightly shut her eyes. Seung-ha raised her sword high and softly whispered, creating faint sounds. The space around her gradually sank into absolute silence. In the darkness, Seung-ha began to sense the presence of the monsters. Without hesitation, she immediately swung her sword to attack. After defeating the target, she silently assessed that she was not bad at all. As long as she grasped the distance, she could counter precisely. Useong marveled at that strength. She did not need to see and relied on sound to block attacks, truly impressive. He glanced at Yoon Hee-young and remarked that although he flailed wildly to fend off the monsters, he was clearly not foolish. Then Useong's gaze shifted back to Orion, calculations forming in his mind. Orion was struggling to hold on. In his eyes, the Predator was the only one being battered and cornered. Useong inwardly smirked, "Good, then I will send you off first." Now Orion had begun to tire, his breathing heavy. His eyes flashed, all he needed was one precise counterattack. His hand tightened around the hilt. He told himself that a single misstep would waste his skill on a useless strike. He had been pushed to his limit. While calculating, he was struck. Pain surged through him, but he steadied himself. He had to turn the tide, endure and ignore the monsters. His attack stats were strong enough to withstand it. He reminded himself to hold out until that man took the bait. Thinking of the plan, his heart grew even more excited as he delved deeper into his calculations. Suddenly Useong appeared from behind, intending to launch a surprise attack. He shouted and swung his sword before Orion could notice. Orion froze as he watched the blade slowly approach him. Useong's sword tip was only inches from his throat. At that very moment, Orion stepped back and activated Predator's Vow Body, a counterattack skill. Useong was stunned and unable to react, not understanding why he had been countered. Orion's gaze was resolute. This was still not enough. He had already pinpointed the position. He had to strike even harder. Immediately he unleashed Revenge, Blazing Fury. Inferno erupted violently. The overwhelming burst of power made Useong cry out in dizziness. At the same time, Seung-ha rushed forward and decisively stabbed him. She coldly said, "You should not have been so noisy. I knew exactly where you were." Seeing her, Useong angrily shouted her name. Immediately after, he activated the skill Battlefield. He poured his strength into summoning Monster Hyde and the Spring Goddess Flora. System announced, Area of Effect skill. Summoning Flora releases a brilliant rain of cherry blossoms that reduces the attack speed of anyone who touches it. Orion realized it was a weakening skill. His body grew heavier from carrying items that reduced his stats throughout the battle. He suddenly remembered the heart-shaped item he was holding. Suddenly Yoon Hee-young appeared behind him and immediately struck without warning. Orion wearily fended off each blow. As he fought, he mocked, "Today you are slower than yesterday. Are you all right?" Orion smiled and replied, "I am just carrying more items than usual." Inside, he was in turmoil. Surrounded like this, he had almost no chance to deliver a finishing blow. Looking at the chaotic situation, Orion told himself he had to find a strategy to break the encirclement. He sank deep into his own thoughts. Then he told himself to forget it. This was a life and death moment. He could not hesitate. Without further hesitation, he charged forward and activated Rage of the Predator Soul, confronting Yoon Hee-young while Seung-ha battled Useong. However, she was struck by her opponent and suffered injuries. At that very moment, he suddenly appeared and counterattacked Ijung. His gaze turned cold, sharp as a blade. Though slightly startled, Usyong still managed to block the strike in time. He secretly gloated, "What a fool, barging into my skill range like that. He can only suffer for being too slow." Sensing the opportunity, he immediately activated a recovery skill belonging to the 4 Great Dragon Gods class. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. If all 4 strikes hit the target, they will cause a stun, each strike equal to 70% of magic power, total damage reaching 310% if all connect. Ryan narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually turning ferocious. Seeing him like that, Isung grew even more excited and poured more strength into his assault. The blow crashed down, splitting the ground where he stood, dust billowing thickly into the air. At that instant, Orion had already shot straight up into the sky. The smile on his lips vanished when his skill activated. He had not expected the Avenger to possess teleportation. Yoonhee Young, watching from outside, widened her eyes as well. Wait, he was not attacking recklessly. He was startled by his own deduction. That guy was luring the summoner into the fray to seize a chance to advance to the 18th floor. Seung-ha exclaimed in shock, "I should have guessed you would be this reckless, Orion, but interfering like this. Do you think you can escape?" Without prior agreement, all 3 rushed forward together. Seung-ha said coldly, "The 3 of us will teach you a lesson." Their combined power caused that area to explode violently. Orion was blasted far away, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Though his body was covered in wounds, he still forced himself to stand. Seung-ha and Yoonhee Young stared at him in astonishment. Suddenly, a massive boulder appeared before them. Seung-ha blurted out, "Could that be the Avenger's finishing move?" She suddenly realized something, so he never intended to get past us to reach the 18th floor. He deliberately gathered all 3 of us in one spot. Orion smiled and explained, "I am carrying an item that reduces my power, so I cannot fight as before." His eyes were calm, therefore I had to retreat quickly to create an opportunity to unleash my ultimate move. Yoonhee Young asked in surprise, "So you were not running away earlier?" Orion shook his head, "Of course not." He raised his sword high, his voice resolute, "My goal is to defeat you." Hearing that, everyone could only fall silent and look at him. Immediately after, Orion launched his move straight at all 3 of them. Another explosion rang out, more violent than before. The scene shifted elsewhere. Suel sat there feeling uneasy. Hyun laughed and asked, "Are you worried? Do you think Orion will lose?" She replied thoughtfully, "I am not worried about that. What concerns me is." He blurted out, "What if on the final floor there is a group of beauties using seductive dances to bewitch him?" Jian burst into laughter. "So that is what you are worried about." Suel trusted Orion completely. "Aside from that, I fear nothing. Truly right now, I cannot imagine anyone who could defeat him." In another corner, Jai Hyen lay sprawled in exhaustion, sighing in frustration over her own failure. The scene shifted to before a door. Inside was Jiang Jiang on the 18th floor of the Tower of Rebirth. Jiang Jiang spoke, "Welcome, you have reached the top of the tower." Orion looked utterly battered at this moment. Jiang Jiang still called his name. Hearing that, he smiled with joy. Jiang Jiang continued, "Let me explain the challenge of this floor. The final stage is an assault trial." She clarified further, "You will use the fragment of destruction to hunt your target during the attack." System displayed a notification, Tower of Rebirth exclusive item. The fragment of destruction will instantly kill anyone it pierces and disappear after use. Orion listened in surprise as Jiang Jiang said the monster that must be defeated was the Tower of Rebirth. Then she paused softly and said, "It is me." Orion froze. "What?" Jiang Jiang smiled, "I am both the guide and the soul of the Tower of Rebirth." Orion clenched the magic stone tightly. He still could not understand. He asked doubtfully, "As long as I use this to kill you, it will be over." Jiang Jiang nodded, "That is right. If you defeat me, you will pass the 18th floor, receive your reward, and return to the 1st floor." Orion asked himself in confusion, "What is going on? I do not want to attack Jiang Jiang. Something feels wrong." Seeing him standing there blankly, Jiang Jiang reassured him, "Do not overthink it. Everything is only an illusion." Orion asked in bewilderment, "An illusion?" She smiled and explained, "That is right. Everything you experienced in the tower is only my dream. If it is just a dream, then there is nothing to worry about." Jiang Jiang added, "I was cursed by the Mage Association, so I must repeat the same dream forever, trapped between life and death." Ignoring his astonishment, she continued, "Even if you end my life, I will not truly disappear. It is only the dream closing, so do not hesitate and strike." Ryan still could not believe what he had just heard. He said slowly, "Even if all of this is an illusion, it cannot return to how it was before, can it?" Clutching the stone tightly, he smiled, "I mean, whether it is a dream or an illusion, I can still see and feel it." Ryan confessed, "That is why I am hesitating and do not know what to do." He chuckled softly, "Because these feelings are real too." Jiang Jiang pondered and replied, "I understand, but to pass you still have to kill me, Mip." Orion laughed helplessly, "That is the problem. I want to clear the stage quickly, but you are too cute. I am not sure I can do it." Yet deep down he still felt that something was off. Seeing him hesitate, Jiang Jiang reminded him, "Time is limited. This is a competitive game. Others may appear at any moment. If they clear this place, you will be pushed back to the 16th floor." Orion replied calmly, "Other players, I do not care. I already dealt with them all on the 17th floor." He stated that confidently before coming here. But suddenly a blade pierced through his body. Orion was stunned, unable to believe it. Seung-ha appeared and said, "Sorry for interrupting, but I have to continue." Before Orion could recover, she had already activated the Skill Queen's dominion. Dominion. The system announced the Queen's protection skill. Queen's Dominion can temporarily restrain an opponent when attacking from behind. The pain made Orion groan softly. Seung-ha smiled. Sorry, Orion. If you had been just a little faster, you would have taken the top position. Orion asked in shock, Seung-ha, why are you here? I defeated you on the 17th floor. She explained, luckily I picked up the item Flesh of the Witch Aaron. It allows one resurrection at the place where I fell. The information panel appeared. Tower of Rebirth exclusive item of Witch Aaron allows the user to revive at the location of death, though the resurrection is imperfect. In pain, Orion said with difficulty, a resurrection item, damn it. I had no idea such a thing existed. Seung-ha shrugged, stop getting in my way. When you defeated me earlier, both my body and spirit hurt terribly, sorry. He stepped forward coldly, pulled out the stone and said, now to reach the goal I only need to kill this adorable creature, right? Orion hurriedly cried out to stop her, wait Seung-ha, please listen to me first. However, Seung-ha had no intention of accepting it. She coldly ordered lung and then said, sorry, I cannot do that. Her eyes suddenly turned empty, her voice rang out flat and steady, I must seize the number 1 position at any cost. Orion frowned in confusion, trying to think through what was wrong. Jiang had once said the goal of this round was to wipe out floor 18. A series of hypotheses flashed through Orion's mind, that whoever eliminated all of floor 18 would receive a great reward and return to the starting floor. He suddenly realized the key point. If he defeated Jiang in front of him, he would return to floor 1, where another Jiang would appear to guide the way out of the tower. That discovery left Orion stunned, so Jiang was only a fragment of the tower's soul. Even if she vanished, this place would still exist. To end everything, there had to be another way. Looking at the item in his hand, he silently decided he had no choice but to use it. Suddenly, an explosion rang out behind Seung-ha. She startled and spun around, asking in confusion, what is going on? Orion calmly replied, I also picked up a few items on floor 18. In a firm voice, he declared that the true soul, the heart of the tower, had been pierced by the magic stone in his hand. Seung-ha stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. That was the master soul. Orion struggled to his feet and called out to Jiang, was that the trial I had to overcome to clear the tower, right? Jiang smiled in response, that is correct, you have found the answer. This is the end of the tower. She continued in her role as guide, advising Orion that if he wished he could choose the true ending for this journey. Seung-ha still could not believe it. She asked again, so this is the end. If I strike at you, what will happen? Jiang calmly replied, if you defeat me, you will receive the normal ending, the title of Conqueror, triple gold, and return to floor 1. Seung-ha was stunned, still struggling to accept it. So it is like a role-playing game that must be repeated. You can stop when it becomes too much, but through that find the conditions to unlock the true ending. Jiang nodded, that is right. Orion unraveled that knot on his very first attempt. Orion confidently raised his hand in a gesture and laughed proudly. Only then did Seung-ha admit it. She let out a soft sigh. Perhaps I lost because I was too eager to climb the tower. He suddenly looked at Orion and said, I am truly surprised by you. Seung-ha stepped closer and lightly patted his shoulder. I should have eliminated you the first time we met. Hearing that, Orion simply laughed it off. That must be the rare compliment you give me. Seung-ha looked at him for a long moment before breaking into a relieved smile. Then she turned away. Congratulations on taking first place. I hope you live well after leaving this place. Those words left Orion standing there in a daze. He could only sigh helplessly. Then he still extended his hand to shake hers and said, you too. Outside, everyone was anxiously waiting for the result. Suddenly, Suel noticed something unusual. He cried out in alarm, wait, why is that corridor fading? It is disappearing. Hyung-hon stood up and stretched. It seems the mission is complete. I am also curious who is in first place. Suddenly, Suel felt someone appear right beside her. They saw clearly who it was. All three shouted at once, Orion. Suel hurriedly asked him about floor 18. Did you meet any beautiful girl? Jae-yoon also chimed in asking about the spirit creature. Did you fight it? Orion only thought to himself, a beautiful girl. He did not answer and gently signaled for silence. After that, he waved his hand to open the system interface. Suel stared with wide eyes. She exclaimed in shock, 610 0 points. Such an overwhelming victory. Orion smiled and asked, well, not bad, right? Suel blushed, her eyes shimmering with emotion. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him. You are first place. Orion hugged her back and laughed. System displayed a notification that Orion Lee ranked 1 SD instead of the previous 12 TH. Scene shifted to the area outside, where everyone had gathered. Nazong looked at the newly updated ranking board and exclaimed, the leader has up to 610 0 hunt points. She turned to her teammates and asked if they knew anything. Even adding up all our points, we cannot reach that number. John Asu cried out in shock while Na Jong shook her head in frustration. John Asu anxiously asked the team leader, if we do not act, we will lose. Aseong curled his lip lips and replied, "Clearly Avenger is pulling ahead, we have to find him." John Asu panicked, really, and Zhang Li cautiously said, "Is this too much?" Seeing his teammates react strongly, Asyang growled, "I am not telling you to deal with him yourselves, we only need to make others do it." Asyang's face turned icy. When they see that score they will surely tremble. No one can earn over 2 million points just by hunting monsters. He raised his hand and analyzed. Other players will either give up, try to negotiate, or become even more reckless. After thinking for a moment, Asyang said, "We will take advantage of our group of 3, announced that Avenger is in first place to incite them to attack." He calculated that no matter how skilled Avenger was, he would struggle against a crowd. Asyang's voice rose, "When he is cornered we will appear, threaten or negotiate. We must control Avenger." Chan Asu immediately replied understood, while Zhang Li indifferently said he got it. Asyang coldly reminded them, "Until the event ends this will be a survival game, we will see who remains at the end." Elsewhere, Orion was still happily with Suel, unaware that danger was approaching. Inside the dark subway tunnel, Ryan hurried forward without stopping. Suddenly he sensed danger closing in. Behind him a gigantic bear suddenly appeared. It lunged ferociously as if to swallow its prey whole. It seemed to be a player possessing a beast transformation skill. He roared and charged at Orion. "Where do you think you are going?" Ryan quickly activated the red thorn skill to block his path. At the same time, he launched a counterattack that made his opponent stagger. Before it could end, another archer appeared from behind. He used the sky-rending arrow skill aiming straight at Orion. Orion reacted in time, using the vengeful phantom technique to neutralize the attack. Time rewound to 2 hours earlier. Zieg reminded them there were 8 hours left. They only needed to maintain their ranking. Orion calmly replied, "Just stay cautious and safe until the final minute." Dion sneered, "Do you think things will be that peaceful? Such an overwhelming score will make others reckless. When they see the gap is too far, they will change their strategy." Shigo frowned and asked, "You mean they will try to turn the situation around?" Ayun interjected, "She means they might target Orion directly." Guo still did not understand. Even if they attack, they cannot steal his points. Jayun explained that is why it is dangerous. When there is no chance to win, they will choose to give up or drag everyone down with them. In the final hours, they may very well abandon the mission to focus on hunting Orion. After hearing that, Shigo gradually understood that is indeed Cho's style. Orion hesitated slightly, his eyes clearly showing his indecision. "Fine, then let us try it this way and see what happens." Back in reality, he faced 2 opponents at once, yet that did not put Orion at a disadvantage. At that very moment, he activated the Memorial Flame skill, forcing both of them into a difficult passive position. My chance has come. Even so, the 2 men stubbornly clung to him, determined not to let their target escape. At the same time, Asyang's group also found the way down to the subway tunnel. An Asu looked excited. "Just like you said, news about the top-ranked Avenger is spreading everywhere. Everyone is hunting him down." Asyang could not hide his delight. "I predicted it all along." Najong thought otherwise. "They may not necessarily be a match for that man. I doubt they can catch him before the mission ends." Asyang did not care much. "This is merely a psychological battle." Zhang Li found it hard to understand. "What do you mean?" He smiled calculatingly. "When being chased, people prioritize survival over victory or defeat. As long as we push him into mental pressure, victory will be ours. After that we will negotiate. That is the path that will force him to accept." Turning to Orion, he still felt uneasy inside. "Have I really shaken them off? I thought Ritz was fast enough to catch up. Who would have thought my speed exceeded even my expectations? Need to control my pace again, otherwise the overall plan will collapse. I anticipated the guilds would target me, but I did not expect solo players to join in as well. Perhaps they spread the news to attract more hunters." That moment a puppet suddenly lunged straight toward him. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Orion managed to dodge in time. "Wait, is that not the summoner's skill?" Sure enough, he ran into the necromancer again. She looked amused. "It seems we meet again. This time I will finish you. This will be the last time we face each other." She immediately unleashed the Frost Fury skill, attacks crashing down relentlessly. Although Therium tried to dissuade her, "The leader of Charles is already dead. Stop, attacking me will bring you no benefit." But his words could not move her. "Are you sure? I bet taking you down will make me feel extremely satisfied." In the end, she still cast the 100-man mushroom skill, forcing him into a corner. With no other choice, Orion was forced to counterattack with the Blood Tier ultimate skill. Unable to react in time, she was struck and fell instantly. "I told you it was nothing significant. You are not my opponent. Try again if you want, but you will never surpass me." The scene gradually shifted to the area outside the city. Orion continued tirelessly searching for an escape route. About 3 hours left. No, just over 2 hours now. Fortunately, the ranking board has not changed. Second place has 2,200 points, likely the total score of the Wizen Guild. They are closing in. I must stay cautious. They might surge ahead at the last minute. However, this time luck did not seem to stand on Orion's side. He accidentally encountered the Orion Guild. The ground around him suddenly trembled and then exploded. Orion fell into chaos. "Those are magic stones. They are slowing my speed." Just then Asyang appeared calmly and said, "Stay calm. We did not come to fight. Only want to cooperate in business. Is that acceptable?" This situation left Orion briefly stunned. "A proposal." Asyang casually admitted, "I have observed it. Other players are encircling you layer by layer. So here is the deal, if you give us what we need, we will protect you until the event ends. Orion gradually understood, so they were the ones who spread the news about him leading. He immediately asked, then what do you want? Seong spoke bluntly, half of your hunting points. In exchange, we give you a temporary alliance ring and shield you until the event ends. How about it? That proposal made Orion hesitate, half of my points. That moment a shout rang out, look over there, I found the Avenger. Faced with urgency, Aseong urged, you may be strong but you cannot win if they join forces. After some consideration, Orion finally nodded. Fine, let us form an alliance contract. I am also tired of being hunted. That decision pleased him greatly. You chose correctly, very good. Orion asked again, once I send the points we become allies, and only when I receive enough points will I cooperate gladly. But he did not know it was merely a trap. Fool, why would I need an ally once I have your points? Given the chance I will hand you over to the others. Not be too upset, kid, you are still young. Adults always use tricks to climb higher. A moment later Orion completed the transaction. I have sent it, let me check. However, his expression suddenly turned fierce. He discovered he had only received 0 points. Aseong shouted angrily, what is this? I do not need small change, at least 1 million points. Do you not know how to calculate? Orion replied calmly, I do. Only have 0 points. Having his scheme reversed, he flew into a rage. You brat, how did you know? Did you alter your points? Elsewhere, Shiguo and his teammates remained at ease. Nothing beats a cup of strawberry milk after a tense match. Jae-yoon widened her eyes. Are you filming a commercial? With her current score, she had risen to the top of the rankings. This moment Orion had to face Ijung's team. Najong sighed, you know there is no reason to take down the Avenger now, right? John Asu softly replied, yes, I understand that, leader. Meanwhile, Aseong was stunned and wondered, is it truly over? Have we lost? He refused to accept reality, grinding his teeth in frustration. Enraged, Aseong shouted, our plan was perfect. He vented his anger at Orion, it is all because of you. Why are you so clever? Why do you not stumble? Just a high school student daring to block my path despite all my efforts. Hearing that, Orion was stunned, inwardly thinking he must be very upset. Aseong still had not calmed down. He raised his voice. My strength lies in planning, yet you took everything from me. Suddenly he lowered his voice. Fine, I have one last question. The question was quite strange. In this event, did you eliminate any other player? Without avoiding it, Orion replied calmly once. Hearing that, Ijung's two teammates immediately took a ready stance. Aseong asked sternly, who was it? Tell me everything. What were their last words? Orion coldly recalled and replied, he was a grim reaper named Jihyo Hong, from Chaos, tall and thin, wearing a baseball cap. Aseong asked again in a low voice, are you certain that was the only one? Ozum looked puzzled and said coldly, if you do not believe me, I can show you the combat log. It clearly records everyone I have encountered. He watched their every expression with a solemn face. Aseong quietly observed him in return, his gaze filled with contemplation. Only a few minutes later he spoke first, saying they should stop bringing that matter up. He only wanted to confirm something. Aseong shot him an unfriendly glance and continued that their guild had lost several members, all of them experts, yet they had fallen to monsters today, so he had no choice but to be cautious. Suddenly he turned to praise him as a sensible child who even dared to use himself as bait to save his teammates. Orion looked at him indifferently, letting him ramble on about having a sixth sense and knowing who the good people were. Without waiting for a reply, Aseong turned and left, saying they did not want to waste more time. Farewell. From now until the event ended they would not make things difficult for him. Consider it a promise. As for help, there would be none. He had to take care of himself. Watching their figures fade away, Orion could only let out a helpless sigh. Just as he was about to leave, Aseong called out again, saying he had one more question. He raised his voice and asked what he would wish for if he won first place. Orion froze and turned to look at him, pondering for quite a while before finally answering. Then the scene shifted to a high-rise building. The atmosphere there was strangely quiet. Aseong and his teammates rushed forward. While running, John Asu asked whether the Avenger's wish could really come true. If so, it would truly be a miracle. Zhang Li calmly replied that she was curious whether that wish would become reality, because an ordinary person would surely use such a rare opportunity for themselves. Hearing the two of them discuss, Aseong remained silent. Azong suddenly blurted out that if she had a wish she would make the Avenger her personal servant. Chan Asu cried out in shock and asked if she was serious. She casually said of course. He pressed her again, then she burst into laughter and said she was only joking. The system displayed a notification that the remaining time until the horizon ended was 1 hour 36 minutes 26 seconds. While the teams went all out, the Horned Armor Guild split into two groups led by Ji Gyuan Kang and Su Hai Oxen, their total score reaching 600,000. Jason's guild also performed outstandingly, accumulating more points until they were only 20,000 points behind Seguian. The other guilds fought fiercely, Mayor used his unique skill to hunt monsters, surpassing Orion and rising to third place. At the same time, Orion and his teammates also kept fighting without pause. His team and Suel charged forward continuously. By choosing missions that could be completed quickly, Suel strove to keep up with Orion, their total score reaching 3 million and taking the lead. The streets were now severely devastated. Seungha wiped her sweat and said tiredly that there were about 30 minutes left. They were only 50,000 points behind first place. Do Hyuk anxiously reminded her that the event was about to end. Seungha asked in surprise if he intended to give up. Do Hyuk quickly smiled and explained that no, they had to defeat as many as possible before time ran out because this was the last chance. Seungha nodded in agreement and said then let us do it. She looked around and said she always needed a strong teammate like him by her side. Scene shifted to the ruined city, bricks and stones scattered everywhere. Suel sat on the brick floor, eating while checking the system board. She frowned and thought there were 10 minutes left. The gap with second place was only 9,000 points. One moment of carelessness and they would be overtaken immediately. Suddenly Orion ran over from a distance and loudly called her name, startling Suel into looking up. Seeing him, Suel asked worriedly if he was all right. Orion reassured her that he was fine and had defeated the opponent with his teammates. Realizing she was alone, Orion asked where Jian and the controller were. Jian replied that they had gone to the restroom and would be back soon. Orion cheerfully said he would transfer the points he had earned along the way to her, speaking while operating the system, reminding her that it was not good to waste time holding points. Suel hurriedly stopped him, saying he should keep those points. She could only protect them for a short while. Orion shook his head and told her to keep them. There were only a few minutes left and everything could still change. He admitted that if he were attacked unexpectedly at the last minute, then all their efforts would become meaningless. Suel suddenly asked if from the very beginning he had planned for her to win first place. Orion scratched his head awkwardly and said things had just turned out that way, but he wanted to repay her. He reminded her that if it were not for her, he might still be bullied. Suel was surprised that he still remembered clearly, then told him not to worry about that matter. She suddenly joked that could she use the wish to hire an entire group of idols as her harem. Orion asked back in shock. Seeing his overreaction, Suel burst into laughter and said she was only joking. Orion let out a sigh of relief but was still pale. Then she said seriously that she would use the wish for what he desired. Orion asked in surprise what her wish was. He hesitated as she spoke about his wish, then realized that perhaps nothing would change anyway. Suel sank into her memories and confessed that even if she forgot what happened between her parents, that cycle would still repeat. Orion looked at her, silent and unsure how to respond. Suel smiled and stepped closer, saying that was why she would accept reality and hope her family could become more harmonious even if it was not like before. Her gaze became resolute. If not, then she would build a family far happier than the one where she had grown up. Orion smiled brightly and said he would always support her. Suel sighed at his foolishness and asked if he would only cheer her on, truly sometimes very naive. He opened the system board to check. The system announced that 30 seconds remained. When time ran out, the event would automatically end and the top ranked would be taken to the award ceremony. Orion hurriedly said time was almost up. He had to tell her his wish, in fact he wanted. Suel calmly replied that she already knew, making him freeze and ask if she really knew. He asked directly if he wanted to resurrect everyone who had died in the game. She smiled brightly and said she understood him too well because he was a good person and loved his older sister dearly. Orion remained stunned as he looked at her, and Suel added that therefore he did not need to explain his reasons for fighting all this time. Suddenly a building collapsed, causing the surrounding structures to tremble. While Orion was still in a daze, Suel gently placed a kiss on his lips. Immediately after, the system teleported her away. Before disappearing, she smiled and said see you again. When he returned, they would open champagne and raid her father's liquor cabinet. Orion asked doubtfully about that again. They were still underage. Then he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Orion sighed and replied that perhaps just once would not matter. After that, Suel completely vanished due to the teleportation. Orion looked at the empty space before him and softly said it was over. Seeing the sky gradually return to blue, he exclaimed happily that the horizon had ended. Suddenly someone called his name. Orion turned around in surprise and recognized Jian. Ayun pointed up at the sky in panic and told him to look behind him. Orion raised his head and wondered what was strange about the sky. The sight before him left him stunned. High above appeared a strange cube with an eye at its center. Orion muttered that he did not understand what it was. A bizarre entity suddenly manifested in the sky. Its appearance filled Orion with extreme shock. It seemed the event had not truly ended. That very moment, a notification panel from the system suddenly appeared before his eyes. The update process was activated and carried out immediately. Even now, he was still vaguely confused about what was happening. Had he accidentally revived the boss with his wish, or had everything started from that? After all, that man was only an administrator. Wait. It seemed Zusian and Siako still could not escape death. Perhaps his wish had not been granted. What exactly was going on? At the same time, Jaehyun spoke up to warn Orion. That meant the boss was not an administrator at all. Ayun began to feel uneasy, but that alone proved nothing, because only Dr. Maria and the boss were permitted to to use AI. Orion suddenly felt an indescribable sense of anxiety rising within him. He immediately turned to question Jae-yoon, "Where is the operator?" Yet she calmly replied, "She was standing behind me just a second ago, but when I turned around, she had completely vanished." Those words plunged Orion into heavy contemplation. That moment, a stranger suddenly approached the two of them. Fortunately, Orion reacted in time and avoided the strike. He stared intently at the other person's face, filled with suspicion. Was he? Which faction did he belong to? He immediately summoned her weapon and launched a relentless assault on him. Within a few seconds, Orion regained his composure and unleashed a counterattack. His blow seemed to injure the opponent. Even with the Z-24 simulator, I could not defeat an evolved character. Suddenly, Jae-yoon shouted for both of them to stop. "Who are you and why are you doing this? The event is already over." Yet she coldly replied, "The event may be over, but the game is not. You should understand that, Jae-hyun." That statement made him tremble in shock. How could she recognize him when he had changed both his body and face? She seemed to know every detail about them, then turned to Orion and said she had not come to fight. He did not need to be so tense. Even so, Orion still did not understand her purpose. "What do you mean? Could it be that you were the one who subdued me?" She shook her head in denial. "That was merely a test of your strength. As for the apology, I will overlook it." Orion gradually lost his patience. "Who exactly are you and what do you want from us?" The female assassin calmly replied, "I will explain everything, but not here. This area lies right by the lakeshore and is at risk of collapsing. I want you to come with us, and we have no intention of allowing you to refuse." That instant, numerous laser beams simultaneously aimed straight at Jiyeon. The scene threw him into confusion, while Orion was utterly furious. "I can use my skill to block bullets, but Jae-hyun cannot do that." Even so, she insisted she had no intention of killing him. All this was merely to demonstrate the organization's strength. In real combat, we would not even need lasers. "It would be better for you to cooperate and come with us. We will not make things difficult for you. Not create a pointless clash, because fighting now benefits neither side." Elsewhere, Shiguo was suddenly teleported to a vast mansion. She was overwhelmed by the luxury of the place. "Where am I? A palace? Could it be that I have finally been acknowledged as a queen?" Just a few seconds later, a young boy appeared and politely greeted her. He introduced this place as the Palace of Light, the reward hall. "My name is Kui and I am responsible for distributing the rewards." Shiguo was momentarily surprised. This voice sounds just like the system. Could it be the system has become an NPC? Fine then, give me my reward. Kui announced that the top-ranked player would receive $29 billion in cash along with one wish. "First, I will explain about the money. The money will be transferred once you create an account. Our team will handle all legal procedures and taxes." Those tedious details made her head spin. It was more complicated than she expected. Kui smiled and continued, "And what about the wish? What do you desire?" Shiguo hesitated for a moment. "Is there any limit to the wish? Can I be sent to other worlds?" He reminded her that the more specific the wish the better. For example, sending you to another world is very difficult if we do not have sufficient observational data about it. She asked seriously, "Then what about reviving the dead?" We immediately replied that we can do that. However, this process requires restoring player and civilian data stored on backup servers, so we cannot revive anyone the game has not recorded. It includes those who died from illness or causes outside the system. His indifferent tone left her bewildered. Was this really something to take so lightly? Shiguo let out a soft sigh of relief. "If that is the case, then good. That is exactly what I wish for. Bring back everyone who died in the game, both players and ordinary people." As soon as she finished speaking, Kui immediately cast the requested spell. "Please wait while we compile the data." During the wait, Shiguo suddenly reconsidered. "Then the boss and Josh's members will also be revived." No matter what, there was no other choice to save those who had died in the event, even if complications arose. "Ryan will surely handle it. I should not worry too much. As for the prize money, perhaps I will choose outfits for Orion according to my taste." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Is that truly how you wish to use your wish, Seagull? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you not want to keep it for yourself? No one would blame you for being selfish. Everyone would do the same. Would you like to reconsider?" But Shiguo firmly answered, "No. Actually, there is something I want to ask you." When she turned around, she was stunned to see Dr. Noah. "What are you doing here? What have you done to Orion?" The man slowly advanced toward her. Shiguo had no idea that Ji Young-hong was also hiding there. She revealed a sly smile. "At last I have succeeded. Grinch's play has achieved its purpose. I once feared being detected by the system, but thanks to Orion's backup data pathway I managed to sneak in. There is always another way to infiltrate. Now I only need to take advantage of administrator privileges. Everything is easy because they have not noticed my presence. Before long I will become the god of the new world. I will hold everything in my hands." Dr. Noah gently advised Shiguo, "Do not need to worry about Orion or anyone else. They have been transferred to the wormhole or somewhere else. You should understand they are in a virtual space called the afternoon room." Shiguo immediately grew suspicious. "What are you saying? I thought those who passed through the wormhole were taken out of the event area." "Denied it, no. Everyone everyone who escaped entered the virtual world, leaving them there is better. There they will not suffer hunger or threats of violation. That is what I have done if that is what you desire. Shiguo gradually understood the issue. So that was why we could not enter the afternoon before. She suddenly shouted, but why did you have to do that? Would it not be safer to take them out of the event zone? Noah calmly replied, I have already said, it was my decision. The apocalypse is approaching and I need to prepare. Just as you thought, the world you once knew will soon vanish and be reborn. A new world will be born, free from sorrow and pain. Suil ground her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Noah. Sweat poured down her face. Wait, what will become of this world in the end? He replied calmly, it will be erased and then reconstructed, just like a system update. Suil frowned in discomfort. An update? Why would you want to do that? Noah pushed up his glasses. To put it simply, I want to create a better world. A world like in a game, where a single potion can cure any disease. Can even bring the dead back to life. She curled her lips. It sounds ideal, but games are full of dangers, monsters, and countless other things. How do you plan to handle them? Noah smiled. We have you, do we not? As long as there are high-level players, everything will be fine. Suil reproached him. You speak as if you control everything. Do you not see how irresponsible that sounds? Should not everything be calculated carefully? His face suddenly turned cold and frightening. I have no plan at all. I only need to press the button to set everything in motion. Noah began speaking strange words. Think about what you would do. Imagine there is a button before you that preserves your current life, and another button that takes you to a new world with infinite possibilities. Which side would you choose? Suil stammered, unsure how to answer. Placed a hand on his chest. No need to answer because you have already chosen. You once chose to stake your life just to experience a different way of living. She immediately retorted, those two things are different. I wagered my own life. I did not drag others in. Noah countered, yet many innocent people were still swept along. What would you say to them? That it was not your intention. Suil was furious but could do nothing to him. Noah crossed his arms. Blaming changes nothing. Human decisions are rarely based entirely on reason. Hearing that, she fell silent. Noah continued, Suil, do you know what the most important thing for a doctor is? She imagined a doctor washing hands before surgery. Keeping hands clean. He laughed, that is correct. Hygiene is vital for patients. But something more important is learning to accept helplessness. She was bewildered. Helplessness. He spoke seriously. Yes, the feeling of being unable to do anything despite trying your best. Once I participated in a surgery, the patient condition was worse than expected. I tried to recall every piece of knowledge to save the boy, but in the end it was still impossible. The boy was only 10 years old. He had just received a new phone for his birthday. Noah spoke with sorrow. Such things are not rare. In a large hospital, there are always cases like that. Doctors cannot always save everyone. Many times we can only stand by helplessly. He remembered washing his hands before entering the operating room, yet I have never grown used to that sense of helplessness. Whether it was the lingering smell of blood or the constant death notices, I still could not fully accept it. No longer know whether I am saving people or merely watching them depart. Since then, the world in my eyes has seemed like a vast cemetery. Noah crossed his arms, so I asked myself, what if a better world existed, one where no one had to die meaninglessly? Then I found that miraculous button, a gigantic switch. It can turn everything into paradise. Suil suddenly understood, so you used the QT system power button to open Pandora box. He admitted, yes, I opened it. I believe it will bring hope. Noah recalled the transaction with the stranger. Perhaps I am only a fool who was deceived. Looked at her, but I do not regret it. This world will become better. Suil ran a hand through her hair. Listening to you feels like a terrible rap. In short, the world is about to collapse. Seeing she was not convinced, Noah asked again, then what reason do you have to protect this world? Suil shouted loudly, of course I do. She immediately summoned her weapon back. When this is over, my boyfriend and I will go on a date. It is our first date. Do not ruin it with an apocalypse or anything similar. In the sky, a strange magic circle gradually appeared. Car below immediately sped away. Orion sat in the car and asked in panic, so after the update is complete, will the whole world turn into a game? Jayun turned back and replied, I do not know. Everything is decided by the super AI rule system. The girl beside her added, the hacker group is trying to disable it, but success is not guaranteed. They've tried to infiltrate for a long time, and still no one has touched the server data. Hearing that, he grew even more anxious. Wait, when will the update be completed? Girl estimated, at the current calculation speed, it will take 40 days to change the globe. Seoul is the center, so it will take only about 3 hours. That news made him even more uneasy. Only 3 hours left. She calmly added, and now there are only 2 hours left before the mass bombing begins. Jae-hyun asked in shock, bombing, what are you saying? The girl continued driving. If the hackers fail, they will use force. To minimize damage, we must strike before Seoul completely turns into a game. Therefore, within the next 2 hours, they will drop bombs randomly. The member nations, including South Korea, have agreed. Protested fiercely, you cannot do that. There are still civilians in the city. She replied, I know, that is why this is the last resort. Otherwise, we would have ordered it from the start. Now we must choose. Sacrificing a part is better than letting the whole world end. Looked up at the sky through the car window. With determined eyes, he said, give me 1 hour. I will find the administrator within 1 hour and stop the update. Jae-hyun glanced at Orion, but she stopped him. I cannot let you do that. If the world becomes a game, we need a warrior like you. Cannot leave you in an area about to be bombed. Listen to me and sit still. The girl pulled out a gun and aimed it at Jae-hyun. If you do not comply, you will both be considered threats. Forced into a corner, he could only look at her helplessly. His mind was in turmoil. What should I do? If the wish is accepted, then those who died at school and elsewhere will live again. If I abandon them, they will die under bombs once more. He sighed. If I resist, Jae-hyun will be in danger. What should I do? I cannot think of anything. Calm down. Then a flash of inspiration struck Orion's mind. The system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Orion read the notification. A member of the group has sent a teleportation request. To accept it, such a good opportunity, yet he hesitated. Wait, this skill. Suddenly Jian shouted Orion's name loudly, drawing his attention. He speculated, I do not know who the administrator is, but that man is certainly inside that floating four-dimensional CPU. If the whole world enters Update 2, only that place will remain unaffected and keep its safety. Wanting to stop the administrator, he declared loudly, I place my trust in you. Orion could not help being surprised that Jian trusted him so much. Jian. The girl continued to threat, do not do anything you will regret, Orion, otherwise your friends will be in danger. This time Jae-hyun calmly replied, if you want to kill me then go ahead. I am a VVR4 development engineer, one of the few who understand the technology well enough to prevent this world from collapsing. He spoke with confidence and warning. You think you can take my life? She could not refute him and only stared silently. Jae-hyun turned to remind him, you heard that, Orion, leave this place and do what you need to do. Orion fell silent for a moment before saying, thank you, Jae-hyun. Rays of light gradually surrounded his body. I promise I will not fail. The girl hurriedly tried to stop him. Orion, wait. It was too late. Orion had already teleported elsewhere. Seeing everything unfold according to plan, Jae-hyun let out a soft sigh of relief. However, he still felt uneasy inside. If the update starts, the four-dimensional CPU will be the center. Even Orion would find it difficult to reach that core. Suil decisively swung her weapon toward Dr. Noah. Noah froze. Are you really going to strike at me? Suil replied, if the update is not stopped, I have no other choice, even if I feel guilty toward Arium. Noah fell silent and then said, if that is the path you choose, I cannot stop you. Differences in perspective inevitably lead to conflict. Before it continued, Guillaume was pulled over by Noah's ability, leaving Suil astonished. It was the one behind everything, arrogant and twisted. Jian realized she could not control her body. What is happening? I have lost control. Noah continued, sorry. According to the rules, uninvited guests are not allowed to appear here. He took out the familiar box to Jian, my infiltration tool. Noah held it and explained that the infiltration program was hidden inside the game. Obtaining it was not easy. It is truly unfair to use such tricks. After destroying that box, Noah looked at her and said, the others are busy, so you will no longer have the chance to eavesdrop. He warned Jian that next time, she should use the main entrance if she wants to come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian vanished. Suil was still stunned when Noah spoke again. Erased her using my administrator authority. Here I can do that. Suil deduced that the administrator authority rendered her skills ineffective before Noah. Fell into a dilemma. If the opponent were an ordinary person or an assassin, she could still fight. But an administrator was like a god to other players. There was almost no chance of winning. Scene shifted. Orion was brought to another corner of the city. He looked around but did not know where he was. He had thought he would be taken to the stadium. Orion saw Seung-ha and called out her name along with the members of the Jason Guild. There were a few faces completely unfamiliar to him. Seok-ho spoke up to introduce them as those he had once saved. Orion recognized Seok. He happily asked, so you remember my name now? I heard you took first place and used the wish to revive those who died in the game. Truly admirable. Orion replied, I was not sure the wish would work, but I decided to try. Fortunately, it came true. Seung-ha interjected to ask about Suil. Where is she? I thought Seok-ho revived her. Orion suddenly realized the urgency and shouted, now is not the time to talk about this. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Orion led the group forward and informed them about the upcoming event. Explosion will occur in 2 hours along with the update. If correct, we only have about 90 minutes left. Therefore, we must seize the four-dimensional CPU. We have no time left. If we can defeat the administrator, we may stop the update. Though there is no certainty he is there, it is only a speculation. If he is hiding elsewhere, then everything is over. Jian returned with many injuries and confirmed Orion was right. The administrator is inside the CPU. He is the one behind it all. I know because I just exploited a loophole to check. He is there and so is the top bridge. Seung-ha grew worried upon hearing Suil was also there. Raimi was suspicious. How can we trust you? You were once part of the chaos and always betrayed others. Jian shrugged. Believe it or not, I am only saying what I know. Seung-ha pondered carefully. Then she looked at Orion. The decision lies with you. We will follow you because you brought our members back. We trust your judgment. Orion intended to refuse, but then hesitated. He met everyone's expectant gazes. He reconsidered and nodded in agreement. All right. Plan is to split into 3 teams. Team 1 will be led by me. We'll approach the four-dimensional CPU from below using the Arc of Destiny. Seung-ha will take charge of Team 2 to rescue civilians. Suil and I tried to save many people, but there are surely some left. Including the high school, some students were lost earlier, save them. Understood, we will do our best. Orion added, I have a separate plan for Seogho's group. After that, Orion's group encountered monsters. Hyuk wondered why they did not disappear after the event ended. Only Orion clearly understood, as Jae-yoon said, the world is being gamified and the CPU is the core. Orion shouted encouragement, wipe them out until we reach the area beneath the CPU. Do not risk your lives if it becomes too dangerous. We cannot save anyone if we fall now. Byung replied excitedly, all right, move forward, remember to stay calm. The whole team charged into battle, each unleashing their strongest skills. However, the monsters Orion faced were not too strong but extremely numerous. Judging by the stats, they cannot defeat us, but they will significantly delay us. What should we do? Should we ignore them and move on? No, if we ignore them, they will surround us and make advancing even harder. In that case, we must find a way to turn this situation around. Lost in thought, Orion was counterattacked by a monster, throwing the formation into chaos. At the critical moment, a new figure appeared to save them. Guild Master Mayor blocked a strike for Orion and laughed. I am not sure what is going on, but this looks quite interesting. May I join in? Of course I will bring my guild along. Waves of monsters surged forward in a frenzy. Yet in Guild Master Mayor's eyes, they were nothing more than tiny ants. He immediately activated the whirlwind skill. He also activated the hatred skill, his power flaring like blazing fire. The two forces merged into one, forming a sweeping wave that cleared everything in its path. Monsters fell one after another, without a chance to resist. Guild Master turned to Orion and asked, so we just need to dive into that strange floating structure, right? Orion replied yes, but had no time to explain further because that was the very target we were searching for. He laughed and said this is not difficult. After all, the mission is simply to eliminate monsters. And no one does that better than his guild. A member of Mayor's guild charged forward, challenging the monster with weapon number 4. The others coordinated flexibly with agile assassin skills. In just a short moment, everything was neatly handled just as the guild master had said. He could not hide his excitement. He had not expected Mayor's guild to resolve things so quickly. At this rate, the group would soon reach the 4-dimensional core. That joy did not last long. The ground trembled violently as a completely different creature appeared before them. Its massive body and 5 blazing red eyes, it was Billet, the king of the abyss. He wondered why an event boss would appear at this moment. Billet immediately launched an attack, slammed its staff into the ground, creating powerful shockwaves. He thought if there were a long-range archer it would be easier to take it down, but the ranged mage had followed Seung-ha's team. Suddenly he noticed another phenomenon. A gigantic hand appeared hovering above Billet's head. Fist shot straight down toward the monster. After another shockwave, Billet was engulfed in thick smoke. He was stunned for a few seconds. He realized the summoner was Isang from Orion's guild. He also said the same as Guild Master Mayor, that he did not understand the situation but came to help. It sounded a bit shy, but we still have the friendship ring. Orion was surprised. The friendship ring. In any case, leave this boss to us. You just step back, rest, and drink some water while waiting for the result. It took a few seconds before he realized he had gained another ally. He could not help but sigh in relief. With another expert on our side, defeating the monsters was only a matter of time. We can still stop the apocalypse. At that moment, Zoohyuk returned and reported that there was a passage nearby and wanted Orion to check it first. Since they could not approach the core anyway, they would try to hold the monsters back to avoid drawing attention. He understood and only reminded them to be careful not to be devoured by the monsters. Doohyuk smiled and unleashed his power along with his treasured artifact. Sanctuary skill was erected. I will protect everyone and not let anyone lose their life. Meanwhile, he hurried toward the direction Zoohyuk had discovered. Just a little further, I am almost there. Even using the Ring of Destiny twice in succession would make it difficult to reach the core, so first I must get closer to it. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, it was indeed Kiho who had just landed, while monsters also appeared in front of Orion. Kiho said I died and came back to life without understanding what is happening, but there is something I want to ask you. Did you truly achieve first place as you claimed earlier? He hesitated and replied I did not, but my girlfriend did. Kiho immediately swung his sword as a warning. It seems you speak well. He explained I shared the points with Suel, so we both ranked first. And so, my wish is for all the players who died to be revived, not only you. If you are willing to think carefully. Kiho sighed, I do not need to listen to someone who only talks but does nothing. I will decide how to live my life when everything ends. After saying that, he turned back to fight, making him quietly relieved. Elsewhere, Suel began fighting Noah using the arrow trap skill. But when the arrow hit the target, it seemed to have no effect on him. Noah chuckled softly, sorry, an administrator can adjust the settings to allow being attacked, but I am not good at fighting, so I will not respond to your provocation. Therefore, Suel's staff suddenly vanished. Noah pointed and said I will use administrative authority to defeat you. I cannot directly defeat a high-ranking player, so I must do this. System panel appeared. Suel realized her assets were deducted inexplicably. How do you feel? It is not too late to stop, or we can have tea and wait for everything to pass. Suel's expression turned serious. The situation is not good. I cannot attack the administrator as a player. What should I do? Should I retreat? No, I still do not know how to return. I must think of another way. I must must hold him back with traps. Finally, Suel came up with a plan and activated the spike trap. This time the trap struck Noah. He clutched his wound, shocked at why he had taken damage. That moment Dr. Maria appeared. She said the administrator hides in data space, so I am not certain, but I guess you are behind this. Noah fell into confusion. What is going on? I thought Dr. Maria was dead. Why is she here? Maria returned the staff to Suel. I am not familiar with this game, so it is difficult to fight directly. But I can revoke his administrative authority in data space, then you will be able to attack him. Taking back her weapon, Suel was invited by Maria to join forces. We will become a pair. Though the situation was chaotic, Suel understood Maria's intention and replied, I think you know what I am about to say. Even if you are not good at playing, you have been watching from afar all this time. On Noah's side, he also opened a spatial gate, creating a substitute. 2-against-2 battle officially began. In her new form, Suel poured all her resources into activating Mekong's wrath. The spell shot forth, throwing the brat into disarray as he scrambled to dodge. But the force did not stop there. The ground twisted and flung him up into the air. Instinctively, Kui regained his balance and lunged forward with a swift counter slash. Suel stepped back a few paces and immediately retaliated with a bolt of lightning. A violent whirlwind rose around him, accompanied by powerful black lightning. That seemingly effective strike only made Kui even more exhilarated. He transformed into an even more grotesque and terrifying form than before. Suel shuddered at his new appearance. She understood that he had shifted into a regional boss state and was being empowered by Noah through the game system. At a critical moment, Maria relied on her knowledge to tell Suel that Kui was merely an NPC simulating the administrator's mental state. She advised ignoring him and targeting the one controlling him. Suel replied that it was easier said than done. The frenzied monster immediately charged at Suel. Heavy blows threw the surroundings into chaos. At that moment, Maria's body gradually faded. She softly reminded that they were almost out of time. Suel asked in shock what that meant. Maria explained that she was merely a virus hidden within the data. Soon the security program would detect and erase her. If that happened, Suel would lose her ability to attack, so she had to resolve everything before it was too late. Hearing this, Suel was stunned and reproached Maria for only mentioning this limit now. How much time did they have left? Maria calculated and replied that barely 15 minutes remained. Suel demanded more time in frustration. Unexpectedly, Maria lowered her voice and promised to try to hold on. Meanwhile, Noah silently observed the entire course of events. The name Maria kept echoing in his mind. He wondered why that doctor continued to stand in his way. Noah thought to himself that the ideal world she desired was right before her eyes. Perhaps an ordinary person like me cannot understand the mindset of a genius like you. Even so, I still respect you. Ending that thought, Noah created 2 more entities to swiftly conclude the battle. This was clearly a dangerous signal for Suel. She had no choice but to hold her ground and wait for reinforcements. But Noah had no intention of letting her stall for time. He directed the 2 entities to focus on eliminating Suel, making her the primary target. Elsewhere, Kiho used the Winter Hunter card to sweep away the monsters. He and Orion drew ever closer to Suel's location. Kiho asked if stopping the administrator would be enough. Orion replied that what happened to the city was not his concern. Did that even matter now? Even so, I will see this through, because I have my own part to play. Another massive monster blocked their path, unaware of the fate awaiting it. Kiho and Orion immediately charged straight at it. In the blink of an eye, they brought it down and tore it into 2 halves. That moment, Mihian's ally appeared and targeted Orion. With Kiho's support, Orion managed to maintain a safe distance. That man saw Kiho and sneered, asking if he had joined hands with troublemakers. Kiho answered with an irritated swing of his bat, "Do not make me sick. Do you think I would cooperate with someone as despicable as him?" Orion heard that clearly and felt a little embarrassed. I heard everything. The opponent pulled out command talismans, his voice dripping with malice. Whatever, my world has already shattered, so I only want to vent my anger on others. Cards split apart and shot toward Orion with magic card throwing. Realizing they could not linger, Kiho took the initiative to block him and told Orion to go ahead. He asked in surprise why. I will hold him off, you go do what you need to do. He did not fully understand. Orion was inwardly grateful. He quickly left the battlefield. Seeing that, the opponent shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" He activated Phase Cut Magic Stage 3, causing countless blades to appear within the magic circle. All of them aimed toward Orion in the distance. However, Kiho intercepted in time, leaving him furious. Kiho told his former comrade to stop, saying he was already tired of meaningless PK battles. Through the storm of bombardment, at last Orion closed in on the target. Seeing the energy core swelling before his eyes, he knew he was close enough. Orion activated the item Destiny Bow Ring. But before he could act, he was ambushed by a strange beam of light. As he dodged aside, he wondered what that thing was. That instant, a gigantic dragon lunged from behind. It was the ancient monster Kai-Cat. Its appearance was completely beyond Orion's expectations. Calculated in confusion, if he defeated Kai-Cat alone, it would take too much time. But if he used Destiny Bow Ring and was interrupted, he would have to wait for the cooldown. What should I do? If only I had a teammate fighting beside me now. As darkness nearly engulfed Orion, a flash of light burst from a sword tip. Orion snapped awake. Falling backward, he realized the one who had appeared was Zeusian. It turned out he had been watching from the start and arrived at the perfect moment to clear a path. Zeusian said to enter the four-dimensional core while they would draw it away. "What are you doing here?" Yak and the others also revealed themselves. "Sorry we could not escort the explorer away as requested. He chose to stay and help after understanding the situation. I used an assassination skill to sneak the group here. Just go, we will distract the monster and then withdraw." Encouraged, Orion nodded and promised to return. But before leaving, Zeusian tossed him a small pouch. Taking it, Orion immediately recognized the item inside. Zeusian said, "After I revived it was restored, and the thing you know is still intact. Use it at the right moment, do not forget." Orion replied that he understood. When necessary, he would use it. He reactivated the skill. He knew that even a moment of hesitation would mean failure. It was time to advance without hesitation. Orion soared higher than anyone had imagined, carrying his weapon as he shot straight into the sky with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Suel continued to struggle against formidable enemies. 7 machines were deployed, yet the situation only grew worse. Another grotesque creature suddenly appeared beside Suel, clearly intending to take her down in an instant. Suel immediately understood that she had become the target. She was almost out of strength to resist. At the most critical moment, Orion shattered the window and rushed in, delivered a powerful kick that sent shards of glass flying. Immediately after, Orion signaled for Suel to coordinate. The two joined forces and brought down the monster before Dr. Noah's stunned gaze. When that hideous creature was subdued, the most surprised one was Noah himself. Orion and Noah officially faced each other. Perhaps Orion was also shocked to learn that Noah was the one pulling the strings. Noah spoke, "For some reason I feel as if it has been a long time since we last met. Your face seems to have changed." Orion replied honestly that too many things had happened over the past 2 days. "You do not seem too shocked to see me here. Did you already guess I was the administrator?" I once considered that possibility, but deep down I still hoped I was wrong. Noah smiled and praised Orion's sharpness, saying he had concealed himself quite well. Orion took a deep breath for a few seconds to regain his composure. He began questioning Noah. Orion's gaze turned serious. His first question was what his sister meant to Noah and whether he would stop right now. Noah answered that he would respond to both at once. "I am serious about both matters. I truly love Ariam. Therefore, I cannot stop at this moment. I want to give her a miracle, a world where everyone can be happy beside the one they love." Space suddenly fell silent. Suel cut in as time was running out. She briefly explained that if they hesitated, they would not be able to stand against Noah. Orion tightened his grip on the sword, already having his answer in his heart. It was time for the two of them to face Noah together. Orion asked Suel to support him and charged straight at that man. Those entities gathered again, this time even more numerous than before. They surrounded Orion like a mockery and laughed derisively. One leaped high and unleashed a blinding beam, aimed directly at him. The attack crashed down violently, but Orion did not allow himself to yield. He unleashed a sweeping slash, explosive energy spreading outward. Despite its tremendous force, the strike only inflicted minor injuries on them. He used eerie laughter to summon more creatures to assault Orion. Orion dodged and Suel promptly locked the monster's movements. Orion waited for the precise moment and swung his sword and split its body in two. He immediately shifted his target to the one standing before him. But that man possessed shape-shifting abilities, this time transforming into a paladin. It was unbelievable that they could even replicate players. Fortunately, Orion maintained his clarity. He reminded himself not to fear, as his only objective was victory. Orion engaged the paladin head-on. Retreating now would render everything meaningless. No retreat, no fear. After knocking away the fake paladin's weapon, Orion was targeted by 3 others. They attacked simultaneously, engulfing him in thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, Orion emerged with sharp stakes embedded in his back. Previous strike left him no time to evade and he suffered severe injuries, yet Orion's eyes remained filled with determination. Prepared to unleash his ultimate move in the best way he could. Dance of the Dead Pavan was activated. Blades of deathly energy formed into a formation and rushed toward the monsters. Even Noah was drawn into that surge. Next, Orion aimed directly at Noah with only a small dagger. Noah thought that at this speed, he would have to restart the administration system, even if it would cause unforeseen disturbances. But that man had fallen into the trap Suel had prepared beforehand. She had placed it there to block his retreat. At this moment, Noah could not avoid Orion's slash. He poured all his strength into the attack. He took out an item and thrust it straight into that man's body. A magic circle appeared behind Noah. "Wait, what is this?" Noah stared intently at the cylindrical object. Memories of his adolescence flooded back when he once encountered a stranger who approached him. The person had given him a similar mysterious tool. When the bag was torn open, tool split in two in Noah's hands. The bag was then returned to Orion. Back in reality, Noah realized it was the encryption key. Noah collapsed to the ground. He murmured that "I knew you were good at this, Orion," just as Ariam once said. Orion let go of his sword from exhaustion. He told Noah that "I once thought I was fortunate to meet you. You comforted me when I failed to protect the children at school. I regarded you as a gift from God, not only to me but to everyone who once sat in that chair." Suel quietly stood beside Orion as encouragement. Noah replied that "I cherish those words, but there are people who cannot be saved by words or simple help. What I wished was only to help them, even if it meant taking the power of a god. Before fading away, Maria asked Noah to return the administrative authority he held. She would remain within the data space to operate the AI system and only use the power of Z24 when truly necessary. Of course, I will not abuse it as you think. I do not want to become a god. Humans must save themselves for everything to have meaning. My role is merely to give everyone the motivation not to give up. As for how the game ends, that is still decided by the players themselves, right? Noah accepted the reality because he understood that he had failed in the previous confrontation. However, Orion immediately spoke up to oppose Noah's viewpoint. He believed Noah had not truly lost, but was simply stepping into a new beginning, just as wounds eventually heal and the body recovers. Noah seemed to grasp the hidden meaning in Orion's words, a new beginning. I only wish I were strong enough to accomplish that. Core began to draw in everything around it. Even living beings like Orion and Suel were no exception. The reason was that the update process had been halted midway. Jaiweon looked at the chaos below and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Have we really been this high up all this time?" Seeing Diorium still calm, Suel shouted into his ear, "Do something, get us out of this mess. Are you just going to stand there?" And the two began arguing, "Are we not just characters in a game? That means we can get hurt from the fall but not truly die. Yet from this height we could still lose our lives in the game. There is no way to descend without getting injured even if skills activate automatically. You are right. It is ironic that I am always the proactive one in this relationship, but now hold me tight so you do not fall." Suel wrapped her arms firmly around Orion's neck because she intended to use a skill to escape this danger. When Orion had embraced Suel, he activated the wings of Icarus. On the other side, Seung-ha and the others were not pulled in by the suction. Those outside the guild across various places were also unaffected by the core. A mysterious girl contacted someone and said that Plan B could be cancelled. We no longer need the bombs. It is time to convene an emergency meeting. It will be difficult to conceal Z24 rebuilding the city from the public. Elsewhere, Arium woke up due to the aftershocks nearby. She looked around in confusion. Wait, where is this place? The sky was strangely blue. The others gradually regained consciousness after fainting and sought safe places to hide. Only Arium remained lying still, thinking about her younger brother. And what about Orion? No, I do not need to worry. He is stronger than anyone. When Horizon officially came to an end, news of the unprecedented phenomenon in Korea quickly spread worldwide. Netizens called it an attack from a video game and endlessly debated its cause. However, Into Horn Software, the game developer that might have held clues, suddenly declared bankruptcy and vanished. The company chairman donated all his assets before disappearing without a trace. As a result, all related information seemed blocked behind an invisible wall. No reports or investigation results were released, leaving the public almost unable to know the true cause of Horizon. In the end, many simply regarded it as a mysterious phenomenon or the will of heaven. 1 month later, Suel cleaned her room and gathered a pile of unused items to throw into a foam box. Orion was there helping her carry the box outside. That should be everything, right? This is the last one. Yes, I will finish the rest tonight. Suel rambled on. I thought you would have more stuff. You are moving after all. Why is it all exercise books? That is why I said I did not need your help. I have not even bought furniture yet. She teased Orion for being dull. I thought we would be busy all day today. And she asked if he felt excited about living in a bigger house with his own room. Orion awkwardly did not know how to answer and changed the subject. If we had to clean this place, it would be exhausting. Not receiving the reaction she expected, Suel sulked and flopped onto the bed. What is that supposed to mean? This is no fun at all. I came to help and you are not even excited. Orion really is dull. Suddenly he stared intently at Suel. He even moved closer, making her blush and fluster. What are you doing? There are still people outside. Orion replied, did you not want me to be happier? You were the one who started it. What is wrong with you, right now of all times? The distance between them gradually narrowed, as if something was about to happen. Aware of anything, Arium opened the door and walked in, mentioning that she had ordered food. And the sight of the two of them on the bed struck her eyes. Arium quickly slammed the door shut and kept apologizing. I will go buy something outside. I will be back in 20 minutes, no, 50 minutes. Wait, Arium, the call followed. We were just joking. Suel said they should apologize to her for that situation, but now they had better finish cleaning before Arium returned. Partly because Jaiweon had promised to go out with his parents tonight. I've been seeing them often lately. Has it gotten better? Suel nodded. Although it is not like before, I can see they are trying. So I am trying too, even if it is still a little awkward. Eventually my family will get used to it, so we have to keep making an effort. Nothing becomes good on its own. Orion felt sympathy for her. Suddenly, a noise at the door caught their attention. Suel hurried to open it, thinking Orion's sister had returned. But upon looking closely, he recognized the woman with the scar by her eye. It was her. The woman spoke. Long time no see, Orion. It seems Suel is here as well. Suel was stunned, not expecting Orion to know this woman. Ignoring Suel, the woman suggested Orion take a walk because she had a few things to discuss in private. She even said she would not accept refusal, although she knew that kind of threat no longer worked. In the end, Orion still agreed. The three of them walked around the park together. After hearing the whole story, Suel asked again, so you mean Sigmund is a global spy network? The woman explained, not exactly spies. We operate secretly in various roles roles to protect humanity's future, usually by investing in people or supporting new research. Are you really revealing that secret? It is fine, even if others know they cannot do anything with this information. Then she disclosed another shocking detail. Regarding Dr. Maria, she was once a promising scientist funded by us, but due to disagreements, she sought other investors and cut off contact. We once carried out an online survival zone project called Project Z, yet the final outcome was far from the original plan. Ryan asked directly, "Then why did your organization track me down?" Nothing happened after the event. To be straightforward, we want to invite you to join as an agent. Orion immediately refused, surprising the woman as well. He refused that easily. Orion believed being an agent was too dangerous and shady. Suel agreed. "Understand, perhaps I was too hasty. Let me explain more clearly. Recently, similar abnormal phenomena have appeared around the world." Abnormal phenomena. Let's look at this. The woman opened a video and showed it to both of them. It was an object from the game. Orion wondered why it had appeared on a building. For now it does not seem dangerous, but no one knows what will happen. It could be a minor glitch, or it could be a greater threat. It could even be as serious as Horizon. Orion began to feel tense. After that, the woman mentioned Jai Yoon Ma, who is currently working for us as a researcher. Several members of Verizon, including Seung Ha, have joined us. Kiho also accepted the invitation and is currently undergoing training. Hearing that, Suel could not hide her astonishment. She exclaimed that it was hard to imagine Seung Ha accepting orders from anyone. The woman explained that she had only joined after being given confidential information. Because of her curious nature and distrustful personality, they had no choice but to do so. After that, she said Orion could also propose his own terms in the contract, and she would try to negotiate with her superiors according to what he requested. Suel immediately cut in impatiently, asking why they were only speaking to Orion when she had arrived first. Although she did not want to be a spy, being ignored still made her uncomfortable. The woman calmly replied that Suel had initially been on the list, but her background was unsuitable as she was the daughter of the director of a major pharmaceutical corporation. It would be very difficult to conceal her identity. Suel refused to accept that reason. She thought she was not easily recognized on the street. Was being famous really that troublesome? The woman gently denied that she had never said Suel was overly conspicuous. Orion remained silent, as if weighing something in his mind. Perhaps he had noticed an important detail. The scene shifted to the evening of a month later. While Seung Ha was taking a walk, Suel and Orion went to meet her. Seeing them after such a long time, Seung Ha excitedly said it felt like they had not met in ages. It must have been 3 months already. Orion corrected her that it had been 4 months. Her hair had grown so quickly because she had been too busy with work to cut it. Seung Ha asked when the agent training would begin. Orion replied it was the day after tomorrow, first in Germany, and the next location would be kept confidential. It sounded just like a spy film. Orion curiously asked whether Seung Ha would be going with Do Hyuk, since the two of them were always side by side. He laughed and said Do Hyuk would not be participating this time because he was not on the espionage path, and he was raising an old dog, so it was difficult for him to go abroad for long periods. That is why I kept him behind, she said, then showed Orion the wedding ring she shared with Do Hyuk. The two of them were stunned when she said it was a lifelong alliance item. If it were destroyed, it would mean death. An unexpected call rang out. Seung Ha excused herself to leave because Iksu and the others were lost, asking them to wait a moment. Orion and Suel were still more preoccupied with the wedding ring than anything else, so surprised that they even forgot to offer congratulations, though on second thought Seung Ha had always been decisive. Orion mentioned that in that case Ariam was probably about to depart. Suel asked where she was going. He replied that his sister would be heading to Peru with a volunteer medical team. It was said that someone who looked very much like Dr. Noah was there participating in the support efforts. Calling his previous exchange with the woman about Sigmund's investigation, Orion said that was the only request he had made to agree to help them if danger arose. Suel asked, so he had conditions to negotiate after all. Orion hesitated softly for a moment. Suel half-jokingly, half-seriously asked whether the two of them should get married to ease the boredom. Orion was startled and asked why it was so sudden. Suel grew annoyed and even used magic, saying there was nothing unreasonable about it. Asking if he was hiding anything from her, Orion replied they were not of age and could not marry just because they were bored. Speaking of this, Orion said he also had something he wanted to share. He said Suel always gave him more than he could ever return. Hearing that, Suel burst into laughter. Her anger faded. She teased whether she was his exception. Orion nodded but told her not to tease too much. Then he said seriously that she was the only one in his heart, the one who understood clearly how much he had struggled and fought, also the only one who had seen his true self. The two exchanged sweet words before walking toward the comrades who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with them. Everything ended in a sense of fulfillment and happiness.